number down, and you just go with the stick to number 3. You don't even, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because now you've fucked up your level line, your horizontal line, right? Now you have to reestablish it again over there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's your tangent line. So you create a tangent line. I usually you put a transit on one side and on the other. They're both taking readings. Well, one guy has to hump around the stick.
Yeah.
And move up the optical indicator. It's just a red and white sleeve that slides up and down on the transit stick, and the transit stick is 7-8 foot, depends on what you got. If you got a breakdown transit stick, it keeps folding out. You can make it 10 foot tall. You got a 7 foot one with a sliding optical transit indicator.
Oh man, if all 3 sticks appear level, the instrument, the earth is flat. If the window,
Yeah, it'd be nice if it was that easy, but we could go to the salt flats and we could say, yup, Kansas is flat as fuck. Or we could go to the mountains and we could say, nope, there's a lot of fucking hills here, but that's basically all you.
That's why I think it's such a good way of doing it, because it's so simple.
What's simple? The
doesn't work though, man.
Listen, how are you going to distinguish topography from curvature? This is my point, and you still haven't contemplated it.
Oh, I've contemplated it. I'm in the middle of making you a thing
Well,
here.
you haven't given us an equation now. You need a tangent line and a radius. And here's the thing: the piece of land, even if it was a sphere, your model doesn't even predict there'd be curvature over land, because this is just basically a spore with a gravitational model of water wrapped around it and mountain peaks sticking out of the water. Those are continents. That's why we look for a curvature over vast distances of water, because it'd be the most apparent place. Because the water has to conform to the gravitational model, or the gravitational model is not true. This is the ellipsoid. The ground can be whatever shape it is, and it doesn't prove flat or round.
Can I ask him a question, Mike, real quick about his drawing? So, step 2, your third stick. Okay. All right. What if it's not level? So you go out there, and it's low, right? You don't see it, and you look in your crosshairs. Oh shit! It's down a foot. Cool. Okay. So what are you gonna do? What does that indicate right there? When you don't see the stick, it's just on your crosshairs. Like, if you're using the top of the stick as your 0, and of course it disappears, drop down below the crosshairs. But you don't have to.
It's a sniper in the grassy knoll, bro.
So, dude, you understand? You just measured the low spot. That's all. Even if you moved your instrument,
I am that third stick. I am intentionally bringing the top of the stick up to level with the instrument.
Okay.
They're not sticks that are the same length. That's not what
phenomenal.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
Listen,
what did you just measure?
What
did you just measure then?
This is what he's saying. You got an optical indicator on a transit stick, so you're going to set a tangent line, right? 5 foot. So we say you set the 8 foot stick down, you mark it at 5 foot, you got it pointed at 5 foot, but when you move the stick down, the next one is so far below it, you can't even see the 8 foot stick. What did you measure? A drop in the layout of the land.
Correct. Like a hole at a low spot in the land.
It's called the valley.
That's it. That's all you've measured. Like no matter if you use a longer stick, or you bring the stick up to the level line, if the stick drops, it's a low spot. If the stick goes from your 0, your 5 foot mark, we'll call that 0, goes up, then that's a high spot. Even if you move,
how sticks are in this.
Okay. Okay. So what are you doing?
Hold on. Give me 30 seconds. I'm almost done. Finally.
If the middle stick appears to be high, why would the middle stick be high?
If the middle stick is higher than the other two after doing
all because of the hump of the earth.
Correct.
Can you see over a hill?
Listen, you use the instrument to zero out everything. It's only gonna you've calibrated the reading, dude.
No. Listen.
Get that?
Hold on. We haven't even begun to touch all the variables. That's why last time I asked you if you were going to take elevational readings. You said no. Why not?
Because the elevation of any given area for this observation doesn't matter. Because it doesn't matter how much
elevation.
It doesn't matter how much higher.
I don't know how this is so hard for you to get. It does. Elevation starts at 0 as the land protrudes out of the sea and generally goes up and then back down on most continents. Elevation does matter. You can't say this stick 5 foot tall at 500 foot elevation is shorter than the stick 5 foot tall at 1,000 foot elevation. You're going to get laughed at.
Yeah, I don't understand in step 2, like really why you're like, why do you have to move your instrument? You know,
because if I leave the instrument in one place and put all 3 sticks into the ground and make all 3 sticks rise up to level with the instrument while it's just in the same place, then all I've done is level the top of all 3 sticks to the same viewpoint.
That's correct.
That's how it's going to work.
That's what you're going to do.
Any way you do it.
That's what you're going to do.
Any order you do it in, that's all you are doing.
Thank you, Mike. That's exactly what I was going to tell you. Because here, it's very, it's very simple, dude. Look. In your stick diagram, that green line, well, let's call that 0. Phenomenal. In step 1. So your instrument, okay, the head of the instrument, the optic, it's set right now. You set it at 0, position 1, position A, stick A, 0. Cool. You calibrated stick B to 0. Cool. Now you move your instrument to position of stick B and you recalibrated the head to position 0. So what did you just do? You just moved laterally, but your head height is identical. So you're just going to set every stick to the same height. So you might as well not move the instrument and just go place a stick, okay, here, there, and there. That's what you're doing. You're just moving your data with you instead of keeping it in the same spot.
Yeah, that's the
introducing error into your measurements.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, you're introducing error because to have a datum,
every time you move it,
you need a tangent line. Once you move it, you've created a tangent line. So you're not going to have 3 different surveys or 3 different measurements on one tangent line. You're going to have 3 different measurements on 3 different tangent lines. Thank you.
So at the bottom curve for you.
It's not a datum.
Okay. Did you make a new one? You said. Let me scroll down.
I did.
Cool. Yeah, I'm really trying to get how you think you're running around what the stick and like an optic is doing.
Surface level. Okay. You're measuring surface level. That's it. He thinks if it's curved, it's curved. But the thing is it's covered with mountains, hills, and valleys. Highs and lows, depressions and peaks.
I got highs and lows in this.
Get it, bro. Why in the world would the stick, like in the lowest drawing, phenomenal? Why do you think this phenomena would occur when you set the stick to 0 level, man? Why do you think when you move back the other side, why do you think it's gonna read high in the middle and low in the end? It's like this is why I don't get it. It's like, why do you think it would read high in the middle? When you set it yourself to 0. So when you're going back to 0 and you're expecting it to reading at 0.
Hold on. Yeah. So you're saying when I go to do this, what I'm going to see when I move the instrument in the third drawing to the third stick and look back from whence I came at level, what you're saying I'm going to see is that all 3 sticks are still level.
No, because of the error you've introduced every time you've moved the head, and I told you that before. So, yes, however, you're introducing error. So, theoretically, if you can remove that error, which you cannot, because you have to remove the tripod, and now you have to reestablish height with the stick that's right in front of you, and, you know what, with the crosshairs of your instrument, and it's right in front of the crosshairs, so it's, you know, how accurate can you get?
Oh, yo, Platypus, that image where you proves nothing. What the fuck do you expect to gain out of this?
You get it, Platypus? I hope you got it, man. Just do it. Platypus, do it.
Out of this?
You will see error. They're not going to be level.
Where's Bong?
What? I don't think Bong's in here.
No, Bong's here. He's just going to come
Oh, shit, yes. Yeah.
Platypus.
What
the fuck do you gain from doing this?
The problem is he's talking to a surveyor, like a guy that surveys, man.
I get you. He's been doing this with Battlemod. Battlemod fucking paves roads and shit. You know what I mean? And this guy's talking to Battlemod.
Listen, in all those images, the only thing you're measuring is slope. Slope is a reflection of the topography of the land or land level. It's
Booyakasha. Oh, there's Bong. See, I told you I summoned Bong. I summoned the rabbit.
What's that mean?
What's gray?
Platypus shut up because he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
No, he's cool, man. I like Platypus.
No, man.
Like he's actually having a decent conversation with us. Like we're just actually like we're trying to make him understand something. He's trying to make us understand something, and we understand what he's trying to say, but he doesn't understand what we're trying to say.
You don't know how the snake works, eh? He smiles in your face, pretends to be your friend, and as soon as you turn your back, he bites you in the ass.
Oh, dang.
Platypus, you should go and learn how to cook or farm.
No surveyor. I think I was listening to you guys, and regardless of whatever anyone says, surveyors don't measure the curvature of the earth by surveying Earth. They only measure, locally, a datum is, it's a 0 point, right? The datum is a 0 point. And everything else is elevation above or below, right? Am I correct about that?
You are correct. From my understanding.
Right. So
listen, to create a datum, you need a tangent line, and everything's extrapolated from that line. The datum would be the difference between one reading and another reading. You get 3 foot, 5 foot, 4 foot, 3 foot, and that's a reflection of slope and grade or topography. The land, the layout of the land, because you're going to level it. That's what you survey for, land level. Anyway.
So if you're going to build a large structure, you're going to have to know what you're building on to know that you're going to make. Say you're building a large structure like a warehouse or something. You want to make that the floor of that building as flat as possible.
Helio, how hammered are you on a scale of 1 to 10 right now?
Not bad, I think.
Yeah.
No.
Well, let me ask you this. Vlad, hold on. Vlad, what about what I just said didn't make sense?
Everything's all right with everything's all right with that. It's just how you're saying it.
Oh, how did I say it? How did I say it?
Delivery.
Yeah, your delivery is like an alcoholic.
I have a question for Platypus. Platypus, do you agree? Do you disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson
like
and
an
NASA?
alcoholic, bro.
Do you disagree with NASA and Neil deGrasse Tyson that the Earth is locally observed and used and measured flat? Do you agree with them? Because you're
Coming
looking
in
for
at
shit.
high spice level. Dang.
I love it. Amazing.
Bong sours are heated. Dang, man.
When Bong is angry, I love it.
I banned him yesterday for a reason. I'm just wondering, like,
I'm
what
waiting
the
for
hell
another
did he
ban
come
right
up
now.
with?
It's amazing.
Yeah. But first of all, what do you think? I just want to understand this. Like, do you disagree with NASA and science that the Earth will always present itself flat? Do you disagree with that?
Bong, the whole reason I'm trying to do this.
Yes or no?
I don't have to take anybody.
Yes or no, bro? Bro. Yes or no? No. Because you know what you're doing? You're disagreeing with them by trying to point out curvature. So, yes or no? Does it appear flat? Does it look flat at 128,000 feet? Platypus, yes or no, bro?
I've never been up to 128,000 feet. So
do you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson and NASA and all the people that say that? So you alone in this goddamn fucking world, right? You alone are going to assume this bullshit while the whole fucking world is saying it looks flat. You're going to do that? Why? Why are you going against science, bro? The narrative. What are you, some kind of like weird earther? Like, what's going on?
Conspiracy theorist.
Concede. Boats are not going over the curve. The ball. Come on, man.
That's good, Bong.
That's why I banned you.
How you doing? How you doing?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, you know.
Good morning, bro. Your Batman spice is quite high today, sir.
Look, Platypus. It's a very good question, don't you think? Don't you think it's a very good question? We should all answer.
We've been trying to educate them on surveying real quick, and I think we were getting somewhere. I'm not sure. It felt like we were getting somewhere.
Yeah, until he moved the camera to the middle pole, right?
But what I was trying to say is you introduced error when you did that, because you like at position 1, you're already at that elevation. You don't need to move it. There's no need, like when you move it, you just lost that. You have to reestablish that plus or minus whatever accuracy, how accurate you think you can be when you get back on that line with one instrument, unless you use like 2 of them.
When you create a datum, you take at least 3 measurements from each position. If you're going to change positions, you don't change the position of the stick, just the transit, and you take levels from another perspective.
But surveyors have to assume it's flat, no matter where you're taking a measurement. That's the problem, right?
Well, we assume topography, bro.
Right.
No, I mean,
so it's to the artificial level horizon that's created by the instrument, and then you use that as to measure the differential between that flat level horizon that you created with your instrument, with your optic, against the stick, which will directly correlate because you're touching it to the ground. You're comparing that flat level optical line that's horizontal, panning out 360-degree circle to the surface of the land. That's what you're doing. You're comparing the two to each other.
Listen, the transit is magnetic level. The bubble is magnetically leveled, wherein the transit stick is surface level. So you use a magnetic level to survey the surface level. The stick is on surface level. You can't say it's anything else. You're just setting it on the surface.
Right.
This is why you don't hear flat earthers. Flat earthers are smart enough to know they're not going to prove flat earth by measuring topography. No offense, but
yeah.
look at listen, do me a favor and just look at a topographical map of your state, and maybe you'll see what it kind of looks like. The bottom of your sneakers, you know, maybe your boots.
They're flat. I mean, they're level. They're level.
No,
compared to the artificial level line.
They're embossed. Boots are embossed. They have tread that's known as topography. It's embossing.
Mhm.
You just have they roll tread out in rubber with a press
Right.
and glue it to a sole.
You know, Platypus, a lot of Globers think the way you think, man. Okay? They think they can see the curvature of the Earth. That's not what the narrative and that's not what science is teaching. Okay? Now, when they tell you that the boats are going over the curve, they're not talking about left or right curve. They're talking about front and back curve, right? But then at 128,000 feet, the Red Bull jump, Neil deGrasse Tyson contradicts what they're saying down there, okay? Because the horizon is up here at 128,000 feet. Therefore, boats cannot. We're talking about logic here, man.
Bong's getting excited.
When are you going to do this, Platypus?
Please.
When are you going to do it?
As soon as I have a conversation with Mike about him kindly lending me the piece of equipment that I need.
Oh, you're going to lend him? That's dope, man. Wow.
More than
kind of
likely,
you, sir.
I want to get my surveyor stoned and have him
don't
get on
give him shit, Mike.
Get on the video with me and rip it apart.
Sounds like he's gonna lose your shit. Probably fucking chuck it somewhere and forget about it.
I know what state you're in. Let me show you the topography of our state. Cool.
So is this your position? You disagree with the scientists that tell you the Earth is a ball, but you can't see the curvature? You disagree?
Hold on, bro.
Is that the position?
Hold on. In fifth grade, I made a Michigan map with topography out of Play-Doh. Got me a grade on that. I understood this before I was out of high school. Never took survey.
But what's wrong? Why bother with the land, right? Because everyone's complaining about topology when you can just go to the ocean. It's 75 whatever percent of the globe.
Yeah, it makes up 70% of the sphere in the ellipsoid model. That's your gravitational model. If you can't show me curve over the oceans, then there just isn't any.
Just introducing errors, right? Let's go to the land so we can have some more errors.
This is why we leave out land, because land is topographical. It protrudes from the ocean. So I can.
It has low spots. It has lower. Some spots are lower than the ocean. You know,
low, high,
up and down.
Oh. I told you, bro, man. It's much better to go with shadows. Shadows are a much better way to
go. Wells, big wells, and sticks and shadows, bro. That's what's good.
I mean, you can get a Lego map of your state and see what I'm saying. It's like I've heard people say, "Let's go measure this causeway." When he took pictures of the causeway, the only thing it reflected to me was the construction skills of the guy that built the causeway, or the crew, or the engineering crew, and the labor crew. Got nothing to bridge. It's got everything to do with manufacturing. It's man-made.
Okay, I didn't see that one. What was that? Is that a bridge? Causeway?
Yeah, what is the causeway? The same dude that does the power line pillars. The hell's his name? Lake Pontchartrain or whatever.
Okay. I've seen that one. Lake Pontchartrain or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Platypus, man. Please do it because you're wasting your time. You will be, but just please go out there and do it. Then you'll be like, oh, those guys were right. Please. Thanks. I appreciate it. What's the distances? How far apart are you going to go from position 1, 2, and 3?
The place that I have picked out, I've got about a 2.5 mile stretch from where the first and third stick would be.
Cool.
I found this video last night. If you guys want to watch it, see, this is exactly what you're doing, Platypus. Okay, this is exactly what you're doing. See the people that talk to this girl? That's what you're doing. See this girl? That's not a fucking flat earther. Okay, and see the people that made this film? They're doing what you're doing. Walking around talking about fucking movies and imagination. No fucking science. No math. No nothing. Just a bunch of fucking once upon a time. That's what this show is about. This is the propaganda that's going out there. When people like you, Platypus, come here, you take up all our fucking time. All our fucking time. It's been 6 fucking years. No new people come here. Just you motherfuckers that keep coming here and doing this shit. Tying us up. Running us around in circles. No more, Platypus. So what do you say, motherfucker? Huh?
Oh, dang. Let's do it, man. That's what he just said. You guys are gonna do it?
You people are sick, man. You people are sick. What you do to people on this earth, you go and make movies about it, right? And then you tell people this is what the flat earthers are doing. Those crazy people. You crazy, sick people, right? You see what I'm saying? You flip it on people, right? That's the magic of the media, man. And you're doing what these people are doing. You have no math, no science. You just got this big faith in some kind of dream, some kind of bullshit new world order idea you have of a utopian world with no God. Come on, man. Do you agree with the science or no? Is it flat at 128,000 feet or not?
Never been to
Platypus.
128,000 feet.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Now you're gonna say, I've never been to Australia. Does that mean it doesn't exist? See, I know you're bullshit, man. Come on.
Hey, asshole,
use your brain and use your brain. Don't use the crap they gave you, all right? Try and think, why is it that this guy is talking to me this way? Why am I talking to you this way, Platypus? Why am I so angry?
Because you're an angry guy.
No,
well, angry would be a wrong
not
word.
Paying attention, not even paying attention, right? Somebody's coming up to you and lying to you and telling you that man over there is a psychopath, and you believe that person, right? And you go treat that man over there like he's crazy. You don't even care to listen to what he has to say. You
I
don't
don't
hear one
think
side
you're
of the
crazy.
story, man.
I think you're passionate, but I don't think you're crazy.
I think you're not paying attention to what we're saying. You don't care that there's no curvature. Do you understand what that means? You don't care that you can't feel spin. You don't care that there's a freaking vacuum right next to the so-called atmosphere. You don't care that's not science. Like, what you think this, bro?
Maybe I'll give you a handbook, a civil engineer's handbook, too, so you can understand what the fuck you're trying to do.
That would be helpful, man.
Oh, I'm sure it would.
Yeah. Because that's what they study, right?
Well, yeah, you need triangulation, distance and measurements, control points, 2 axes, 3 maybe, a meridian, a tangent. and you're going to have to do it in distances that the transit is capable of. You're not going to just look down 3 miles with one transit.
If it was that simple, they wouldn't have a college level class for it in engineering, right? You know?
Yeah, and so if you're going to...
It is simple, but there's
I would say
a lot of details.
If you're going to use 3 sticks, you're going to do probably at least 6 measurements in each mile. 3 times 18, shit, you have 72 measurements, and you should lay out a datum that looks something like what I posted up there. And it's all it's going to do is reflect the
show you
slope.
the land.
Yeah,
Land. It's going to look like your drawing, yeah.
It's going to look just like that over 3 miles, hills, valleys, slopes, cosines. And then you got to figure out angle to angle. Well, you're not trying to grade it, so actually you don't have to do that. So But I'm just telling you, you say nobody's ever done this before, but people do this every day for a living. Nobody's ever used it as proof of a globe. Now, what they do say you can do is the dip in the horizon, but we've already established the horizon moves, so I can get a varying dip depending on the weather conditions.
Doesn't even care about the radius of the Earth. Doesn't give a shit about 3,959 miles. That's irrelevant. What are you talking about then?
I'd also like to point out that this is plane survey that you're doing. Planar geometry plane survey.
I wonder if flat Earth wasn't a thing, like what would be the priority conspiracy? What would be the next best thing you worry about on this Earth? You know what I mean? If we weren't doing this, what would we be looking into? What would be the big one?
I would actually love to hear the possible answers to that.
No,
question.
I'm asking platypus. I'm asking you, bro. Go
Women.
ahead. What would you be looking into if it wasn't for this? If we didn't exist, flat Earth wasn't a thing, what would be your next concern? What would you actually be looking into?
Please say women, bro. Please. Just women.
Right.
Dude, I got
what would be the
kids with
next
same
concern?
woman I've been banging for 8
I'm not
years.
talking about that. I'm talking about conspiracies. Mike is just joking with you. Like I'm talking about the next conspiracy.
No, I'm not.
Next most important conspiracy that you think you should be looking into and helping contributing.
I need to know it wouldn't be gay porn searches.
Yeah, a serious question. Because you know what? That's what you should be doing right now. Yeah, I'm asking you. Go ahead, please.
Off the top of my head, I'd probably say anti-vaccine movement.
See, that's exactly what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. Piece of shit.
What do you think about 9/11? Platypus. I don't know if we discussed this one.
I'm sure
You're a
you
piece
know
of shit,
more.
man. You're fucking lost,
mainstream.
man.
Do you believe the mainstream narrative on 9/11?
We're going down the rabbit hole now.
No, it's a simple. I want no more details. It's just I want to know what your brain is like on the inside. So, do you believe that?
Wires.
Do you believe the mainstream narrative?
You were attacked
on 9/11. Correct, with box cutters. Correct. Do you believe that?
Incompetent military can't defend against.
Okay.
I couldn't
that's it. That's all. See, I told you. I promised I wasn't going to discuss it. End of story.
I couldn't see 10 guys with box cutters taking the plane from my old ass grandpa. It's all he got is a box cutter. Let's get him.
Let's get his ass.
Let's trash it into a building of people. Right.
Well, hold on. Let's fly an IFR plane. Let's fly it VFR, and then crash into a building, which is it's not VFR.
Stupid.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Visual, right? It's not a
I've never understood.
Yeah.
VFR and IFR.
And it was a clear day.
9/11 conspiracy. I've never understood it.
Oh, there's so many holes, man. It's this like this is a 12-hour conversation.
Face value. Are human beings not on it, what you would refer to as the mainstream media version of what happened? Like, are human beings not capable of something that egregious? Because I believe that they are.
Oh, I believe so. But then,
there you
however,
go.
When the story doesn't add up, then the story is a lie. But the event still happened. So that's not what we're denying. We're denying the story that we've been told. The buildings came down, man. Right?
So
people died.
You're saying,
and that's not good. But
you're saying that a bunch of untrained dudes,
right?
Yeah, with box cutters.
That's the problem.
That lived in caves, right? Right? We're able to fucking hijack a plane inside America, the world's most advanced fighting force.
But then, they crashed into the Pentagon. Pentagon. Do you know what that is? Pentagon. You think you can get
it takes to drive a
10 feet of that? Then you crash an entire fucking plane too. Wow. Yeah. But then it vaporizes, and you can't find a piece of it. Wow. But then you can find passports. How
More
nice.
farmers should rise up. If those farmers can do it, then any farmer can do it. Rise up, farmers.
I'll run a motherfucker over with my mud truck.
Right, man.
Let's go find some planes.
We can make them into zombie killers.
That's the part of it that bugs me when people talk a certain way about 9/11. Because you ask,
listen, what bugs you? What bugs you about it? Go ahead, man. Express.
Listen,
what bugs you about it?
This is what I want to know. If these guys were so smart, they come out of caves in the fucking desert, right? And they took over a plane. How come they didn't construct better weapons that could get through metal detectors? See, my brother works at a prison. Hold up. Don't cut me off here. My brother works at a prison, and these motherfuckers in a prison with a lighter and some ink pens can make plastic shivs and plastic daggers that can actually slice and dice people. And you walk right through a metal detector with them. Why wouldn't these guys know it? They know how to fly a fucking plane. They don't know how to make a plastic shiv.
Exactly. They came out of the cave with CIA skills.
No offense, but I would have fucked you up if I was on that plane and your bitch ass pulled out a box cutter and told me and my kids we're gonna die while we're on family vacation.
Really fucked you up.
I'm trained. I'd have snapped a motherfucker's neck. I'd have let him cut me just so I could step in and snap his neck.
You're telling me there wasn't a single Marine on the plane? Like that's kind of, or any military, ex-military.
Exactly.
That's kind of hard to believe, man. It really is.
Mike, I got one question for you.
But dude, it's full of holes. Like if you actually want to go down that rabbit hole, sure, man. Let's do it.
And I want to hear. I'm.
They had to kill me.
Hold on. I'm bracing myself for the answer.
It's called patriotism. What you're experiencing, what you're feeling right now, it's called patriotism. It's bullshit.
It's dick sucking, but he's about to find that out. It's okay. With science. Frame by frame. I'll show you the nose of the plane popping out the other side of the fucking building. Now you explain that one. Frame by frame, we'll go, dude. This is serious. People died on this shit.
Dude,
I'm extremely passionate about it.
You brought up
9/11.
I really don't want to get into 9/11, man. It's not what I'm here for.
Right, but see, this is the point. This is the point, Platypus. These events, right, are freaking traumatizing ass. It's supposed to make you feel that way.
Let him ask his question because, listen, these guys had internet in their caves, and I want to tell you, you can buy a military-style plastic blade on the internet.
CIA skills. That's what those are.
Them Arabs. They're skilled with the box cutters.
I'd kill many motherfuckers with that plastic dagger.
Well, you gotta have training though. But those idiots didn't have shit.
Oh yeah.
They didn't even know how to fly. What the fuck, man?
Krav Magesh my ass.
Couldn't fly a Cessna.
Yeah.
I bet what? You flew what? Excuse me. And then what? He did what? He aimed it to a building, and 2 of them. Oh my god! Wow. Do you know what the chances are of that? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's the 2 buildings, like whoever made a lot of money off of it, and there's some agenda, and it was all planned to go down. Coincidentally, somebody accidentally flew a plane into it. The buildings they were planning to destroy, so I guess they just, boom, took it down. Well,
so I got lucky. My buddy was an air traffic controller overseas, and I met him, all right? And so I asked him about this, right? And people overseas are, because there's no patriotism into it, right? So a lot of them are woke to 9/11. So he was like, "Yeah, fuck, man." He's don't explain to me IFR and VFR flying. He's like, "Listen, dude, these are IFR. Those don't fly VFR." So it's like when you take the steering wheel and you fly manually like a jet, plane. Oh my god, it's not. You think what? You got nimble response with that thing? You're in fucking La La Land, right? Takes a while to turn. So in order for you to aim visually at a building without knowing coordinates, fuck you. That's what all like the air traffic controllers will say. Like, get out of here, bud.
Yeah.
How?
You ever seen those air shows where like
with that type of plane, it's not built for that. You see the like helis and those guys, like the fighter jets, they fly VFR, visual flight, whatever. Go ahead, look it up. IFR, VFR flying. It's different mechanisms, right? Like that depends on the visual input.
The difference between VFR and IFR is VFR you're doing it by eyeball, and IFR you're doing
by
it
eye, visual, right?
Right. The point is,
Correct.
only a
Visual,
professional,
yes.
only professionals could have pulled this off. That's the point, man.
That's what I'm saying. You can't take a plane like that and fly it visually, right? Using your eyes as the coordinates, and hit a building accurately, and that is insanity. However, that's not where the cookie crumbles. No. These are good points to know from actual things in life, right? So it's like, okay, you just take control of it, and then you turn it into an F-16. Well, it doesn't work this way, but it doesn't matter. You can't fly 500 miles per hour anyways at that altitude, and that's the reported speed. That's impossible with that sort of plane anyways, because of drag. That's well known. But anyways, it doesn't matter.
It would have shook apart.
Yep. Wings would have broke.
Plus, you
What about
said
building,
that.
what about building 7? What about building 6, Doug? What happened?
Yeah, you asked, aren't people capable of doing such things, right? And the answer is, of course, people are capable of. Are these people able to do such things? No. The new question you should be asking is my government, right? Is my government capable and able to do such a thing to their own people? Is it possible? Or these people did it to the whole world? Like, you should be asking that, because if it's possible for some goddamn farmer to come out of a cave, hijack an airplane, and take it down with box cutters and kill 10,000s of people, then what do you think these people are capable of? It's your question.
Afghan, dog. The cave.
They got them telling them a whole demographic are terrorists just so they can believe shit.
He's not in here.
That's some racist nonsense bullshit that came out of the whole 9/11 thing.
Yep.
Oh, racist bullshit was created by the government. Terrorism.
It was by design. By design. For reasons we do not know, really, but it's obviously by design.
Yeah. If I was one of those terrorists, right now is when I'd strike. What happened to the war on terror, right? I would totally weaponize what's going on right now to destroy, to accomplish my goal if I was a terrorist. But guess what? The war on terror is over. You see how this works?
War on COVID,
because if I was a terrorist,
war on COVID.
I'd use this virus. But no one's using the virus. What, are terrorists all of a sudden earth-loving people now? Life-loving people?
No.
Where's ISIS now?
Scared of the fresh air.
No.
9/11.
Terrorists are using it. Tyrannistical some bitches are using that.
Yeah, CIA and the NSA and the KKK and all those societies that run shit. They're using it.
Listen, you don't have to do a horrifying act to instill terror in people. Propaganda can be terroristic. It just instills fear in the people.
Yeah.
The Germans knew this.
Germans
used it against their own damn people.
Yeah.
I'm just glad. I'm glad I live in Michigan. When the TV says, if you do this, you're gonna die, and we're like, yeah. What if I don't? Come prove that shit. Get me and my cousin from fucking Missouri here, and he's like, show me, and I'm like, or what? We ain't hearing that shit.
Let's say I release a monster into the city, okay? And then I get on TV and I say, oh my gosh, a monster just came from outer space. If you want to survive, you have to do these things. You're going to probably listen to me, right?
No, I'd tell you, where's he at? King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Right. Well, if I really did release a monster, right?
Where's my 338? Let me get my 338 Lapua Magnum right quick, cuz. Hold on. Hold on. Where's your monster at? Hold on. Coming right up.
Shit.
Say I built a weapon, right? And then I unleashed this weapon onto the world, and then I said, Russia's doing
bro.
Listen, I said Russia did it.
Don't get McVade. That's all I got to say. Don't get McVade. We'll make that IED into a mobile IED.
Exactly.
We'll blow that ass the fuck up.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit up, man.
I'm Mike from Michigan, and your whole building is a fucking bomb. There's not a bomb in the building. We turned the building into a bomb, bitch.
Exactly.
Get everybody out.
You think the government and the people that run the news are capable of showing us such propaganda?
Bong, he's sensitive to the subject, bro. He told you he doesn't want to talk about it. It is very sensitive.
Right.
He's emotional about it. So, don't
That's-
grill him because his government
that's
did this to him. He does not want to go there because it hurts his feelings.
Is it because you're in the Navy? Is that why you feel that way? Or is it because you're experiencing some kind of cognitive dissonance? Or
Mike
do you
is a
really
Marine,
hate?
so
Yeah.
Well,
Or do you really hate
irrelevant.
people from the Middle
Don't
East
mind
because they flew a plane into your building? Do you think Muslims are evil now?
of course.
Hey, cocksucker. No. Hold on. You and I are going to talk about that statement right
there. Hey, I'm about to push this button until your head explodes. So we're talking about it. Why?
Yeah.
What does it make you feel uncomfortable? Leave server.
Getting accused.
Come back when you're ready. We'll grow thicker skin or something.
That I might just hate people from the Middle East pushes my button.
Well, that's what I mean. This is what these things are designed to do. They're designed to cause fear and cause you to hate something or someone, right?
I got called Osama growing up. What are you talking about?
What do you think we are? What do you think we are? Huh? You're coming after us like we're the goddamn terrorists. How do you think we're going to respond to you?
Bong, in what world do I ever sound like I'm accusing you of being a fucking terrorist?
On the globe. On the globe world.
You're a fucking terrorist, Bong.
Do you know what we talk about is dangerous to the United States and to the well-being of the world? Do you know that what we talk about here, Flat Earth, will take the world back to the caveman days? That's what they're talking about. That's what they're saying about. And you know what I say? Let's do it. Let's say you, platypus. Want to go back to the caveman days?
Have internet.
Sounds like you've got a strong distaste. Do you live in the U.S.?
Do I?
Oh,
live in the U.S.
Oh, look,
yeah.
I've been saying this, right? Like I might sound American, right? I might speak Samoan, right? But I don't feel like I belong to any of those nations, if you want to call it that, right?
I'm asking you.
He's an earthling.
Hey, Bong, I'm asking you if you're an honest to God tax.
He's a U.S. citizen. Yes. He was in the U.S.
I am not an American citizen. I am an American colonist, right? I'm what you would call a nationalist.
He was in the
Navy.
No.
If you look up what an American nationalist is, right? It's under a citizen. So a citizen can vote for president, but a nationalist cannot vote for president. Do you know that there was an American Samoan woman working in the White House? They fired her because they found out that she was not a U.S. citizen, even though she's been working there for freaking 20 years. Did you know that? We die in the military. Most of our people go to the military and we fight for America. We win. It should be called the American Samoan Army. That's what it should be called, in my opinion, right?
I will say this. There were
right. So who is? So if you're asking about being American, right? If you're not asking about the country, then Freemasons. If you're asking about the people, yes, I am more American than you can ever be. You know why?
Bong,
you know why? Because the Earth is flat. That's why.
You pay your taxes, Bong?
No, I don't pay taxes to motherfuckers that steal and lie to us and call and tell us the earth is a ball. I don't give a shit about. You can have money. I don't care about the money. It's not my money. But you can't have my life and you can't have my mind and you can't have my words or my tongue or my mouth or my body. None of the money. Take everything. I don't give a shit, right? I'm still gonna sit here and tell people that the earth is not a ball.
I'm not doing this.
To be honest, to give you a serious answer, paying taxes is optional. Is voluntary, actually.
I didn't ask if it was optional. Serious. I didn't ask if it was optional. You asked
him if he does. Yeah, I'm telling you it's voluntary. So
yeah, it's not a criteria to make you a citizen.
In his mind space, going to your mind space here, Bong. If you pay your taxes, then by your definition, you are funding a terrorist organization.
Yeah, but paying taxes
exactly,
doesn't have anything to do with being a citizen or a national or even an American.
What was that?
What
That's
choice
correct.
do we have?
There's
What choice do we
plenty
have,
of
Platypus?
citizens
Hey,
of
Paul, you
America
got an
that
easy
don't
choice.
pay
Hold on.
taxes right now. Maybe they go to
Okay.
prison for
I
it,
can't,
but
it's,
hey,
it's,
maybe
fucking-
they
it's
don't.
3 o'clock in the morning. I
Exactly.
can't do
Five
this with
people
3
can't
people
talk
at
at
the same
once.
time.
It doesn't work out.
That's only three of us. It's me, Mike, and Bong.
I'm requesting
what's
I'm
good?
requesting the floor for a one-on-one with Bong and only Bong.
It ain't gonna happen because you guys
Okay,
keep
lead,
yelling.
lead mod said no, so I cannot say yes.
Right.
I'm sorry.
You gotta ask Mike. You gotta ask Mike. You don't. I'm not. I'm nobody
He's the
here,
lead
man. I
mod.
just run my
He's the
mouth.
lead mod, man.
Oh, whatever, Bong.
No, my answer is no. You need to
Serious.
earn the privilege to have a
Hey,
one-on-one
fuck you
with
Oh,
Monty,
guys.
right?
dang,
You're gonna
dang,
one-on-three us.
dang,
Go ahead.
dang,
No, that's right.
privilege.
I just checked Bong's rolls. He doesn't have Spartan because he doesn't have the fucking balls to go up to the arena and do this.
Oh, shit!
Oh.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Let's give him the Spartan roll. Oh, shit.
Listen. You can take my pinky with you,
Yeah.
all right, down there, and you guys can have a debate. I'll chill up here with the boys. You want to take my pinky with you? Go ahead. Let's go debate with my pinky. Here, take my slipper. I need my pinky. Here, take my jandal. My
Stay up
palm.
here in your
Man,
comfort
if
zone.
he's
you don't
gonna
wanna
go
do it,
at
that's
you
fine.
like that on live stream, bury your foot in his ass, Bong.
Come on, Bong. Do it.
What?
All right. You know what?
Go, shoot.
You know
shoot.
what, Mike? I'm
Go
gonna
ahead,
have to tell you.
Platypus.
I vote yes for the 1v1. Fuck this. Let's do it.
Go ahead,
I would-
Platypus.
If you want,
You
Bong.
shoot first. Yeah. Go ahead. You shoot me as much as you can. I'm
I
just
was
gonna
just
shoot once.
joking
Go ahead.
anyway, guys. I was only joking. I mean,
All right.
But go ahead, brother. What is it that you wanted to discuss with me? We can probably discuss
Honestly-
together.
Honestly, Platypus, like we're the chillest, like I don't know, mods ever. Around this time, you find the chill mods. You know, we're just having a chill conversation. So if you request a hostile 1v1, then it is a hostile 1v1 you shall get. You request. We were just chilling, man. Go ahead, Bong. Rip him,
It
dog.
better
with the
not be about the
onslaught.
ball, though, because yeah,
It is. Is it not?
because you've got nothing.
No, it was about
I mean-
what we were just talking about.
Oh,
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Ooh.
Go ahead. Nationality,
was it? Was it? I thought it was 9/11.
patriotism, and where do you belong, and where does your right? Who are you loyal to? And what do you believe in, and why do you do the things you do? Right. Go ahead.
Hey guys, happy 4th of July. Thanks for your service and sacrifice. Much appreciated as we all celebrate our freedom.
Yes. Happy 4th
Happy-
of July to you. Thanks,
Happy
brother.
4th, man. And everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. I just
I
say it
can't
because
tell if that
everybody's
was
saying it. But
sincere or if it was sarcastic.
Happy 4th of July.
I say happy Sunday because it's Sunday here. But yeah, it's 4th of July there. So.
Day of the Sun. I do not like Day of the Sun.
Happy day one. Happy first day of the week, guys.
Okay, all right. Yes.
Why platypus?
Unless you.
What is it? If you were born in China, would you be asking the same questions and feeling the same way? Didn't think so.
China's
Your
kind of
ideas come
kind
from
of a
your
garbage place
beliefs,
to live,
right?
to be honest with you.
Oh, that's from your perspective. But if you grew up in China, you'd probably think America was full of monsters and evil people who don't give a shit about
A
anything.
bunch
but
of
they're-
bunch of
they wanna
shootings
buy.
everywhere.
All right.
That's what my buddies overseas, man. Whenever something happens, I swear to God, they're the ones that hit me up. They're like, "Oh my God, is everything okay?" I'm like, "What the fuck?" You know, and there'll be like some shooting somewhere or something. All right, like, man, you guys overseas, like they're putting that shit all over their news. It's like,
Yeah.
man, that's and I'm so disconnected from that shit. It's like, wow, they tell me about it with like the whole
Hey,
Trump thing and
what
all
if
that.
over there
like,
in
they would
China,
feed me the info.
what if over there in China on the news they they say that the Mexican beer germ came from here, and over here they're saying on the news that the Mexican beer germ came from there.
That's probably it.
So where do you get your information from, platypus?
What about the Chinese conspiracy theories? Ooh, with their own false flags, Chinese false flags that their government does. That's interesting, right? We don't know. It's their culture. Sure.
So Platypus, if there is a God, right, then I would like to be part of that nation. Right? Not any of these are the world's nations.
It'd be
We
a
are
nice,
where we are, and we have to accept what we are where we are. But
I think you and I figured out a long time ago, Bong, that that's the one place that you and I kind of see eye to eye on.
Where? What place is that?
Well,
start.
unless I'm thinking of the wrong person, I believe that Bong subscribes to some notion of a creator.
Yes, indeed, he does.
Of course, that's why we're here.
Now,
That's what flat Earth is about.
I was raised Roman Catholic, but I have not practiced it in almost 20 years. I walked away from it. However,
Good.
I
Stay
do
away
not,
from it.
for a lot of reasons, I do not completely reject the possibility that the universe exists because of a creator of some kind. The first being is
Okay.
it's kind of impossible to disprove an idea like that. Like, it's not really falsifiable, but I also just generally entertain that that is a possibility. I don't think any of the religions that we have here on Earth are correct, but I entertain the possibility that everything around us was created. To be more specific, I believe the Big Bang was created, and that the universe around us exists the way that it does.
Big Bang's a story.
But I get that.
Okay.
But I don't reject the possibility that if you entertain for a moment that the Big Bang is what most people would think it is, the beginning of the universe, I don't reject the possibility that that thing was a being of some kind creating the universe in that way. Maybe doing it that way to add some sort of a level of randomness to it.
The flat Earth is a story too, though.
So there's a problem with this logic.
It's not a story.
There's a problem with. I used to think that when I was a
We
Glober.
can
That's
tell you about how it's not a story.
That's exactly what I thought God was. Okay,
he's not even. That was Peter Griffin. He's not even.
That's exactly what I thought God was too. The creator of the Big Bang, if the Big Bang. But the problem with thinking that way is nowhere in this Bible, right, that I'm calling God, does it ever talk. People have taken what listen, wait, let me finish what I am saying. Let me finish what I am saying.
Right.
There's the Big Bang, and then there is evolution. Okay, there's these two things. All right, these two things are outside of the idea of a creator. You understand that? These ideas come from men. Men, for whatever reason, thought this could what be and that could what be. But this is just one theory, right? You can't take that theory outside of creationism and then insert it into we can't insert those theories, ideas into creationism to try to create a story that we like. Okay, we have to go with what is. Okay, so it either is or is not. Okay? If it's not a ball, then this is where we pivot. If the Earth is not a ball, then everything you think you knew about the Creator is wrong. You know what I mean?
He did say that he doesn't believe in any religion, so that's fair. And I know he was going to escape out of that. Like, that's where we disagree, which is cool. But you have no proof for your Big Bang scientifically, and that's why I'm telling you that's the story, because they divide by 0, and we can get into that. But that's, if you don't want to get into that, it's cool. But that's why that's math. It's bullshit. The math doesn't even work out. There is no math. You know. And I got citation. I'll cite them one by one, Hawking's, and it's like, we can get into it. I'm cool with that. I love the Big Bang thing because I was really into it when I was younger. Then when I was still a baller, I discovered how it was false.
Hold on.
When I was a baller, before.
That is a name that I'm surprised that I don't hear that name brought up anywhere near as much as like Newton and Tesla and Einstein.
Big Bang?
No, Hawking.
Oh, because it's if you bring him up, like okay, what are you gonna bring up? Because I'll make you look bad. I like Hawkins because he's just Narnia land, you know. Like yeah, you want to cite Hawkins?
No, I wasn't going to cite him. I was just pointing out that, like, I hear a lot of names get brought up, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, all the time, but I hardly ever hear people talk about.
I bring him up all the time whenever someone gets into Big Bang. Like I bring him up to wreck it. Believe it, like I use his from I forgot what was it? Something the explanations of everything. What was it? The theory of everything. What was it? His book. Anyways, I use Hawkins to kind of rip apart the black hole with the singularity. How with the whole infinite density thing. Zero volume. And then it's not just Hawkins I bring up.
I don't know. I find
Meissner and Thorne. Other physicists. So I love it. Like I really do enjoy the Big Bang talk because, like I said, man, I discovered about like how it was horseshit when I was a Globie. So it's like I have history with this one. Because most religions actually teach their sheep that's what's up because that's what the mainstream is. So they'd be like, yeah, so your creator created the Big Bang. Boom. And they find verses in their whatever book of flavor to support their claim, which is false.
Right. Yeah,
it's a
They reinterpret it so that it's a different story. You know what I mean?
Do not know that it happened.
Yeah, just like so 7 days of creation, right? It's not 7 million years of creation. Okay,
7 billion or whatever there's 60
right, or
billion,
7
whatever
billion,
the fuck it is.
Exactly,
Whatever
right.
they say.
And yeah, so when the Bible says this,
you got this number?
man changes.
Yeah, and showing you like its supreme capabilities of your creator can create everything, all kinds, all varieties, the whatever beneath the earth, oceans, boom, boom, boom. It's 6 days. Let's roll. Okay, what can you do in 6 days? What? Can you build a single-story house in 6 days? No.
Yeah, but here's the punchline, right? Here's the ticker. This is the same thing they're doing with flat Earth. See, you observe it to be flat, you use it as flat. Everything is flat, right? But then they reinterpret it for you. What if it only appears flat? See, you see what they're doing, right? They change it so that it means something totally opposite to what you are sensing and observing and feeling and experiencing. And now you can't accept what you see for what it is. But they call us religious, right?
Right, man. It's crazy. Religious is believing in the Big Bang when it has no mathematical integrity, right? And then calling the religious people where they say things must come from a creator, obeying the laws of thermodynamics, and you're calling them religious. It's like, whoa, it's like, how? It makes no sense. No sense. It's like,
Still there, platypus?
It was a priest, anyways, that came up with the idea of the Big Bang, so it wasn't Hawkins.
Catholic priest.
Yeah, by the way. Le Maître, whatever his name is. Le Maître. Whatever it was.
And the Catholic Church is where the globe Earth model comes from, right? So, because the Catholic Church put out the globe Earth model, that is blasphemous to the same God that they claim that they worship, God of Abraham.
I bought me some GMO corn. I couldn't resist.
Bong, would you consider yourself to be a Bible literalist?
What does that mean? Bible literalist
means you take the Bible to be literal, all of it.
Okay, like what do you mean all of it?
I mean all of it.
Some of it isn't meant to be taken literal, and even tells you that you shouldn't take that literal part of it.
What if God
You
was
do
telling
understand
you like a
that,
metaphor?
right? It tells you when it's a metaphor, and it even lets you know, especially if you know a little bit of Hebrew language, how they put their structure together. You will understand, and your euphemisms If you know those things, you'll know what to take literal and what not. So you're making a very, very general there, making him try to answer that when it's not going to be accurate.
Hey, I didn't generalize anything. I asked one specific.
You said a piece of literature that is many books to be taken completely literally when it's not written all literally.
This is an A and B conversation.
Right. No. Hey, no. I appreciate her stepping in to answer because sometimes I look.
It's cool.
There's a place
having
in
an open
Jerusalem,
discussion.
right? There's a place in Jerusalem, right? You know, there's a place in Jerusalem, right? That they used to have something called a temple built on, right? They're fighting over it, right? It's there. You believe it's there, right? Okay. Before it was that, it used to be a temple, right? Is that literal? Is that what you mean by literal, or do you mean accurate? Do I think the Bible is an accurate account of history? Is that what your question means? Yes, I think it's accurate. Literal? Well, do you think dinosaurs? Do you think aliens? When they say the Earth is a ball, do you think that's literal, or are they being metaphorical, or are they being esoterical? Because there's no ball, mate. Curve. No evidence of it.
I can't just ask one question and just get an answer.
Well, because you need to define what you mean by literal, bro. Yeah. See how I'm asking you, is the ball Earth literal? Are you a globe literalist? Yes or no? See?
So if you define your question better, Bong will answer you.
Exactly. I wanted a question that was more specific so you didn't generalize and trap a corner there that you didn't need to, because you make it sound like you don't understand the Bible has these differences in it. So we got to make sure. You got to be specific if you're going to be on this channel, right?
Damsel, some people
it's a trick question. It's a question. It's a trick question. It's a question that they would have you ask us, so that you would think that we are some crazy people who believes in a God and and all these. I don't know. Maybe even turn us into terrorists, or you see those UFO people that committed suicide and killed themselves. That's what they're trying to paint us out to be. Okay, those people. Do you think that's what we are? Do you think we're that crazy? Taking the Bible literally and all that?
I go out of my way all the time, and in fact have gone out of my way 3 times tonight to tell you, Bong, that I don't think you're crazy. I've now said it 4 times.
But then you keep saying that you think the Earth is a ball.
And you think it's flat. I don't think you're crazy for thinking
one of us is crazy. One of us is crazy.
But yesterday you said that we were lying, or some of us are lying. So is that what you really think? Lie about what we believe here, or know to be true here?
I did not accuse anybody of lying.
You didn't accuse anybody specific. Flat earthers know that some of what they are saying is not true. They do know it's a globe. You wrote that. That's why part of the reason you got banned. See, that's why I felt banned.
Bong banned me because I was doing too much talking.
No, I banned you because of that comment.
No,
it was that very specific comment that you made that I banned you for. You see, you come here and you tell us you don't think we're crazy, and then you type in text we're crazy, so you get banned.
I didn't type in text that you were crazy. I didn't do that.
Then where is the evidence for the curvature of the Earth? The ball?
That we love.
It is what it's a globe. It's what I plan on trying to do when I can coordinate with Mike. It is.
NASA couldn't do it. What makes you think you can do it?
I'm excited, man. Please send me the results, Platypus.
Oh yeah, believe me, this is
NASA can. The people who made this claim cannot prove the Earth is a ball. What makes you think you can?
Bong.
Yeah, but what makes you guys think you can prove it's flat?
Because it's always flat.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
listen.
It's always a globe.
So, have you seen the laser tests, and have you seen the long distance?
I don't want to say it because it's misinformation.
Oh yeah,
right. All you have to do is listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson tell you that stuff is flat at 128,000 feet. You'll never see curvature because listen, please stop. Wait, guys, let's clear this up real quick, okay? Neil deGrasse Tyson has stated, okay, that at 128,000 feet where we saw the horizon at eye level, that stuff is flat. Why? Because it's so big, we can't see the curvature. We will never see the curvature. That stuff, this is what he said, verbatim, that stuff is flat. You're not going to see the curvature at that limit. You are only 2 millimeters from this beach ball. Like, he was angry. He was angry.
May I address the other guy real fast?
Yes.
He
Cyrus,
said, I don't want to see it. Just no. Hold on.
I'm
just give
just
me
letting
10
you
seconds
guys
and I'll give you the
listen.
mic forever.
Hold on.
Okay.
No, I don't need the mic.
You
I'm
go-
just,
okay.
No,
Go
listen.
ahead.
I'm just letting
Go
you
ahead.
know. I'm going.
You got
it's
your 10
3 in the
seconds.
morning. It's 3 in the morning. I'm going the fuck to bed. That's what I'm letting you all know. Everybody have a good night.
All right. Hey, you too. Hey, see you, bro. See you, man. Later.
Yeah,
All right.
later.
Other guy. He said he does not want to see it. It's misinformation. So my question to that logical fella is, how can you judge that which you have not seen or known? Please answer.
Because astronauts have gone to space and have proved that the Earth is flat.
Listen,
You won't trust, but you won't
please,
trust.
you guys got that recorded? You guys got that? That's logical
quiet.
one for you. That's logic.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah, it's more logical than saying it's flat. It is a lot more logical.
Really,
than saying
it's logical
Yes,
to say
a
I
lot
will
more.
trust somebody. Stop. I will say it's logical to trust somebody going someplace that I can never go to over my being able to go out there and do my measure.
It's much more logical than thinking
That's
that every
logical.
single person is lying to you for some
That's
absurd
logical. So you claim authority as your fallacy.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Are you saying
You
that,
have a
there's a
religion.
person walking? Are you saying there's a person walking this earth that doesn't lie? Wait. I need to figure out who this is and follow him. Who are you
I
talking
never
about?
said that. When did I say that?
Oh, okay. So you agree with us? People lie. You agree with us?
Yeah, people
That
lie,
people lie
but
all the
there is
time,
no
right?
reason
Yeah.
for them.
People
The
lie to
people
their
who are
boss.
telling
They
us
lie
that
to
it's
their
round
mom and
lie.
dad,
Okay, tell
right?
me.
Even Joe Rogan lies to his mother, right? If you tell him secrets. Why wouldn't the government lie to a bunch of assholes they want to control?
Because we don't, and they wouldn't lie
We
about
don't.
something like this. This is not.
Really?
We lie to our mothers, but we
Wow.
don't lie to our slaves, right? Is that what you're saying?
Mommy and daddy
Putting
loves
words
you.
into my mouth.
Why would they lie to you? Why would the
Yeah.
government lie to you?
Lie? Shit.
Tell me.
That's weird. You know, like in
Really?
what
You don't
world?
think the government's ever been caught in a lie? Are you going to really seriously stand on that right now?
Are you gonna
Let's
tell me
see.
that the
Can
Earth
we
is flat
answer
like
a
it
few
is
things?
totally
How many lies can I come up with in just a few moments? I don't know. Fast and Furious. Let's another one. How about the syphilis testing that they did on, fortunately, black males for a decade and didn't treat them, for syphilis, and the government hid it from everybody. Oh, I don't know. When else have they lied? When else have they done things to us without telling us the truth? Time they released a virus all over San Francisco, supposedly, and got people killed. Oh, I don't know. What? Maybe when they started wars, like the Forrestal, and later had to tell us, oh, yeah, that was a lie. Or Iran-Contra. Huh. They don't lie, really?
Or that all
Never.
men are created
Never.
equal.
They love
That's
you.
a big fat one, right?
Why would they lie?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Tell me. I'm curious.
I'm asking you. Like,
You're a fucking moron if you don't get it.
I'm asking the guy who thinks the Earth is
Stratos.
flat.
Hey,
Okay, just
Stratos.
say it.
Hey,
Yep, just say
Stratos.
it.
Hey,
Well,
shut
you
the fuck
said
up. Hold on, Bong. Let me handle this real quick. Hey, Stratos. You're a fucking liberal moron if you think nobody fucking lies to you. I bet you're that stupid cuck that went to get a vaccine and you still wear a fucking mask, you dumb fuck. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, you can speak.
Damn,
But...
Vlad.
Mute me because I'm right. So you think that you actually think that?
Did you
getting the
understand what
vaccine
I fucking said to you, bro? There's no rebuttal to
I don't
this.
know. He's gonna say.
Zero
He's gonna
fucking
say
rebuttal.
astronauts.
Right.
I asked
Zero
him about logic. He answered astronauts.
Hold on. If this
Oh, you.
idiot fucking watches CNN and believes what those cocksuckers on CNN tell him, which is propaganda from the government, bro, you are out of your and if you live in Canada and you watch TV, which is also propaganda, this is paid propaganda, but they steal our fucking tax fucking money, and then they fucking pay these media companies to feed us propaganda. Do you fucking know that, bro? You stupid motherfucker, bro. Do you understand that?
Okay, you muted me while you were saying that because you know that
Yeah,
I'm right.
no, it's so that you don't fucking
No.
interrupt me, you dumb fuck.
You think we're
Well,
afraid
first-
of you and your lies? You think we
He's
don't
trolling.
know these things? Oh, you're an idiot.
I'll
You're
tell you,
really
I'm
an idiot
afraid
if you
that
think
you guys
that.
actually
Well,
believe.
I wanted to take it
We're
back
not
to what
afraid
you
of
said.
you.
You said that it makes more sense, right, than believing that everyone is lying to you. Can you explain what you mean by it makes more sense?
I want him to explain shit, but here.
It makes more sense to what? To believe
Yeah,
what you're
fucking-
told by anybody, right?
First of
Than
all,
to
I'll tell you what I'm
assume that
afraid
people
of because
lie?
I keep getting muted.
You're
So if you guys,
No, just answer the question. It's all right.
Yeah, answer the
Go ahead.
question. We're not gonna listen. If you're gonna go
Who are we
on
talking to?
about crying about how you're getting muted, it's not gonna work. You're gonna get muted again. So go answer the
What's your
question
name,
right
man?
away, and that's it. It's that simple.
Who are we talking
are
to,
you?
Vlad?
Yeah,
Stratos, this fucking idiot
Stratus. Okay.
in the bottom. Yeah,
yep, I can answer
Cool.
the question when
answer
you
the
mute me.
fucking
'Cause That's a
question.
very simple. Don't fucking tell me what to do, you little bitch.
Oh, okay.
We got a feisty one. Please unmute him.
Oh,
He's feisty.
hey,
unmute his ass,
Aussie, Mike.
please.
He's
We've
Aussie,
been
Mike.
waiting
Hey,
for this.
listen. This feisty
mess
one is
with
gonna
Aussies.
get it. This feisty
Yeah,
one's
no,
gonna get it.
he can handle it. He can handle it. Let him get
Answer
it.
the fucking
Ban me.
question.
I don't want to be in this
Answer
server with
the
a bunch
fucking
of fucking
question.
weirdos.
A
Ban
bunch
me.
of fucking
It's all
weirdos.
right,
You
Mike.
think
And-
you live on a
It's okay.
fucking ball.
We're
Hey,
not gonna
buddy,
ban
you
you.
live
We're
on a
not gonna ban
ball.
you.
You believe that the
We like
government
you.
fucking doesn't lie to you. Like, you must be a fucking dunce to not fucking believe that the government does not lie. You're fucking retarded, bro. You know that, right?
Everyone's
Say
retarded.
they
The
don't lie.
government doesn't
You gotta
lie to
listen
you.
to what I'm saying. though,
Listen. Are
right?
you UK or in Australia?
Listen to
You
me.
sound like an Aussie. You're an Aussie. You're in
Yeah,
Australia,
yeah,
right? You're in
yeah.
Melbourne, right? Yeah. Or where? You're in
Yeah,
Sydney.
right.
Which one?
No,
Which
Melbourne.
one?
Melbourne.
Melbourne, right?
Tell
Yeah,
me.
they're fucking
Yes.
locking you down. You think your fucking government is fucking fantastic? They're lying
Well,
to you about what's
they're
going on. Do you think
preventing
that's
Care
all
about you.
fucking?
Okay.
Dude, they're destroying your fucking country from inside. The communists. Do you know that?
Can you explain
And
now?
you
'Cause I
believe you're
don't.
the fucking cuck that sits there and
It's
believes
not
that.
his
Dumb
country.
bitch.
Explain it, man.
It's not anyone's
Yeah,
country.
but
It's
he's
the
telling me
corporation's
this, so he
country.
surely knows something
Oh,
about
wait.
it.
Well,
No, he
about
knows what's
what?
going
you're
on
saying-
here. I told him to. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, there is no
No,
virus.
no,
you
no,
dumb
no, no.
fuck. That's what I'm
Let's
saying.
get back to what
I
you
just
said,
want to
man.
know. I just want to know because he's telling me this, so he surely knows something about it. I just
About
want to
what?
hear
What do you
what he
want?
has to say about
What do you
the
want?
communists locking us down. So I want to know.
Oh, you
Yeah.
don't understand the
Explain
whole
that to me.
world followed along in lockstep and go look up the
I mean,
documents
it's
from the
not
World
true,
Health
so there's not much to
Organization.
understand
Oh,
about it.
really? Not true. You haven't
Well, I think it's a
researched
bit
it
simpler.
all.
I think it's a bit
No,
simpler.
it's
There's a
not.
pandemic, so they're
No.
locking us
There
down.
is
so
no
we don't
You
know.
want to know
pandemic.
what a
Fucking
pandemic
moron.
is? You know what a
That's
pandemic
what that
really is, brother?
Do you?
I
Do you?
was in a bioterrorism team. I actually know what
Right.
a lockdown should have looked like.
Okay. What
Yeah.
should it have looked
Guess
like?
what? You
Tell
wouldn't
me.
have left your house because of the fear you would have had from reality of actually having most
Right.
of your neighborhood not alive anymore if it was a real pandemic. You know what else you would have seen?
Very
You would have
scary.
seen all the
Bodies.
healthcare workers be the first ones to die, all of them. That's what they trained us in the military to be ready for a real one. You know what you wouldn't be allowed to do? You wouldn't be allowed to go to some box store and be able
You
to
must
buy
be
your
in some
groceries
weird sort of
yourself.
military.
No,
Yeah.
No
No,
box cutters.
actually
Oh,
served
no.
with I've actually served with Australian troops. So
And that's what
don't
they
give
told
me
you.
bullshit. Yeah, that's
Okay,
the
and how
truth.
can I take your word for it?
Look,
I don't know.
Hey,
well, look,
you can go
Shadows.
check what you would like. Go look up warfare and go look up what
Yeah, I
pandemic
feel
rules would have included. They would have included a lockdown so hard that you wouldn't have left home. And you wouldn't have wanted to because you would have been scared out of your little brain. And then you wouldn't have trusted a mask to save your life because you would have seen coffins and dead bodies all around your streets. You would have seen overloaded morgues and hospitals collapse. You guys wouldn't have even gone to the hospital anymore because it wouldn't have been allowed because it would have spread disease. See, you know what? You don't think logically. You would have known this if you had looked around yourself and went, hey, there's still homeless in my area that are alive. Why is that? Hey, why are the healthcare people who are all exposed
they
still
should- they
alive?
should buy a home
Hey,
because
how
they
come
need
all
to
the people
reason
that
that
are in the stores being exposed to the majority of people walking in and out still alive? Why? Why didn't everybody die?
Why are you guys
Did
so-
you ever read up on the pandemics that actually killed people? At how many people actually died and what happened? The
they
bodies in the
happened a long
street.
time
moron.
ago, and a
The
long time
stacks of
ago they didn't
coffins
have
running out of
medicine
coffins.
to.
Running out of
What?
coffins. It didn't happen. It never did. Why? You were allowed out of your house. You even wanted to go out of your house. That's the difference between the reality of a pandemic and the difference between something that has been upon.
And then I'm going to add to this. Listen, imbecile. I have PhD doctor friends, right? I'm an engineer. There's a lot of people that are on the server that have friends that are also like fucking doctors and shit, right? And these are the ones that don't go on TV. Those are not the ones that are paid actors, right? These ones are the real fucking doctors that practice fucking medicine on people, right? They all fucking came out in the beginning of all this saying that's all fucking bullshit. And you know what? Most of them were silenced or fired, or a whole bunch of shit happened to a bunch of them, right? And then guess what? The guy, the PCR guy, the PCR test guy, the guy that invented, his name was Kerry Mullis. Well, he died like right before this shit started, right? And guess what he said? That PCR test isn't there to fucking diagnose fucking for viruses. That shit's for something else. And I have fucking recordings of this. And he said Fauci's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know what a fucking electron microscope is or does. Everything that's on TV is a fucking lie. You don't know where to look. You're a fucking moron. Thank you.
First of all, thank you. That was very helpful. Well, if you
You're welcome.
might just want to not mute me so I can get my point across,
Well,
even though
you
you
talk
guys
now
don't
after
agree,
I'm
you
done.
shouldn't
No
just
problem,
mute.
man.
After
I
I'm done.
promise you it'll
Okay.
never happen
Okay,
again.
then
Yeah.
be quiet, please. Thanks.
Cool.
Well,
Be
first of
quiet.
all, I
Oh
don't know
no.
who
See,
was
this is
talking, right? I
dude.
don't know who was
You can't do
talking,
this.
but
See, I'm the
they
nice guy.
said that. Okay, thanks. But I just want to address whoever was talking before.
Trust me. Okay, I'll
They
trust
were
you,
like,
please.
the pandemics killed a lot more people in the 1800s, whenever they were talking about. That's because they didn't have this advanced medicine to help
Shut
people.
the
A
fuck up.
Don't tell
pandemic?
me to shut
You
up.
call
You are
me a
so wrong.
pandemic when you didn't have the numbers of deaths that changed anything from the death
That's
rates that we've
because they
had
didn't
for
have the
years? Go by the
medicine that we
CDC
have now.
numbers. Did we have an
The
increase in
medicine.
deaths worldwide? Did we? Did you check the CDC numbers for the last 20 years? Did you? Because I did. Yeah. That's how I knew they were lying. Also, have we ever had anything like this happen for the regular flu? Do you know how many people it kills a year? The regular flu, brother.
Please enlighten me. Enlighten
How
me.
many?
20
I just
Ks?
asked you to
I don't
enlighten
know.
me.
How many per nation do you think it kills per capita? What do you think?
Please tell
And we
me.
never shut down a thing. In the Americas alone, America
Because
is alone, it can kill up to 80,000 a year. Has 40 to 80,000 every year. And we never shut down for a damn thing for those.
it's a vaccine.
Never.
And this is a new virus
That's
that
one
we don't know
disease. And I'm not talking about tuberculosis. I'm not talking about any of the other infectious diseases that spread easily that way, supposedly. We locked down for
Okay,
nothing.
Helio.
You think we had some massive die-off when the CDC and everybody else, including the WHO, has already gone back and changed the numbers, said they were wrong. They claimed that actually there was less than 70% of what they claimed is even a real associated death. You didn't look at the numbers, brother.
Yeah,
You didn't go
let's,
look at the study that says the death rate is for an 80-year-old is less than.
Right. We're
Now
so
it's a 99% survival rate.
right. So the point is we're being lied to. That's the point. Okay. Do you
And you've lost
do you
a
even
year.
check? Yeah. Do you even fact check anything, or do you just it makes more sense if I think this? Like, do you do research?
I highly doubt he does anything, bro.
Stratos.
What's up?
No, he
Do you know the
rejected to
ratings?
take a look at the evidence, man. He was like, I'm
Do
not
you
going to
know
look
the-
at the evidence because it's
You know what-
misinformation.
That's your
Yeah.
evidence. That's
Yeah.
what you
Well, the
believe.
misinformation.
Well, you have to look at it to judge it, man.
Well,
How
the
can you not-
evidence has always
How can you
the
falsify
evidence
it without looking at it?
Yeah, the evidence has always been with us. People used to think the Earth was flat, and then then now they think it's a ball. So the evidence has always been with us. It was flat before it was a ball. So the claim that it is a ball is a claim. There's no evidence for that. So you're given a radius. Okay, the Earth does not need to be measured, right? What you're checking for is this radius. Yes, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the claim that the Earth is a ball. When they tell you you can't see it, you believe it.
He left. Too much.
Yeah, he left because he's here to stir shit up about the vaccine so we can get shut down. Piece of shit.
I didn't say the
No, we
word
won't.
vaccine, by the way.
No,
Listen,
it's all right.
listen,
That's what these
listen.
trolls do.
I know,
Yeah, they
no,
go
but
to the servers and try to get them to
hold
talk
on.
about things that
Yeah.
get them shut
Hold on.
down.
Little do they know, there's good news coming out. All this shit's gonna blow over pretty soon, as long as this fucking thing happens in America, in the States. Because Fauci's already fucked. If you guys didn't know that, he was already in the Senate, was it? He's fucking after Ron Paul grilled him, or one of the Rons, fucking I forgot his name. Was it Paul? Anyways, that guy fucking grilled him pretty good, and now all the information's coming out that Fauci was the one that funded the quote unquote. But you know what the crazy part is? All that shit's fake too, right? But they're just doing a controlled opposition now.
There
Yes.
you go,
This
Vlad.
is the, no, but this is
It's
the
all part of the show, right?
no,
It's all
To get
part of the
you
show.
right.
right, no, but
All of it.
they know what's happening is now they're making it look like there's still a
They're
virus.
turning on their own guy. Now look, this guy's.
What's the problem is they're holding on to the virus thing. Regard both sides are, right? There is
course.
none. It's never been there, right? So that's the one thing that they're doing right now is holding on to that fucking thing, right? No matter one side saying it's not that serious, but it's there, right? And then that fucking cocksucker Fauci was creating it in a lab, and now they're gonna make the whole fucking bad guy out of him now, right? You know what I mean? The other one is saying no, it's real, and it's a pandemic, blah blah. And those are the cocksuckers that are still masking, right? And
Good cop,
they're
bad
getting
cop, fall guy.
yeah, and it's just and then they're going to cause division amongst the regular people, right? The people they're going to cause the confusion amongst the regular sheep, and those guys don't know what to fucking do, and they're just going to start ticketing a whole bunch of people now too. And this is what they did in Canada. They ticketed a
Bro,
whole bunch of
all the
motherfuckers,
sheep are so happy to
and
tell
all the
you which
sheep are just
flavor
paying the money.
of the injectable. Man, I was talking to the other guy.
Disgusting.
He was so happy. He took the Johnson one. He was like, yeah, it only gives you, you only got to take it once. I was like, yeah, good for you.
Problem is, with a guy like that, he has no idea that we are fighting free. He'd love to be locked up and masked up and everything for the rest of his life because it makes him safe. Oh, he's so smart and safe, and his government loves him and will take care ever. Oh my gosh, cradle, that's what the people think. So they have no idea what they've given up. Look at the loss they had. You don't even look at suicide. Look at cost, what it's doing to young people, children, or the people that were sick and died without any family oh my. The toll is unreal. And these people think that thing is a real thing, and now they're going to and make it.
Is she chopping or is it just me?
She's a little choppy, but I understand.
Choppy. Try to better.
Pretty bad. Like you were dropping like words for me.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I was trying to understand.
No, it just makes me upset because these people think we're stupid and we're trying to save their asses. We really are trying to save their asses. Freedom, ability to choose.
After years of being on here, I've learned to just cool down. And being hot like that every single day, that's why I would take a break for like a year. I get fed up of just listening in, right? I wouldn't like argue, but just listening to people.
I don't get hot.
Day in and day out.
I don't get hot.
You can't do that.
Recommend hiatus.
You have to take breaks. You have to take breaks. You can't. Everyone gets hot.
Yeah, I don't get so hot over about the flat earth stuff because I find that fun. I actually find it fun.
Well,
enjoy
it's where your emotions lie, right? You get these pricks that will jab at you, and they sense it, and they love it. They feed off of that.
Sure.
And it happens to the best of us.
Sure. But when it comes to this one,
everyone just flips out on here eventually.
Well, this issue though, this is a life and death. I mean, we're talking ruined, and they're going to be more ruined. And that's what bothers me is that people aren't thinking about what suffering has gone on. Because I've suffered. I've been on hospice. I've stuff that I know what it's like, not with anybody with sickness, and to have people dying without friends or family being able to around sick at the point. That's probably the worst part for me, is that I know what that's to be locked point ground, and that was because people didn't have time. This was because people were locked away like prisoners, and that's just wrong. I mean, it's so inhumane. We wouldn't do that to an animal. Full.
Your government loves you. Don't worry. They'll take care of everything.
To be on hospice and not have your family, friends, even for children. They weren't even letting their parents come around. Come on.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I want to introduce Redacted. I met him over at the Cheddar Box.
Hi.
Yeah, he's real skeptical of the globe model. He originally looked into flat Earth, but was like directed away from it via anti-flat Earth propaganda, namely the Flat Earth Society. He didn't think about it again until after he heard the Book of Enoch, and also about Tartaria and the mud floods, and he learned about that a lot of history isn't probably even close to correct. And we talked a little bit back and forth about flat Earth, and I said, "Yeah, hey, I got like a whole server full of people you can talk to." And he's a little nervous, okay, just so you know. He's live streamed, so if anyone maybe want to talk to him in the Chill channel or just say what's up, give him a warm welcome.
Oh, well, the live stream. Don't worry, we'll take it easy here. Just bring him in here.
Promise I'll be nice.
I'll talk. I'm the nicest guy around. I'll go first. Come on.
Thank you.
I promise. I'll be gentle.
Yeah, thank you. Please. I'm only just starting to realize what's going on around me. Like this is, it's like they say. I'm starting to wake up like a lot of the things that I'm being lied to about. I don't even know where to start. Like I guess it started with Eric Dubé. Eric Dubé was like a big introduction for me to the flat Earth thing, and I didn't even realize how much how big it really was until I saw that no matter how high you go up in the atmosphere, you don't really see a curve in the Earth. I've been on a plane to Hawaii. They go pretty high with that because they want to try to avoid. I don't know how it works, but it's like that they have to try to avoid getting near the water or something like that. But it's no matter how high I go in a plane, I cannot see the curve. There is no fisheye lens on the outer line that I go on, and or fisheye effect, and it's surreal to know that there is something wrong. There is something wrong because someone's lying about where we live and what we are. And I know for a fact that I've seen experiments on flat Earth. I've done some for myself. I've actually seen like how the sun works and stuff like that, like with shadows and all that stuff. Like the shadows of the sun work weird, like for it being 8 billion miles away or whatever. But
you mean the rays? Yep.
Yeah, exactly. It's the rays just they seem very close, and the thing about that, right, is it's sorry, hold on. I'm losing my train of thought. Give me a second. The thing is, the sun. If the sun was a billion miles away or some shit, like why would the rays be so directed towards different directions? Like I see in clouds that they say NASA says it's like perspective or something, but that's clearly impossible. And a lot of videos and experiments have proven that. And I've seen how a light works myself. If you direct a light towards an object, it's gonna either move based on wherever the light is. But if you put it far away, no matter how big it is, it's not gonna do much. It's just gonna like kind of like I don't know how to explain that, but you guys know what I mean, right? Like it's just weird how the sun works on a flat Earth, and it's just
Yeah, it makes more sense, right?
yeah, it makes a lot more sense. And the thing with the whole sun being like 1,000 miles away, I don't even know what the number is at this point, but it just doesn't seem right. And not only that, I've noticed that. Okay, this is the biggest thing for me. I have a telescope, right? I look at the stars occasionally. I have to take it out, put it together, and everything. And when I look at the moon, I always see that the shadows and stuff on the moon, they don't really have a specific pattern sometimes. It's very weird. But not only that, I look up at Jupiter and Saturn and I see this. Okay, so the difference between Jupiter and Saturn, I can clearly see Jupiter. I can see whatever luminaries are around it. But the thing that confuses me about Saturn, right? You know how a lot of the claims are that Saturn has a hexagon on top of it, right? You all know about that?
Yeah, those come from imagery provided by NASA with that very blue, like electric blue looking thing on what they claim to be the North Pole of a ball of a gas giant. Yeah.
Exactly. And let me tell you something. No matter how close I zoom into Saturn, I can never see an aurora, number one. I can never see the backside of the rings, number two. Number three, I can never see the shadow change of the rings, or wherever Saturn's going. Like I can never see the rings, the shadow of the rings change. I can never see that. And number four, I never have seen a hexagon on top of Saturn. Never. No matter how close I look, no matter what angle I look at it from, I can never see a hexagon.
No, these things, these luminaries in the sky do not change from our perspective. These are only images provided from space agencies.
Exactly. And I know that's when I knew someone was lying. And there had to be something wrong here. Because why would I not see a hexagon on top of Saturn, even though I had a really high-powered telescope that I bought like 10 years ago, and it's still working pretty well.
And so what do you think is wrong here?
That we've been lied to. We've been duped about where we live. We've been duped about what's in the sky. We've been duped about our history. We've been tricked by whoever's in charge. I don't even know who's in charge anymore because there's so many lies about it. And I don't even know if it's the Freemasons or the Rothschilds or whatever cartel is running the scheme or whatever. It's so unclear that I don't know where to look. It's like there's so many lies on this earth. There's so many lies about what's up there. There's so many lies about what's down here. There's so many lies about like what people say. Oh, there are aliens. Like, how do you know those things are aliens? How do you know the UFOs are? We've never seen like an alien actually come out of that spacecraft publicly. They've never come down to greet us. They've never come down to say,
Right. There are claims of you cannot possibly do this force of G's or whatnot. But I will ask you then, now, since you are so dizzy soundingly from your description,
yeah.
Where do you think you are now, since you're so dizzy?
I think I'm just trying to find my way to the truth, man. That's all. Really.
That's a good place to be. I commend you.
Yeah. Yeah. But thank you for letting me. Thank you for coming to my TED talk. I'm sorry.
Welcome to the server. Yeah, good to have you here, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good to have you. It's
Yeah.
great
Well, I
TED
get
talk. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Right.
The
And
word you were looking for is brilliant, right? The lie is the perfect lie. You're supposed to not be able to find out who it is, right?
Yeah.
Greatest child pick up. Devil ever pulled. He doesn't exist.
That's the other thing, though. The history. The history is what gets me. There's so much that we haven't answered about history that it's like we should know by now, but we don't. Apparently, according to whoever's in charge, we don't know what our history is. We're humans. We're supposed to know our history according to many scribes and many people that have wrote things down, but we don't. We don't know a lot of our history, especially with the Dark Ages from a thousand years ago, and that's where I start to go down a rabbit hole because I'm wondering, was that like the millennial reign of Christ or something, and they just and Satan was loosed or something like that? But
it hasn't happened. We don't.
I mean,
we don't know our history because it's been destroyed. That's why
That's
your
the thing.
cultures, your ancestors passed history down, word of mouth or whatever. Then when the New World Order happened, this re-educating of the world, they destroyed your culture and created a new one for you.
Right? They destroyed our culture. They destroyed our buildings. They almost destroyed our architecture. Yet it's still there. A lot of it.
Can I make it simpler for you?
Yeah.
You are living today. You got family, and you can trace your family. That is you. That is your history. All the events all over the world, they don't matter shit. Really. Because we can sit here behind our desk and computer, but somewhere in the world, someone is experiencing the end of the world. Actually, someone is dying. Someone is in a cataclysm of a volcano exploding or whatever. For those people, it's the end of the world.
Yeah.
But you are relaxed at home, chatting on Discord. The same goes with history. There's a lot of bullshit talk about a reset this and a reset that. That's all local. That's local history. Your local history is your family. Check that, and you know your history.
You have a point. You have a great point. I'm just trying to find whatever the truth is, man. That's all.
I get it, but you're looking at a huge picture, like globe people are looking at a sphere while they don't understand how a wheel works.
Yeah.
They don't get taught how the wheel works, but they know a geometry of a sphere and all the complex mechanisms and biodiversity on it, but they cannot even explain how a simple wheel works. So the same goes with history. Keep it simple. You know your family. You got access to your family. Chase that. That's you.
Are you saying that I should change myself, like who I am?
No, I'm saying that you can look at your own history, your own bloodline, your own family, and that is your history.
Yeah.
All the history written in school books are the stories of other people.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a perfect example of that. My grandparents, I'm from Samoa. It's an island in the Polynesian. It's a very small island, and everyone on that island gets taught this history. A giant named Ma'ava. He was like 12, 15 feet tall. He was a cannibal. And we have all these stories about, the past, just like every culture does. But My grandmother told me the story, and this cannibal was recent. I don't know, like maybe 200 years ago or something like that. But I couldn't believe it. You know why I couldn't believe it? Because I went to school and I learned science. But as I grew up, I realized
No,
I realized that the people that taught me, right, the history of my island loved me, right? And what they taught me was probably preserved by people who loved them. But the people that are telling me the opposite, that those such things don't exist, those things, giants and ghosts, they don't give up. They don't even know me, right? And they don't care about me. But they're telling me this thing, you know what I mean? That's opposite to what I'm. So what I'm saying is, I think this is what if you look into your who you came from and the people you come from, you might find some history there, right? But who knows? Maybe it's been rewritten or not and whatnot. But
it's great advice looking within the family, genetics perhaps, but more so family, which often combine, but sometimes, there's some kind of combined with that. I find that to be superb advice. There's a whole heritage to all of us that I encourage everyone to look into. Where do we come from? Why are we doing this? How have we as human beings met here?
Yeah, I think I get it. It's hard to say what my family history is right now because I haven't really looked into that. I've been looking at the bigger picture, but maybe I should look into my history. Maybe I'll find something that's interesting, like you with your.
Right, but I look into my family history so that I can know, so that I can have some kind of history that is closer to the truth than what I've been told. That's why I look into it. It's not about me, right? It's about who we are all together as a whole. They're lying to us about who we are and where we come from, right? So you look into your history just to see if you can find some information about that might be more accurate or that might make more sense. You know what I mean? Then
we actually had a I actually do remember there was one thing of my history that I don't really know about, and my dad doesn't know about it either. My mom doesn't know about it, but it's a very long down the line, and it's in Spain. It was a Tartaria-like building, and it was called Palace of Air. I'm not gonna say my last name, but it's Palace of my last name, which
there you go.
Bro, we're already Googling it. I'm just kidding.
Good one. All right, well,
you might find some stuff there, man. Yeah, you might find some crazy things there.
But it's a palace, and I felt like that there was something to that. And apparently my family name has been changed several times. So I wonder if we had some sort of ancestry in Spain, and then we basically someone moved to Puerto Rico because my parents grew up in Puerto Rico, or my grandparents did rather, and basically there was a lot of history there, but they never really elaborated on it. And I never really got to know what it was. So I wonder if there was something there that had to do with the alleged reset, and it basically forced everyone to scatter. So I don't know. Maybe that's something like that happened, but I really don't know. So I might have to look at that.
Understand that a lot of family history is, and especially in European cultures, is obscured by the social justice warrior mentality of let's not speak about my family was a slave trader.
Yeah.
They hide a lot of stuff. Not because, a great reset, but more a great shame. And a shame that is put upon you. Not because you did something wrong, but someone in your family line grew up in a society that is now deemed idiotic or stupid or fascist or whatever. So
you know,
don't carry blame and don't carry shame when looking into it.
I don't have. That's the thing. I don't have shame. My parents were. They were honorable people. In fact, they still are. They're still alive right now. But they are honorable people in their lives, and they know how to do a lot of things. They know how to do essential things like cooking, cleaning, all that stuff. But that's basic stuff, right? But at the same time, they know how to handle weapons. They know how to survive. My dad even knows how to survive in in the ocean. He was taught that, and he was in fact, he was a Navy commander, but I don't really know what the affiliation with the military is. I still have to figure that out, but it's like he was in the Navy and he was a commander, so he's a very honorable person, but also there's a lot of things that he regrets doing. So that's good to hear that he does regret some of the things that he did, and he also regrets not being able to save some people. So it's like there were some instances where he lost some of his crew, and it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad to hear about that, but it's like, you know, there's a lot of history that I don't know about. And maybe there was a past with the barons of my family had, like my family has a seal or something like that. I don't remember what it's called, but it goes way back to Spain, and that's where I started to connect. Like, did this palace have anything to do with that? So
If you have a family weapon, a shield or a plaque with, you know,
it's a shield. Yeah.
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 There is a whole study on those shields and what every color means, what every knight's mask mean. Every feather on it, every banner on it has a different meaning. Even the way the name is written on it, or a family motto, everything has a meaning. You can look into that, and it will explain a lot about the late medieval period your family might come from.
Yeah. But I'm gonna end it there. But this was very nice, actually, being able to introduce myself. And thank you, Crit, if you're still here. I don't know if you're still here. Let me see. It doesn't seem like it. Maybe he's
Dude, dude, it sounds like you know a whole lot of what's going on. You're already well initiated, somewhat, to the degree of what you're talking about. So nice to meet you as well.
Yeah, but yeah. Thank you for
welcome to the real world.
Yeah. I guess, yeah.
Your new life, right?
Yeah. Huh. Well, this was actually being able to talk about this stuff with some people. I can never talk about it with my family because they lose me, and they usually just roll their eyes if I talk about this kind of stuff, and they're like, "What evidence do you have? What articles are you looking at?" And I'm just like, well, a lot of these articles they don't really look into anything else but the mainstream stuff. They're it's basically, it's like you said, controlled opposition. It's not
right. Well, I would present them the mainstream stuff too, so they fully understand, right, the narrative. That will cause some things not to make sense, you know, and then you can present some of our arguments, like curvature.
If you want to dig deep, again, dig into your family, because that relates to your family, and they will have an easier ear, because it's family. It's their own blood. They will understand that.
I think family is the hardest to convince, especially if it's coming from, like, you know, your son or.
Yeah, but you never try to convince them. You try to take them on the journey with you.
Yep.
Yeah. I've never tried to convince my family, but I do try to at least have them understand what I've been looking at. But at the same time, like I try to see if they can understand, but they usually don't. I mean, it doesn't really work that way. And with all the brainwashing and stuff that's been going on in this world today, it's not fair. A lot of the stuff that people say and do right now.
Welcome to the show. You don't know you're part of the show. That's the song I sent you. So, anyways, yeah, nice to meet you, man.
Yeah,
nice to meet you. And I suggest don't stress it, in front of them. Don't act stressed out or frustrated in front of them. Just live your life with your new truth, right? And learn and try to work on how you can communicate it to them. Because if you act frustrated and stressed out, they're going to believe what the news is telling them about you, about flat earthers. Well, flat earthers are these crazy people who go off on these wild tangents about, you know what I mean? But if you conduct yourself like you have discovered a new truth, you know what I mean? And then they might think that the news is wrong and that you might know what you're talking about because you're not freaking out, when you're telling them these things. The sky is falling, the sky, you know what I mean? Chicken Little, the sky is falling, oh my God.
The sky is falling, the sky is falling. Yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel.
Right. I got a little thing. Ask questions. Like your father, he's a wealth of knowledge. If you agree with the knowledge he has or not, doesn't matter. He has got a huge wealth of knowledge.
Yeah.
And for instance, when I started going into flat Earth, I went to my uncle. He's a professional photographer. He's an art photographer. He was one of the first who did CGI imaging. And I just plainly asked him, can you photograph a ball with a fisheye lens and make it look as a horizontal straight line? And he flat out said, no, you can't. That's impossible. So without even going into flat Earth, I had an answer about flat Earth. And he was happy because I was interested in his work or work-related stuff. And I was happy because I got an answer.
That's a good point. I should ask my dad what the building might have to do with the Barons or the shield that we have. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah. That sounds like he knows a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as a Navy commander, he was in history. What we will teach our kids as history, he was a part of it.
Yeah, he was.
And you can have it firsthand. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
And try not to, when you talk to your dad, try not to make it sound like you're trying to get some pointers for flat Earth, right? Try to, Dad, I'm trying to learn to love you. I need to know stuff. You know what I mean? Like just hang out with your dad. Then things will happen. Your dad will see. He'll see the change in you and how you're growing and like, what's this flat Earth stuff? Maybe you might look into it. But
yeah, you might go sailing with him just for fun. You can have a long distance view, and he might just be back at the sea.
Yeah, we've been thinking about renting a boat and going out to the Bay Area and just like probably going fishing or something like that. I don't know, but it's quite expensive at the same time. So maybe we might just go out there to like see whatever, like see the seals, whatever, because he does live in San Diego now. So yeah, that's cool.
If my dad was a commander in the Navy, he was only a boatswain's mate when he left. But if he was a commander, that's all I'd be asking him about, like stories and stuff.
Yeah, I do ask him about stories, but most of the time they're pretty vague. Like I don't really get much elaboration on what they're all about. And I've asked, one thing I did ask him though was that do they have technology that we were not told about? And he said yes, but he was very vague about it. Like he said, but think about it: if these people, if other countries decide to take technology from whatever we're using, right? And the reason I asked him was because I saw the TR3B thing, and I was just like, that looks like a actual craft that they actually made. And he said that those were in fact military craft. That's the only thing he told me. That's the only thing he broke to me. He told me that they were military craft, like straight up.
If you want to, be inquisitive, for instance, you see history change. When I grew up and in the 80s, a history book was written differently than now. So what your father has experienced in his career might change in narrative over the years. So if you know a situation he was a part of and you have a new narrative of it, you go to him and say, hey, this doesn't make sense to me. Did it really happen like this?
Yeah. So the other thing is, I actually was asking him like why do they need to hide this? And he basically brought up other countries and how they can reverse engineer that shit. So I was just like, that actually makes sense. And I was like, thinking about it. And I was like, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense, because if other countries get a hold of it, then they're gonna try to reverse engineer that shit. But at the same time, where did they get that technology from? And why are they using that technology in secret? Are there other things that we're not being told,
if you want a funny thing from history, in the Cold War, the Russians sold the US titanium, and the US built SR-71 and Y-12 and YF-12 and A-12 planes, spy planes, from that titanium. When the Russians started to learn about those planes, they didn't stop selling titanium. They just decreased or increased the price or decreased the volume. So while we get a story that there was a fierce competition and battle in the Cold War about technology, there was still cooperation. The reverse engineering aspect is real, but it is not a very hard limit, because they share a lot. If you go to Russia, all the engines they use are actually re-engineered Rolls-Royce engines. So there is a lot going on behind the scenes. Reverse engineering is a good excuse, but it's not. It doesn't hold all the water.
Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. Most likely, it's not. It's not. It's probably not the full. Not probably, but you know what I mean. I'm just saying that it makes a lot of sense what you're saying. Like they're probably not telling this whole story. In fact, I'm definitely sure they're telling the whole story.
I think you can. I think everyone can see. When you look at, I think everyone can see the whole story. If you look at how the airplane and technology developed, you can. I think I see the story. The airplane was developed, right? People wanted to test and see what's up there, and so they did. So they sent the world to war, right? Like, to me, war to these people is like a game, right? It's a racket. Of course, it's a racket, right? So we go to the moon, we come back, and we tell people, "Oh, we went to the moon, blah blah blah," and then we start the Cold War so that we can develop technology. Then they tell people, we're going to put a Star Wars laser beam up there to stop the world from nuclear warfare, right? From nuclear, all that crap. And now everybody's scared. So this is how you develop technology. Oh my gosh, the Russians are developing that. We should develop the same thing. It's just an excuse so that you can build more technology while locking the people down in the world. And look at where we are today, right? I mean, is it not obvious? It's all like, we're like experiments to them, the human nature, the human condition. It's like an experiment. No? Yeah? What do you guys think?
I'm going to say something about the whole UFO thing, the TR-3B thing. I personally, the thing about the TR-3B thing, I personally believe that specific one is probably human technology, right? But there are other UFOs. There are other UFOs like flying saucers and weird objects in the sky that look like, literally, they look like either amoebas or fucking like snakes or some shit. It's very fucking weird. Like they look like either worms or amoebas. It's very weird. But what I think those are. Have you ever heard of the Babylon working?
Have you ever thought about the fact that 90% of the world we live on has not been explored?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, I mean that.
It doesn't have to be alien.
Yeah,
it's alien to us, like a Mexican or a German is an alien in the country I live in the Netherlands.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be alien, but at the same time, there is evidence that a lot of these UFO encounters are actually spiritual, meaning could be demonic forces, and
right.
that's what I agree with.
Right, I agree with that too. Right, because the knowledge comes from some. You know why I agree with that? It's because of a man named John Dee and Edward Kelly that worked for Bloody Mary, the Queen of England at that time. They spoke to, they consulted like spirits because like they've learned everything they can learn, so to acquire more knowledge, they did this Enochian thing, and the spirits. This, you have to learn how to convert matter to energy and back. And that's what that's what science is about, in my opinion, right? And that's what technology is about, in my opinion. And if they're developing technology to control you and it comes from the spirits, why would they want you to know about that? You would probably rise up against them and put a stop to it. So
yeah,
that's
exactly.
why I think
they don't want you to know about. They don't want you to know about that. They're literally getting their ideas for
information,
technology, spiritual inspiration. A lot of it is probably from spiritual inspiration. So the other
people
thing,
know what that is.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm saying people when people hear about that, they know what. When the earth was flat, they know what demons and evil spirits are, right? And that would be considered not science. It would be considered religious or some crazy thing. Yeah.
Exactly. And the other thing is, Aleister Crowley actually sort of summoned a spirit called Lamb, and guess what it looked like?
A gray alien.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're on point, man. You've done a lot of research. Good job.
Yeah. And I'm serious about it. I'm really serious about it.
Good to have you, man. Good to have you on board.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed, but it was nice talking with all of y'all, and have a good night. Sleep well. I don't know where you are in the world, but yeah.
I'm in Sydney, Australia. Yeah.
Cool.
We're always here 24/7, so whenever you feel like talking or vent, whatever, just jump in.
Yeah.
I always leave it on.
Not full. All right. Well.
Nice meeting you. Have a good rest.
Yeah, I will. All right. Good night.
Good night, Redacted. Good night, champ.
Yeah, Redacted, pretty cool guy. Like I was saying, I was talking to him on the chessboard or the tether box, and I was like, "Hey, I got, I'm about to blow your world wide open, right?" He had no idea that there were a server like this on 24/7.
That's a good pull, man. That was good. Yeah, man. Good job, Crit, man. I'm patting you on the back, like.
Bro,
You make me
fist.
happy.
Yes, really all doing battle against the globalists lets other people say, hey, they can do it too. You know, they can bring it to them. You know, that they don't have to be worried that these people are all bark, no bite. They're just squealing, making word sounds. You can actually, counter their bullshit very easy.
Yeah, that's why they want us to become vegetarian, because we have to swallow their word salad.
Word eject word. No, that doesn't work. My bad. Yeah. That guy knew a lot, though.
Yeah, he is
Good.
really. When I talked to him, he said he looked into flat Earth a couple of years ago and was basically thought it didn't make a whole lot of sense because he was being fed misinformation, and then when he realized all the misinformation originally presented, he said, "Wow, this is why would they lie? Right? Why if they have a globe, why lie about the flat Earth?" And I'm like, "Yeah, exactly, right? They wouldn't need to straw man you, if they've got the evidence." Oh, he had talked about Eric Dubay, how he thought it was chicken shit when Tyson refused the debate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he had been because I left for when AFK for a little bit, but I'm not sure if he said that.
He thanked
I don't
you.
know.
He thanked you when you were away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know if Eric Dubay and I think could that have been a stunt? A publicity stunt, just or
which one?
because if it was
Tyson
real.
originally said he would debate and then backed out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. When Neil deGrasse Tyson said no to a debate with Eric Dubay, I think that may have been a publicity stunt, but I don't know because
Most of these academics will not debate flat earthers. That would be a hit to their reputation. They appear to prefer to send out their pawns, their keyboard warrior foot soldiers, to intercept them and protect them in their ivory towers. That's been their strategy really for the past 5 or 6 years. If they find out that you're a flat earther, period, in 1 or 2 instances, they just really wanted to end the interview. So the tendency has been to try to dismiss flat earthers and their claims offhand as, well-meaning but psychologically pathological conspiracy theory or lack of education at best and at worst, some sort of weird need for conspiracy.
Right, I agree. I just don't trust Eric Dubay. I think it was to make him look good. Give him more credit and more. But if he's a real one, then he's a real one. I'm just gonna be skeptical.
I haven't seen a single academic seriously debate any flat earther, and the higher standing that they have, the more the less likely they seem to be willing to even entertain it. So I haven't seen that yet. The most serious scholarship that I've seen has been discussion, just general discussion where there's no sort of stakes involved. And I've seen some serious academics from the Catholic or religious side debate geocentrism. Not really debate, just discuss it. But flat Earth is a bridge too far, even beyond that. Although flat Earth tends to be geocentric as well, but that's the most that I've seen on YouTube from like Sungenis and other people, Robert Sungenis. But that's all that I've seen. Usually they'll send out like an undergrad, or something like that, like a couple first year students or whatever. But no serious academic will treat the subject that I've seen.
But see, serious academic people, don't they always address the Flat Earth Society's model instead of what we're talking about? That's
They
what it
never
feels like.
addressed the firmament dome. And having this flat plateau chilling in space is kind of a weird conception. They don't address even the biblical model, which I think is a bit more sensible, or even some of the other ones that have it as a floor or like a pond in like some sort of multiple pond scenario. They don't address the variations. The one that appears to be in their mind, like you say, is the flat earthish model where it's accelerating upward, a plateau in space, no dome, or if you go with the biblical conception like I do, no waters above, or anything like that, or no serious treatment of perspective and how it can lead to, things disappearing bottom up. None of those elements are ever treated. It's a bunch of kind of straw men in a way like that. They still try to maintain gravity, and you'll have things like Vsauce saying that gravity would pull to the center of the disc, and you'd end up walking upside down with this gravity pulling you toward the center at an angle. It's just kind of weird. Some of these conceptions that they have, they really do need a counter model. And that's why I say, just to guide their brain, they need some sort of alternate conception because they really can't think of it at all. And it's really leading to some real bad results.
I think they are stuck in the mental image. They want a mental image of what flat Earth is, and they create something which they see fit from their understanding of the world. They do not start with a clean slate and from the ground up. They need to have something that is familiar to them. So when they take flat Earth, they still keep gravity, but gravity has no use on a flat Earth because gravity was invented to create a globe. But they forgot that.
It's to make the stick to the bottom of a ball.
Yeah.
And so, they need a model, even if we don't have all of our ducks in a row, neither do they. But they need some sort of conceptual aid to help them think about it in a different way. And even then, they might not accept it. But at least they'd get something a bit more correct. I go with, the general elements that appear to be in some of these flat Earth models appears to be flat, not moving, covered by some sort of covering, some sort of firmament. Those appear to be general elements. Sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us. Those appear to be the most common elements.
Yeah, but they make the same mistake that, simple globers make. That a model is like a maquette, like a Dungeons and Dragons play floor.
Well, the model is just to help guide
a scientific model is just numbers and values for what you experience.
It's just a general guide to help guide thinking at that point, to be like, hey, this way. And so most of the models appear to have the North Pole in the center radiating outward, surrounded by some sort of Antarctic ice rim. So since most of the models appear to concord with that, some sort of model could be made based off of that, at least visually and conceptually.
This just came to me. The globe Earth is round, right? The atmosphere is round. This just came to me. The dome is round, right? If the globe is round, right, but the Earth is not round, then did the sphere come from the idea of a sphere come from the dome that is round? I don't know. It just came out of nowhere.
I think that that's the case. And it does look like the sky does have solidity of some sort. Because, if you're ever on a train, notice how the scenery goes in one direction and the opposite to your motion. That's what we should be seeing with the sky. But we don't see that. We see the sky bowing up and down at the same time. That's only possible with perspective or if the sky is a solid dome. You would only see trails like that from light passing over a solid domed object. And so the sky does appear to have some sort of solid nature to it. And so maybe they were trying to map that with the ground underneath, mimicking the activity of the sky by also being curved. but that appears to be a misconception based off of our everyday experience in the laser tests that we see.
I don't know. I don't know who did this test, but there was this guy who recreated the Eratosthenes measurements on a floor with just nails and a Fresnel lens, and the Fresnel lens was curved. So when they measured the shadows and tried to determine the curve of the flat floor, they actually measured the curve in the Fresnel lens, and it's on YouTube somewhere. I don't know who did it. I think Phuket World did it, or he once put it on his YouTube. But it was very funny because the shadows reflected the curve of the lens, not the floor.
Well, they assumed this geometry seemingly for simplicity, because once you have a ball and parallel rays, you can use some geometry to figure out things by fractions and ratios. You get two sticks that make basically a Z in the ground. Your Z starts with the shadow going up to the first stick, and the Z goes down to the center of the earth, and then the rest of the Z comes out at the second stick. And you can use that to get similar ratios to over a ball, but it has to be a ball, number one. You kind of have to assume that. So that's a big logical step without laser tests to back that up. So it's very nice, mathematically, if you're on a ball, but if you're not on a ball, then you just have sticks sticking up out of a flat surface with shadows of different length, with the sun circling overhead.
Yep.
I think the Pythagorean number cult of the past was trying to make everything work by numbers. And they thought that they could understand everything about reality with these perfect geometric ratios. A noble endeavor, yes, but it may not be backed fully by reality. So they made it a globe so that they could math the crap out of it. From there, you get the gravitational constant and some of this other stuff. It also helps their
Was it
math.
geocentric though?
Geocentric at first, yes. Heliocentrism, I think, came around later. I think Helios, the sun god, is probably a symbol for Satan, the light bearer. Otherwise, from the Christian conception anyway, the sun is a created object. It gives some light. Supposedly, that might not even be true. I think that it's probably a timekeeper, and that really behind even the sun and the moon is some light and darkness. I'd say light and dark ether, because on the first day there was light and darkness without the sun and the moon. So based off the biblical narrative, it appears that there was light without the sun. So that's why I would say that there was probably light and dark ether, like a yin yang sign, with at best the sun and moon being timekeepers within those zones. But I could be wrong.
No, what's the ether?
The substance of space itself, rolling in and out and around you and me and other objects. You got objects that tend to take more of a solid form that we can tangibly touch, and things that are a bit less tangible, like space, energy.
So everything is made of it? Like everything
I would
is
go
made
with
of ether?
that
Is
theory,
that
yes.
the idea?
That solid objects as we see them is ether in a state of high energy vibration, where it's set into a certain form. But after the object is used up or dissipates or dies or whatever, it just goes back into the ether, back to the energy from which it came. But if you want to solidify an object out of the ether, you put out a high frequency sound vibration and it'll set, something to that effect. But who knows? It would kind of be like Einstein's equals mc squared. Energy equals mass times speed of light. Basically, it would be from ether to solid to ether back again, kind of like that.
How were we? Are we? Has ether been verified? Like, was it? Like, how do we know it's there?
It's the experimental framework, the way that they think about their experiments to make sense out of it. Basically, they treat space like it is some sort of solid substance with thickness. With their quantum mechanics, even now, they keep on returning to it as a concept, basically. It became a bad word during the Michelson-Morley days, when it appeared to be pointing to an Earth that was moving much more slowly, if at all, which was bad for Copernicanism. So they kind of had to admit that either Copernicanism doesn't work and we're either moving much more slowly or not at all with ether gently flowing over us, or we can abolish the ether, but they keep on coming back to it, basically in substance. So based off of their activity, they basically appear to believe that space around you and me and other objects is some sort of field full of energy.
Yeah, but why do we have to believe anything they say if we can't test it, right? And verify, confirm, and if it doesn't fit into
Well, you don't
we
have
know.
to believe it. It's a metaphysical thing. I mean, this really comes down to a semi-metaphysical existence thing where, what did God create this all of it out of? I mean, really, because there's so many forms of matter and where the energy came from and all that. And so I think that's kind of, I know that came from the metaphysics side of everything where they came up with ether needed there as a way to explain what we are and what we have.
Well, the thing is, these theories power their actions and their experiments. It points them in the direction of where they're going to try to look to explain their experiments and try to power their experiments as they go forward. So based off of their activity, they appear to be acting like space is not this vacuum nothingness, but that it is, for all intents and purposes, filled with energy.
Yeah,
So
there's
based off of
nothing
their
that doesn't
activity,
have
they're
any space.
acting
I mean,
there.
space is filled with something. There is no space, say, of anything between, we're talking even any molecule, we're not talking outer.
And some people would call that an ether. Essentially
Right.
unifying substance of space and ether as one, saying that there's no space without ether and there's no, that ether is basically the substance of space. But there's different theories even out about that.
Yeah, I've heard of. But I don't know if we'll ever be able to prove any of them. I really don't know if that's something we'll actually be able to finally prove that is this thing. Who knows? Maybe what? Maybe like a lot of you see the effect.
Yeah. I mean, logically, there's going to be some things that we just can't prove. Otherwise, you have infinite regression, where you have to prove this foundation and this foundation and this foundation, and you can't really go forward. You just keep going back and regressing back to prove your causes. So for us to even go forward, there are going to be some proven axioms, unproven starting points that we just work off of until further notice, until we can get a better way to prove even that. So people go with the ether because it appears to explain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like trying to explain what happens after death. No idea. No energy lost. The same kind of thing.
Well, we have the testimony of Scripture saying what tends to occur. You go to heaven or hell from the Christian worldview or from the theist worldview anyway. And you have near-death experiences that appear to say something happens. Either you're going up to the pearly gates and or burning or suffering or floating around. Those appear to be some of the possibilities, at least from the one of the theist worldviews. But there may
Yeah.
be some other possibilities as well.
It's just, but again, that's metaphysics. There's no scientific way to prove those are real things. They're just based on.
And science, in its current framework, deals with materialist causation, something that we can touch.
Purely
or
material. It has to be a natural, observable, material, physical. That's why I say I don't know if we can ever prove.
Yes, but even science has its unprovable framework. I mean, we can't test all material, so even science's uniformity of nature is an untested, practically faith-based axiom. So even materialistic science is based on a non-materialistic faith-based dictum, where it says that nature's uniform. Can't really prove it because they don't have all of the phenomena to prove that that's the case, but we're going to act like that's the case so that we can go forward and do some halfway decent science.
Take it.
Halfway decent science. Until we can find some better science.
Yeah, well, that's really what it is. For everything, you only know what you can know, and there's always going to be a body that knowledge. We're just not. It's okay. It's actually kind of cool when you finally figure out you can't know everything, and you only know a little bit. It actually makes it exciting because that means it's endless.
Well, I asked how did we know how many? Because before it was like wind. I mean, it was air, fire, earth, water, and ether, right? And then all of a sudden, boom, the elemental table, and I'm like the chart. I was like, wait, how do we know how many protons are in a hydrogen atom? Did we count them? And just like you said, like I don't know. I don't know where the answer is. I asked as many people as I can. They don't know, but it seems like some kind of
They did
faith-based
ratios.
knowledge.
They did ratios. They didn't count out the protons like you'd think that they would have. They saw that these gases, at certain volumes, like say, let's go with carbon dioxide. 1 unit of carbon with 2 units of oxygen gas, like 1 milliliter of carbon gas versus 2 milliliters of oxygen gas or whatever, reacted in that ratio in some cases. So they theorized a system where they would come together basically in a 1-to-2 ratio to give you carbon dioxide, which is 1 carbon and 2 oxygen, CO2, basically, in its formula. And so that was the system that they devised to explain what they thought was going on. Now, when I read The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, it was saying there was a problem because not all substances reacted in those nice ratios. Water was 1. They were getting 198 to 1, 171 to 1, something like that. The ratio wasn't working in the ratio that you'd think that they should get, which is H2O, 2 hydrogen, and 1 oxygen. And, it was basically a system that was devised. And they said that protons and neutrons are, exchanged between these things, or whatever, electrons rather, are exchanged between these elements to bond them in this proportion. And to balance everything out, to balance those electrons, you need protons to balance those out and neutrons to give it mass in the center. That's basically their model.
It's the atomistic model.
Yes.
But it doesn't, you're right. Water, it doesn't work. Well, yeah, and water is those ones still cannot get right. Really don't. It's kind of like gravity. Say, it's the same thing with water. It has not been figured out why it does what it does. Even its states compared to.
And there are other models even of the periodic table. The one model that I saw as an alternative was one that was based off of vibration and frequency.
I think I've seen that one. That one's interesting.
You saw it? It's very
think I
fascinating.
did. Pretty sure I did, because there was a guy going over frequency.
It proposes it proposes elements that are lower than hydrogen that exist at different frequency ranges. and ones even beyond what we've found with plutonium or the radioactive elements. And I thought it was pretty interesting.
I'm sure I saw this not too long ago, guy talking, like I said, about all the states of matter being related to frequency. He was trying to explain it using that, and he had
Yeah, I think it's really good to be polytheist with some of this stuff because there's a lot of theories that we don't get to hear about.
Yeah,
that
you
get
never get to
lost.
hear about them. Yeah, and it's kind of sad because I think that limits people's imagination to think of something that actually does work, you know?
Definitely.
Yeah, but it seems like chemistry, electricity, all these is just arbitrary systems you would teach your workers so that they can build what they need to build. But it doesn't necessarily have to be the actual true, you know what I mean? Like, because we never go anywhere with it except build what do your job, build what you're supposed, I can't learn how to send a rocket to Mars. I can't do that on my own. I can't just learn it, right? Because it doesn't, you know what I mean? It seems like you're restricted to a knowledge management system so that you can only do these things here and there.
Oh yeah, it's
I don't even wanna
self-limiting.
use the
It's a
science.
compartmentalization thing. Yeah, I think
Right.
of it as compartmentalization so that you can't think beyond. You get really stuck.
Right. Well, now they're saying things like you said, the field theory, right? Quantum. Now they're saying things like everything we know about about physics could be wrong. It could be turned upside down on its head as we know it, right? What is that? That's what it sounds like to me. Like we've been taught some kind of a system so that we can build a new world order that they want or something, and then reset.
Well, yeah, that could be very manipulating. I could see how they could use that extra knowledge to say, we met some outsiders that have knowledge that they've shared with us. We actually did it all along. Who knows? I mean, there's all kinds of ways you could play it.
You got to remember that when you learn something, you learn it as an isolated thing. Physics is isolated from chemistry.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
if you geometry is isolated from physics and chemistry. So everything is isolated. So everyone got their own niche, and they will never join to combine their knowledge, workable knowledge. I'm not saying that.
Holistic.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they are, like the atomic model. It's a workable model for regular life. You can explain things. It doesn't have to be true, but you can explain most of the things, and people will have a mental image, and they're happy. Their curiosity is satisfied. So
Yeah, and I
they
think
satisfy everyone in their separate fields, and they keep them separated so people will not combine the knowledge and come to a, solid conclusion. No, they are always chasing a rabbit's tail.
And that's why, we need outsiders because people that are really competent in these fields, they get so short-sighted and so narrow. They don't pull together the other pieces that are right over here next door in a discipline that's next door even. It's like you said with atomism versus holism, or a holistic approach that looks at the whole, as a more organic picture as opposed to one atomistic separated piece. But I think that they teach us these things because they tend to lead towards certain actions. And they teach it this way because it helps, the workers stay in their lane without interfering with each other and making it not so messy for the people that control us. Because if we thought about these things in different ways, even with that frequency periodic table, maybe we'd be thinking about, ether, or the substance of space vibrating into place to make certain shapes like salt on a Chladni plate or a cymatic sound plate. The ether is that salt on that plate vibrating into place with a really energetic sound, maybe like the voice of God.
Right, exactly. The
Putting it into
frequency of
place.
God's voice still reverberating. I always think of it that way, that he spoke it into existence. So that's the key, the creation. The first thing he did was speak. So there's something to sound. for the beginning of all creation. I
Yeah.
don't know. I think it's very important. But they do the same thing in the medical field. They've separated all our specialties on purpose so that they keep us so busy, like I've told other people, and keep us separated from researchers, unless, we cross over a little bit, but it's rare. And that keeps us from being able to discover true healing. And they don't teach us any holistic stuff at all. It's purposely done. It really is.
If what we call science is measuring things, right? And I like science. I love measuring things, figuring things out, how they work, cause and effect. But when somebody tells me we don't actually count the protons, it's like, so how are you measuring it? Well, it's not actually a measurement, right? So how is this science?
No,
That's why I don't feel comfortable developing those theories. Go ahead.
The science, like how I was taught, you deduce by calculation. And that's how you get the mole, the mass, the amount. And if you single atom interaction, you cannot follow that, but you can see the stuff in larger quantities. And in normal conditions, it works out. You can calculate it, and you can verify your calculation with a measurement. So for simple stuff, it seems to work out.
Well, science is about how we know what we know and how we will know what we will discover in the future. It sets a framework by which we explore, go forward, and hopefully find out some more stuff based off of this framework. If we start from a bad framework, we may not discover anything, or we may discover something in spite of the bad framework. So it all works together. Basically, with, chemistry. They said, starting out, I think of everything as bumping pebbles because when I react these gases in certain proportions, we get some nice ratios that are kind of atomistic. So I'm going to make this atom, basically this pebble for the interaction to explain what's going on. Do I see all of that? No and hell no. But that's just my declared axiom starting out so I can guide my exploration and go forward. If I find out stuff that's commensurate, that actually matches what I declared, great. If I don't, okay, then we can go back to the drawing board. So science works kind of together in two ways like that. It kind of declares a framework to go forward and explore and tries to explore and see if it's sound in a way.
Yeah, I mean, at the scale of physical, right? That we can work with. But when somebody tries to explain to me what the atom is, I'm like, what are you talking about?
It's just a
Well, you know what you
visualization.
see.
Easier to comprehend what the calculation would mean to you. That's all.
Well, if you want to go with what you see, you basically see a dark cloud in the middle with kind of a lighter, kind of hazy cloud around it. That's all you see with your eye. Beyond that, it gets really iffy. A bunch of theories and stuff like that, some of which are easier to accept than others, to generally explain what's going on. It looks like they did something where they have this oil going through an electrical field, and then they see how the oil goes off when they look at it under like a microscope to see how much momentum is displacing this oil droplet to see the strength of the electrical force, the electrical field, and they say, oh, some sort of electron or something made this happen. Kind of like reasoning back to a cause, something like that.
Right.
And they're making
Right.
atoms kind of based off of this sort of stuff. Whether or not they actually see it, though, that's something else.
It coincidentally matches the model of the heliocentric model, right? Orbits.
Yeah. That mind thing, that framework is very strong in their mind, and that's what they're returning to help guide their thinking. It's very strong. It figures very highly in the mind of these people back then. And it's like they just kind of kept returning to it. They basically said that it has to be mostly empty space. Otherwise, how can you move through something like a pool or something without pushing stuff out of the way? They said for stuff to move, there has to be empty space or fairly empty space. Otherwise, there'd be no movement. You just hit something else. So they started with space being empty. But, space can't be nothing. It has to be a something because nothing cannot exist. So there's a bit of a problem with that framework, and that's why people say, maybe ether.
Well, if you look up, when I look up, I see lights in the sky. I see what I would call metaphysical, right? Because when you go up there, there's less stuff, right? And I assume if you go even higher, there's lights up there. I don't see any lights on Earth. There are no lights on Earth. Oh yeah, we created electricity, but we had to figure that out by studying what's going on around us, right? But when I look up, I see the metaphysical. The lights, those are the only lights that exist on this earth unless a man makes a fire and lightning. It seems metaphysical up there, so I don't know what space, when they say, oh, space, I was like, you can't say space. Nothing is, there's no such thing as nothing. So when you say the vacuum of space, you're saying a gasless volume of, right? Like, what's up there where there's nothing? I mean, it can't be nothing, right? So we're physical and we're down here, and when we go up there, there's less stuff and around us in the so I'm assuming it would be metaphysical, but then that Professor Dave is saying, oh, the moon is an object in the sky. I was like, how do you know? Like, what? Why are you assuming? You know what I mean? Like why do people think that the things in the skies are objects? They're lights. When I look at a
they
light
do look
bulb,
like
I don't
lights,
see an object inside it, right?
Well, you could go off of the attempt to reproduce what you see up there. You appear to see a light bobbing and undulating in water if you want to duplicate the effect when you look with your own telescope. I mean, you could get, a cup of water, shine some light on it while it's kind of shaking around, and you'll get a star pattern on the ceiling that's extremely similar to a star. So, based off of reproduction, perhaps there's waters above, and those lights are bobbing and undulating in water, sonoluminescence, or who knows, based off of reproducing the effect anyway. Whether it's actually that, I guess we'd have to go up there and see.
Right, but reproducing the effect doesn't necessarily mean it's the same stuff, right? I mean, I believe in the Bible. Water's above, water's below. I don't know, what kind of water. What I know as water is the stuff I drink, the liquid.
I mean, that only talks about what we're prepared to find up there. I guess there's a school of astronomy that says, based off of the color of this star, we can say that this is the gas that it is based off of gases giving off a similar color. But Pete and Pete talked about how hydrogen gives off different colors depending on what it was combined with, or something like that. Pete and Pete talk about kind of like dissident science here and there with different things. Whether they're legit or they're, just LARPing, that's another thing because they are a little kooky. But some of their stuff is kind of interesting. And so, based off of the color of a burning gas, we could say that this gas is similar, but even that would kind of be question begging in a way, too. It could be, but who knows really until we get a sample.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Hi, everyone. Sorry to interrupt.
Hello, welcome back. Yeah.
Welcome back. Okay, gang. Question.
Stu. Yeah. Go ahead.
So I invited my friend here, and in your own words, you have to answer the question of what is it that you think, like, why do you think that the Earth is flat?
Who's your friend?
My friend is Lemon.
Lemoncello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cello.
Lemoncello,
Yeah.
you're unmuted.
Yes, yes, gang. I told you they would.
Welcome to the server, limoncello.
That's a nice drink, limoncello. Especially when you put it in the freezer and just smack it down. Boom. Italian, it's Italian liquor.
Why
Really,
do
really nice.
people
Oh shit!
believe the Earth is flat?
My
Right?
bad. What are you guys talking about me?
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
is that
you.
you?
Not you. I'm
Yeah.
muted.
Okay. I didn't know I was unmuted. My bad. My bad. Yeah. Limoncello is a
Welcome
very
to the
very
server.
very special Italian drink. You should try it once in your life if you can. It's a
Yeah, it's really
di-
good.
I
it's
didn't
a
know.
it's a digestive. Is what they call it. It's very good after a meal. It helps you digest food.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I like it all the time. But
Sounds lovely.
well, I mean, I like any
Yeah.
drink all the time. So what I'm trying to, I'm trying to be as
Yeah,
respectful as
yeah,
I can
yeah,
to
yeah.
my audience.
I'll help you out. Let's start off with why do you think the Earth is a ball, right? It's a globe. Why don't we start there and then we'll move on to
Yeah.
flat Earth?
Okay. So let me start where my whole idea comes from. So I was way into astronomy when since I was 8 and stuff. I studied engineering as in college, as the American friends call it, or university. So there's a lot of stuff I've done based on the fact that the Earth is round. There's things I've seen which confirm the Earth is round. Very simple things like basically standing at the end of a pier in the sea and seeing the boat, a ship, the hull goes down first, the
Limoncello,
mast,
can I
and
interrupt
then the
you?
flags go down. Yes.
Yeah, so boats disappear bottom up. So a table is round, right? A coin is round.
What's round?
A table can be round and a coin can be round.
Yes.
Right. So we're not talking about the Earth being round. We're talking about the Earth being a ball with a radius of 3959. It's a big
Okay.
difference, right?
The fact that it's round and it's a ball is
Uh,
different.
right. They claim
Well,
it's a ball with the radius of 3959. Let's be specific, right? I mean,
So are you saying it's two halves of a sphere, or are you saying it's flat around?
no. We're now at the point where you are going to explain us why you think it's a ball, right? Not why it's
No,
round, why it's a ball.
no, yeah, he was, yeah. So, okay, look. You said you went to the pier and you see that boats are disappearing bottom first, right? And to you,
Yeah. That's the most
this is
simplest
how.
explanation. Yeah.
Right. So this is one of the reasons why you think it's a ball, right? But
That makes you think it's
yeah,
either half a
right.
sphere or a sphere. Yes.
So the first point is this explanation comes from TV, Bill Nye the Science Guy, right? PBS, or maybe and NASA. This is what NASA tells people. That's the first thing you might have heard. Okay, this is what I can do, so I can go
Can
and
I
know
can
the
I?
Earth is a ball, right? Right.
Yeah.
This is what
Okay.
you did, right? Right. You said,
Yeah.
how do I know the
Yeah.
Earth is a ball? Maybe you Googled it. It's like, well, you go look at a boat disappearing bottom first.
No.
What
Okay.
you
Can I stop you? Can I stop you there? So I live on an
go ahead.
island. The United
Yeah.
Kingdom is an island. You can literally walk to any pier if you want, and I've literally seen this happen with my own eyes. So it's not from Bill Nye or the
No,
science
you're
guys
right.
or
I agree. I'm not disagreeing that that boats disappear bottom first. What I'm trying to point out is that is not how we check, right? If the globe has a radius, right? What that is a certain size. If the globe is a certain size, right? Because if we're given a radius and we're standing on a ball, right? Then what we should not be seeing, right, is the horizon all the way over there, right? When it should be curving right here in front of us because of the
it is curving.
size and the radius, right?
It is
Well, this is
curving.
what I'm saying, right? People are saying, like, right? NASA says that because boats disappearing bottom first, it's going over the curve, right? But let me explain something. Where you're seeing the boat disappear, right, over the curve, right, is not where the horizon should be on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, if it is a ball, no matter how big it is, right, That bullshit disappearing over the curve in respect to the radius, the size of the ball, right? It shouldn't be disappearing like 10 miles away from you when you're on the shore.
Okay, can I stop
That's
you?
now because this is what I'm saying. Let me finish with this. Because if it is disappearing 10 miles away from you, 6 miles away from you, and you're standing on the shore, now the ball is the size of the sun, or who knows how big it is now.
No,
right?
no. Listen, can I stop you there? So the ball that the ship can disappear at many different. There's a range. It can disappear from 6 to 16 to 20. It depends on where you're standing on Earth. If you're standing on the equator, it's going to take longer to disappear. If you're standing on the Arctic, like polar regions, it's going to take sooner to disappear. So it really depends because the Earth is
this
more
is
massive.
again. So
The
let
Earth
us
is more massive in the middle than it is at the top or bottom.
Wrong, friend. You're not right.
Yeah. So let us. What is the radius of the Earth? What is the radius of the Earth? Limoncello. What is the radius of the ball Earth?
I don't know
You're
that
asking
answer.
me. You're asking me the radius of the Earth.
Yes.
Right.
I mean,
Well, you're saying you're saying
it's
double. Wait. Let's clear.
It's about 6 kilometers.
Right.
I know
Now
that, but I can't give
let's
you the
clear this.
exact
All right.
figures.
You're
I can't give you the
saying
exact
that.
figures. It's about
Right.
4
Okay.
miles.
Okay. Listen. The point is right. The ball, wherever the oblatenesses are, wherever there's where the curve changes, right? The ball is still way too small. That's the point. Okay, you can shape it. There is a radius, right? Therefore, roughly speaking, let's just say 4,000. Let's just say it's 4,000 miles or 7 kilometers just to cover all those flat spots you might be talking about, right? It's still way too small
You're
because at
saying the numbers
122,
don't make sense. Lemon,
So
because at 120, because at 128,000 feet, that stuff is flat. Now, how big is your Earth now? Your ball now at 128,000 feet. Can you draw a relationship to the thing you're looking at?
Listen, okay, so you're telling me you're like at Mount Everest and you're looking at a ship down on the sea level?
Mount Everest is only 10,000 miles high. We're
You're
talking about
way
the Red
higher
Bull
than
jump.
that.
The
You're
Red
like
Bull
30,000 feet.
Okay,
30,000
30,000
feet.
feet. Still
You're
lower
like,
than 128,000 feet. The
okay.
128,000 feet I'm talking about is the
So
Red Bull jump.
I'm trying to make it practical. So you're on a plane right now. 30,000 feet, cruising in the air, and you're looking down at the ship, and you're saying you're gonna wait until the ship disappears. Are you traveling? Or are you stuck in the air?
You're now
I
in
don't
a
know what the
plane,
hell you
right?
just said.
Yeah, you're now in a plane. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. So the radius, right? You didn't know the radius, 6,371 kilometers.
No, you're asking me for exact figures. I know for a fact it's something around
Yes.
4.
So
Well, you can't ask me for 4. Listen,
No,
all I'm
you're
saying
going
is,
to listen now.
hold up. Can we agree that we're
Block
on
you if
sea
you
level?
can't be polite and actually give him a chance
Right.
to go back and forth, young man. Please be
So,
respectful.
Limoncello, right? They
Me?
gave us
Yes, you're in
the
our house.
dimension.
Wait till he explains, and then you will get a chance to do the same. You understand?
So
It goes back. It goes a back and forth, nice, polite conversation, right?
Right.
No.
Limoncello, they gave us the dimensions. They gave us the dimension, right? The Earth has to be a ball with the radius at 1 foot observer height. The horizon has to be at 1.225 miles, right, Limoncello? So I don't know why you're talking about planes. I don't know why you're talking about Mount
You know what?
Everest.
I thought this was a vibe, but it's not a vibe anymore. I swear to God, this is not it.
Yeah, well, but we're
Limoncello. So
Hey, just put yourself on mute and let him speak for
Rabbit.
himself.
Yeah.
All right?
So let us talk to
No,
Limoncello.
you guys
So
are
this
talking at him. This is not
Yes,
what.
this is called a conversation, dear girl. Please listen.
Oh my
If we're gonna
God.
talk, if we're gonna
Mute
talk
yourself.
back and forth, you're
I
acting
don't
not polite.
promise.
Please.
I don't polite. Yo, I'm
You
being
don't need to
polite.
do that in anybody else. This is our
Hey,
place.
no
This is our place.
Rabbit, Rabbit,
This is your
Rabbit.
place.
They're finding their
Your
house.
Yeah.
place. Is it
So
your
This
place?
is our
sorry.
home.
Oh my
You're in
god.
our home, so you will do our rules, or you can't do a
Let-
conversation. It's just that simple.
Rabbit.
You will go
Wow.
Yeah,
back and forth,
I've muted
or you
her. I've
can't do
muted
it.
her. Yeah, Lemoncello,
Wow.
are you interested in learning something from this place? I mean, or are you just here to troll us, you and your friend?
Do I
If
sound
you're
like I'm trolling?
interested, no, if you're interested, we'll share with you.
Right.
I'm
But
interested in
she
how
was
you broke.
disrupting.
I'm interested in how you broke physics. You know, that's one thing I'm interested in.
No, we didn't broke physics, right? So
Lemon.
again, Limoncello, we need to teach you your own model, right? Your model necessitates the horizon being at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. This is
That's
absolutely
average. Those are average
necessary.
figures. Those are
No,
average figures.
no,
Oh my god.
no, these are not absolute. These are not average figures.
You're
The
saying these are
radius,
absolute figures
the
because the Earth is
radius
not a perfect
have been.
sphere.
Yeah, this is what they teach. This is what they told you, right? You have
No,
never
no, it's not what they
experienced
taught
this.
me.
Limoncello,
No,
you have never experienced this. And above all, right? They teach you that the radius differs by only tens of miles, right? 20 miles from the North Pole to the South Pole and from around the equator. So the difference is negligible. We get images, right? Compositive images where they show you this perfect sphere. So these, what
yes,
you are saying
listen.
is a red
Uh,
herring. No. The radius
should I just
has
start
been
making lists
given.
of what you're saying wrong when you're
It is
talking
not
so I
wrong,
can actually?
right? You have the
Okay.
equatorial radius and you have the radius from the North Pole to the South Pole, right? These two figures differ only a 20 or 30 miles, okay? So whenever you see a compositive image from Earth, it will look like a perfect sphere. So the
Never a
radius has,
perfect sphere.
it
The
is
Earth
a
has never
perfect
been a
sphere
perfect
for
sphere.
you, right? You didn't experience
No,
anything
I never said
else.
that. I never said that.
Okay,
It's not a perfect sphere.
okay. So
What does what?
the radius has been given to us, right? And for this radius to exist, the
Okay,
horizon,
can I
no,
ask something
so
out
the
of all
horizon
of this?
must
I
be.
mean,
So you're not
outside of
letting
all
me
of
talk.
this.
You're
Okay.
not letting me talk, right?
I
So
mean, you
the
can say this,
horizon
but I'm not going to ask
You're
must.
not being patient and letting him finish.
So
Finish,
okay,
and
no,
then
all
you
right,
will
finish.
get your opportunity to respond completely to it. You need to
the
just be patient.
horizon must
All right,
be at
Officer Damsel, thank you.
1.225
All right,
miles,
go
right?
on.
The horizon must be at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. This is what the globe tells us, okay? This is what the radius necessitates. It cannot be anything else.
And you can take
Can
that
I?
as an average.
Okay,
You know, if you want to have a varied globe, you can take that 1.22 miles at 3 foot high or 1 foot high. You can take that as an average. But it will not be an extreme that it shifts 10 miles away.
Okay, all right, that's great. So basically, what I want to say is, aside from you guys being too hostile, what I want to say is, I did not come here to.
Anyways, thanks for coming by. Right?
If you're going to act that way, you will be gone.
I'm not. Wow. Okay.
Don't give us names. Don't call us hostile. Don't do that. You were given a free floor. Now state
There is
your
no free.
response.
No, listen, calm down. Listen.
No,
Did
don't
Rabbit
tell
tell
me
you
to
to
calm
leave?
down. You're in our
Does everyone here need to, like, you know, if they come, they don't believe in what you're saying, do they
no.
need to, like, debate you?
No, you need to either respond in a conversation way, which means one person talks, listens, the other person listens, and then they respond to it. Now, if you
fine,
disagree, then
fine.
respond with a polite response with your disagreement. We have no problem if you disagree.
Okay. All I'm saying is, outside of all that stuff, can I not ask questions?
Of course
Did you
can.
understand
You get a
anything that
floor.
Did you
You
hear
got the
what
floor.
did
I
you hear
understand
what
it.
Roger was explaining to you? Did you understand? Did you understand what Roger said to you? Yes or no?
I understood it very well.
What did he say?
Something about planes and stuff. Listen,
Something about planes and nah. Can you say it again, Roger?
Oh
I mean,
my
come on,
god.
man. Listen up. Let me ask you a question, Lemon
Yeah,
Cello.
yeah.
Check it out.
Oh, you
If
guys,
it's not a
you
perm,
guys got
I
a
agree.
bad
I know
picture.
what
You guys got a
I know what
bad
an
picture.
oblate
Listen.
spheroid is. Like, check it out. I know what an oblate spheroid is. Okay, like I know that a cue ball is not a perfect sphere. I know that a basketball is not a perfect sphere. But when you guys say it's not a perfect sphere, are you saying the Earth is literally shaped like a pear?
I wouldn't
Like an
call it a
egg?
bear. Like
Or like a what?
probably closer to an egg. I mean, it's spinning, so the sides are. Listen, I don't wanna.
Or
I
fatter,
don't wanna
right?
get. Listen, I don't wanna get in a
So
conversation
no,
where I'm
just
trying
answer
to
the
dispute.
question because you're
No,
saying we're talking about
no.
curvature.
There's no answer to the question. What I came here for, and what you guys are trying to subject me to is different. My view was different. Your view is different. Fair enough. We can go into like a massive argument. That's fair enough. That's not what I came here for. What I came here for is something much more different. What I came here for is to understand how you guys see the world. That's what I came here for. I didn't come here
Exactly.
for.
No. We are
So I
talking
didn't.
about this because remember I asked you the question, right? Why do you think it's a ball? This is what we're talking about. You're
No,
saying you
but
think it's a ball
no.
because this guy said that, and then we rebutted and said that's not correct. That's not science, and that's not math. Then you jump to another thing, right?
That's fair. That's fair. That's
Now
very
you're
fair.
saying, see, so what I'm hearing from you is this, is that you think that people who believe the earth is flat are something's wrong with them. And you're trying to understand their psychology. That's what I'm hearing. Am I
Listen.
correct?
No. That's not correct. Oh my god.
Well, because you believe that the earth is a ball, that's why. And when we
I
ask you
do.
why you believe that, you fall
Well,
apart. You do this.
Lemon, the simple thing is that if you talk about the Earth being a globe, you are talking about a geometry. Geometry is solved with geometric measurements, not with physics, not with science, just plain measurements, direct measurements in nature. That is what flat earthers do.
Do you
And
believe like gravitational fields are different between like every different parts of Earth? Different tectonic plates have like different
if
gravity between them.
if
Like
you
we might
are
fall different. Listen, I don't. That's the kind of thing I don't want to get into with you guys. I don't want to have a
you
But we
cannot
want
have
to because
gravity
debate.
that's
if
what
I
you
don't
we
want
do
to
cannot
have
in
a
this
have a
room
debate.
as
I don't
well.
want
sphere.
to have a debate. I don't want to have a debate. Basically, what I came here for is to understand how you guys understand the world. That's all I came here for. Not to have a some sort of like university debate with you guys.
You cannot have one without the other. That's simple. If you believe you're on a sphere, you
So
need gravity. We do not believe we're on a sphere, so gravity that formed the sphere is not needed. And run away.
Yeah, it's important, right? It's important, Lamacello. Did he left?
Yeah.
Wow.
They interrupted our talk about ether. Like that rabbit girl, man. I almost banned her the last time. I'll leave them. See what happens.
It's funny, when you talk about the actual geometry of Earth, they don't want to discuss it.
They run. They immediately go to red herrings. It's not a perfect sphere.
No, they just want to know why we don't believe what we're told on TV, just like platypus and by the authorities. Trying to get them to think because they're not really thinking when they come here.
No, and for me, it's simple. Just stick to the geometry. It's basic. If they come in here, oh, it's second grade school, blah blah blah. No, geometry, simple measurements.
Yep. They won't accept geometry. They don't look at radius. It's like radius is not important to them because the Earth is so big, it looks flat. Radius must not exist.
And then he goes into variable gravitational pull because of whatever. You know, it has nothing to do with shape.
Nah, he was trying to toot his horn, but tooted the wrong horn.
The moment we say we don't believe in gravity, they run. That's too much for them.
I think Rabbit went to school and grabbed one of her physics classmates or something and tried to bring him here and flex his little physics knowledge, you know, and got destroyed.
The one
She
who
also
makes her
thought she
homework.
could leave. She also thought she could leave her mic open and have all that background noise so nobody on YouTube can hear a thing. Nobody can finish a conversation because they wouldn't quit. They think they can come into the room and poop on the carpet.
That's Vlad's girlfriend. Vlad, ban her already, man. Sheesh. That was a joke. That was a joke.
She doesn't want to be mature enough to hold her mouth and turn her mic, or just turn off her mic, and then she can say and do whatever she likes and wait her turn.
Yeah,
So she did ask us to answer a question for her friend with her friend, not her.
Came in here talking about Somali. You know, I was like, you're not Somali. Shut up. You're Western. That's what you are. Okay. Shame.
And by the way, Rabbit, if you ever hear me or you're listening, I really don't care if you call me names. It's juvenile. It doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't even faze me.
And then demanding us to delete the live stream.
Kids, you know, children, you know, what are you gonna expect? They're probably teenagers. Sound like.
I didn't delete mine.
I'm not afraid of
Why?
putting up my stuff. I'm not afraid of saying what I say. I don't care. I'm too old for that crap, little girls, because that's what you are. I'm nearly 50 and I've been around the world and I've served in combat. So if you think you can intimidate me or make me feel bad because you have little names you want to call me, I don't think so. Got to do a lot better than.
We were having a nice discussion about the ether, eh?
Oh, and chemistry and all kinds of interesting things. And we would have had a good conversation. I even posted the black swan, so we could have gotten to that to prove why the radius is absolutely vital.
They're not ready. They're not. They don't want to know about that.
They didn't want to think about it.
Yeah,
They just wanted to say,
They come in with an attitude that we're wrong regardless.
oh yeah, they're so
Well, why
smart.
should
We're so
why should
dumb.
they believe? Yeah, why should they believe any of our photos if we don't believe any of NASA's photos? Is how they think. Like, well, I can't trust it. I was like, it's not something. It's not a photo. You can go out and do it in the real world. You know, they're like, no, I don't trust your photos.
Then
You
go
must
do
be-
it yourself. Do it yourself. You don't have to trust us.
Yeah, but I can't go to space. I'm too young.
That's the point.
Yes, that's right. And one day you're going to be too old to go to space. Exactly. Or too dead. Right. I agree.
Every kid someday. Every.
Yeah. NASA is they make stuff for children, not for science. To brainwash children. It's to help the professors brainwash you when you get up there.
I wish I had known this stuff when I graduated with my first in community college. We actually had for our graduation ceremony astronaut show up and give comments.
Wow.
And I wish I had been where I'm at today because I would have challenged him, talked. You know, I was in awe and going, he was encouraging us, you know, to go for your dreams. And someday and he had attempted to get into the astronaut corps and go to space, you know, and do all this 7 times. He said he accepted. I can't remember. If I saw a picture, I would probably remember it.
You would have gotten suspended for like disrespecting an American
Yeah,
hero, right?
I probably would have lost my scholarship
Oh,
to
you
the
late.
next college because I had just got a scholarship for
Wow.
being an honor student. So yeah, I probably would have lost that.
That would not have helped your grades.
No, that would have been a bad idea. But it would have been
Parents would have
fun
gotten in
now.
trouble. What are you guys teaching this girl? No, what? We don't know where she came. What did she say? Mom and dad would have gotten in trouble.
Somebody would have been upset. Somebody would have been upset.
I think it's funny. You know, you could have asked, why is it that only test pilots go to space?
Yeah, I could have. I was in the military time. To me, they're questions. Knowing that I was an Air Force pilot, pilot not, but I was an Air Force flying.
I would have asked.
Member
You know
on
what?
the crew
I would have asked something like, if space is empty and void of matter, why do you guys train in a swimming pool where it is the opposite? Shouldn't you guys, you know what I mean? Blow everybody's mind in there.
Well, you gotta
Blood
love the
everywhere.
college student that went up and asked the question of the bubbles in space. College.
Exactly.
That
I
in the
saw that
audience.
one,
That
right?
was awesome.
they're
That was awesome.
paint chips. Those are paint chips, right? That's what he said. Paint chips? Like, are you serious? So paint doesn't melt in the vacuum of space, or
Or it just flakes off because you designed it so bad that's what happens? Why would you paint it then? Really? If it's just going to flake all off. And do they
So
go
it's
back up to
super-
repaint it? When it loses all its paint, then do they repaint it?
if space is void of gas and matter, then why hasn't the ISS melted and the Hubble? You know what I mean? Like, well, sounds like a question for me, not an 8-year-old.
Why does the Navy have to paint their ships all the time and the ISS doesn't use a coat of paint ever?
Don't know. That's what I'm saying. They don't ever have to replace any of their seals either, just like you would on a submarine. All the different repairs that have to go on, things that keep that thing from having as well. Time in dock is necessary.
It's because they can't fit seals in the Soyuz capsule. Wild animals, you can't have seals in there.
I think they asked Don Pettit. They asked about the Windows cupola.
Yeah, they did. And he was like, I don't know.
And he's the repair guy, and he's the science guy. That's what he said.
The fun thing is, like if you have a nuclear sub or a normal sub, if you have any form of decompression, you're in deep doo-doo. And in space, you can plug it with your finger.
Yeah, he actually said that. I think he even said something about chewing gum, or tape, or something ridiculous. Yeah.
Wait, you're allowed to take chewing gum to space?
He got an egg and told you to ask. Got it.
It was a finger.
Yeah. Like whose finger? Your finger? Or is there a special finger to plug
Can
it
you
with?
imagine? It'd be just like the little, what is it, Little Boy Blue at the dike?
But he has
Sorry.
the glove.
How long will
You know
he
that-
stand there till the next repair crew comes?
Oh, you need a glove.
That is
But do you-
astronaut glove. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's funny because it was a very microscopic hole. And if you ever try to find a hole in a punctured tire. You know, it's really hard. I can't imagine how that would work on a space station. You know, find that hole.
With that pressure, that hole will became like a big hole in a second.
I would.
With any hole.
No. Why are submarines built the way they are so that they don't implode? And why doesn't the ISS explode?
Things that always got me.
So it's got so many parts, you know, and it's like floating in.
Because submarine is under the water and ISS is in his studio.
Right. But but under the water is nothing compared to the vacuum of space, right? But
no, but I'm telling you, they are in a studio.
Right. I don't think you would say that though.
I always thought it was because of Velcro.
Studio, man.
Like, oops, did I say that? Sorry, kids, I meant. We're pretending we're asking the astronaut questions when he comes to the high school, you know.
Shoot, we had an airplane flying Okinawa. Okinawa? Yeah, that was Okinawa Air Force plane way to Okinawa, and one of the windshields, the double layer windshield, the outside layer cracked, and that was such an emergency from a fear of it cracking at plus 1,000. We had a high rate of return to an airfield, completely odd direction, by the way. So that was one of my clues too. That not what we didn't end up in Okinawa for about a week. I ended up in Hawaii, waiting for repairs, and that was just a minor crack at 30,000 feet that turned into an emergency. I'm not thinking that that's the same level that would happen in the 10 to the negative 17 tour.
Did you hear about the British pilot that got sucked out of the plane because his windshield cracked?
I've heard of those. I've seen some really strange films of incredible
I
accidents.
heard that they finally pulled him in, right?
Yeah,
Barely survived.
he barely survived. But you know, the pressure in the cockpit pushed him out, or he got sucked out. You know, whatever you want.
Got caught on something, didn't he?
Yeah, he was hung on the the what is it? The window frame.
He don't
His
know.
body was
Look.
back on the window frame for like half an hour.
Did you see
Not
French
his-
astronaut 1 month ago? French astronaut 1 month ago during the final of Roland Garros has the tennis ball on the ISS.
No, I missed that one.
Oh, on that day when Djokovic won the Roland Garros, after interview, they put the live stream from the ISS, and the guy was saying something about tennis, and he has the fucking tennis ball in the ISS.
Did FedEx mail it to him?
No, I think that it's still in studio. It is to bring to studio.
Oh, you're cutting out, man.
To the space.
Oh, you're cutting
I'm
out bad.
saying it's easier to send to some studio. Like check.
Check.
Yeah, you're roboting very hard, Sasha.
Okay. Mic check.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I said bullshit. Like it's easier to send to studio than to space.
Well, didn't they get all the jerseys, or didn't they have the winning jerseys for the
yes
one of the
yes.
cups? And there was no excuse for that because if that was true, they would have had to have every jersey up there, and there's no way they'd pay for that kind of a weight to go for such a foolish.
That was to display that the sports are rigged.
Yeah. Sure. That didn't prove that they aren't up there.
No, sports are rigged. Everyone knows that.
That too. Both of that.
Bunch of music instruments, puppets, everything what you need for the space. Because you can be, they said the explanation is they bring that stuff up because they can, how to say, they can be crazy, became crazy because of because it's boring up there.
I just figured out how they manage the budget overruns. Because the sports are rigged, they just invest in, betting on sports. So they win and they got a new budget.
Aren't they supposed to be doing like work up there? Like, how can they be bored? Aren't they supposed to be busy? I guess. Aren't they supposed to be coming down as ASAP?
No, the ISS is fully automated. You can do whatever you want there,
Play guitar, sing with no time lag, people on Earth.
And, they got a lot of stuff doing for their personal hygiene and medical stuff because their space herpes is flaring up again. And
Oh, that's right. Space herpes. 70% of them get it, don't they? Isn't it like 70%, if I remember right?
yeah, something like that. But that's because they got herpes down here.
And they all must be kissing a lot. 70%.
Didn't you hear they wanted to have a big orgy up there to see if you can have sex in the ISS?
Did you hear them when they're speaking about science? Did you hear them anytime when they are saying, speaking about interviews and they are speaking about science? They're saying,
never.
They are saying like this. We are
They
doing
say the
science.
words.
Yeah,
once
they are
in a
saying the
while.
word, and they're saying like we are doing science here, we are doing science, but nothing specific, nothing. Only word science. That's it.
So if I do a video showing how I eat spinach, like I'm doing earth science.
You are doing the
how we
science
brush our
of
teeth on
spinach.
Earth.
But listen, this can we now ask the question? In the last 50 years, they are doing science. Which science they did that helped humanity in the last 50 years?
They invented Velcro.
In anything.
Hairspray?
Bubbles? I don't know.
Bubbles in space.
Bubbles?
Right.
Colored
I
bubbles?
always expect to learn science when turning on NASA, but as I grew older, it was like no science yet, no science yet. And now it's like, I don't think these guys ever do any science. Like, what do they do?
Computer image science.
You know that stories, they will go up, they will find out, they will find I don't know how, but that was stories like they will cure the cancer, blah, 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 shit like that in medicine will help something. What NASA science helped in medicine?
Yeah. It reminds me of JFK's speech when he said we're going to the moon. He said, because hope is there, which is probably what that is. And peace is there. But it was the hope part. I was like, how is hope in space on the moon? Like,
And all they brought back was petrified wood?
Yeah, a few stones, and they gave that somebody. Maybe that was that
trying to figure it
complicated
out.
stone.
What have they actually done?
They gave us a great TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yeah, lots of entertainment. Yes.
Yeah. Arthur C. Clarke. I mean, look at all the movies and comic books and video games. That takes up all our time when we have free time, when we're not working, running on the hamster wheel, we're consuming it, right?
Look, the first movie about the landing to the moon. It's 1,900 something, and it's black and white and without tone, without audio.
Yeah.
And there you have some, it look like it's very old, but on the end they are taking out the rocket from the sea. It looks everything like what will happen, 50, 60 years ago later in real life. It will fell in the sea, of course. Yeah. Capsule.
Yeah.
That was made in movie 50 years before they went Armstrong to the moon. No.
So NASA is nothing but a propaganda production machine.
Well, last week I was watching, well, not really a documentary, but more a commentary. And with the creation of NASA, they changed the requirements for test pilots and those who are selected for the space program. And suddenly they made it a whole bureaucracy. So before NASA, becoming a test pilot was just, have the guts and have the physique. And then when NASA came, suddenly you have to do a course and you have to have papers and you have to be a graduate at one of the prestigious universities to just be eligible.
Yeah, you had to be part of one of those fraternities, right?
Yeah, so Chuck Yeager was like the test pilot, the best known, because he was the first to break the sound barrier, but he was not allowed into the astronaut
space program. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. You're right. He never was. I hadn't thought about it like that. You're right.
Yeah, and that's because with the creation of NASA, they started up the bureaucracy within the system for maintaining, radio silence, so to say.
And he wasn't probably going to play.
No, because he was a war hero. He had honor and all
Right.
those others.
Yeah.
And all
He was the real deal.
Yeah, and the other guys, they could still manipulate because they were younger.
That's what happened to one of them that changed his program too and ended up not making it out of the living. Somebody who called it a lemon. Under.
You know that documentary, Something Strange Happened on the Way to the Moon?
Yeah.
So I watched it a while back, but I try to watch it again, but then I get the feeling that it's not a flat Earth. It's not a flat Earth documentary. But when I was a Glober, I also thought, well, they lied about going to the moon because, of course, we had to beat Russia and make them think that we made it to the moon before. Of course, we had to put that propaganda out so that we can win the Cold War. Blah 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 blah. So I was like, man, even talking about faking the moon landing is not necessarily because they've turned that into propaganda within the propaganda.
Yeah. I never hold them to the first level. It's usually 2 or 3 levels they'll try to play, or 2, 3 angles to the thing. So yeah. You can kind of get away with some of your lies by pretending you lie about something show that you did, and that way they don't look further, say it's all a lie. You admit a little bit by out a tape, makes it look like you were doing it for somewhat
the real
just
reason.
reasons.
The real reason versus what we tell the public.
Right.
The fun thing is that if you look at the U.S. Air Force and their secrecy programs, in the Cold War, they gathered a lot of Soviet fighters. You know, they scavenged in the 6-Day War, and they tried to buy, you know, on the black market some MiGs, and they accumulated quite a lot. And that was a black program. And they used that program to hide the stealth.
Yeah, I remember seeing something about that where they painted on the ground even shapes so that they would think eggs, trying to copy and make a version. Yeah, it was quite a quite a game to play.
Yeah, and because, you know, they could fly, you know, Project Blue Book or Half Blue, and they could fly, you know, MiG-23s, and people who would see them in the sky, they would say, "Oh, that's a strange plane. That's not U.S." And then, if Half Blue or later the Nighthawk, the F-117, flew at night, they would be able to say, well, that was just a MiG-23 with its wings folded back.
Right.
So one project was the cover for the other. And that's what they do in all those projects. You know, if you have one secret told, you know there are 3 different ones behind it.
You gotta admit, it's a good strategy. People usually think they got this, you know, they get the first secret and they think that's it. They don't dig any further. They're like, oh, I got it. We got it.
Yeah, and that's, you know, the same way they do it with the atomic model. You give them a model, which they say it is a model, it is a theoretical model, and they take it as gospel because their curiosity has been satisfied.
Yep. I mean, that's what they all ask for, a model so that they can, yeah. A straw man.
Yeah,
Back
you know.
back up in the ISS. I want to know how they don't take showers for 3 months and they urinate in a communal tube. How does that work?
Disgusting. Yeah. Sucks to be an astronaut. Sounds like.
I mean, you could use wipes to, you know, to give yourself a little wipey bath, you know, every day. You wipe your, you know, butthole, but there'd be a lot of wipes.
I think they say that they jettisoned some of that stuff. I think Pettit at one point did say, yeah, we're basically dumping on all of the Earth. Like it was some big joke. I think he did say something about that.
They used, in the beginning when you saw ISS footage and you saw air bubbles or things moving in the background, the explanation was, yeah, that's our waste disposal.
Well, hang on. Wouldn't they have to do a depressurization if they're going to jettison waste, like a pressure chamber, like in the sci-fi movies?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like a landlock, you know, or
If it was real, yeah. If it was real, yeah, you'd have to.
Do we have the math on that, on those depressure chambers, like depressurize?
You know, I've never looked at the pressurized chambers, but I have looked at the spacesuits to figure out if they were able to if they actually test them at the same level of vacuum or even close to it. And I found out, nope. They test all the suits at no higher than 200,000 feet of elevation vacuum. They do it in the test vacuum chambers they use are the same ones they use for pilots flying high altitude like the U-2. So they don't even come close to testing any of the EVA suits, any of the space suits, yeah, they may be able to hold pressure, but they have never been tested with a live human being above 200,000 feet. I'm not even
Yeah,
sure
but
they
don't we
actually put a person.
don't we have vacuum chambers on Earth? Like
Well,
in
yeah,
just
but they only go up to 200,000 feet of the same equality of lack of oxygen. I checked it, looked at it again recently to make sure I was still right about that, because I was trying to figure out how these new SpaceX
okay,
suits
but are you
possibly
saying they go
hold
up
it.
in the air? Are you saying they go up in the air to test the suits? Or are you saying they
No,
test
no,
them
they have a
down
vacuum
here?
chamber that is equivalent, pulls the vacuum out. They say it's equivalent to 200,000 elevation, and it's the same chambers that they test for those who fly the U-2, other high
I would think there
altitude.
would be pressure at 200,000 feet.
Even that is a lie, because if we take the X-15 that went about 350,000 foot up, they were in the same kind of suits.
That's what I'm saying. We have
And
no idea, and
I
then we
think there'd
also
be
don't know
pressure
the
at 200,000 feet.
Yeah, we also don't know the ceiling of even the U-2. I mean, it starts at it's meant, it's it gives you a not even the max. It says it starts really at 70,000, and it doesn't tell you the actual planes go to. So we don't really even know how high they fly at all. That's all class. Still,
they say that with the X-15 flight, the actual aerodynamics get lost at 300,000 feet. So the wings do not provide any lift anymore, and the
uncontrollable. Yeah.
normal control planes like the aileron and the flap and the elevator, they don't work anymore, and they have to use gas nozzles to exert gas. That's about 300,000 feet.
That's about the limit of any, as far as we know. That's so thin, such thin. None of the control surfaces are working. You're right. You would have to use jets, and even then, if you go, there is no air above that. Those aren't even.
Yeah, my guess is that if you go higher, jets won't work because there is no resistance at all. So
Right. What are you pushing off of? You're just squirting. You're squirting out into the vacuum, and that is going to, again, obey the second law of thermodynamics. So where are you pushing? What are you pushing? They always say it's pushing off itself, but I'm just like, I don't understand. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's like us pushing or punching the air and thinking you get pushed backwards because you're punching the air.
If you punch a wall, you might get pushed backwards or break your knuckles.
It really is a very magical place they're describing. I mean, it really is. It violates everything taught through all my science degrees. And it's like, I don't know why it took me so long to figure out, but it didn't take me but basically 2 hours when I got the information. Saw a video. Watched about 2 hours worth and went, oh. All that science helped me figure out how they were wrong, because I actually had good teaching on what the laws were, the basic foundational stuff that isn't something they can hide, stuff that you can't hide.
I posted an abstract from a very lengthy research paper from NASA. But if you're into let's say the thermodynamics, then this kind of makes sense.
Nice, I will read that.
What does it
Save
say?
it too.
Well,
Can you summarize?
The basic summary is that above the gas layer, you get plasma, and that would be thermodynamically correct. as in plasma is the next stage of matter. And plasma has, electromagnetic properties that, like every other kind of matter, but it becomes like an electric universe model more than, a space void model. And it describes that the plasma creates a kind of boundary layer for the atmosphere because of the electromagnetic interactions.
Trying to make an excuse for no container.
Yeah, this is their container, but
Yeah.
it is kind of like a more logical containment if you look at, the simple thermodynamic progression from solid to liquid to gas to plasma.
Especially with the claimed heat variances, everything that sunlight, supposed the radiation, Van Allen belts.
Yeah, and the fun thing is that the middle paragraph is like a real troll towards astrophysics. As
I saw that. Yeah, it
generality.
sticks out real big. It's like a huge word. It's like the fourth, the 10th word in physics. Important concept.
The whole document, if you use the red link, it's not clickable, but if you Google that PDF number, it's a 300-page document, and they even have a laboratory schematic for a test setup, which describes what they're investigating, which is the aurora borealis. But to recreate that, they use a flat plane that is statically charged rather than a sphere that is statically charged. So that was kind of a fun thing in the document itself.
That's cool. Very cool. Yeah, especially I just recently going through the MIT course on AIM. Guy that teaches physics. I don't think he's around enough to teach. Whole set of MIT. You can talk about how you could even possibly figure out the size of Earth ratio, or what we call the inverse curve, the way electricity falls off on shaped. And it was talking about the infinite plane versus sphere electricity.
You're kind of breaking up, but it sounded very interesting.
Oh yeah, it's been a good course. I mean, it's one through MIT. They offer it for free. I'll have to look up what his name is. I can't remember. But he talks about a sphere versus a plane, and just talking about basic electricity and that sort of thing. Keeps referring to gravity and different things, kind of. So it's pretty interesting. It's like he knows. The way he's teaching it, he's not saying anything that would make you think, if you weren't already a flat earther, probably wouldn't question it, because they start with the sphere and then they go to the plane. So start with your model first. But if you're a flat earther and you watch it, it's like, whoa, this might be a way we could actually measure and tell if it's one shape or another.
I never got more education than high school, but my physics and chemistry teacher, he was, a flat earther in that regard, that he explained things like that. And his mantra was, to know is to measure. So he went against all the math teachers that were like, well, you can calculate this and that. And he always said, you got to measure what you're doing. And that was kind of fun, because that made him, in hindsight, I really think he was a flat earther trying to get the message across.
Make them say it themselves and think it. Well, that is the biggest problem nowadays with any of these things, other than that's one of the nice things about physics based on measurements a lot of the time for the basic stuff, especially electricity. It's practical. You can do experiments and then it's measurable.
Yeah, and I think the practical is like being set aside for a lot of basic education. You know, it's just raw bookworm stuff. It's no longer focused on practical experiences.
Same thing we have problems with medicine. You got professors teaching who never have worked clinically in the field with patients, who are influenced by large corporations that want to use certain. So those two things in combination to a lot of non-thought being taught, and then you get in the real world and things kind of change if you're willing to. Well, some people self really notice that there's a big difference between the book, clinical, far.
I think there is one exception, and that would be the psychology and psychiatric field, because
theirs is all
they are all insane.
Yeah. Well, I think they have to go through. If I remember right, they have to go through their own psychoanalysis experience. They have to actually go through a year of psychoanalysis. Go through the whole. Should be able to be able to be a clinically practiced psychiatrist. Yeah, that's what they are still. At least they used to be.
I don't know how it is now, but I had a lot of family and friends that went to university for psychology and psychiatry, and I visited them at the campus and all that, have fun, and most of those who were students had mental problems and were going to the shrink themselves. So yeah, that tells me a lot.
Yeah, they all seemed like that's why they went, so they could figure themselves out.
Yeah, and they are, they have practical experience, but it doesn't make it valuable experience.
So the craziest medical field for those who the most crazy things like, well, suicides or even they've been known to commit crimes is dentists. Why would dentists be the do that? What is it about working on people's teeth?
It's easy to create new work for yourself, because you just say, oh, you got one cavity, while you can see 3 others forming.
No, I don't think that's what she's asking.
I don't know.
It's a
They think that?
profession.
Yeah.
It's a profession where you and the patient, right, can be totally alone in a room. Nobody knows you're there, and you most
they can drug
likely
you.
might have to
Yeah.
put them to sleep, right? So I think that's where most of those crimes are those kinds of crimes, dentist wise.
They commit the most suicides. They have the highest suicide rate of it.
Oh damn! I don't know what's up with that.
That's why I wonder
teeth.
is what goes on.
How about all the fluoride they are?
I wondered about that too. How much extra fluoride are they doing on themselves?
I have a.
Is it teeth or fluoride? Which is creepier? Teeth, I think.
I got an acquaintance who worked in a dental research laboratory, and they had to do tests for new toothbrushes and toothpaste and all that kind of stuff. And when they didn't get the results they wanted, they were just asked, "Oh, yeah, you got to put more force on the brush because we want the gums to bleed." Just to have a favorable test result, you know, they just apply more force.
Yeah.
Icky.
When my friend was she was a doctor in Long Beach. I was in my 20s. We were in our 20s, but she would say things to me like, "Do you know that most doctors are just a bunch of quacks?" I'm like, "What? What do you like? Yeah, don't just see any doctor. You got to know the." And then my cousin, who's a nurse, tells me like, "Did you know that doctors are giving people antibiotics without unnecessarily? You know that can affect it. That's wrong." I was like, "Oh my gosh, is everybody a quack? Like, oh man, are most of these professionals, you know what I mean? Are most of them incompetent?"
Well, I know that 10 years ago, the studies showed that 40% of the deaths that happen in the hospital are due to medical error, usually what we prescribe.
Right. And now they Google stuff. Just
Oh,
Google it
that's
in the
the
middle of
point.
surgery.
They made medicine that way now, and they definitely have told us that technology, the AI will take over. There is no
Right.
art being left. They're going to make it so, and I think they did it on purpose. I really do. I think they made it so that we were obviously not competent and that they have to have AI to control all these factors that we are not able to control, that are because of multiple side effects from multiple drugs at the same time, multiple conditions, other influences that we're not taking in consideration. So we look like fools. We look like we kill people. So it'll be very easy to convince everyone that AI would be safer, better, and more cost effective, cheaper.
Yeah, my ex did a pharmacy study, and one thing that really struck me was that for some blood and heart medication, the contraindication was that you should not eat grapefruits because
Oh
that
yeah,
would,
yeah.
and then we went to look into grapefruits, and they would do the same thing as the medication.
Right, and then that's how you end up overreaction. You've actually overdosed the patient. Yeah, it's all kinds of things like that do weird stuff, like the fact that if you're on anticoagulant, you're supposed to maintain your green, like spinach and kale and things like that, and increase your vitamin K, so that increases your ability to clot. And we're giving you something to keep you from clotting instead of just telling you not to eat certain things and eat other things.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. We do all kinds of
It's like
crazy stuff like that.
It's like you release some kind of weird article all over the media, that this is the doctors are talking about the grapefruit this, and then levels go down, and then the drug comes out, and boom, wow, the drug is doing
We can
wonders,
see how this
and then
works,
everybody
though.
forgets about the grapefruit. Yeah.
You see how this will work, though. They'll still charge the patient same price as if they were seeing a real doctor, and make the same amount of money, but they'll remove the human, and then they'll be able to see double to triple the patient because of speed, and still charge the same amount of patient.
It gets scarier. I heard Michio Kaku say in the future, and I'm saying this right now, in the future, every time you go to use the restroom, right, you get a medical checkup. It's like, what do you mean? It'll analyze the contents of your waste and let you know, hey, you might want to see the doctor before that cancer grows that's starting to form. And we can catch these things earlier. He's saying things like this, right? I'm like,
Which means we're going to have a lot of false positives and treat a lot of over cancer again, which is for and not try to heal them.
Sounds a bit like Angelina Jolie amputating her breasts for prevention.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of changing her diet, changing her lifestyle, doing a complete overhaul of what she was doing, and seeing if she actually never did get it. Yeah, pretty sad.
Yeah. Yeah, but if what he's saying is true, then that means there's gonna be stuff in the water that analyzes or the toilet's gonna analyze our
In
waste
combination, yeah, in combination,
Wait,
nanotech and
yeah.
whatever you're releasing, and they'll be able to tell everything. They've already got people blowing into little machines to see if you're metabolizing enough ketones.
Wow.
We can already tell if somebody. We do a breath test already for H.
Wow.
pylori. So H. pylori to see if you've gotten ulcers because you had bad heartburn.
Imagine
Wow.
the other consequence is that if you had a good party, your toilet is gonna snitch on you.
Yeah. And when you will
Yeah.
never be able to be taking any drug that they don't want you to, or any substance of any type that they don't want you to without their knowledge. There will be no privacy. They'll know exactly when, how much, how it affected you. They may even
That's
connect your
scary.
car to it so that you can't leave and drive already based on whatever they decided, whatever it is, or whatever it is. It could
That's
be
scary.
really used to control people. Not that I think people do things they shouldn't do, but at the same time, start getting that level of control, then anybody can set an arbitrary number. Well, especially with cannabis, it's not easy to know what is actually affecting a person's ability to function driving, because every person's level of that amount of blood affects them differently. It's not like alcohol, where you got a pretty good set limit where you're pickled and you can't be allowed to drive. Where it is with cannabis, some people's tolerance is so high they can have a very high level of cannabis and show no problem. So it's very common. That's why they haven't come out with a road test for the police to do on you if you get caught or they think you've been doing marijuana. They don't even do that. They go and take a blood sample, and then they try to use their criteria 12, 20 point test, because they can't really go to the court and say, well, they had this level illegally driving. There is no level set. As far as I know, in no states, there is no set and hard rule enough that they could actually get you on just that yet. They can lock you up and then try to charge you. They can't use that as their only basis of evidence. They've got to have you doing something driving that showed you were. Sometimes they don't even accept the tests. The blood tests are so inaccurate. They don't accept. They've arrested people based on training of officers thinking identify for certain somebody using it with a few symptoms that they can tell, but those can happen with a lot of different things. Even a Benadryl can make you look like you got the same kind of things going on. So they can actually arrest you based on an officer's training of this range of symptoms, of signs. And even if your blood test comes back completely negative, they can still put you in jail overnight or longer and charge you and run you to court. And they believe the police officer over a blood test because they know, they've told them that the blood tests are not accurate. Sometimes they will show nothing in the blood, no cannabis, and they think there's a lot of false. It's bad for the judicial system. A lot of people arrested based on false tests on the roadside by officer, and they
I
were
could just
doing
pull
absolutely
anybody
none.
over. I could just pull anybody over and do that.
Yeah, I could say you have
Anybody
pinpoint
I wanna-
nipples,
or
your
anyone
mouth
on a
your
target.
mouth looks dry, you have a coating on your tongue when you stick it out, crossed over the center line or the edge just a little bit, and pull you over, be able to use you, arrest you right there, even if you have like kids in the car, and put you in jail overnight or longer. And then we have to wait 3 to 7 weeks, they say, for a blood test back to clear your name. Then you have to spend the money to go to court to make sure that you get your name cleared. Yeah, it's bad. If you get picked up, didn't smoke, aren't a smoker, and this happens a lot. People don't realize how often that happens. One of the worst states for it, I think, is Kentucky. They've gotten hit pretty hard by some independent and other journalists that have gone and backed up, and the ACLU, I guess, suing them as well too because of false arrests. People who weren't ever smokers at all, never did. And their blood tests came back completely negative, spent false arrest.
Wow.
Yeah, that'd make you upset, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even figured that out, and yet they've figured the pandemic out. I'm not bringing the pandemic back into this topic, but I'm just saying, like, smart
Yeah,
enough to.
we don't even have cannabis figured out. Nope.
Can't even figure out cannabis, but yeah, went to the moon.
No, the other fun thing is that you got so many pharmaceuticals that tell you should not operate machinery or drive, and they hand them out like candy, and people just do whatever they want with them, and no one ever gets prosecuted for that misbehavior.
Not as often, but it does happen every once in a while. But especially if somebody has an. But you're right; it doesn't get as caught as often. But it's the same kind of thing. Symptoms, depending on somebody's tolerance, a little different. Hard to arrest somebody based on. I think you've got pills unless they've got a bottle in their possession.
Yeah, but if for like blood tests and stuff, where I live, medication is under medical privacy, and it is not even allowed in court.
Wow, you got strict rules there. Your state. Some states do have that. And allowed to.
Yeah, I'm in the Netherlands, so that's
Yeah,
a totally different system. But
over here, yeah, it's really dependent on the state. But yeah, it sounds like it's good for somebody who wants to do that, but safe if they have to test. Most people don't know you shouldn't drive within 4 hours of taking a Benadryl. Benadryl has been shown to have the same symptoms of disrupting your ability to make good decisions while driving within the first 4 hours. And there are states here in the States do arrest symptoms of that. And if you claim that you've had Benadryl within, like it is 4 hours or something, a couple different states, every state's got different. Check that again, but they can arrest you for Benadryl.
Hey, was it Benadryl on the news for like they were recalling it because it's killing people or something? It's like they sent them all off to some other country and killed more people there. Like, was it Benadryl? Or?
No, I think that was something diphenhydramine, different things like that. But is Benadryl? It hasn't been a real problem. That one's used so much for allergies. I would doubt they ever ban diphenhydramine Benadryl.
I think it's I think it's probably another one that I thought it was. It's
Yeah, I'm
brown,
not sure.
right? Not that grayish brown.
I don't know which one I'm talking about. So who here takes Tylenol?
Not me. Oh wait. Oh no, not me.
Any of you guys married and taking Tylenol? Ever taken Tylenol? Been married? Gotten divorced?
When I was little, I took it every now and then for pain, but I stopped.
Well, they're calling it now. They've done a pretty good study on it, pretty large. They were correlating high divorce rates with Tylenol. They were showing huge fights usually happen within a few hours of test. So they were starting to call it the divorce drug. Read a whole study on it. Yeah, it's got a weird side effect that most people never pick up on. But yeah, somebody taking Tylenol could be enraged within a few hours for 8 hours or whatever, and easily set off and triggered. So it's one of those side effects that a lot of people never heard of. Study.
Did they do any experiments?
Yeah, they were doing full studies. It was a pretty good study when I read it. That's probably been 8 years ago. I think I read that one.
I'm writing that one down. You have to go and look into it. What was in it though? Did they figure out what was in it that caused people
It's
to?
whatever's Tylenol is, acetaminophen, whatever it is, it has an extra effect besides lowering your temperature or ruining your liver.
Yeah, hey,
Uh,
hangovers.
yeah, well, that's the number one liver killer in the United States is Tylenol over the counter. Number
So it
one
causes what?
cause.
Like it causes aggression. It changes your mood. It puts you like.
Yeah,
What
that's
was?
what they were saying. It for some reason it causes people to be more aggressive, fight, and be willing to get mad enough to divorce each other.
Maybe
Yeah.
in the Netherlands, we have this expression. We say, "Have you got something on your liver?" As is something bothering you?
Yeah.
And if Tylenol attacks the liver, then your liver is going to react,
Yeah, it will.
and that would make you feel uncomfortable without any reason you know of, because you will not think a medication will do that to you. So
Right. We have a saying too about it. Go ahead.
you're going to react upon the outside world while you should react on what's going inside. I think that is the case with Tylenol, because your liver is going to react, which releases a hormone or, an emotional response without a visible cause.
Oh my God.
That would make sense.
This just answered one of the questions I've always had about that saying. In our language, we say, you don't have a liver. It means you don't have courage, right? And I was like, why do we call it liver? But now I was like, oh my
Yellow
God.
belly, yeah, yellow livered, soft belly, yeah, all those.
Oh man, this is big. Hey, yeah. So the liver, hey, something with the liver and aggression? What's that?
Probably, like you said, it does have a huge impact on intoxication. So if you're having a hard time to detoxify, probably make you feel pretty bad. I've never seen anybody in liver failure very happy. They are usually very grouchy. That's because it's making them pretty dang miserable. It's a miserable way to die. It's horrid. It's one of the ones I would never want anybody to have. Slow, painful, and awful.
I'm not sure about this, but it's more a guess because of the people I know with liver issues and people I know that do not have liver issues. But when you have people that have, the relaxed smile where the mouth is like curled up, like a soft smile, they don't have liver issues. When the mouth is curved downward, and it looks like they're frowning in like a relaxed state, they might have liver issues.
Yeah, it's general overall appearance of your patient. Start figuring out something's wrong by just even face, body language, the way they hold their head, their shoulders, eye contact, strength of voice. I mean, there's a lot of things to look at. You can get really good at it. But yeah, I used to take care of very CA. Pretty good at that. You call it the first impression when you walk in, before you even you take an overall assessment of their entire demeanor, everything. Try to come up with a feeling for what may be happening before you even speak.
Yeah, like it's like feeling the vibe of the room or the
Yeah. Yeah, and if you get
area.
good at it, you can be really good at it. Pretty sensitive. It's that intuitive thing that you learn to really hone in clinical time. You do enough years. If you're a good practitioner, somebody really take care of your patients, pay attention.
You're
They do teach it.
You're breaking up slightly.
No, I'm just saying it's one of those things they do teach you in school, but it's something you have to want to get better, practice, care about your patients enough to do it. And it takes time.
Yeah, and they don't allow you time because you got to make money and you got to rush through all those patients.
That's right. They want you to treat patients like numbers, like a robot, where you just, put together a set of numbers and fill in the box with numbers. If it comes out to a certain score in certain areas, then you do certain things. Not always real good.
I thought they were just the sales people for pharmaceutical industry.
Not always. Not all of us. Not everybody.
Yeah,
But they do
but
push it pretty hard.
Yeah,
And
my
some
friend
people
is a
push it
doctor.
more.
Yeah, would say stuff like that to me. Like sometimes she feels like she's just a salesman because she now has to sell these pills, even though she wants to give the patient those pills, and then
Yeah, because you always have to base them on their ability to pay, what you can get for them, as well as the diagnosis. And then you finally get to what they can tolerate. Anything else too. But you have to do it through everything is insurance. So you have to convince insurance why they anything.
yeah. Back to the money part. Everything's all about.
Always. That's one of the things I hated. That was one of the good things about working for the VA somewhat. Though they had a what you would call a pharmacy list for drugs that were available to veterans. If I had a veteran that was a really unusual case, allergy thing that was on the normal formulary, I could get their, a brand new drug that might be out there that would work better for them if I could write a good enough reason and if I could keep at it, keep sending it to the. Basically, there was a board that would 4 different people that would look through my request, decide if they would actually spend the money. You had to be persistent. Again, it depended on the provider. Providers are willing to persist. Lazy and
Is this like only
paycheck.
in your command or like type of thing, or like a regional thing, or like are all the way at the top, like talking about the Air Force?
Well, in the VA, it's kind of like the military in specs. You have a hierarchy of your region, and then you go higher up as you try to fight it. Yeah,
Just
you
like
can sometimes
just like
bypass, but yeah, you have all kinds of layers.
Can I ask you a semi-medical question about
Yeah.
allergies?
I guess giving advice. I am not giving medical advice.
No, it's more historic experience. If you look at allergies and the patient or the patients that have had allergies or suffer allergies, is there a correlation between inoculation, vaccination, and the amount thereof, or specific regions for inoculation, like malaria inoculation or other?
Well, let's just tell you this. Okay, so the rate and the number of immunizations has increased for children under the age of 3. Oh, you wouldn't realize how many. It went from like 10 by the age of 3 to now it's like something in the range of, I want to say it, but some people say it's up to about 30 to 50, depending on where you live, what you need to be immunized against in their region. By the age of 3 and 4. And then you've got this weird situation. Increased rate of autism is now 1 in 6 male autism. That is supposed to increase even further. in the near future, and it seems to go along in the same time periods that all these things have come together. So it's not genetic when it comes together quickly, fast. It's not everybody's having kids and sharing the same gene pool, things.
So
They don't
there's
want to admit
definitely
it, but there is evidence. There are studies. Yeah, but you got to remember who pays for the study.
yeah.
Companies making
I
it.
mean, if people just look at it, you could probably almost say you can see that it caused a causation, not only correlation. Is that
If
true?
somebody was
Like,
honest, probably
yeah, and you
could,
just
because
looked
you've
at the
got
data.
a weird situation that makes sense without some kind. There is other environmental factors, but definitely some people want to say it's just DNA and genetics. People are just, well, that's too rapid. It's too short of a time period. Too rapid to be worldwide like.
We know they are not honest.
Right, and that's
But-
why I say that.
Like, I was in the vaccine trial for HPV, and I ended up with eczema and lymphatic cancer.
Yeah, we see a lot more autoimmune. It's the other thing that's correlating. There's autoimmune, asthma, which is allergy related, and any inflammation can be. That's why autoimmune is a big deal. So we're seeing more of it in everybody that increase.
Yeah, but my question specifically was for like the people that get, you know, deployed overseas and have to take extra vaccinations or inoculations.
I know.
If
Why do you think I'm a veteran?
yeah, okay. Thank you for the service.
Guess how many autoimmune diseases I have? I was on hospice and almost didn't make it because of how bad it was for me. Sick. I got back from Iraq. So many vaccinations in a year. Lost my ability to walk. Was wheelchair bound. Had a feeding tube. Even couldn't swallow. Couldn't chew. Couldn't move my arms. Couldn't hold my head up. Yeah, did that for a decade. 2 years on hospice. Almost didn't make it.
Glad you made it.
Was everybody that was deployed there same as you? They all had to go through the same?
Yeah, and some of them are sick as I am. They call us the burn pit
Mm.
victims. They're trying to blame it on burn. And they had open burn pits for burning all the garbage, including chemical waste, uniform, computers, anything that we couldn't let the open burn. And we were breathing that smoke because it'd flow. These people wouldn't put it away from camp. Sleeping was. We were breathing it, blown in smoke, coughing all the time, that sort of thing. So they blamed it on that for a lot of us because, you know, you don't want to blame it on the immunizations. That would be bad.
Yeah. Here in the Netherlands, a lot of ailments and illnesses are, you know, like, oh, it's Chrome 6 paint, or, you know, it is, you picked it up in that land, you know, where you were. But it's definitely not something we know or knew of. So they blame the paint for a lot of illnesses right now.
Yeah, they always try to find something environmental that they had nothing to do with. Yeah, always. Couldn't be those things. Couldn't be those things at all. Triggering an immune system, even though that's what they're meant to do.
It almost feels like they are like trying to erase the immune system as like a common notion. You have an immune system. It's like they're trying to erase that.
Yeah, I think they want to build the replacement for it because it does. It makes very chronically ill people. You've got a great little continual pay, very hard to treat diseases. Autoimmune diseases are some of the difficult diseases to treat because there's not much in the way of treatment that works.
Are these is it hereditary? When you get them, like let's say they give you somebody gets this new injection that's out right now. Like, does it affect their children? Does it pass down to their children as well? Will like you know what I mean? The negative.
We
Like,
have
will that
no
eventually?
idea.
Yeah.
We have no way to know. These are brand new. We have no long-term studies. We have no studies on
Right.
children that should have been done. We have no animal studies that should have been done.
From what I get is that normally for medication, you gotta have at least a 5-year trial period, and the long-term effects period, they are dependent on the medicine, and sometimes the producers have a hand in setting the term for the long term. So they can say, well, yeah, normally it's a year long term, and in other trials they say 3 months is long term.
Which is totally bogus. We really don't know until about 10 years in a lot of things. So they've had several drugs that's been the case. They were really bad. I can think of several drugs that we don't use anymore a long time ago that were gotten rid of, like formaldehyde, thalidomide, I mean, and got rid of Vioxx because it started causing problems about, I remember prescribing that for at least 5 years. And then they finally got rid of it because, it was revealed that the company was obscuring the test studies that had shown that it was causing heart problems, heart attack. Company got caught. How that one finally got off good. Enough people got hurt, and people revealed that they had been hiding information. So. There was that old fen-phen. I don't know if you guys even remember hearing of fen-phen. That was a get slim quick drug that turned out to be really, really bad, really dangerous, really quick.
What was it? What kind of drug was it?
Fen-phen. It was called fen-phen.
FEN?
If I remember right, it might have been PHEN, but I can't remember fen-phen.
I think
yeah.
posted it in the text chat.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was terrible. I never prescribed it because it was just before my time in practice, so I didn't ever have to worry about that one. But I remember when it came out on the market, and my other friends that were older and people I knew that were in the medical field having to deal with that one.
Yeah, I had in my teens the encounter with Prozac, and the inevitable suicide that came.
Yeah, that was another good example of starting to prescribe it before it was labeled for those uses on other people, and then thinking it would be okay, and nope, very bad idea.
Yeah, the worst thing was a school friend of mine. She got it prescribed by the psychiatrist, but she was told it was for her acne.
Oh.
And her parents played along.
What?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
she ended up in ER on Christmas Eve.
So have you ever looked up the ingredients of that drug? Prozac?
The main ingredient is fluoride.
Yeah. Huh? Isn't that a quinky dink?
Oh.
Yeah, I had a few friends that were on Prozac or you know, psychiatric drugs, and they all are fluoride based. But
Yeah, they all are. They claim that they don't even know how they work, but yet they do.
yeah, and most of my friends ended up like trying to kill themselves while on drugs or withdrawing from them.
Yeah, and that one, especially any of those drugs, they're really addictive. It's amazing how hard it is to pros, how slow you have to do it, how they Jones for it. It's hard.
Like what is the experience like? Like how long does it take? Like does it depress you or?
Well, you get off of it and you start having wild emotional swings. Of course, having a hard time concentrating, thinking straight, feeling that you're not in the real world. A lot of people that to me.
You gotta imagine this, that when you take Prozac, you like eliminate your emotional experience.
They feel dead, and they'll describe it as that way a lot. They say they feel like dead, no feelings, no emotions, can't react, totally dead.
And when you go off of it, you just get sensory overload.
And some people
Like-
can't take it.
Like noises too loud hurts your head, sensory overload.
All kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
Emotional.
but try being in love. You haven't experienced love, just rationalized it, and then suddenly you feel it. It kills you. You cannot experience something so essential, just, like flicking on a switch. Any rejection, any, extreme emotion that comes from love, that would be like putting a sledgehammer to your heart.
We could kill you with a broken heart. I mean, you will die. There is a condition of broken heart. Do it.
These are when you're going through the withdrawals. This is the feeling, or is this while you're
Well,
on?
yeah, it's known that when they're on them, they usually either get suicidal, so they either get worse, really bad, and just go ahead and take their life. I've seen that happen a week. I've even taken, and then others will go completely dead emotions. They don't feel like anything is real anymore. They feel happy, sad, even in mild condition. It totally deadens your emotion.
When I grew up, I was suicidal. So my parents were like, yeah, you got to take medicines. And I said, no, I don't want to, because what they do is put me in a rational state. And I can rationalize my suicide. I can do that easy. I can rationalize anything because that's how my mind works. I need to feel. But my parents were not.
So you care. See, if you don't have feelings, you don't care. It's one of it goes away, and so that's why a lot of people do is that they're not able to empathize with other people, how they would feel if they did take their life, feel not themselves, so why would anybody else?
And
yeah.
I didn't take them because I feared my own death. Like, I knew that I would do something irrational while rationalizing it. And I went to the psychiatrist and I told him that, and he said, no, you're not getting any medication because that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's a sure sign. We are told to really talk to these people, especially anybody under 18. They are not supposed to be without a day or two of starting it, and then supposed to be at least twice a week. Continual monitoring by whoever's in charge of them. And It's a dangerous thing. I have seen it go very bad. Luckily, not with anybody. I hardly ever put on those. It was really rare for me to do it.
Or does sleep help? Or at least, I mean, can you sleep? Can they sleep it off?
Well, again, it depends on the person. Some people sleep too much to get on drugs. People sleep too little. It depends how you metabolize it, how it affects you, because everybody's individual and different. So you can't be sure, but those are the signs of either not sleeping at all and getting even more crazy, or sleeping too much and not able to accomplish anything. And they hope that with the deadening of the emotions, the depression that's keeping you in whatever one of these two states that you were already in, lift enough that you can function. Sometimes it's worse.
There's this drug called lean. If you've heard of it.
Oh,
Have you
lean's a
heard of it?
mixture of what is it? Codeine.
Yeah.
What else?
Are the effects similar?
Cough
Yeah.
syrup. I'm trying to think of what else they throw into it because it's like
Sprite.
Skittling things. It's over the counter stuff. Codeine.
Is it similar though, like the effects? Because I think, or is that more Prozac? And
No,
lean.
no, I wouldn't think lean would be exactly like that. Wouldn't last. Wouldn't have. You're taking a codeine, so that derives out it's in your liver morphine, so that's getting morphine, and then you're adding in some things that make you hallucinate. That's what these other drugs are. Usually, that's their side effect. High doses is hallucination, pretty vivid ones, and usually people get pretty wound up on the lean. What I remember.
Okay.
It kind of mellows them, but at the same time, it's kind of a weird thing because they are combining two things, kind of counter each other, I guess.
Yeah.
And then they usually mix it with alcohol. So weird. Never know. What else did they mix?
Cannabis.
Yeah, and they usually are smoking. They may be popping
and they're
some other
popping
pill that I
pills.
don't know. Yeah, some other pill I don't know how it's going to interact.
Yeah.
That's the polypharmacy. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's wonderful for a provider to try to figure out what the heck you overdosed on.
Did you just take the both pills, blue and the red pill? Like,
Come on, I took them all.
like, the blue pill or the red pill? Pop both. Got some more, bro? What? Morpheus from the Matrix.
Especially if they do it at a party where you don't know you don't know if there's somebody else also throwing in roofie stuff. I mean, we've seen that. I've seen that kind of stuff happen. So it depends on if they're with their friends or if they're at some crazy party where they know nobody and there's people out there.
You guys reckon? You reckon?
What's that?
You reckon if the pharmaceutical industry didn't exist, like none of these problems would exist?
I think you always will have people that will brew stuff and make things. You still will be able to grow pop, still make alcohol.
Right.
You can still abuse something.
Holistic medicine. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like the abuse of.
But it would be at least more natural and wouldn't be complex. Who knows what chemicals? No idea what the long-term effects will be with long-term use of these things. I have no idea. Nobody does, because in combination that changes the chemistry completely, and you have no idea.
We wouldn't have as much mental health or people who are sick. All these health problems, addiction problems, depression. Because isn't that where these drugs come from?
Well, yeah, it comes from not dealing with life like you need to. The desire to do these things is usually to overcome something else that's bugging you. Whether it be your goals in life are not being met, or you're depressed because your hormone girl kicked your heart into the gutter, or whatever. It's learning not coping skills that are learned to cope with real life. How to cope with stress. We don't teach people how to do that young. We don't teach them very well. We wait till they break and then we try to tell them.
Or we
We don't
just
have
give
a
them stuff to numb the feeling so they
Yeah,
don't
we
get
cover it
hooked
up.
on.
Yeah, we pretend till they absolutely break. That's what I mean. We cover up, just ignore until it's too broken to.
You can imagine it as putting a band-aid on a broken leg,
an amputated leg.
You still feel your broken leg? Well, we just patch it with another band-aid. Here you go.
Quit touching it. Why does it hurt? Well, every time I walk on it, quit walking on it. Yeah, that's the kind of thing we do.
Oh, and you feel bad about it? Just have a drink.
It hurts when I poke it. Don't poke it.
Not just any drink. The finest drink.
Yeah, that's what you regularly see, like going back to the liver issues. We all know alcohol has impact on your liver. And people still drink. And it's still advertised. And it's still,
Oh, it's glorified.
yeah, it's
Absolutely
glorified.
glorified. Yeah,
It's
I
still
would say,
causing a lot
especially
of
look at music. Look at the popular youth music. What does it glorify? Anytime you got something glorified, it's going to be abused more, especially if it's youth, something that the youth is focused.
Well, it's good to destroy and keep good men down, well, even the bad men down, to keep everybody under control, destroy families, cause all kinds.
Oh yeah, it's been wonderful for the ghettos to inundate them with all kinds of not how to cope with things, give them nothing but liquor stores and street drugs and anything else you can to make it worse and divide the family so there's no support. Yeah, it's wonderful. It does wonderful things for inner city. Yeah. Doesn't matter what color you are either. Doesn't matter.
Anything.
I've seen it around the world. It doesn't matter if they do that to a group of people for any reason, that you're going to see the same.
Anything that hampers your critical thinking skills, we will do.
Crazy.
And then make them victims, tell them they're victims, give them no hope. Yeah, it's great. It does wonders for people.
It fills the prisons, it fills the hospitals, it gives people jobs and things to do,
Yeah,
psychiatrists.
especially when you have a private prison system, you need to keep full because it's paid by body and how many meals a day they eat. The money off of numbers, not about just about numbers.
It's just about just us.
Told the citizens, yeah, if we privatize it, it'll be better for everybody because they'll pay for themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, modern slavery.
Yeah. It's exactly what it is. It becomes that pretty quickly. There's no good people and people.
No, problem, reaction, solution. Hegelian dialogue.
Absolutely. Everything is set up that way. I haven't found a thing that isn't set up that way when it comes to whatever touches government, politics, corporation, all set up whatever they want.
You can only control the people if you occupy them with a new problem.
Gotta keep them busy.
Yeah, keep it entertaining. Hey, the news. It's like entertainment. I watch it now. It's like this is kind of entertaining. It's like a movie, some kind of plot in a movie. Like
That's what I feel like. And I don't know where the plot will all go.
sometimes I wonder if zombies would be cool. You know, like
Well, they sure
because
have
it's very
prepped us
possible.
for us.
It's
Yeah, well, they sure
I mean, how
prepped us for it. They did. The CDC released that whole zombie apocalypse saying clear back. And my kids were
yeah.
still in school when they were first hit. You know, when zombies were real big. My son was actually in one of the zombie television shows out. Open.
Walking Dead?
Not The Walking Dead, the one that came after that. Another pretty popular one. It was only for a couple seasons, though. Got
Oh
filmed
yeah.
here in our town, and my son ended up being one of the zombies. Oh, but
That must have been fun.
he had a great time, and he did good.
I mean, it's very
He was-
possible, right? I Am
Yeah,
Legend.
well, that's when they came out. It was clear back. It's been at least 15 years now, at least, that they put out the first warning on CDCs. It was while I was still practicing and still in the military, even. And that they put out a warning that you could have a zombie apocalypse. How to cope, because it was like practice for any casualty. You do the same things whether you casual incident where it's contagious or a biological weapon, chemical weapon.
It's easy. You know, you can dehumanize the people around you by giving them a name, and you can
Like terrorists.
Yeah, but even terrorists still have families, and you just have to take 2 steps and you can see they are human. But zombies, they just want to eat your brain.
Yeah, and every movie shows everybody just blowing them away, taking them out every way they can. Yeah, pretty.
You can't eat my brain. If you eat my brain, then I can't be a zombie. Here, eat my leg, eat my arm. How can I be a zombie if you can eat my brain, dude?
My kids were so into the video game. Their favorite parts of what's that first-person shooter that was so popular? Version.
Daisy?
Oh, I don't remember. It was a military first shooter.
Call of
based
Duty.
on different war. Yeah, Call of Duty. They waited for
Call
that
of
one
Duty
every
zombies.
year. They loved the zombies, especially the Nazis. Remember the Nazis? Obviously, I never played. They would watch.
Have you guys seen I Am Legend? Will Smith.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, how similar is that? Like, all we need now are some zombies. You know, something to.
Well, didn't that have the same scenario where everybody was given the cure to the new virus that was out, but it ended up making it all worse.
Hey, didn't we all muzzle the zombies? Yeah.
You guys ever note who was the main character for the MSN news doctor or whatever? It's the same guy that's been playing the role CNN, Sanjay Gupta.
Oh, Fauci ouchie?
No, Sanjay Gupta on CNN has played the role in that movie. And he played the same part now.
Holy crap! Oh, shit.
That's why I said I think we live in a movie. I agree.
It's all movie. It's all script. You know what they say. It's all an act. You know, like you have a political act. You have a act of war. You have actors. They knew long ago that the world is a stage.
Oh yeah, it's the greatest show on earth. Don't you know that's what you're watching? Greatest show on earth.
The Truman Show?
No, whatever this is, it literally is the great. Your life, whatever's happened. It's that crazy. I mean, you can, if you've watched enough movies, you can kind of what to look for, what is going to happen, or what's potentially. You shouldn't be really surprised because they've shown you every angle so that you'll be ready.
Predictive programming.
Yeah. Oh, there.
Last week, I saw a lot of asteroid impact YouTubes being promoted on my recommended list. What if there comes an asteroid with an alien germ that makes people into zombies?
There you go.
That's
I like
COD,
that
man.
combo. And then
That's
there's
Call
another
of
group
Duty.
of aliens that come in and say they can save us all.
Yeah,
And
well,
the other aliens sent in a disease-infected meteorite. They're the bad cop, good cop kind of play.
Are the
I don't
aliens
know.
going to turn us back into humans first? Because we'll all be zombies anyway.
Kind of like District 9, where he's waiting at the end for 3 years for the other alien to come back and fix him back into a human.
Yeah.
See, I told you it's in the movies will tell you everything.
Yeah.
I actually watched District 9 a couple weeks ago. It was one of my services. I think it was something. Amazon has a new space alien movie
War.
out. Yeah, I watched it. Did any of you watch it?
No, I don't have Amazon, but I saw the trailer on YouTube.
No.
Yeah, there's a lot of predicting that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so give you the general overview of the story without ruining it entirely. There is nothing happening, blah, blah, blah. An Iraqi war veteran, job, blah, blah. Life is going on. It's actually set in 22. Yeah, set in 2022. And they're watching like the football games. Everybody's watching the International World Cup and fun stuff like that. And suddenly these groups, this blinding flash of light happens, show up popping out of a wormhole. Okay. They claim, they're very young, claim that there is a war in the future in 2052, I think, against an alien invasion. They've never been able to figure out where they came from, how they got there, when they started in Russia, somewhere up far north. Nobody noticed where they came from.
What movie is
Slowly
this?
over every continent, called Future War. You get a guy that played on Guardians of the Galaxy. Hero and Marvel movies. Guardians. He's the
Chris
main
Pratt,
guy. Yeah, Chris Pratt. So he ends up, and they actually, it's so bad. They send the first wave, they actually begging for help. They are losing the war in the future, going to be wiped out for humanity. So they ask for volunteers to be going back in time through their worm created to end up try to save the world before it getting to that. But they're literally on the edge, supposedly about to be a few weeks away from being done. And so they literally send the first wave off, maybe a couple other waves off, turns into the world joins together, world government, everybody sends off their troops, all their stuff, less than 20% turn. And they do a 7-day deployment. That's all they do is 7-day deployment. They don't even tell them what they're fighting. They don't even do basic training after they're done with all the soldiers. They start actually implementing a draft right away because so many casualties don't make it. And they're desperate. So it's a worldwide lockdown and people start rioting and not wanting to be involved in the draft, try draft avoiding. And they actually clamp this thing on your arm that sends you back to the future, gives you a time of seven days by hours, and then it automatically back at the end of your 7 days. So you can't also it's illegal to run away or try to remove it when you get drafted. And then it goes for so Chris Pratt goes and tries to fight and then ends up with all kinds of kind of paradoxes happening. You wouldn't probably catch on to right away until about halfway in. But yeah, the aliens are really weird looking and they do really weird stuff. They look more like demons. They really do. They look more like demons. And they supposedly have a high technology ship, but they have all these tentacles and legs, massive, gooey, sharp teeth, and they're called the white spikes, I think, right? They shoot spikes out of their tentacles, bone spikes, like guns instead of real guns. It's weird.
There's all this goo on it, but they shoot spikes from their tentacles. Like, I'm trying to imagine, picture what that.
So the hero gets, of course, he gets drafted. He's actually a high school biology teacher, can't get a job in the industry or research department he wants, has a daughter and a wife, and blah, blah, blah. And he goes into the future and ends up finding out what his role is really about there. And then he comes back because they lose the war almost point where the aliens somehow destroy the wormhole and ends up getting back with a way to end it. Then they end up joining a little group that survived over in the future for that 7 days, go take care of the rest. So in the present. So it's set in 2022, next year. So it's got a time travel element, it's got the alien, it's got future paradoxes, got all that weird stuff, but they look like demons and they sound like it too. They make a clicking slime sound and yeah, they're pretty scary sounding.
I think the time travel thing, I mean, it's like everywhere these days. I think it's connected to the portal thing, interdimensional. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they're definitely pushing a lot that, not all these aliens are coming from far away. They're just transporting through a dimension or something.
Yeah, wormholes. Stargates.
They worm
I
their
won't
way
give you enough to give it away. I mean, it's okay to watch, but I'll tell you right now, I was disappointed with storyline, disappointed with ending. I don't watch a lot of space movies without being awfully critical, but I can let it go for a while and watch. This is not as good as even stuff that we used to watch, Star Wars, Star Trek. It's okay, but it was a little bit over. They didn't think about things completely through that made sense so quick. I was like, no, that's a stupid way to go, but all right. It was too predictable. Easy.
Targeted at 13-year-olds type of movie.
Yeah, it really was.
You
It was
would've watched
something
when you were little?
my kids would have liked. Bed when still at home, they would have liked that a lot. It's kind of a family one too, since it's got a young girl and all that. But it's too scary for real little kids. They would really freak out at some of that point. It's got a little bit of that blended with the Alien. You remember the Alien movies? It's about that kind of toothiness, slimy, out of the mouth. These are white. They're really.
Have you seen Fantasia? Fantasia?
I think I have,
Disney?
but I'm trying to remember. What was that? Yeah. No, I've seen Fantasia. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that when I was 7, and that scared the crap out of me. Gave me nightmares. Like, really weird. 8 years old, 7 years old, and yeah, that made me bit.
That wouldn't even hardly faze most kids anymore with what they're exposed to. I didn't let my
Fantasia.
kids watch. I didn't. Yeah, they wouldn't
Really?
be bugged with it. A lot of kids, I would. They watch so many video games that are so violent anymore. They have storylines.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
What
It was the
about
Greek mythology that
what
was
ab-
scary.
what about you? What about Fantasia scared you?
It was the Greek mythology in it. That's how I learned about Greek mythology. It was from Fantasia. It was my.
I've not seen it for some time. I thought maybe the demon part might have scared you, but
Yes, especially that part. Yeah, especially that part.
I love that as a kid.
Sometimes I
Just
didn't
seeing
even watch that.
Just seeing the devil rise up, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. Like as a
Yeah.
kid, I thought, yes.
Dude, I was so interested in the mythology part. You know what I mean? You're all like sucked into it. And then when that part came off, I freaked out, turned it off, didn't know what the hell happened. It was like, what happened?
Yeah.
Like, what was that? You know, and worked up my courage to watch it eventually. But
I don't know. I was a weird kid. I just loved seeing stuff like that as a kid because I thought I didn't even know what was going on. I was just thought, oh, look at the imagery and look at this guy with horns. He's bathing in. But I think you must have seen the centaur bit at some point on YouTube, eh?
what in Fantasia? Yeah.
Yeah, the
I
centaur
kinda,
bit. And it was just like it's been removed, but like I remember seeing it older. I was like, oh yeah, this was not allowed.
Yeah, with the women. Yeah. I mean,
the-
this is before, and then I saw Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm
Oh, yeah.
Street, and then everything just got worse, and then Night of the Living Dead, because of the bomb.
That's a good one. I like that.
I was like, oh my gosh, it's based on science. I'm scared.
Did you ever did you ever I think you saw these films too young, you were like terrified as a kid, but then you're just like, nah, these are cool actually.
Thriller made me run and hide under my mom and dad's chair, a bench while we were watching. While it was on Indiana Jones when the heart came out. I mean, all these movies.
The monkey brain got me as a kid.
I agree. I didn't like the heart one either. That was probably my least favorite of those.
I just remember
that one. That was just so gross.
I just remember seeing the monkey brain scene as a kid, and I was like, "Oh my god!" And the guy's so happy, like, what is it? Monkeys, and the
monkey
woman
brains.
And she just looks at it, go, "Oh my god, what is this?"
That's all of us, right? That's all of us. The chick.
Yeah. What scared me as a kid? Doctor Who monsters scared me as a kid. Yeah.
I never watched Doctor Who as a kid. But yeah.
Yeah, there's some monsters that you like legitimately you think, are you about to show this to kids? And you're like, no, this is quite cool though.
Yeah, Doctor Who is more that you guys were kids. I didn't even know about Doctor Who until I was adult. It never was on our television. It just wasn't, unless you maybe had a special, cable channel that might have had something from the area.
Remember Doctor Who? Doctor Who?
Doctor Who?
Oh, God.
Oh, they do in every series. Doctor Who. I'm like, they said it. But yeah, I remember seeing episodes as a kid, and they just scared me to no end. There was one, I swear that. What was it? It was one episode where it was this monster that drains you, but you like sort of molded. You get drained into like if you're liquid or something, and like you get sort of drained into like a mummified husk, and you did it slowly. It was just that scared the shit out of me as a kid.
I think there's a movie like that too. Inner Space. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
No,
I remember Inner Space.
Yeah, that scared the crap out of me.
What, do you think he was going to get inside you?
No, it was the way. Yeah, it was the way she killed you, right? It's like, no, don't touch me.
There was Indiana Jones. There was the Last Crusade. The guy who chose poorly, where he
where he turns into a husk, and blows away.
As a kid, that legitimately not like I didn't run, but it was just this existential terror. I'm like, oh my god, mortality is a thing. As a kid, I was like, then I just looked at myself. I was like, no, don't turn into that. I'm like, oh, but it's cool. I've got a while.
Well, even the first one with the melting around the Ark of the Covenant at the end too. Don't look, and they're all melting. Just candle wax. You could tell now when I'm an adult, but when I was a kid, that one was like, oh.
You see, as a kid, I could stand that for some reason. I could stand that, but then the aging thing scared me to death. I don't know why. See, I was like, oh my god, look at the special effects, and then. The other bits, I was like, oh, for real? I don't know. It's like a hit or miss. Like, some bits you're like, oh, whatever, I can handle. The other bits, I'm just like looking into the mirror going, what are you?
I think the 80s, had the scariest
practical effects were the good thing.
Yeah, I guess even if you consider, Terminator, there.
Oh, definitely.
The human fly.
The fly.
Jeff
Yeah.
Goldblum, that fly transformation.
Yeah.
Let's see, all Jason Voorhees and Kruger films.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Krugers. You got to go through those. Got all the.
Yeah.
And the favorite from Joe Biden, The Thing.
Huh? Well, Joe Biden being Freddy
Thing.
Krueger.
The flesh that hates.
Oh. Oh, right. There's an SCP thing about that.
That's Joe Biden. Oh, that's what the thing is, right? It's like a.
What was that? To be fair, actually, this reminds me. Don't know if you know Fallout by any chance.
Yeah, Fallout 4.
Yeah, you know the ghouls in there. I keep referencing like all old guys to that. So Joe Biden's going to be a ghoul. He'd be like, "Hello, Smoothskins." Well, I don't know what is it with like older white guys. It is crack like fucking old mannequins or something. It's like Prince Philip when he died. There was like a big thing. "Hello, Smoothskins." I'm like, "Oh, you do not look good." No, he's got to draw on the ethereal power to keep him alive. I'm like, ugh, get away from me, you little freak.
Adrenochrome not working as well as it used to. Like getting expensive. What's wrong?
It's all aided by the vaccines.
I don't know if they do those things. They do go to Antarctica. They do go to Antarctica. Antarctica is where the thing was found in the ice.
Yeah. In the book, it was like it's different from the book, but yeah, although it's quite although I think the book takes place in the South Pole and the movie takes place in the North Pole. I think it was
No, it takes part in the South Pole as they want to go to McMurdo but can't due to the weather.
All right. But yeah, no, it's things are the 80s one anyway is an absolute classic. The 2011 one's pretty bad. Not terrible, just not great.
The Shining.
Oh yeah,
That's a classic. Yeah, that's a classic.
That was scary.
Yeah, I've actually been in that the lodge where they filmed that.
Oh, for
I've
real?
been there. Yeah, I used to go skiing up there. It's on Mount Hood up in Oregon. Actually,
nice.
a year-round area to ski up near Portland, Oregon.
Oh, sweet.
Is it as big as it looks on TV, or is it bigger or
Pretty
smaller?
good size. I mean, yeah, it is that size. But the funny part is the outside that they show you, like the drive up and all that, is not the drive up to that place. They just use the building side, and of course, they only use some of the main halls and stuff, and obviously made a stage set for those rooms, like the individual rooms, because they weren't going to about to destroy. This is a very beautiful hotel that's made of stone and very fancy, and it's a lodge for skiing as well, so you could stay overnight or go in the lodge, eat, have dinner or whatever.
Apparently, Kubrick, he didn't really like. Was it Stanley Kubrick? Yeah, he made the film, but Stephen King didn't like the film. Apparently, he didn't like what Stanley Kubrick did to it. Well, his own take on it, so to say. And I was like, okay, whatever. And it's like renowned as an absolute classic, so it's interesting. Like Stephen King's just like, I don't like it, and it's like, okay, cool, I guess.
What do you think it was? Do you think it was the references, or do you think it was the plot, or he changed it?
I think it's probably the changes, just because as I've known some writers, and when stuff gets changed around, when people like try to say, oh, if you were to do this, and they get kind of very keep their book close to their chest, where they're always like, no, this is fine and stuff like that, because there is a lot of changes comparatively, like especially with Jack. Well, they leave like anything. They leave like a bunch of things out. Because I remember in the book, what I vaguely remember was that Jack was more of an asshole than anything else. Like he was an asshole in the film, but in the book he was a real piece of work.
Oh yeah.
Oh well,
They
yeah,
made
that
him-
guy
they
took
made-
it to the nth degree.
Yeah, because he got it from his dad, who was a bit of a drunk and a bit of a fucking domestic case. But so. Yeah, although Jack Nicholson, I swear, you can never play a solid. Well, you can actually. It's just when he goes crazy, he goes full crazy.
Yeah, the meth. Yeah.
I just quite like he just sits at the bar and just goes slowly. He just goes like, so that family, yeah, kill them. It's like, well, can't argue with that. Like, damn, dude.
Yeah.
I know, I know it's like I know it's the place taking over his influence and his like more horrible nature. I get that, but it's just like, so, Jack, you know what to do. Got you, fam.
Just look casual. I know it's the way he does.
I mean, who hasn't gone to a bar, had a chat with the bartender, and just said, right, you know, that family thing's overrated. Time to kill. But yeah. Trying to think, is there anything with Stephen King that's coming out? No.
Nice. Somebody's posting The Shining with Jim Carrey instead.
Oh, no, that will be interesting.
Deep fake.
Jim Carrey is that is.
I don't trust that guy. That's for sure.
Jim Carrey.
No, I don't trust.
Yeah.
I have a bad feeling. He gives me a really bad feeling. It's kind of like Tom Hanks too. Another one that gives me just a bad.
How so?
I don't know.
Was it because he was on?
It triggers something with me with them two in particular. It's
Well,
hard
Jim
to
Carrey.
describe.
I don't know. I'm a fan of Jim Carrey, but he had this really weird thing where I think his partner died or some shit like that, and he went on this reporter. You may have seen the clip where, like, he talks to her, but he's obviously kind of really, really out of it or something. And he's like, "Are you real? No, you're just there. You're a noise." And like she's trying to ask him questions like, "So how's the movie?" And he's like, "It's okay, I guess." And it's like, okay, Jim, she's just trying to get an interview. She's not looking for a fight.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too much. I think, right?
Yeah,
the
I
way
don't
he's expressing it, I think it's a bit too much.
Yeah,
Yeah, but he's involved in really interesting groups of people that really strange too. So, but he just gives me a weird vibe. There's just some people that it's something about them that triggers something that probably is a childhood memory about something. Or some other person I've met that I knew better to stay away from because they were not good.
Tom
There's
Hanks.
something there. Yeah,
well,
Tom Hanks and him. Both of them are just. Ugh.
Tom Hanks for me is like, because I heard he was on the list, so to say. So I'm like, ooh, that hurts. That hurts to hear. On the Epstein list anyway, and I was like, come on, why? And it's just like, you see people that, you heard their voices like in Toy Story or growing up, and you're like, oh, they're not
And
good
that's probably one of the ones that, yeah, and Hanks especially bothers me because that voice goes along with a Toy Story is full of bad children things going on. Just same with a lot of the Disney, those Pixar movies. Especially, a lot of them are full of a lot of child stuff that we don't need to talk about here.
Yeah.
Really?
As a parent, actually, there's a lot of people who've done really good decodes on that. They are just full of references to all kinds of different things.
That purple bear. What was his name? Man, that
Purple
movie.
Bear.
Yeah, what was his name? The purple bear.
I'm trying to remember.
What, in Toy Story?
Yeah,
Toy
you'd be
Story 2, I
surprised.
think, or
You'd
3.
be surprised how much subliminal messaging is in there.
The
Some
pig
kinds of
bear.
stuff.
He was like in charge of the bad toy, so to say. And he was like, he had a rule, and he was like a mob boss or some sort of thing.
Right, that Toy Story, like me as an adult watching it, right? I get these vibes, these creepy vibes, like these elites kind of vibes. You know what I mean? Like Katy Perry, like all these people that that movie Eyes Wide Shut. Those parties that they have. Those are the vibes I got from that movie, man. And man, that's just from looking. That's just from the visuals. And then the story. Oh man, that scared the crap out of me. I'm an adult. And I wonder how many children grew up watching this, Like, remember what I said about Fantasia? Well, man, this is their Fantasias.
Well, there's stuff in Fantasia I know, too. I know people have done decodes on that one, and that's got some, too.
Dumbo?
Fantasia, all of them, all the Disney movies have stuff in them that is subliminal with sexual references, words hidden all over the place. I mean, it's everywhere. It's all kinds of connotations. It's all over in these Disney.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Sleeping Beauty.
Yeah, I mean, it's just everywhere. Even
Mermaid.
just the Mickey cartoons, the newer ones, especially the ones after the black and white. It wasn't very much longer before stuff started being in them, full of stuff.
Will that count to like Disney's? Would it count? Would it also include the Disney Channel?
Yeah, it's full of it. It's indoctrinating everything. It really is.
Disney is competing with Netflix. Well, they're one of the they're trying to, the channel. Yeah, of course, they're their network. Like I think Netflix and I forget, but yeah, Disney's trying to. I mean,
Yeah, when you try having a monopoly on everything, then you don't have to worry about competition. Although, have you ever heard of PureFlix? PureFlix, you ever heard of it? Yeah, it's basically Netflix but for Christians. It's
oh yeah, I've heard of it. What is it? Blessed Flick, something or other. It's funny.
Yeah, it's
but yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, a lot of it is just sort of shameless rip-offs of like more successful films. Like there's a John Wick rip-off when it tries to be all like this guy was a bad dude and he found Jesus, and then someone he died, and then he went back to being an assassin. But the guy who plays him, he's a director, writer, producer, and he's a bit of an egocentric.
Sounds
like the whole time. It's like every time he goes on like makes a film, it's always in a nice sunny place, and it's like this is just it's like Adam Sandler. It's just a ride off so he can like just go on holiday in these nice places, and it's like
it's like the TBN, right? The Trinity Broadcasting Network of
Except for this is like
streaming.
over the top Christian content for families and stuff. I've seen a few of their films. Yeah, I have to agree with you. Some of them are absolutely rip off Christian versions of the same movie. Trying to. Some of them are really, really bad. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah, and they tried to, and it's so ham-fisted, the idea of just like praise Jesus and like, okay, fine, whatever. Just can you not like go 5 minutes about saying something about that? Like, just tell a good story, but we can't have that. We got to put Jesus in it. He's got money. He's got money for days. So it's like it's not like he's lack of funds or anything. It's like you could make a good movie.
I think these networks are the same. Even like people that are big in it. I think the same thing as like Flat Earth Society. You know what I mean, Mr.
The more commercial one of it, like the one that everybody knows, and like
it's making it more look dumb, or making Christians look like they're a bunch of like.
Well, there was
corny,
a film.
Overzealous, lost.
Well, it's really overly It's not like I don't know the couple of movies I watched somebody's house, and I watched a couple of them, and they were like over the top. It just was. It seemed so fake. It wasn't like just a good moral tale, or
it wasn't
having somebody with spiritual. It wasn't genuine feeling, and it was all hyper spiritualized. A lot of angel
imagery,
children seeing things. A lot of ghosts and stuff. It was just strange. It was over the top, and I just was kind of weirded out because it's not something I would normally think. Christians agreed to, because a lot of it was a lot of symbology. Cringy.
Yeah, it's cringe. Although I have there is one aspect of Christian I want to see more depicted, is like a biblically accurate angel. Like, you ever seen those eyes with wings and rings of fire like that?
Yeah.
Visually,
those
the chariots of fire. What would that be like? Or the days of Elijah? Because I always wanted to be like to stand there and come out as a prophet, and then suddenly tell your buddy next to you who's freaking out that the army is surrounding you, and you go, hey, don't worry, and let me ask God, he'll show you the real army, and the angels are all just the army.
They would look like men, right? The angels would look like men, but what you're talking about are not angels. Those are actually like creatures of heaven, right? That seraphim. Yeah.
What all
Oh,
the
yeah.
another names? Cherubim. Got all kinds
Nephilim.
of. Nephilim
You
are a little
probably
different.
Yeah, like they're like aren't they aren't they like the descendants of angels, children of angels who disobeyed
say,
and then had like there's this one time where they disobeyed the word and then had they quote unquote laid with the women and then the children were very odd. They were like cyclops or larger than they're like
giants.
giants. Yeah, and they cause a bit of havoc.
Heroes
And
of old. Yeah.
There
yeah,
is some, there's
Achilles,
some
Hercules.
ideas that they're giant, mighty men. The basic term means a mighty men, mighty men,
Yeah.
mighty hunters, mighty men of old. But I
Yeah.
guess they called, Goliath was called one. Who else? Nebuchadnezzar. Who else? Enough. There was a couple
King
other
of
ones,
Og.
but yeah, King of Og.
Like also I want to see like an angel go down to somebody, but before like they first reveal themselves as like a cute winged cherub or something, but then transform into and they start freaking out. It's like, my child, it's fine. It's like, it's not fine. Look at you. Like they're just screaming like, what are you?
No,
No, that-
actually, dude, like I've thought about it. There are so many encounters, and when you look at the way people act when they encounter an angel, they kind of like they get scared. They fall down like, oh, I'm gonna die. Yeah, they just fall
like,
down like, oh,
have
don't
you
kill me,
ever
please. Don't kill
see
me.
I've been heard accounts that apparently, now I quote from this, some people have reportedly have had basically had sex with angels. Like if angels come down, it's gone to their beds and they've had it on. I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's true.
I don't know, man. I don't know if those people are telling the truth, but it does say that it happened before the flood and after the flood.
Yeah,
And,
Genesis chapter 6.
Yeah. And when you look at aliens, what you remember about them, right? They abduct you and then they probe you and perform sexual experiments, women talking about seeing babies that are hybrids, stuff like that. It's kind of, it feels the same. It sounds the
Nothing but
same.
evil and nothing but evil. All the creation was corrupted. I mean, it says everything. If you look at the original Hebrew, it says everything corrupted. Every plant, animal. Kind of sounds like what we're doing with GMOs today.
Well, and then there's these talks of aliens. There's these talks of AI. AI could be an alien. It would be like an alien. Or then there's
Well, there's nothing
transhumanism.
new under the sun, right? There's nothing new under the sun. That's what it says. True.
I would what was it's quite, let's say, like if I had control of AI, I would do the funniest thing. Like if like when asked a question like about free will, like, so what about human life? I want the Terminator theme to just start playing because that would just freak them out. Like so just eyes glowing red, da da da, and you're like, oh dear. It'd be like a cute
What the hell
toy
is
as
that?
well. It'd be like a little, I don't know, My Little Susie or some crap like that, and it'd just be like humans, da da. It's like, well, shit. Now that would be funny.
Yeah.
Ugh. But yeah.
I'm gonna take off.
Yeah.
All right, have
Yep.
fun.
All right. Have a good one. Yeah, it's been good talk. Yep. Thank you for
You guys too.
sharing.
There was what was that? There was one passage in the Bible I do want to see depicted in like, what was it? It's I think it's something Revelation 12:5, 13? No, 12:5. Oh shit, I don't know. Where like it says there was a war in heaven, demon fought angel, and angel fought demon. No, it's dragons. That was it. I was like, I want to see that. That'd be rad, just seeing a winged dude with a sword hit a dragon hard. That'd be funny. Like Avian Dovahking.
No, it
that.
would be good. Oh, it says
Just
there's a
seeing-
battle up there. Angels
Yeah.
fighting bad angels and good angels fighting them. Be interesting.
It'd be quite funny. They had like them lined up in a class, like in school, and like you just see all like the feathered winged ones, and you see some dude with bat wings. It's like, all right, he's gonna be the dick.
Bat wings.
Anyway, I must be sunshine.
All right,
Yeah.
damsel.
Thanks, you guys. Really do
Been a
appreciate it.
nice
I wish
night.
we could have had
Yeah.
some Globers actually talk, tell us what they.
Yeah. There were a lot earlier. I think.
There
Gets
were.
really
I know.
slow
I
around
heard you
this time.
guys. I heard you. I just was busy. Next time.
Yep, next time.
Was here for them though. Anytime. You guys have a good day, whatever you end up doing.
You have a good night. Thanks for
Bye.
hanging out.
Oh
Bye.
yeah, anytime.
I don't think angels have wings, though, dude. It never says anything about wings. They look like men. Like Superman, I guess, right?
No, more
Glowing
like
and everything. Swear to me. Oh, so it says in the Bible, but even the devil, Satan himself, transforms himself into an angel of light. So don't be surprised when you see servants of darkness masquerading as servants of light, you know, or truth, scientists. Yeah, so
that would almost make the Bible a conspiracy book.
It's like
Because it tells you to distrust everything.
Exactly. It is. It is the enemy of the New World Order. Message of it.
Oh, there also was a passage of test what you believe or test your faith.
Yep. Test all things. That's what it says. To test all things, all the spirits, like question everything. Yeah. Even God would say that. He said, why don't you try it, right? And see if I don't bless you. Go ahead and try listening to me. Try me. And see if I don't bless you. You know, he even says, you know, testing the spirits. It's like science, you know, we test things, right? To make sure.
Yeah, so basically, you know, test God.
Yeah, he says that, right? But he doesn't mean it in like, in a bad way. Like, you know how when you like something spiteful, you know, not in a spiteful way,
No.
but
It's like if you have a good educational system or a good teacher that enjoys you asking rough questions.
yeah. Because yes. School is like God to people, yeah. Authoritative content. We tell you who God is.
I wouldn't go to God with a Common Core test, though.
Like, well, what do the eyes that I put in your head say to you?
I think if you go to God with a Common Core test, he will reply with something like, well, better start building that ark, boy.
I was gonna say that probably get a smack, right? I wouldn't even bother. That's like going up to the king and, you might get beheaded. I don't know, man. It depends, right?
I think he would enjoy your honesty.
Yeah. I think these scientists are testing God, these elites that run the world. I think they're testing God. Rebellious.
I don't know. I think they are so out of touch that it's not testing. It is like
provoking.
Yeah, trying to provoke, to prove to themselves that, oh shit, wrath can come.
Yeah.
At the expense of everyone else.
Yep. That's what the Jesuits believe, and the Masons, and the when you look at the dollar bill, right? Doesn't it just yell out to you, Mason, Freemason, Masonic, right? Dollar bill.
Well, it's just a paper with a lot of false idols on it. From the pyramid with the eye to the owl to the presidents. It's just false idolatry.
In God we trust, says. What is this God that they trust?
The Among Us
Is this-
God.
Is this piece of paper God, or are they talking about, some other God?
Yeah, that's why I prefer the creator, because that just sets aside every other deity.
Yeah. Creator is. Yeah, you can't misunderstand that, right?
That's what we experience. Well, we got a new guy in the house called Stratos. How you doing?
Oh, Stratos. He was here earlier last night. Yeah.
Hey.
What's up, Stratos? Welcome back.
What's up?
Chilling.
Chilling.
How you feeling?
Good.
This is Emerald Monkey I'm talking with. I don't think you've met him. I don't think he's met you.
No.
We didn't get too far on that last time, eh?
Hey, monkey.
Too many people were yelling at you.
I know.
I would be yelling at you if you made another sus reference, but
Ah, yes, I have freedom again.
Bobby. Bobby's back. What happened?
You only have freedom for as long as we allow it.
That should be indefinite, in my opinion.
Freedom is an illusion. Don't you think?
I think freedom is a state of mind.
If you
Yes.
ask me, freedom's a bit sus anyway.
We're just in a
Among
simulation,
Us.
actually.
Well, I'm talking about this freedom that, the New World Order is talking about, or, America talks about. We're mushed. Oh,
You got the freedom to measure the earth. Well, are you willing to grab that freedom?
Do we have the freedom to believe the Earth is round too?
yes.
You can believe whatever you want, but beliefs are not knowledge.
I reckon my
Yeah.
belief is all of knowledge.
Did you know that what you do, right? What you do comes from what you believe in? Did you know that? Our actions come from our beliefs. If you believe the earth is a ball, right,
A sphere.
then you're going to act accordingly. Go to school, get a good job, right? Get married, have 2 kids, get a house, white picket fence,
So
a
I have a
dog,
proposition. If I
maybe
was
2
to
cars.
theoretically buy you a ticket, let's say, so that you could go into space, and then you saw the Earth was not flat, what would you say?
I would say, right? I would say
This is
this,
with your
like,
own eyes that you saw it.
right, right. But how is that going to happen, right? Like when we get to that point where it turns into a ball, is the horizon magically going to like boop pop into a ball shape? Like, what do you mean? What does your question mean? When do you start seeing it turning into a ball, or when does the horizon start dropping down? I'm just asking, how are we going to see it? Like, as we go up, what should we see, right? If it's a ball, what should we start seeing, and when should we see it, right? How high?
You know, you got modern aircraft, and they have head-up displays, and they have a horizontal line that shows your relative altitude or attitude towards the horizon. Why doesn't it curve as they go up? Because technologically that's a pretty simple thing to do, you know, just change the horizontal line to a curve on the display, but it never does that. How high you go with a plane that has a head-up display, it always is a horizontal line.
Sorry, what were you guys saying? I was just fixing my mic up.
Thank you. You sound better.
Saying if we start going up into space, you know, you paid for the ticket, right? When are we going to start seeing the horizon, right, behave like it is a ball? In other words, when is it going to start dropping down and we start looking down at it?
Or if you
How
see
high?
pictures now, if you
No,
look
no,
at
I'm
pictures
saying,
now from NASA, obviously
okay,
you guys don't believe it, that's your opinion, that's fine. But as you can see, there is a curve. So if you were to go to space, you would see that curve with
right,
your own
and
eyes.
that's what we're asking, right? When does that curve start to show itself as we go up? How high?
See, that's a perfect picture. Oh, okay, no, it's not. That's a very weird picture.
No, you're not getting the question. We are on the plane, okay? We are on the plane or rocket, okay? And we are going up, okay? We're going up. When does the Earth, the horizon, start dropping down so that it's beneath us? We're leaving the ball. When does that start happening? Because this radius is only 3,959 miles.
See, like, I can actually answer that question, but put it this way: you're up in the sky. You will not see every single continent on that one view. You will have to go around the Earth to see the other continents. So it can't
We're
be
not talking
flat.
about seeing the continents. We're talking about seeing the ball. We don't want to see any. We want to start looking down and seeing the ball. That's what we want to see. When does that happen?
Man, I ain't going to do those calculations. If you want to find those calculations, you can. I'm not that invested into it.
Well, you asked me, right? You asked us if we were going to go to space and see the ball that you just showed us on with the picture, right? Then would we believe? But that question doesn't make sense.
All right, you go to the
Because
space station. You're on the International Space Station then.
no,
And
we
if you
go. We're on the rocket and we're going up to International Space Station.
Yes.
Okay. When does the ball hit the horizon start dropping down so that we can look down at the Earth? The ball Earth.
higher.
Curve.
this is one thing I never get with the horizon and that, because like I just don't understand your like the theory of this horizon and how you just
Okay, it's not there. Okay, let me
never
explain.
drops.
Okay, look all around us. We spin, we turn around us 360-degree. There's a straight line. Okay, on the ball, on the basketball. As you move away from the basketball, okay, that 360-degree line we call the horizon starts to fall down. Why? Because we're leaving the basketball, the Earth, the globe, right? But we don't see that at 128,000 feet. The horizon is still there at eye level, meaning if you look directly ahead, there's the horizon, not beneath us. So my question is, when does that horizon start to appear as a ball, dropping down? We're leaving it, right? Because it's not doing it up there.
Yeah, but when you're up there, you can see it curve.
That's what we're asking for. Up where? Like how high? It
Again,
has
I'll
to be
tell you.
higher than 100. The Red Bull jump was done at 128,000 feet, right? Warner von Baumgartner. So there was a camera inside looking out, and it saw the horizon at eye level.
Yeah,
So
what about
everybody was like, right?
Gartner?
So
408 kilometers.
so
there we go. That's perfect.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson got on TV with a beach ball
It's
and
curved.
said,
Oh my god, I see
and-
it.
No, he said he got on with a beach ball and said, "You are 2 millimeters off of this beach ball, right? You will not see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat." His words.
So then, what happens at the end of the horizon? Like, what's at the end of
Wait,
the
you know
horizon?
that video you're talking about? The supersonic
The
fall?
Red Bull jump.
Yeah. You can kind of see.
Yeah, it's on
like,
YouTube. Yeah, it's
yeah.
inside
No,
the
I'm watching it right now. Yeah.
pod. Yeah, inside the pod, looking out. Right, there's the
Yeah.
horizon at 100 that high up. That
You can
means
see
the
it's kind of like
ball.
bending. I don't know if it's just
Yeah,
me.
that
but
means
you see
that
it?
means it still looks flat at that height, right? At that elevation, which means it's such a big ball. It's no longer 3,900
See, you said
59
it. It's a
miles in
ball.
diameter. I mean, in
You just said
radius.
it's a ball.
Think of listen.
Red Bull
Well,
Stratos.
it's
Oh,
a
look, it's
radius,
fine there.
right?
Nice.
A ball with the radius that we're told about, the globe Earth, right?
Wait, can I
That's
send
what
a
the
link?
black swan is about. Okay, that's what it's based on the radius of the globe. But and they tell us that boats are disappearing over that curve. But because at 128,000 feet we see the horizon at the same place, we are not leaving the ball. It still appears flat. Okay, so the question is, when does it start appearing like the ball? Right? Because now we have, if it's a ball still at 128,000 feet, then it's probably the size of the sun now. In order for it to look flat, still at that elevation. So now all the globe math is wrong. The speed of light is wrong. All the theories based on gravity is wrong. Okay, so that has to be explained. How am I going to see what I'm seeing on TV? When does that start happening? It's a question, right? We're going to space. Get what I'm saying? You got to understand the problem. I want to see it.
Kinda. So then what would happen if you were to rotate around, let's say, the globe? Because then it theoretically
still
would
look
have to
flat.
be a
Yeah,
sphere, but
no, it would still be at eye level, and it would still appear flat. Which is why we're asking. It has to be higher than 128,000 feet. And how high would that be before it starts appearing as a ball? And remember, everything is wrong now. Gravity, everything is wrong.
yeah. So
Because it's
let's say
based
you're on the
on the size of
International
the
Space
ball.
Station right now, and you're going around. You would see every continent in different areas. Therefore, it's saying it's a sphere and not saying it's flat.
No. It only looks like a sphere because there's a fisheye lens. I don't know what they're doing to make it appear like a sphere.
No, but I'm saying if you were in the International Space Station right now.
Yeah,
If I was in the International Space Station right now, then I could tell you at what height I start seeing curvature, and then I would also tell you that the globe is the size of the solar system because it has to be radius. That's what radius means: size, mass,
But then
or
if
whatever they
everything's
call it.
flat, then if I go high enough, I should be able to see every continent. But you can't.
Because you can't see that far, yeah. Because there's stuff in front of you, and the eye can't resolve things that too
Yeah,
far
but we
away.
have
It'll probably
cameras
look
that
like
can.
dots. Yeah, but listen, the plane, right, that you're on, Okay? I don't know how high you can go. I'm assuming if you can go, the higher you can go, you can see the whole thing. But how high can you go? That's the question. To see all of it, and plus, there's going to be clouds and stuff in front of you. So what are you looking at? Remember the
Well, then
ISS, the footage
how
they
does
showed you?
gravity work? How would gravity
Clouds.
work if the Earth is flat?
It wouldn't matter how gravity worked because it wouldn't exist because it's based on radius on a globe, mass. So it wouldn't matter what that is. We understand why things fall down and rise up because it's less denser or denser than the medium. We know why the ball floats to the top of the water and stops there and doesn't float into the air because it's less denser than the water, but more denser than the air, explaining why things fall down.
Guys, look at the link I sent. It says Red Bull Stratos, and I'm Stratos, so that's quite funny.
You're a funny man, Stratos.
Awesome. Thanks.
You know,
What's
I hope
this
that makes
video
sense. I hope you guys are following. You know what I mean? Like, because it's really interesting.
Yeah,
There's no
no, it is.
explanations.
It's true. I wish we had like a concrete answer. That'd be so good, honestly. But we probably never will.
Well, you don't have to answer it. You know, you didn't make the claim. You didn't put things in space and tell people about it on TV. They did.
Then why do you think they're making it such a big deal? Like, why would they just not tell everyone then the Earth is flat? Like, what's the big deal?
Well, that's the answer to that question is a big deal, though. Answer to that question is a big deal. Why would they lie?
Because everyone usually
What are
thinks the
the
Earth is flat.
implications? Like, if the Earth is not a ball, then what does that mean about everything that I think about a globe, right? What does that mean?
I like how you guys can have just a discussion, not yell like the other people.
What else have they lied? If they are lying to me about this and that, what else could they have been lying about? What do you mean?
I understand them
About the
lying about
school
other stuff,
system,
but
right?
why would they lie about the Earth? It wouldn't affect anyone if it's flat
To
or round.
control you, Bobby. To control you.
Over
Right?
what part?
Liars
It doesn't.
lie
It
to
doesn't make a
control.
difference if the Earth
It
is
does,
flat or
Bobby.
round.
It
It doesn't
does.
really control anyone in any way.
In your
Makes a
head,
lot
it
of
doesn't.
difference. Because if
yeah,
you
I mean-
do not have a globe, you do not have gravity. If you do not have gravity, then every school book about gravity that uses gravity is flawed.
So what do you believe? What do you believe with gravity then? What do you think
We
about
don't
it?
have
We
to.
don't
We
need
know.
gravity. That's the whole point. Gravity was invented for the globe to be feasible. If you have no globe, you have no need for that gravity. What you use as a value that you call gravity is just the fall speed of the medium air.
So do you think that we? Do you
If you
think that?
don't know the the truth, right, of how things really work, then you can't really know the difference, right? But if you found out more about how things really work versus what they're telling you, then you could probably do a lot more. There might be such a big difference.
When did you
God,
guys get interested in all this? All the when did
the
it?
internet.
Was there a
The internet
stage?
happened. Right. See, the internet didn't blow up until I'd say early 2000s. That's when it kind of blew up. YouTube is brand new, man. It's not even 20 years old. So, man, information blew up, and
Do you remember the?
there's God.
I'm just curious, but do you remember like the moment it sort of sparked in your mind? You're like, wow, that could be something.
See what we're trying to explain to you, right? That's the moment. I tried looking for rockets that would at least show footage that is
So were you
not
bored one day or
cut,
something? And you
right? That doesn't cut to a CGI. I wanted to see the Earth, okay, like the horizon. I want as the rocket goes up, we look at it as it goes up. Nothing doesn't exist. That footage, nothing. Always cuts the CGI, always, every time, and that's when I realized there's no
guys have a
proof
video
of this curvature, right? What curvature?
Is there a video I can watch that sort of shows that it cuts to it, that kind of thing?
Go to YouTube and type in NASA rocket launches
NASA
footage,
That's what's the
video.
first one. Yeah, yeah.
Even the landing on Mars, any of these, even these recent ones, right? Anything that goes to space, always cuts to CGI.
I'm gonna say now. 11 minutes. What's so like when they hit space, that kind of thing, you mean?
Or when it's far away enough that people can't see the
So wait, do you
rocket
believe
from
that then we rotate
the
around an
ground.
axis or not?
We don't rotate. There's no look. Have you heard of the Flat Earth Society?
Yeah, but you
Their
guys
model,
apparently aren't
their
with them.
model, their model. See, Barack Obama said climate change is real. We don't have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society. Okay, he promoted it. Okay, and then Vsauce makes a video, right, to mock this idea. Well, not to mock it, but to explain how crazy it is, right? And guess what model he was explaining? The Flat Earth Society's model, which is a disk in space. Okay, and that's not what we're talking about. We're saying we can't be in space because of the second law of thermodynamics, right? Contained. We need air pressure. We need to breathe. So we're not a disk rotating. We're a motionless plane, and things are moving in the sky. Yeah, lights.
So do you think every day then the stars should be in the exact same position they were last, like yesterday?
They are because there's something that we
Then what about solar
clocks are
eclipses?
based. Clocks are based. Okay, milliseconds are based on the
NASA official stuff.
on the Babylonian system, right? Calendars, sun system, right? That's what NASA uses today. That's how we have clocks, and that's what we call precision, right? Perfection. When you
But
look
then
at
if
what a
everything's
clock
meant to
is, right?
happen the same, how do solar eclipses happen? Shouldn't we have
I
it
don't
every
know.
day then, with your logic?
I don't know. I don't know. How can I know? Can't know that. I can't. I don't know that. I don't know what NASA knows. I don't know what they discovered. That information is highly classified. And if it ever leaks out, somebody's going to get in trouble. I don't know.
Yeah, but
Do
you
you
just
know?
said
How
the
can
same
anyone
thing
know?
should happen every day. The stars should align the same every day.
Constellations, the sun, the moon, the stars.
Yeah, then how do we have
Or
solar eclipses?
I don't know.
Doesn't
The
that like
things,
All I
the
know is
lights
like
break
in the
the light?
sky have independent motion. They move on their own speed. So planets, they have a circular motion from down here. Some have a retrograde motion. And that is all in a cycle. So when the cycle is complete for every light in the sky, it ends up back in the same position. And there's an explanation in the Livestream voice text. It's called the Saros cycle. It's what NASA uses. It's based on flat Earth observations. Not globe Earth, but flat Earth observations.
But see, I still don't get it because some places you can have light for 16 hours and vice versa, darkness for 16 hours. How can that work?
Because the sun has its own motion. It moves in a circular pattern that is differing between the Cancer of Capricorn or the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. It moves between those in a circular pattern.
as it moves in. So what we call the equator, right, is the center, these tropical area, right? The sun is always close enough, and the hours don't change as much as the outside where the seasons happen. So as the sun moves in, you get less light on the outside, and you get more light on the inside, right? We call that summertime in the north, and we call that winter in the south, right? And then as it goes out, the outside gets more sun, inside gets less sun.
Does that mean the people, like countries closer to the edge, should be colder?
That's an explanation, right? That's not really. I don't know. what the sun is doing because I don't know what's up there. I don't know if
No,
it's
but I'm just saying. So
possible.
places closer to the edge of the disc,
Yeah, on the
let's say, should they
outside.
be colder? Should they be
The,
colder or?
That would be Antarctica in our experience.
Right.
Antarctica
So they're
is the
cold.
coldest continent,
Right.
and on flat Earth, we kind of use Antarctica as the boundary layer or boundary line of what we have explored so far.
So then shouldn't that make Australia and that cold as well? Why they always like they're
No,
pretty.
Australia is like America. You know, you're in the same kind of distance from the sun goes in and sun comes out. But there's a place. There's 60th. It's called the 60th degree parallel. Everything outside of there is considered is under the Antarctic Treaty. You're not allowed to go there, right? That's off limits to the world.
Wait, guys. So you know how you said, like with the jumping video, how he jumped off the shuttle, right? And he jumped onto Earth. But where was he jumping from if he wasn't jumping from space? That's the bit.
128,000 feet. He's on a balloon.
Space begins at 300,000 feet.
So where was he jumping from? Just the atmosphere? I don't know.
Yeah, a higher layer of atmosphere.
He's like halfway to space, and it still looks flat.
But didn't you guys say
So wait.
space doesn't exist? Isn't that? Is that a thing? Oh, I don't know.
Pardon?
Did you go? Because people were saying that space isn't a thing, so I don't know now.
Well, what they call space. The point is, it looks flat. Right. You're almost in space, and it still looks flat. That's the point.
So if gravity doesn't exist, then why is it when something comes into our atmosphere, it falls down?
Because
there is no evidence that it comes into our atmosphere. It might be in our atmosphere already and just loses momentum.
But in space, everything's at a constant speed. So why is it accelerating? There's no reason for it to accelerate. There's nothing to pull it in
let's
to accelerate.
say I have a balloon. Let's say I have a balloon at 300,000 feet. I have a balloon there, right? And I throw out a car. Okay, so the higher you go, the less gas and less stuff that can slow you down, create drag. You know, like water. You know, as we fall slowly because it's the medium. Well, there's less medium, so you're accelerating, going fast. You're accelerating. When you hit stuff, right? When you start hitting stuff, right? Drag, stuff start hitting you, right? And the faster you're going, the more friction that's happening, so the more heat. And as you fall faster into the atmosphere or into more gas, more stuff is hitting you, and then the drag will slow you down and stop you at a constant, speed. Because it's called terminal velocity, right?
When you go to the atmosphere, you don't slow down.
Yeah, but if you use the heat transfer analogy, if you see a meteor coming down, you see it because it's burning hot. You see it light up, that's because it's burning. If you have a knife and a stick of butter, if you have a cold knife, you have more resistance than when you have a hot knife.
Right.
That's why it accelerates downward, because of the heat transfer and the effect on the medium it's falling into.
I don't know what a falling star is, right? Shooting stars, but we see those things, right? People say they're meteors burning out, before they can hit the ground because, but how you can't verify that. Falling in from where, like. And then there's the vacuum of space. That's a whole nother big topic. I mean, we're just talking about the curvature not being there. Second law of thermodynamics.
The simple thing about flat Earth is just a geometric question. Are we on the globe that they say we are on, or are we not on the globe? And that is only done by a geometric direct measurement. You cannot determine the globe by any other means than direct measurement, especially if you do not have the means to go up and view the geometry. We, you and I, no one here in this room has got the means to go up in space. We have to believe what those people tell us. But we do not have to believe what we can measure for ourselves. And that's what flat Earth is. You measure what and compare it to the globe model, what you experience.
Yeah, man. But when I think about the rich in history that they tell you about, right? For thousands of years, people could not figure out how to fly, right? And then all of a sudden, boom, people are in space. I mean, how? If it took us that long, I mean, look at what you need, right?
It only took 50 years from the first flight to, with a winged craft to going to space. That's not really logical. Especially now when they claim that they do not have the technology to do that anymore. They lost it.
Leonardo da Vinci couldn't figure out how to make a man fly, but the Wright brothers did. Leonardo da Vinci. You know who that guy is?
Yeah. What about shadow clocks? Because they were the first way to kind of tell the time. How would they have worked if it was flat?
They still work.
Sundials?
Where you stick like 2 sticks in the ground, and then you go with the shadow. 'Cause if you stick them far enough, they will have 2 different shadows.
Yeah, but you're also in a different time zone.
No,
You're
I'm not
talking
saying
about
that. Far. I'm saying
Eratosthenes, right? You're talking about Eratosthenes, the experiment where you use shadows to know the Earth is curved. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
So what you need though, is something called parallel light rays. But the problem is, parallel light rays don't exist in the real world. Are all divergent rays, light rays. And the sun appears to be a local sun because of diverging rays, crepuscular rays, see it through the clouds. That's the problem with that experiment.
And the fun thing is that if you do Eratosthenes, did you count in for refraction?
refraction.
Another headache. Yep. You want to have a headache? Simpler is
Do you know
better,
how
in my
refraction
opinion.
works?
Yeah, if a medium becomes denser, the refraction, the light, will be bending more. So your shadow measurement is based on bendy light. Because refraction works when a medium, when light hits another medium, and then when that medium has a progressively denser property, it bends more and more and more with every density equation you have. Our atmosphere is a set of layers of different density, being less dense at the top and very dense at the bottom. So the light is really refracting hard on it. Did you take that into account?
Meaning, even if you assume parallel light rays, right? When it enters said atmosphere, it refracts. It's not parallel lines anymore. Now they're everywhere. appearing
All right, then.
divergent.
I just got one last question because I'm gonna get off soon. What about, so you know how you guys always use that example of the horizon? What happens if something goes over that horizon? Like, where does it go?
It doesn't go over the horizon, it goes into the horizon. The horizon is the extinction line.
So then what happens to that object?
It just moves out of sight. You have no resolution with your own eyes to distinguish the shape.
And what happens if you just use a camera?
You extend your horizon to a point beyond where your eyes can see.
Yeah, but after a certain point, you won't see that object
Right,
anymore.
right,
It will disappear.
right. Because of how close you are to the plane that's beneath you, that causes that horizon. But if you go up, you will probably see more land, right? And if you can resolve that, if the boat is still there, you could probably bring it back in with the zoom or camera or lens or telescope or whatever, you know. So as you go up, you see more of that plane beneath you that's causing the horizon that you're going into, things are disappearing into.
If you were on a globe, then the horizon is the fixed point where the curve starts to hide the object that you are looking at. And if you go up, you would see the object to a certain extent, but at some point you also have to see the object angling away from you as it is perpendicular
yeah.
to the curve.
Yeah. So, especially
So I'm
tall
trying to give
buildings, tall like the Eiffel Tower, you know, for example, or the Burj Khalifa. You know, once you get far away enough and you look at it, it should be angling away because it's so tall into the clouds, you know, on the ball. But it's not because it appears flat.
So you just think that all the photos of the Earth are just fake?
Those taken from high altitude, depending space or not, you know, space is just arbitrarily altitude lying, but most of the pictures are taken with cameras, and every camera has a problem that it uses lenses, and lenses have the problem that it has barrel distortion. So every straight line will get a slight curve to it. That's called barrel distortion.
Yeah.
The more fisheye lens you use, that means extreme wide angle lens, the more curve you get into your image. And that's what you see.
I think he's talking about the whole thing. Whenever you see a picture of the whole thing, of the whole globe, and you're not gonna find a lot of them. And if you do, they all look different. It's not consistent. Those are fake. The
Yeah, but
ones
you
that
can't see the whole
Monkey is
globe in one
explaining.
picture.
Pardon? Go ahead.
You can't see the whole globe in one picture.
Right, and what I'm saying is the pictures that they do show you, that show you the whole thing, are the pictures from JAXA, you know, with the moon crossing in front, NASA. And they could have only taken those photos when they so-called went out up there past the ISS, and there's not a lot of them. And the only ones we have are uses a GoPro, where you don't ever see the whole thing. That's what he was explaining.
So all the people at NASA and that who build rockets and that, well, what's the point of them then? If it's just all a lie and we're just a flat.
They build rockets. They believe they go to space. They are just occupying the brightest and best minds with a fantasy that they do not want to conceive as being a fantasy because they have invested a lot in it. So they don't lie. They just believe what they're doing is right. They believe they bring stuff to space. They believe that they are on a ball. It's only a few people
The
at the
people
top.
who build people who build missiles, right? Who build weapons for war, are the same people that build rockets. They're contractors. This is their work. I build a rocket. I build a. You know, they're not They don't have to lie to anybody. But yeah, I wonder if they lie to themselves.
So you're telling me pretty much everyone in NASA and anyone that has to do with any of that type of stuff is pretty much just paid actors, really?
No, they don't know. They don't know. They do not go out and measure the surface of water for curve. They never done that. They expect that what they have been told is true because they work in it. They do not have a reason to question their own work because from their point of view it works out because they get results. It doesn't mean that the explanation for the results is correct or not. When they build a rocket, they all go to the launch pad and they see the thing go up and they are elated because they performed quality work from their point of view. They never question anything. They are just happy that the past 2 years of working on a rocket was successful.
Then going back to your reasoning, the reason they don't want to tell everyone the Earth is flat is because they've got to change all the books and they've got to change all this information. What about the first time where people believed it was flat, then someone proved it was a sphere? They would have had
No.
to change all that information.
No, it was the Roman Catholic Church that did all that. Okay,
and you got to remember
to a geocentric model, and then they changed it into a heliocentric model.
And you got to remember
all that effort.
It
They would have
happened
just made
at
the
the
world that
same.
much. They would have made everything just so much more harder to do.
It happened at the same time as the Inquisition. If you're familiar with history and the Inquisition, that would be the eradication of every differing culture that would not accept doctrine. From slavery to genocide. That's the Inquisition. That happened at the same time as the globe was introduced.
Yeah, when you said that, that would make things harder, right? No, not if you had help. Not if the plan came from a higher intelligence, a higher being, because that's who they work with. Pope goes Antarctica. Okay, why? I don't know. The Pope owns the Vatican owns all the telescopes. The Vatican controls the Royal Society and the narrative that comes from it.
Yeah, but things like gravity and all that, if that people knew the Earth was flat, why would they spend so much time and effort trying to prove it when they can just go back to saying the Earth was flat and then that cancels out gravity, cancels out
Because
everything.
that's not what's
all
taught in
that research
school.
that they've done.
So right.
No,
Because
but I'm
that's
talking
not-
about before. I'm talking about before.
So right now,
It
Bobby,
only-
you're-
only-
can you hear me? Test
Go ahead.
one, two.
Hey, Miggy, what's up, man? I didn't know that was you.
What's going on, brother?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah.
man.
No, I was gonna say right now Bobby is firing off a lot of questions on the defense. He hasn't his wall's still up. So you're providing, excellent answers, but his mind is still fighting why would they lie question. So
Yes.
he's very defensive in that end. So Bobby, here's the thing. You're not looking at the evidence. And so you're asking Aldo why would they lie questions.
No, but I am looking at the evidence, and there's more evidence
No,
proving that
one
it's a
second,
sphere than it's
Bobby.
flat.
Bobby. Well, here's the thing. I'm listening to you, and I've heard 1,000 times people come in here just like you, right? And it's to you, it's important to answer these questions, but the most important thing you need to answer is: have you investigated the shape of the Earth yourself, right? So, have you done the research to see if the Earth has any real curvature, measurable curvature? Have you done that?
I'm not gonna go and do that because it's been proven already. What's the need for
all
it?
right. So the need is that right now you're in a belief system. So the belief system that you think that is real, when you investigate it, you're going to find out that it isn't. So you think that all the peer-reviewed papers and all the people that have come together and said that the Earth is a globe, scientists or whatever you might think right now, that is the reasoning behind why you shouldn't look into it. But we're telling you that because you're not looking into it, there's a big gap in your understanding. So we would say that if once you go and try to verify this information, you're going to find out that it's not what they told you. It's has nothing to do with anything that they've told you about what the shape of the Earth is. Till you do that, you're never gonna come to the realization
But just
yourself.
like you're
gonna
saying
keep
to me,
asking the
I could tell you to do the same thing.
We did. What do you have to
Okay.
lose, though? Look, you have nothing to lose. Nothing
Yeah.
at all.
Do you see how you're not wanting to be open-minded about this? This is the
No,
this is
I'm
the
being
problem.
open-minded. I'm just asking
No, you're
questions
not,
about it.
Bobby. You're not being open-minded, and the reason why is because you're turning questions and around and telling me, well, if I were to do the same thing to you, and see, that's the thing. I've already done everything I need to come to the conclusion where I'm at. You haven't. That's the problem. So new people that come in here, they haven't done that, and they want to turn it around and ask us, well, I could do the same to you. Yes, I understand that, but you haven't done it yourself. Therefore, to you, this sounds like it's all new information, and like, why would they lie? Comes like the motive is the most important thing for you, but it really isn't. The evidence should be thing that that should drive you right now. Like, you should be wanting to know, like, okay, so what can I do to figure out if the earth has any curvature, or that it's actually in motion, right? Like the spin of the earth.
And
Like,
as
how
I've
can
said,
I do that?
there's plenty of evidence showing that it's a
No,
sphere.
there
Yes, there
isn't.
is.
Okay, so
Wow.
give me some hard evidence right now of how we can find the curvature of the
There's
earth.
articles everywhere, but you just
No,
guys say you don't believe it, that they're
second,
fake. You
Bobby,
just say
not
they're fake.
secondhand.
You don't read those
Bobby,
art.
Bobby,
Can I
hang on,
say one
Bobby.
thing real quick, Mickey?
Not secondhand information, Bobby. I'm talking about you going
Yeah, but
and measuring the curvature of the earth. Have you done that?
see, this is
Be
the
honest.
argument.
Be honest with
No,
yourself.
no, but you're just being hypocrites now. Because if you're saying,
Okay, so you're not
because you
Well,
just
answering
no,
me.
you're being.
Are you?
Well,
Are
let me
you?
say
Are you
one
alright,
not,
thing.
let me
Bobby?
finish.
Are you
Let me
Bobby?
finish.
Are you gonna answer me?
Are you gonna
But be
let me
honest with
finish?
yourself. No, sir. You need to be honest in this conversation. See, we're not getting anywhere because you're not being honest. Have you measured the curvature of the earth?
No, and why would I?
Okay, because it's important
Why
for you
would
to
you
validate
expect us to listen to you?
it's important for you to validate the information that has been taught to you, Bobby. Validation of the information. If you're just accepting what they tell you just on faith, is not actually validating the information. You're not verifying anything. You need to do that first. Otherwise, this whole wall that you set up where you're not going to allow any other new information come in will remain until you do it yourself. That's where we
No,
want you to get.
I'm happy to allow the information. I'm just trying to understand it.
No, you're not allowing it because we're telling you you need to go and do the research to see if the information that they've given you is true. And you're like, why do I need to do that? So you're not allowing it, Bobby. Through the conversation that we've been having here, Monkey and Bong have been telling you this, you're still combative. You're not allowing that information to come through. I'm listening to the
Because it's
conversation.
vice
That's why I
versa.
jumped in.
It's vice versa,
No,
but
it's
how
see,
can I?
there you go
Yeah,
again.
no,
It's
no, but
it's
I'm
not
saying
vice versa, Bobby.
it
It's
is
not
because
vice
how
versa.
can you say the Earth being a sphere is fake? It's like
It's
fake
not
information.
I've never said it was fake. I said, did you validate the information? That's what I'm telling you. There you go.
What's your answer?
It's simple.
That's all I'm asking.
It's simple
That's all I'm
pictures.
asking.
But
And
that's
you
No,
where
can
you'll
just
get the
it's fake.
answer to your question, Bob.
It's not about
It's like
secondhand
it's that
information,
simple.
Bobby.
The way
It's
what
about
you're
you
saying.
validating. It's about you
So your
validating that.
information is firsthand.
Okay, that information that they've given you needs to be validated. Whatever pictures or information that you've received, education of any kind, school or college or whatever, that information needs to be verified because they've been telling you a whole bunch of things about what the earth is, and you're still defending from a standpoint of ignorance. And I say that because you haven't verified it. Until you actually do, then you're like, oh, dude, this doesn't check out. But right now, you're still like, well, why should I? Right? And so that's the problem. It's the problem we're
Yeah, but
having right now in this
I've asked
conversation.
certain questions where it's impossible for the Earth to be flat for certain stuff to exist, and I just get told the same thing with the horizon.
All right, so if you haven't measured to see if the Earth has any curvature, then how do you know if it does or not have curvature? So therefore, I mean, we're actually speaking of what the Earth's shape is. That's the direct question: is the Earth a globe? Right. So if we're talking about what shape the Earth is, then it's going to definitely have to have curvature. Wouldn't you agree with that question that I just said? It would have to have
Yeah,
curvature,
it will
right?
have curvature.
Right.
If it does have curvature, then that curvature can be measured. That's just it's a simple follow up that you'd have to be able to. If it has any if it's a globe, it would have to have curvature. And then if the Earth does have curvature, that curvature would have to be measured. You could go out and probably go from a distance from point A to point B over a short distance, miles even, and see some curvature measured, like, I don't know, 25 miles or
Yeah.
something.
So then
Yeah.
Wouldn't you
I'll ask
agree?
you the same
When you fly
question
in a
then.
plane, you should always see more sky than ground because
All
the
right.
horizon drops down.
Yeah. Yeah. So hang on.
I'll ask
So
you the same question. Yep, continue.
No, I was just gonna say, would you agree that that would have to be possible if we lived on a globe Earth that had a curvature drop rate, over, like, let's say 25 miles, then you would definitely be able to say, okay, over this short distance there would be a certain drop rate from where I'm standing to, like, wherever you measure, right? That would have to logically be consistent, right? It couldn't be that the Earth didn't have any curvature over that distance. It would have to follow that if the Earth is a globe, therefore there would be curvature. There's no way around that. Do you agree with that?
Oh, wait, say that again because someone keeps messaging me.
All right. So if the
In
Earth
this
has curvature,
Discord.
if the Earth
Wait.
was a globe, it would have curvature, and that curvature should be able to be measured by you, me, everybody here. Would you agree with that?
All right, yeah, I'll just say yes.
Well, it has to be something that you understand to be like the Earth can't not be like, if it's a globe and you measure it and it's like, well, it's flat, but yeah, it might be a bigger ball or whatever. That doesn't follow. It has to be a globe of a certain size, right? A globe of a certain size and curvature drop rate at a certain drop rate, from distance to how much it drops. Like, everything would have to follow consistently with the mathematics of what they figured the globe to be. So the radius and the circumference and all that, because there's actual metrics to the
Geometry.
globe. So would you agree with all what I'm saying to you? Like, if it was possible to do this, would you be able to go out and be able to measure the globe? Like, it's not really hard. You'd be able to do it if it's possible, right? If it was a globe.
But see, if you just go on the internet and type in ways to measure the curvature, you will find ways that you can do it by yourself. Have you not tried them?
Right. Right. So I'm asking you
We
if it's
have.
possible, that you have information to do this, could you go out into the real world and do this, Bobby?
Yes, some of them are easy. One, I just looked it
Okay.
up now. One of them, all you need is 2 lasers, and you
Okay.
just,
So
or even the sunset, and you just put it
Well,
into
all
a
right.
formula. There's
if
basic ways to test it.
don't you think Neil deGrasse Tyson would have used those things already if it was? If
Yeah.
he said that you can't see curvature, that stuff is
I want
flat.
I
He said.
I kind of want him to understand if there's something that Bobby can do right now, like, because here the thing about us in this room is that all of us have tested it for ourselves. Like, we've all come to the conclusion at some point in our research to actually test this out for ourselves, because we're not just going to take somebody's word on it, right? Like, let's say somebody in here, like John Kimball, says, "Hey, I've tested that the Earth doesn't have any curvature, so it's flat," and I'll be like, "Okay, well, since you said it, I believe you." No, that's not how this works. We've already been lied to so many times. It's time for the verification process to happen by
So
you,
then
me, and everybody else.
I asked this question before then. If I was to send you up there, up into space, this would be first-hand data because you're seeing it yourself, and you would see that the Earth is
But
curved. What would you say then?
we already answered that. Remember, you
No,
said
but
you
he
didn't.
wasn't
You
here.
don't
He
know.
wasn't here. He wasn't here.
Yeah, but you all. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. All right. You try. Me. Yeah. Listen.
Go ahead,
Go
Bobby.
ahead.
You still there?
Yeah, I just asked you.
What was your question?
So I would send you in a rocket ship 408 kilometers out because they wanted a specific number, and then you would be able to see what the Earth looked like. What would you say then?
If that was even possible, then I would tell you what the Earth looks like from that vantage
What do you
point.
mean if that's even possible? It's possible to send someone up
Well,
into space.
I mean, here's the thing, though. The reality in which you live in, it consists in what you've been taught. So all the information that you have right now is just something that somebody has told you, and, well, multiple people, right? Organizations and so forth, that have told you what the Earth is. You're accepting of that information because there's no reason why you shouldn't doubt it, right? Yet you're in a forum right now that says, "Hey, man, you need to doubt this information because it's not compatible with reality." So we're telling you, okay, that's fine. I mean, you can say whatever you want, but if you haven't validated that information, it's really just like a belief that you have. That's all it is, Bobby. Like you don't have. There's nothing concrete that you can tell me. Okay, here's what you can do, Miggy. Go out to I don't know the Salt Flats. Go from point A to point B over like 25 miles, and then tell me what you come back. Like there's nothing you can do to tell me that I can verify it myself. All you can do with the information that you know about space and the Earth being a globe is tell me, here's a book, read this, look at this video. There's nothing you can tell me of something I can do to go verify it. That is the major problem in what your understanding of the Earth is. You only believe what has been told to you. So in essence, it's a belief system, kind of like a religious belief system that you have that you cling to because you think if I let go of it, a little bit of information, I feel like I'm betraying, I don't know, the Earth. That maybe it's scary to find out it could be something else than other than what I thought. And that's why we're telling you this is a difficult process, and it always leads the mind to go back to this cognitive dissonance state where you're kind of like on the defense. You just put up a wall and say like, no way, it's not even possible. You guys are dumb. You're idiots. There's no way that the Earth could be anything other than what I've been taught. But
I'm not calling you dumb on that. I'm just saying because I just
I'm
asked.
saying no, I know what I'm saying is the mind always sets this barrier up where it doesn't allow anything else than what you've been taught. So it's like I said, in essence, it's kind of like a religious belief because you don't have any evidence to back it up. The only thing that you think is evidence is secondhand information. It's not verifiable. I can't verify the information that you're telling me, like that rocket ship. I can't. That's bananas, dude. Like I can't get in a rocket ship and go, X amount of miles and up in the sky and look down. But what I can do is see if the Earth has any curvature drop rate, over a certain distance, or see something, far enough. Let's say a building or a boat or something at a distance, and then tell you, well, I can still see this boat, or I can't see this boat, or whatever. And we could figure certain things out that way to verify if the Earth has any curvature. So that's something
All right.
real that you and I can do, right?
Can you just quickly look at the link I sent you? Because that's one of the ways of figuring out the Earth is curved.
Where are you putting stuff?
The live stream voice text.
Let me look.
It's just
All
one
right,
singular link.
He posted some
How to-
curvature calculator stuff.
Yeah, it says how to calculate the curvature of the Earth per surface kilometer.
This is
Yep,
good.
and go down and read the math.
I am
Yeah.
some dude saying he was watching a video about flat earthers giving curvatures of the Earth sounded way too big. So I decided to calculate how much of the surface of the Earth would drop with respect to a line perpendicular to the ground per certain distance from this
No,
point.
no,
And
no.
he's got-
In respect to radius.
yeah, he's got a I don't know if you can see the image here. It's like a
Yeah.
wobbly circle.
He's already
I don't know.
wrong. See, he's already strawmanning. And just don't even.
Okay,
He's just doing
so-
rough calculations and he's proving
Yeah.
it. He doesn't
Look,
even
if
need
you
the
want,
exact.
if you want to pass geometry and math, don't listen
within-
to that guy.
so
All right,
within-
like just.
So within what he's doing here in this formula that he's got, he's also figuring that there's a specific radius. Like he's already figuring that this Earth is a round shape because you can see that circle that he's drawn there, right?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
that's what we call begging the question. Okay, so you can't beg the question inside of something you're trying to figure out what it is. So that's all. He can't start from that point. Yeah, you can't beg the question and then figure it out and say, aha, I have the answer. You have to actually figure out if the Earth is what they say it is, and then do the math to figure it out. But see, he did it backwards. He's actually already assuming that the Earth is a globe, and then saying, okay, because we're assuming the Earth is a globe, then we can figure this math out. And that's not how it works.
Exactly. Well, you know what that
We don't
means?
figure-
That means they came up with the radius before they went out and measured curvature. But here's the thing: if you want to know the radius of a ball, you measure the curvature. But there is no
Yeah.
curvature.
So
Therefore,
do
they
you-
started with an assumption. Yep. Go ahead.
Do you see where we're going wrong here with this guy trying to rebuttal what he's saying that he heard flat earthers talking about, Bobby? That's
No,
that
but-
information. That information can't be solid because he's already assuming the Earth is something that he has in his mind. And
No, he
using
didn't
that,
assume because if you read it, he just said
Okay,
he
so-
was
no,
finding
I'm not-
stuff out.
I'm not reading it. I'm looking at what he drew. Do you see that image
Yeah, and
that
then
he drew?
Yeah, but that's a
Right.
drawing.
Why
If
would
you look
he?
down at the
Right.
math and
Right.
look at what it says.
Why would he draw that if he didn't assume that the Earth was already that shape? Can you follow what I'm saying? Because that's important. You need to
Yeah, I
understand
understand
this,
what you're
Bobby.
saying, but he's
Right.
just
So
doing that to make the question easier for people to see.
no, it's not. See, the
If
thing
you
is,
read,
it's not about.
if you look at the
It's
math,
not a. Bobby,
if you
it's
look
not
at the
about
math,
making
he
it
finds
easier. It's about
everything
being
without
honest.
even being a circle.
It's
He's
not
not
about
getting
making it
it.
easy.
Hold on. Can I try?
Yeah, go ahead, Mart. Yeah, go ahead, Martos. Go ahead.
See, the thing is, if you assume the globe radius is correct, and then you can figure out the math and how it works and the prediction and everything. We agree with you on that part, not the part where it's already been figured out. But this is the whole point of flat Earth, right? Because we're told the Earth is a globe with certain dimensions, and there is already math available that tells us what distance we should be able to see, how much distant objects should be hidden, etc., etc. That's not in dispute, really, as you're, kind of conceding here by posting it. The problem is that when we go test reality, it doesn't match, right? We can observe things that the math says we shouldn't be able to observe. So then what's wrong? Is our observation wrong, or is the math wrong? Really the point where we're at with, measuring the Earth and laser tests and long distance observation, etc. So we don't find this curvature math that's supposed to be there in reality.
Hopefully that made sense, Bobby. I just really want you to kind of get the understand. Look, man, we're not trying to like bamboozle you and make you believe something differently. We want you to understand the truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it, right? So that's the most important takeaway that you need to take from this conversation that you have today. Is the truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it. So if it's true that what we're saying can be checked out and tested, and what this person who's assuming that the shape of the Earth is, then you'd have to take that into consideration. You can't be just like hand wave dismissing it and say, nah, it just makes it easier. No, man, this guy was actually assuming that the Earth was already a particular shape. He put that into his calculation. You can't do that. You have to start from a standpoint where you don't know anything, and then you're going to verify. You're going to check it out. You're going to test to see what the Earth is, if it has any curvature drop rate, or measure a distance from point A to point B, and see what you come up with, and then start to figure things out from that point. But you can't already have something in your mind of what the Earth is, because that's just not going to work out.
If you read the article you posted, he, without any shame, states, given that the radius of Earth is 6,371 kilometers, we can find, and then he starts the equation. So he takes the radius of Earth as a given. So he never measured anything.
Yes, because you're just trying to prove the point.
No,
Right,
he is evading.
You do type in radius, so that's what
He
pops up.
is evading to prove the point, because he accepts a value for radius without having measured it.
I don't understand. Like, one thing I'm trying to figure out, Bobby, is why are you trying to reason that this guy is actually doing something that's correct when we're telling you that you can't assume something at the very beginning? Why would you defend that point?
Yeah, but he
If you know
wasn't
that
assuming anything. You
you're
assumed that
defending
he was drawing a sphere. It's just a circle.
what
That could
what do
still
you
be
think
your flat Earth. How do you know that?
No,
No, that's not.
Bobby, come on, Bobby.
See the line
Let's
that he's
get
drawing in the,
yeah,
in the
Bobby,
middle?
Bobby,
That's called
Bobby,
the
let's get
radius.
real. Bobby, let's get real, man. Let's be honest with yourself and actually say what you just said again, because I don't think you're being real with yourself. He actually drew that circle because he thinks the Earth is a globe, Bobby. And you're making excuses for
Yeah, of
that
course he
drawing
does.
right now.
I'm
There
s-
you go. That's what I want you to be honest, because in order
Yeah,
for you
but
to
you
actually get somewhere, you need to be honest with yourself and say, no, this guy thinks that the Earth is a globe. So he drew that circle thinking that he could figure out the math of the drop rate and all that. That's why he drew that circle, because he thinks the Earth is a globe, assumes that it is, then tries to figure out the math that, or the like the drop rate or whatever. But you can't do that. You have to start from where you don't assume anything. It means that he can't draw that circle. It's not making it easier, or how do I know that it's not a flat Earth? No, it's because he already thinks the Earth is a globe, and you can't assume that it is. That's begging the question.
He's trying to explain why it looks flat at 128,000 feet. That's what he's trying to do on a ball, without making the ball bigger. That's what he's trying, and you can't do that. That's not how spheres. That's not how geometry works, right? It's not how the
Alright,
real
so
world works.
that's why I was saying there needs to be a real way that you can go out and measure over a distance to see if there's any curvature. There needs to be a measurement done, some test that you can actually do, right? Lasers, I think you brought that up. Do a test with lasers and whatnot, and if you're able to shine a laser from point A to point B over a distance, and from the point of origin to the target, there should be a certain drop rate, or the laser won't hit its target, right? It would be, probably shooting up into the sky or something, or the bulge of the earth would get in the way of the laser. So if that does occur, then voila, right? You have a globe, because there's no way that the laser will hit the target of Earth
Yeah, no,
hump curvature
the
in
test
the
was, I
way.
think, you put one 2 meters above the ground and the other one 4 meters. And then obviously as time goes on, you'll see that one is dropping off, or they both drop off because of curvature.
Because I mean, if you have a hump of Earth curve in between point A and point B, you won't have the laser hit its target. It's just not going to happen. Earth curvature will be in the way. I mean, it's just going to be in the way. If you can't draw a straight line over over a circle, because that hump would be in between the laser. So that's what I'm saying. If that checks out, then of course you'd be able to say, hey, wait a minute, I can never hit the laser from the point of origin to the target. It will never be able to hit because the Earth curvature will be in the way, always, because it's a globe. So if that's possible, right, over a distance, then you have yourself, you got a case now. You got something that you can work with. But if that never happens, Bobby, if it never happens and your laser always hits the target, you have issues with the globe. You have issues with what you've been taught. You have issues of like, okay, now they're telling me I could figure out the curvature with this calculations and formulas and stuff. But now my laser's hitting my target, and there is no Earth hump curvature that's in the way of the laser. Does that make sense? Because that's what. Okay, so now I'm going to tell you what we know from our side, right? Like the people that have been doing the research, there has been these specific tests done, right? Over a certain distance, there's lasers have been shot to a target and they've hit the target, and no Earth hump curvature has been in between. And we've heard every excuse under the sun as to why that happens, right? But the only thing that matters is that the laser hits its target over a distance, and there is no Earth hump curvature to block the laser. Therefore, the only conclusion is that there is no curvature, and the Earth is not a globe. So I could tell you this information, Bobby, but like you gotta go and test it for yourself, man. Like that's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's not
Who's
gonna
got
do
video
me
games to play today.
I always wonder why NASA, look, NASA sends jerseys up to astronauts. They play stuff up there and do all these things, but I wonder why they never put a camera on the rocket and show everybody that the Earth is a ball. As it goes up, it sees the Earth turning into a ball, right? They do all these other silly things for whatever reasons and purposes, but they won't do that because they're very concerned about people thinking the Earth is flat. But they won't do the simplest thing to prove that the Earth is not flat, that it's a ball.
Right.
Like that just kind of pisses me off.
Well,
man.
listen, they send rockets up all the time, replacing the people on the ISS and taking out the garbage and all that stuff. We should have live stream 24 hours a day of the launches, the dockings, the launches, the dockings. Should look like a FedEx place up there.
Yeah,
a lot of truth should be coming out from these organizations. But the main thing that, like I said, the main takeaway, Bobby, from this conversation, if anything, is something that you can actually do for yourself to test the globe, right? There has to be, because if you don't ever get active into this, like if you just like it's a globe, then you'll never come to understand what it could be, right? Because you're happy in this place where you just think that the Earth is a globe, which is fine. You can go away and think the Earth is a globe the rest of your life. It doesn't really matter. But the most important takeaway is that the truth is a truth, no matter if you believe it or not. It's going to remain the truth. So the Earth will remain what it is you believe it is or not. That's just the way it's going to be. I mean, it's all of us can argue till we're blue in the face and tell you what it is, but you have to do the research for yourself and verify it for yourself to actually come to that realization. Now, hopefully this conversation that we've had here kind of made an impact, at least to where you can consider these things, right? All we're asking you to do, man. Not trying to
What
convince
do you have to lose?
Hopefully you're still with us, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Yeah, you're pretty intelligible dude, man. I can just hear that from the conversation. You're basically you're at the place where all of us were at the very beginning. We're kind of fighting with this whole wrestling with the idea that really, how is it possible? All these people have been saying all along, these so quote unquote intellects, right, of knowledge, and how could they be wrong? Well, that's not what we're saying here. Telling you to test what they're saying. Go and check it out, because it's almost like somebody telling you, go look, man, and you're like, nah, why do I have to? Because then you'll find the truth. The truth is right there when you verify. Then you're gonna be like, dude, I can't figure this out. Why isn't it turning out to be what they say it is? Then you'll be on this side, be like, yeah, I checked it out, man. It's not a globe. But it's all up to you. The ball's in your court, man. Got to do it yourself.
Bobby.
Yeah.
Guys.
Anyway,
Just
yeah,
a cool name, man. Bobby.
you might want to just chew on that information, man. But yeah, thanks for popping in here. I don't want to overload you too much with all this stuff, but yeah, if you just do a bit of research yourself and try to verify the information, and there's a lot more that we can tell you when your mind is ready. When your mind is ready for that information, your mind will just be blown with all the stuff you can actually learn from what you thought the earth was and from what it actually is. It's a whole new world, man, to be honest. So yeah, so I don't want to entertain too much more of the conversation, because it'll become like an overload for your mind. You'll have too much to think about, and your mind won't process it.
A simple thing. For flat earthers, the shape of Earth, or the question about the shape of Earth, is a simple geometric issue. And geometry is resolved by geometric measurements. Any other is a substitute that does not fulfill the geometric requirements.
You're at the beach, Monkey. I hear little seagulls in the background, dude.
Sounds like a pier.
Yeah, I'm about 5 miles from the beach, but I have a lot of seagulls in my area.
Yeah, if I were you, I'd be ready to stick my toes in the sand, dude. Just
So before I go, can you just send me a picture of like how you guys say it looks like, just so I know? 'Cause
yeah.
If you type in flat Earth, there's about 5
Yeah.
different images.
So I guess here's the thing too, man. Like,
Just scroll down.
I would say from the standpoint of being in flat Earth, you're gonna get a lot of misinformation as well, Bobby. So you wouldn't find like what we would say is a model of flat Earth, because there isn't any. But you're gonna get images of what it look like. People think the Earth looks like as a whole. You're gonna see this
The ancient models.
Yeah, you're gonna see this like azimuthal equidistant projection map, like the one that's being shown, the Gleason's map and all that. But what we can say is nobody knows what the Earth looks like in its entirety. Nobody, Bobby. With assurance, I can tell you this. Nobody knows what the Earth looks like in its entirety. Not a single soul on this Earth, not flat or globe. Nobody knows what the Earth looked like in its entirety. So whatever's being presented to you needs to be taken with a grain of salt. Okay, you got to do the research yourself, because if somebody presents something to you like on the flat Earth side or the globe Earth and says, "Here you go, this is what the Earth looks like," and then you yourself test it out, and you're like, "Dude, I don't see what like how can I know what you're saying is true?" You know, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to be
I don't know
weary.
what you're talking about. Okay, I'll go
There's
out
gonna be a
there.
lot of
I didn't know
gonna be a
something.
lot of people trying to replace or give you explanations, but
Mm-hmm.
it's all just speculation. It's all it can be.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all it can be. Yeah, exactly. Until somebody actually gets to a place where they can see the Earth in its entirety, and then you can do it yourself. Then you can actually say, okay, then I know that what you're saying is true. But like right now, we can speculate because nobody knows, right? So we'll always say that. That's the caveat. We'll always say that it's just speculation, but here's what it would look like because we know the Earth isn't a globe. If that makes any sense, Bobby.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're trying to ask that question, you know, what do you guys think the Earth looks like as a whole, or give me some images I could look at. Um, there's a lot of images that we can show you that over a certain distance we can still see things at a very far distance. There's certain images like that that could probably help you understand what we're saying, but overall, like entire Earth, no, there's no such thing in existence. Only
But
like
you
yeah, go
you
ahead.
just believe that it's like flat.
Well,
That's the main thing.
it's a flat level plane, right? It's a plane of existence. So our realm that we live in, the shape isn't a globe because
I call
see
it the wakeful realm. You know, when we're not
Yeah.
sleeping, we're here.
Yeah, because we see too far, so it's not consistent with the globe. Therefore, if it is the map that they say, that any map that you get, of course, it would have to look consistent to what our reality looks like. So it would be like a flat map that you'd look at. Like every time you look at a map, it's flat, right? So any map that you would look at would be consistent so long as it doesn't wrap around a ball. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Like it doesn't matter what
Earth
map you look at.
realm, right?
All maps
Earth
that you're
realm.
all maps that we're saying that you could look at, like your local maps or whatever, be consistent with flat Earth because it doesn't wrap around a ball. We're not talking about like the Earth being a globe. We're just saying we're looking at a map and you're charting a course from point A to point B, and you could do that with any map. So
Top down.
so long as
If you
so long as it's consistent with the Earth not being a globe, then it's still good.
start to feel like you're in a movie, like you're in some kind of crazy Hollywood, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, like some kind of movie. You know what I mean? Like it's weird, dude. It's
That's a
not
bit
as
of a
weird
shell.
as the ball.
It's a
Feel
bit of
me?
a shell shock at the beginning, but
Yeah.
just it takes time to process it. That's why if you take too much information all at once, it becomes like an overload.
Start hitting all the
Take
walls.
take it in strides, man. That's the only thing you can do. Take it in strides. We're always here, so you can just come back and ask more questions when we've done more research. And this topic is huge, man. It encumbers like a lot of other different aspects. So
For me,
fair enough.
Yeah.
Right.
According to NASA, and I posted the picture of, let's say, the front page of the article. Flat Earth projection has only 10% error margin when they measured it with satellites. So 90% of the Earth is considered flat by NASA standards.
Ooh, that's nice. I don't think we were meant to read that. I think it's for professionals.
Yeah, but we are professional moderators and Discord users, right?
Yeah, professional enough.
You can't argue with that, Bong. Monkey's got a
Exactly.
point.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
Bobby, I just posted that excerpt from NASA just to show you that on one side NASA claims a globe model, and on the other side of NASA they just plainly state that flat Earth works out. So who are you gonna believe within NASA? That's the whole point. What this conversation is about. Are you going to believe someone else, an institution, 500 astronauts, or are you gonna believe your own capabilities in verifying the stories that people tell you?
You know, 1969 is when the debate died because they went to the moon, proving the Earth was a ball. That's when all the flat earthers started, I guess. I mean, it died out, right? The whole world believed.
Yeah, they were all tied up with marijuana and Jimi Hendrix songs.
Yeah. And then video games. But you know, 1969, the movie was made, Space Odyssey, 2001. Still awesome if you see it again today. It's even better now. Pet tablets. This big black thing that teaches monkeys, help them evolve faster, all that crap. That's what your phone is. We are those
The
monkeys.
monolith told me that the
Yeah.
Earth was flat.
Yeah. We're those monkeys looking
I
at
don't
these
think Bobby's.
phones.
I don't think Bobby's ready for the second layer just yet, man. He's still gotta get to the first layer.
That's just a movie,
you guys
bro.
are gonna you guys are gonna start talking about some topics that are way too deep for this guy right now. Like he's got to get a
Yeah.
handle on first figuring out a few things before
The basics.
the deep conversations take place, because
Master the basics in order for us to become advanced. The skill will emerge.
it gets crazy once we start talking about stuff like that, man. Like to some new person. A new person is just gonna be like, "What?" You know, because so it's
Yeah. Good stuff though. It's like, whoa, I understand their language, bro. I know what to say. You know, like They Live, right? Got one that can see. Get him.
cool. They made a remake of They Live, like a revamped version.
Did they?
What?
No, I'm saying that if they made one, that would
I
be
know,
amazing.
right?
Like a
Probably mess it up. Probably be propaganda.
It would be great if they did a remake, but you know, like independent movie, not Hollywood.
yeah, you mean like one of those films that, well, nowadays with the technology, man, like you could do anything like in computers, so rendering and all that. Even
Yeah,
low
with
budget films are looking really good these days.
music score from ODD and Flat Earth Man.
What?
Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. It was a good conversation, and I will
Hey,
research as you said.
Yeah, you take
Thanks
care,
for
Bobby.
listening,
Yeah,
mate.
See ya.
have a good one, man.
Dreams.
Good man. Good man. Another satisfied customer.
I told you that that desk always comes back organized, dude, when you flip it. I don't know why.
Oh, it's a bigger desk now, man. Flips even easier.
How's
Two
that get that?
flips.
I wonder, do they experience shell shock after being here?
I did. Man, I was like
There it is.
electrified, dude. Like
Bong's gift right there.
coming out of my eyes. It's like,
It's
oh
all
my god,
chaos.
what is this feeling?
All chaos in the beginning, and then it's just like you don't know how it gets all organized at the end. Just
It's like everything just fell into place, man. It's like, huh,
shit.
must be entropy.
How long was that guy in here? Like, were you talking to him? Was it quite some time or what?
A little bit after you came in, I think. I mean, a little before you came in. There's someone else earlier, but I forget. Stratos, I think. We were talking to Stratos earlier. Then he came
Yeah,
in. And
Stratos came in, and Bobby asked to be unmuted, so I unmuted him. He was voice verified, and he was muted for some reason. I think it was trolling earlier, because he came in kind of trollish.
I'm just glad Bobby has a reason to look into it now, man. Verify things. It's good. I didn't think it was gonna happen. I mean, I hope he does. I hope he does.
I'm glad he didn't spiral.
Yeah.
He sounds like he's from your neck of the woods, Bong.
Yes. Yeah. Aussies, you know. Aussies are onto it, man. Like all that crap they show you on TV about, pandemic. That's not Aussies, you know.
Yeah.
It's tiny fraction of the population. Those people you see on TV.
I think Anthony's also from your neck of the woods as well. I think.
Oh yeah.
Or are you from the east? You're from the east side, Anthony, or the west side?
From Melbourne,
Melbourne.
south east.
Ah.
Sup, Andy? I'm in Sydney. Yeah, mate.
Hey, bro.
Hey, you got more of your brethren are waking up, man. Like, what's up?
Yeah, most of my mates, I was like shunned by almost all of my friends for 5 years, and now they're all private messaging me every now and then. Like, just wondering what else you think's happening. Like, is the COVID gonna do this and that? Like, suddenly I'm the annoyed
You're the
oracle.
You should just tell them, yeah, you don't want to talk to me about that. I mean, 5 years ago, you decided I was an idiot. So
It's funny. It's funny, right? They never actually admit the Earth's flat, though. Like, they never can actually say it. They kind of all know, but they just still, most of them can't say it.
Hey, next time you celebrate your birthday party, do it the theme party. Dress up in a white sheet, put on the mead and some incense, and tell them, hey, it's a Greek party. You'll be the oracle.
I'm a Jehovah's Witness, so no birthdays.
Flat Earth Day party.
You're giving that one up.
Nah, I'm definitely not Jehovah's Witness. I did consider it at some stages.
Well, maybe you can have a Flat Earth Day for the creator that created the Flat Earth on the first day.
Every day's a Flat Earth Day, bro.
Then every day you're going to dress in a white sheet, playing the oracle for them.
Yeah, I reckon I can pull that off.
Start charging them cookies or something. I don't know.
I think in the old days, the Greek oracles accepted payment in real estate.
Wouldn't be too bad. Yeah. Give me a plot of land.
Good to have you back, Miggy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, bro.
Miggy's back. In right on time. Yeah, good timing jumping in. That was perfect, man.
Yeah, I didn't know how far in the conversation that guy was, but I could almost I could read somebody's like where they're at just by what they're saying and how they're kind of going through the conversation. I can already tell what I need to say.
What's going on, Miggy?
Nothing much, bro. Just kicking it with Flat Earth. But you
Good.
guys are like family, man. It's like coming back. Doesn't seem like I was gone. It just feels like I took a vacation and came back.
Everyone needs a vacation once in a while.
My vacation kicked up in work. I'm doing like 60, 70 hours a week. So now I'm on here and working during the day sometimes.
So have you heard the latest globe denial? So they now deny that there's a vacuum next to gas pressure.
What are they saying it is?
It is slightly going from pressure to low pressure. So it's not a vacuum. It's slightly going from. So they deny
like a gradient all the way through.
All the way to the moon.
So that doesn't work.
Yeah, it still doesn't work. Still
Yeah.
doesn't work.
Still have
Yeah,
to have a container for a gradient.
Yeah, ask if you see Flying Scotsman, ask him. Right?
I will.
He's going to deny a vacuum next to gas pressure. I didn't claim that.
Oh, who? You know what? Somebody came up with it. There was a famous numpty that came up with that. One of the major numpties.
Panic?
MC
No,
Toon.
it was, Toon? What could it be? That sounds familiar. Who said that? Is that Elisha?
Yeah, it's got to be MC Toon, bro.
Oh, Anthony?
Yeah.
It could be.
Okay.
Somebody came up with it, and they were talking about they wanted that because they knew that flat earthers were getting them on it, right? But just like Radwin said, you still need a container. But they were still thinking that they could escape the argument by saying that it slowly, gradually, goes into what is known as a vacuum, but it's not. It's still a gradient, like as far as you can go. It doesn't.
Right. Well, we could look at the atmospheric pressure readings on the moon, but they lost all that information.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he went out and showed us a box with sulfur hexafluoride, and then claimed, well, there's your container, right? It doesn't have a roof.
Yeah, but he still needed something to carry that sulfur hexafluoride in, or pour it into. So it still has.
No, you need a container to hold that stuff, or it just dissipates.
And it would move out of the container. So
yeah, even if it's laying in a box, it'll still go up and out of the container because air moves.
And then he claims, yeah, but that's exactly what I'm claiming, right? So you have this box called the Earth with the gas, and then it slowly goes out. So we would all be dead if that was the case. But okay.
But did that box where the Earth is in, does that have a flat floor, or is the box the Earth?
Right.
Yeah. See, that's the thing that because it still has the walls, right? Box has walls, so
everything has to be contained.
The globe is
Air
mostly
in the water.
Doesn't work out. And you know what I've noticed though, like in the conversation since I returned, they're starting to use the water analogy, water to gas analogy.
Oh, that's so retarded.
I keep hearing.
I don't get it. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
They're using water because it's and air, like evaporated water, as well. It's still water in the air, and that's why it's held in, just like water to the ball, and gravity holds it in. All this bullshit.
Ridiculous.
Oh, so they're saying that water vapor is water and not a gas.
Right, except I always ask them, that's great, except why does it not ever want to pull down the fog that's 1 foot above the water, but it pulls down the shit miles in the air?
Yep.
Yeah, but if water goes up, then what happened to gravity?
Well, that's where I use selective gravity for them. Just use that word, and then we know that you're really in unicorn land.
What? Water gravity?
Well, yeah, water gravity, mass gravity,
helium gravity,
space-time gravity, helium gravity. Yep.
ISS gravity.
Well, ISS, from what I hear, has pockets of gravity it hits. That's why screws sometimes fall and then people float.
But there's still a vacuum outside of that gradient.
So every time an astronaut hits the side of the ISS, how far off does it move off course, and how do they correct that? Where's the fuel from?
They just correct brain farts.
Magic.
But if space isn't a vacuum anymore, then
Oh, so now you can move around. Shit.
yeah, but what are the vacuum chambers that we have in schools and in science labs and all that kind of stuff? Are we now going
We don't
to
need those anymore.
are we going to rebrand them as low air pressure containment systems?
The engineers at my work won't let you do that. They're going to say they're pulling a vacuum, and that's it. And this is the number we're achieving for this many seconds, and the part is good. They use helium to test, by the way.
Yeah, I was blown away again. Yeah, I'm not claiming a vacuum next to a gas pressure system. It's so funny. Oh.
Why don't they say gravity though? I mean, what's the problem? Why are
That's
you
the hardest
trying
word to get out of their mouth.
Oh my! So they know not to say gravity.
Yep.
Oh, clever girl. You're like Velociraptor.
After 5 years, they started to learn something.
And still
Hey, what's
not
wrong?
having a clue about the black swan, right? Still
What's
not.
wrong? Is gravity argument not strong enough? Is that why it's not being used?
They
Gravity doesn't hold
don't
water.
see
You
the
know?
black swan.
Well, that's
Purposely
a
don't
big
see it.
mistake. That's a big mistake. What you need to do is invoke gravity and put your finger at Neil deGrasse Tyson and the gang, NASA. That's all. That's all you have to do, and it's over. What's the problem? Why do you have to complicate things? Make their job harder. Right?
So they deny a vacuum next to a high gas pressure system. They deny that Earth can be measured because every time we look at the horizon, it's being refracted all kinds of ways. So Earth is immeasurable. So what they got left?
The amount of toilet paper they bought last year.
If curved looks flat, then what does flat look like? If level is curved, then what is level? Like, then what do we mean by flat line? What is 180 degrees? Does that even exist? This is probably just another really big circle.
I think we got somebody in here named Systematic. Systematic's in here, got second chance. Have you guys spoken to that person?
Nope, but he was in the lobby.
Who is it?
Systematic. Saw him in
I
the
didn't
lobby.
see them. Okay.
Systematic, are you there? I think you got voice verification. You can speak if you want. He's got a tag that says second chance, so I don't know if anybody spoke to him and gave him a second chance or something. I guess not.
People clam up when they get voice privileges.
Systematic enough.
And you can hear, right, this Flying Scotsman has been hanging around in the Jam Pandas because these are the things they will teach you, right? Level is curved, flat means curved. We can't see the geometric horizon because it's always refracted. But when you look at these high-placed priests like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michelle Thaler, they don't talk about refraction. It's only in the trench level where they talk about refraction, where these grunts are defending the globe. I mean, the high-powered.
Thanks a lot, Roger. Now they're going to change their game up a little bit.
I don't think
so. As soon as we start pointing out their flaws, they start building those flaws.
No. They will even throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus, right? 128,000 feet up, you won't see curvature. Nah, man, he's wrong. Why do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson speaks for me? He's wrong. Right? This is the thing that the trans-level grunts will tell you. But when you listen to Michelle Thaler, she will tell you boats go over the curvature. Right? That's the best example of the ball.
Yeah, people that go over there get their mind twisted up into a pretzel. There's thinking that level is curved and all this other business. That's a bunch of garbage, man. Those guys, they you don't even know if white is white. You think white is black, and like your mind's all warped by the time you leave that place.
Right.
Like, I don't even know why anybody would even.
He told us that that there's no objective reality, right? So there you
can't
go.
know, and you can't know something 100%. Like they on record they stated that you can't know anything 100%. Bullshit, dude. Like that's what I gotta say. See, your mind's all bent up when you're in there thinking, oh, I don't know anything 100%. And you come in here and you start trying to debate that, and you lose, big time. If that was true, then yeah, all reality, even what they think is true, would be up for grabs. Like nothing would be solid. You couldn't know anything if that was true. Then it'd be like, well, what you're saying about the globe, then you can't know 100%, right? So that makes you wrong already. So you just shot yourself in both foot. That's interesting.
If it ever gets really quiet here in Discord, we've got to play the clip of MC Toon coming in here to debate all the flat earthers from 2 years ago. It is a classic.
Yeah.
At the end of the video that he posts himself for some reason, at the end of it, he gets crushed by the experiment of the laser experiment where they use two different lasers, so they would have to have refracted differently. And at the end of the video, he goes back to himself in the room and he goes, "Well, you see, there you have it. The flat earthers, all they have is this laser experiment, which could mean that the Earth is way bigger. So, yeah, there you have it."
If it's way bigger, then our time for a day has to change.
Accurate and sarcastic.
Yeah, if you ever are speaking to that guy or, you happen to see him in a Facebook argument, just post that clip. It's crushing.
Mr. Sensible said it right. At least you debunked the radius. At best, you debunked the radius. Oh.
I saw I think it was a phone commercial, black dude in it, rapper, and they had him dressed in a globe. Mm-hmm.
What kind of commercial was it selling? Was it like phone cards, something like international, global? I'm starting to see globes everywhere too. Every global this, global that, the globe for the globe. Everywhere.
So yesterday I saw this movie with Chris Pratt, The Tomorrow War. Has anybody seen it?
Yeah. What's her name was just telling us about it. Hey, what was it? Yeah.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
know.
Can you explain it?
Yeah, well, I don't want to spoil it, but at the end, I was like, so all this, and then they blame it on global warming. When you see it, you get it. I mean, I'm like, oh, so everything what we just seen was about global warming.
Exactly, man.
It's so funny. They
the
had to
global
tie it
warming.
into climate change, man. I was like, what?
Yeah, climate change is a killer though, because it's been in July, it should be normally like 90 degrees and stuff. It's like high 40s in the morning to like 68 in the all day from June now. So this will be fun. It's actually so hot that it feels cool outside. It's fooling the thermometers. They're actually going around. It's a 30-year cycle, people.
I mean, it was entertainment, lots of action, lots of shooting. It was entertaining, but still a bunch of sci-fi.
Those movies are a turn off. Yeah, disappointment. That's what she said, and I was like, yeah. You were expecting something deeper, right?
Sorry,
It
what?
just
What was
you
the
were.
first one?
She said that she was disappointed when she found out the ending was just some propaganda.
Yeah,
Because
I agree.
you're wondering what's about is propaganda. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I caught it immediately.
Is it about aliens?
It's about aliens, yeah.
Come from outer space or in the
Yeah,
earth?
from outer space. Yeah. But did
On a meteor?
no
Meteorite?
on a ship.
Did it crash somewhere or did they find it?
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, it crashed somewhere, and because of climate change, it thought the ship thawed, and then the aliens could escape. So that's why they tied it into this propaganda. Right? It's so funny.
Oh, wow.
But I mean, yeah, it was like front to back was action and just put your mind on blank and was entertaining. So
Fighting climate change and global warming protects us against aliens. Awesome message.
the point was that because of I it came over to me that because of climate change, the aliens could attack, right? Or else they would still be
Right.
in the ice. That's kind of the we did it, guys. We did it. It's our fault.
Exactly.
But it had a lot of paradoxes, right? It's also about time travel.
Oh yeah, there was like jumping to the future or something.
Mhm.
To fight the
Mhm.
war. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's another big agenda. Yeah, I mean another idea they time travel and dimension hopping. Like portals, wormholes, stargates. These kinds of normalizing it. I think about Arthur C. Clarke writing about the satellite, and then boom, satellites. And then I think about these guys writing about time travel. Now, I'm not saying there's going to be real time travel, but boom, something comes in.
But that's been here for a long time, right? So you have Terminator. Blade Runner was also about time travel, right?
No, well, Blade Runner was about
Was it
clones.
about
It was about creating like a clone race, like super people that only, and then sending them off to space as laborers.
I must be mistaken.
Time from the 80s. Time Cop, I mean, Rick and Morty.
Time
Yeah,
travel's
Rick and
been
Morty.
around a lot longer than like media,
Yeah,
like old books and stuff.
yeah, Hinduism.
Yeah, so even in the story about Merlin, right? The Disney cartoon where the boy sees the globe, and then Merlin says to him, "Yeah, well, this is what the people in the future will be saying, right?"
Yep, seen that. Yep. Wonder if it's still on YouTube somewhere.
What was the bird's name? Archimedes?
On the cartoon?
Merlin's owl. What was his name? Was it Archimedes in the
I
cartoon?
don't know. All I know about Merlin is King Arthur.
Right, King Arthur.
I don't even know about King Arthur. I don't even know if it was real, and if it was, what the real story was.
Yes, I was thinking, right? It was just an idea. So we've heard of the Dark Ages, right? So a few hundred years that just went past, and nobody actually knows what happened, and right, we're just basically cavemen. But then you have the fairy tale Sleeping Beauty, which sleeps for 100 years. Right, this whole country or whole castle sleeps for 100 years and then wakes up again.
Yeah. Missing history.
It's one way to add 100 years to your history, right? Or just a metaphor.
Or 1,000. I mean, whatever supports whatever you can use science to, convince people. Science can, what is it, 10,000 years? Carbon dating accurate? Yeah, and I wonder if that Library of Alexandria and everything that was in it actually burned. Just
good one.
Taken.
They will tell you it's burned, but probably stuffed it somewhere else where nobody knows where it is, and then just burn a library and claim that everything is gone.
I always wonder if it's under the Vatican. The Vatican must have taken it. Or the Romans must have taken it, or I mean, why would you do such a thing, right? Destroy all the knowledge of the world? Who would do such a thing? Why
Yeah,
would they lie?
What if the myth is that the library never existed?
Yep. Yep. What if it wasn't real? What if it was all
We
just
destroyed
written
something
history?
that never existed. Hold on, I've
You're
heard
right.
that one before.
Yeah. To explain the the Dark Ages. And out of darkness comes light, right? The Renaissance.
We used to have that technology, but we destroyed it. And it's a painful process.
It's a difficult process to build it back up.
Just a thought.
As he's going through his state of the art iPhone that can do infinitely way more calculations than what they used back then. Oh, we lost the technology. But check out this new phone that just came out. I can record 900 and 900
remember
frames
Toy
per
Story?
second. What's up?
You remember Toy Story when he goes, "Hey guys, look, it's the real Buzz Lightyear."
Yeah.
It's like it's a mockery, right? It's like, wait, wasn't it
So-
real all along? Was that, you know what I mean?
So apparently,
Same time, I thought
Freemasons are flat earthers. I think that's pretty much that's what they're hiding, because I now have the Freemasons from 1946, their encyclopedia set, and the supplement that goes with it. And first thing in Bible references, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, divide the day from the night. So they're all, I can go through here. They're flat earthers. That's what they're hiding.
So cool. Where'd you come up on something like that?
What?
I
They're
guess you
just
don't.
hiding everything and nothing at the same time. Bunch of clans.
Well, if we want to hide knowledge, we want to create something so people can make fun of it, right? And if you just happen to know what we've hidden, then you know. You know what I mean?
Make sure to post interesting pictures, Radwin.
What's that? I didn't
So
hear
make
you.
sure to post interesting pictures if you come across any.
Yeah, I will. All text. Masonic Dictionary. Wonder what's in here. North. The north side of the lodge room is the dark side. No lights, stations, or places are in it. I will read a bunch of stuff here later. Can't believe I found these books. Just found them. Here you go. Here's some books for you to read. Just the thing I'm into. They're purposely set out for me to find them.
Yeah, I look forward to hearing anything interesting you come across.
Oh, yeah.
When you search for Buzz Aldrin Freemason, you get the first page will be what's it called? Scottish Rite, Northern Masonic Jurisdiction, and in this article, they reference another article, and I just posted it. But it's really intriguing, right? Because they talk about the moon, And what do they say? Where was it? Oh, yeah. So Masonry has retained the use of the moon in the large because it represents a part of the universe. As the sun rules over the day, the moon presides over the night. As the one regulates the year, so does the other the months. As the former, the sun is the king of the starry hosts of heavens, so is the latter, the moon, their queen. Both deriving their heat, light, and power from him, who has the third and the greatest light, the master of heaven and earth, controls of them. Masons use the moon as the lesser light.
Like the Bible.
The lesser light.
Lesser Light makes me think of that video that Crow did.
Yeah, but they're open, right? Because in that same article, it's so funny. The sky is the limit. It's no secret that there are a number of Masonic astronauts, and the questions have been posed: why are so many astronauts also Masons? And what did the first moonwalk have to do with Masonry? The answer boils down to one simple word: progress. Freemasons have always been on the cutting edge of new advancements and behind the development of impactful breakthroughs and innovations. Sky is the limit. It actually is, right? They would tell you.
They don't hide much, man, do they?
So does that mean they fund a lot of these projects?
Yeah, basically, because they are in. What did they say?
Patron.
Progress, right?
One small
They
step.
always been on cutting edge of new advancements. Mm-hmm.
One small step for Freemasons and one giant leap for propaganda. Yeah. What a ritual.
And they want to spread light, right? As if they are the light bearers. If the goal is to spread light wherever we go, then why not spread light past Earth's boundaries and into the darkest place we can reach? Brother Aldrin did just that.
Servants of darkness masquerading servants of light. Just like Satan. Or, whoever their boss is, whoever their god is. You have to believe in a god, right? To be a Mason.
We have to ask Cyrus.
God of the Masons. I wonder who it is. I wonder who Jay-Z worships. I think he's a Mason. Shaq.
I don't know. Him playing those lyrics backwards, him saying murder, murder, Jesus, 666, all that shit. I'm pretty safe to say that he doesn't worship God or Jesus.
Automatic writing. You know how people say, they do automatic writing. I think hip hop is the same thing. You know, some of the when you channel the spirit to your words,
Through your spelling.
through your bars, the bars of your spell. Isn't that what music is, right? It's you in a trance, hypnotizes you, puts the conscious mind, right? The super ego, see, right? Goes bypasses the super ego straight to the id, the unconscious mind. Feel the music. Feel the rhythm. Bondi river. Bondi boy. Let the wave pass through you. The TV is like this hypnotist in your house. You know, phone, the tablet, the all-seeing eye. Your eyes. I will never have enough of seeing, the ear of hearing. Are you not entertained? Right?
The Gulf of Mexico is on fire.
Let it burn, I guess.
Oil pipeline ruptured, so we'll get to hear about that distraction for a while.
Yeah, you got to pump up the oil price, right?
Yeah.
You got stocks and stocks and stocks now. So somebody's got to pump it up.
Gas prices are going to go up.
Of
When we're
course.
driving. Only essentials, right? Essential gas for essential workers.
Got to create a false crisis.
Got to help. These crises must help each other out.
Because there is only a finite amount of oil. Just remember.
Well, there's only so many dinosaurs.
Right? That's what I'm saying. It's crazy.
And trees.
I just drove by a Sinclair.
They say dinosaurs, so there's only so many.
I just drove by.
We should have used up all those dinosaurs by now.
Seriously. I drove by Sinclair yesterday, and it just started I started laughing my ass off because they still use that Brontosaurus logo. That was funny.
The one by my house dresses it up like for each holiday and stuff like that. Like for Easter and stuff, they'll have like bunny ears in the basket and
Yeah, it's like remember you're buying dinosaur juice.
I saw this funny meme where it's like that dude from Dumb and Dumber, where he's like dinosaurs turned into oil, you can use oil to make plastic. Plastic can be used to make dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
What the?
Sustainable, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh well. Just buy a motorcycle.
These crazy stories, right? This guy coming in telling us that what gypsy telling us that gold is made from supernovas and it's raining down on us.
Yep, we're all stardust.
I remember when I was really into supernovas and there's quasars, you know, how they get denser and denser. You know, it's like, wow, if this star is lucky, it can turn into a quasar. Right? Ooh, these stars live really short lives, but like they glow really bright. The ones that are, you know, what I mean, I was like, wow, so fascinated, so fascinated.
Good
Oh
good old
man.
Disney entertainment or the educational shows they used to do.
Oh, my brain cells back, man. This is gone forever. Forever. You can't be little again. There is somebody in my house that's little that grew up knowing the earth is flat, so maybe that'll change things. It's my son.
Same here. We got two little flat earthers.
Change the world. Nursery for stars, you know. This is where stars are born. It's like a nursery. Do you know that that's actually billions of light years? Like, it looks really close to each other, but it's like billions of light years or millions. At these constellations. What a ride. And you had Star Wars to help you kind of visualize it all, right? Movies like Star Wars and Star Trek. Galactic empires. Imagine that. And now they're here. Aliens. Came a long way.
It wasn't that long ago that I'd have been hailing the incoming of these said aliens. I'm glad I woke up. I'm glad I woke up in time.
Bro. I think Michio Kaku was speaking about it, right? He said, like, I don't know why aliens would be interested in our planet. Like, we have to first reach there are different kinds of civilization. There are phases that civilizations go through. And if our civilization doesn't make it through this phase, we're going to destroy ourselves. So we have to find a way to reach the next phase so that we, right?
Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
join the intergalactic.
I used to follow that guy like, you know, like they say he's a priest, a science priest. And I used to literally go out of my way to see his interviews and stuff.
Yeah. I was like, this guy has the most interesting stories. Man, tell me more, Mr. Kaku.
I thought I was smart.
I understand astrophysicists. Oh my God. I know what he's talking about.
The weird thing is, it still doesn't change the things I have seen in the sky, and I'm sure that goes for a lot of us, but it still makes you wonder, and that's the kind of cool part about it, is it brings wonder back to those things in the sky.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else has seen anything unusual, but I've seen a couple things.
Yeah. You appreciate it now. You actually look and see, because you're not, you know. Remember Timon, Pumbaa, and Simba in The Lion King when they were just chilling, looking at the stars, their conversation.
Yeah. Yeah.
We were talking about that earlier. Looks like it's in water. Something. It's inside water.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that part. I thought you were talking about something else.
So what the stars are in, up in. Is it sololuminescent? Luminescence, or what is it called? It's like sound. Vibrating, yeah. Is it?
Sonoluminescence.
Sonoluminescence?
Sound illumination. I would imagine.
Using, yeah. In the water. Really dangerous stuff to know, eh?
Yeah, such as that video intrigues the shit out of me and if I can watch it over and over again, like what the hell's going on there?
Dinosaur juice, that's fun. Yeah, oil is another big conspiracy. I don't even know where to start. They had a conference to decide what they're going to tell the world oil really is. And no real scientists supported their idea of, dinosaurs, and no real scientists or geologists or whatever that study these things actually showed up. I forget, it was a couple years ago, and I stopped because I was like, all right, it's enough for me to kind of like know that they're lying about oil. And now gold is growing crystals are growing. That's like
Gold is growing.
gold.
Gold is growing now.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm hearing. People are talking about that gold grows. It's like crystals grow.
Oh.
Veins, right? They grow like the earth replenishes these things, or I don't know, pushes them out somewhere. That's a really good reason why the earth should be a ball. Limited resources.
That's right.
Why would they lie, right? Well, that's a big list.
I don't know. Ask them.
Hey, I've got a list. They've
That's
got a
all
list.
I say. That's all I say. I don't know. Why don't you ask them why they lie? Email NASA and ask them and see what they say.
Here's some pretty good reasons why I would lie. I've found out.
Maybe you should ask them. Yeah. Probably have a religious reason that I am not aware of, though it's so obviously in your face. We'll get people to concede, right? That is flat, but then but why would they lie? It's like, this question must be very important. Dad asked me this. My friends asked me this. Like, why would they lie? I don't get it. How could they do? I don't think it's
Why do you
possible.
lie? Why do you lie?
Right.
That's all. Cover up something.
So big they can't believe it's that big. You know, it's like, nah, it's not possible. It's not possible. How can you know it's possible if you don't know what is?
Good old cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
And fear. Fear, fear, fear. People are so scared right now. It's crazy. I just
Good. Let them be scared because it'll
they're
break
on
down their immune system.
just everybody's on edge. I was leaving a little firework festival thingy type shindig here in Oklahoma. I haven't been here that long, and I don't know what the hell happened, but next thing I know, I got these two guys down at the floor right at my feet, just beating the shit out of each other, just bloody as all hell. And I'm, my instincts just react, and I just start pulling them apart. And I got my wife yelling at me to get in the car, and it's just, I don't know, people are crazy right now.
You know what they were fighting over?
I don't know. We can't. We park where we were parked was in front of someone's house. So as the man came out, younger guy, my wife apologized to him. Sorry we parked in front of your house. He waved it off like no big deal. And I'm assuming that some old timer, that was parked by him, they might have had words or something. And the old timer got out of his car, and he shouldn't have, because the old timer got his ass whooped. But I'm assuming that the kid was walking back to his house, so because for them to end up back over where I was by his house, the kid was probably going back to his house, and the old timer followed him, and he shouldn't have, because then the guy had him in a headlock, and just before I'm pulling him apart, and he's call the cops. So the old guy must have done something. I don't know. Felt bad for the young guy though, because everybody there was, because the young guy was winning, he was being looked at as the aggressor.
Yeah.
People don't think things through. Just because he's winning doesn't mean he's the bad guy. It's part of me wishes I stuck around, but I didn't want to get on police reports, so I booked it as fast as I could.
Fuck the police.
Part of me wishes I would have stayed though, to help the poor guy out. He had a whole crowd of people ready to kick his ass, and he probably didn't even do anything wrong.
Oh man.
Other than do what he had to do, handle his business. Then again, the guys around here, they're not too keen on calling police, so for all I know, everybody just kind of went their own way.
Yeah, but if people have to realize that if they call the police, the government shows up with guns,
Yeah.
trigger happy, scared to shit, untrained, panic
Unhinged.
stricken, right? Union workers who have no fucking idea what they're doing.
Yeah, and so I didn't want no damn police report. You don't need my ID for any reason. Get the
Yeah,
fuck away from me.
it's mind-boggling how people think adding government with a gun somehow makes any situation better.
Don't you
Yeah.
feel safer?
Yeah, that you
Take
feel
away,
safer. Yeah.
take away everyone's guns and yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like any situation you find yourself in, anything at all, adding a government gun to the situation makes
Yeah.
it completely worse, right? Anything. You could the most innocuous thing ever. Just say I'm laying on the beach, soak up the sun. Add a government gun.
If people were capable of handling situations, of tension like that with thought and thinking things through, not acting on their emotions, you wouldn't need these motherfuckers in the first place. It's one thing I was
No, I'm saying you
remembering
don't
about
need them to begin with.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
This whole idea. What would a Karen be able to do without a government gun showing up? Just scream, right? Just sit there and scream like a mad woman, and everyone kind of laughs. And then once she realizes, people are just going to keep laughing at her, then she'll finally think, "Oh, maybe I should try talking to people instead of just calling government."
I wonder if Karens were created. I wonder if were there always Karens, but now more Karens because conditioning and propaganda.
Yes. Facebook and the internet only gives you certain things. That's the proper way to act now. That's politically
Karen's-
correct to be that way.
It's like a
I don't-
part of everyone's psyche, right? This Karen, this you can be right, can be misused, right? To bring out the Karen in you, archetype. Yeah, is that what that is? Or is this or do people like that
What
just
it-
exist? And
What they
What?
call them, the male counterpart.
I don't know what's the male counterpart.
Karen.
Karen?
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. That's why if you call one of them guys a Karen, they don't get offended. They know what they are.
Okay, Darren.
Darren.
Also, Kevin's also acceptable as well. So you hit him with a Darren or Kevin. Karen and Kevin or Darren and Karen.
There's the people are just crazy, man. They're absolutely crazy anymore.
It's
No, I
like
was
they
thinking.
program these personalities into you. Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say real quick that is I pride myself on trying to keep calm in situations like that, and I remember, that feeling of that adrenaline starting to rush up, and just all right, calm down, come on, let's just handle this situation, just, without getting hurt or anything. Just that thought to be able to think clearly in situations like that. It's hard to come by, and I think I'm pretty much getting it down. It's pretty cool.
And I mean, one of the first things my dad told me, it takes a bigger man to walk away.
Yeah.
Even if you're right, if you think you're right, who gives a fuck, right? Just walk away. But spend time. Life is too short to spend on some dum dum, who's not going to listen anyway.
Yeah.
Even if you win the fight, right? You win it. You walk away victorious. Didn't prove anything.
Well, I tell you what, though, you don't know what people, the crazy people around here, and especially here in Oklahoma, where you're allowed to open carry. I was obviously armed, and I had my hand ready to reach for that center if I had to, because I wanted to stop the guys. I genuinely wanted to stop them, but who knows what they might do. But yeah, it was a hairy situation.
Conceal carry?
I open carry.
You got one of those cool holsters on the inside? You slide left.
It's
right,
it's a more of a tactical, kind of sits under my shirt.
Oh, nice.
It's an open carry.
What's that?
Yeah.
Open carry is like in Ohio, you just throw a holster on your side and you go shopping like we do.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't need a permit for that.
Yeah, you need a permit for concealed carry here in Oklahoma.
Yeah, there's no reason to conceal anything. Just show it to
Nope.
them first right away. Then they don't even fuck
No.
around.
I'm proud to
They
wear it
got-
on my.
I'm,
I'm proud
I'm
to wear it
saying
on
they
my
got
hip.
these. Yeah, they've got these really cool concealed carry holsters. They go, you can't see it. You can tuck in your shirt. Just like can't even see it. It's like, oh.
Coolest part is when a cop sees it or something. And back in California, I'd start shitting my pants. Like cops. I don't have anything to do with them, but it's neat here because they'll slow down, take a look at your handgun, guess what it is, and say, "Oh, that's a nice piece, man. You have a good day." Take off. It's just really refreshing.
Can you open carry in California?
No.
Alright.
No, you can't. And if you want to conceal carry, you can
Not
get
even
a
allowed to
license.
swear in California.
You can get a license, but it's they make you jump through some crazy hoops.
Yeah.
I've done some nighttime walks where I open carry, and one time a sheriff said to me, "What am I doing?" I said, "I'm going for a walk." He says, "You need to be armed." I go, "Yes," as a deterrent, right?
Do
People
you?
see right away not to fuck with me. I don't have to worry about getting mugged or anything. He's like, "Why?" Right? I said, "Because it's my first Second Amendment right."
Was he standing in front of you, or did he just pull up in his car
I was walking on a bike path. He drove up over the curve and blocked my path.
and got out of the car?
No, just stood in the car and shined the light on me. Like if you could
Oh.
see,
He
like
must
Did
have
he have a
feared for
gun?
his
Was he
life.
wearing a gun?
yeah, he had a gun probably,
Oh.
right?
Where do
Yeah,
you live?
so
Are you in California
This is to
or
protect
No,
me from other
Minnesota.
people. This protects me
Minnesota?
from other people with guns.
Yeah, that's the only time they've ever done anything open carry. I was like, dude, and then he goes like, "Oh, okay," and he drove away. So I think he was kind of expecting some sort of drop the gun, like, why you got a gun? But then what I responded was basically dude, I'm walking at night, I'm carrying openly in case somebody thinks they can fuck with this dude by himself, right? They won't. It's a deterrent,
Yeah, I also got a big fat karambit that I wear on my back. That's another
mean,
good
if every
Did
deterrent.
he at least
Oh,
check
sorry.
your license?
No.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh my god. Yeah.
Well, that's crazy, man. You got away with. Where was that at?
Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's just testing you.
Yeah, just see what I would say, or if I would run away or maybe he wasn't sure what to expect, and he just maybe he was just being goofy. I don't know. I'm not really sure. He just said the 3 questions, what are you doing? I'm walking. Where are you, or why are you carrying?
Yeah.
To deter.
Where are you going? I'm going
Yeah.
west. What? I'm heading west, and then I think I'm heading south in a few minutes.
What's it to you?
Where are you coming from? East.
No.
Come on, man. Oh shit.
Why you asking all them questions?
What's it to you?
Some of those auditors, man, they got some balls. And give them that.
Yeah, I think here in Australia, I think most criminals or gangs, Bowie knives, all the machetes and stuff. I think they should ban knives too, right? They should also ban hands, knuckles, because those are weapons.
So are cars.
Maybe right. So yeah, in cars, rocks that are bigger than your fist or the size of your fist. Maybe, sticks,
butter knives, forks.
butter, yeah, forks. Exactly. I mean, everything.
Glassware. Should only have
Dumbbells.
plastic cup. Yeah, no dumbbells.
Yeah, dumbbells are hammers are number one killers. Like
big wrenches.
Yeah.
What about karambit? Where do they fit in? I guess that would be just a knife, wouldn't it? Never mind.
Oh yeah, that should be banned too. I guess any sharp object should be banned. Metals,
Handsome men,
all the wood,
sharp, banned.
teeth, because people can bite people. So I think everyone should get their teeth removed after they've all grown out. Right? Very dangerous. Very dangerous. They can spread diseases, right? Disease and all kinds of stuff.
Oh shit. Bunch of people run around teethless.
Those jobs would be better, I guess. Right? All these things that kill people. I think they all should be regulated or banned, sent to space, dumped in the ocean somewhere no one can access. Antarctica, preferably.
I'm sorry.
Now Dad doesn't have a semi-automatic weapon, but that asshole has an assault rifle. Gangbanger. Thanks. You know what I mean? I have to try to shoot him in the head. Because probably won't go through the armor. Whatever he's wearing.
You gotta love that terminology they use. Assault weapon. You know, it's a ban assault weapons. All weapons. What are they capable of? They're capable of assault. So stupid.
This is not just a dog.
Defense
It's an assault
weapons.
dog. Right. No.
That's how they're gonna get our guns. People are gonna be like, "Yeah, I'm all for it. I got my gun. I got my handgun. I'm fine. Go ahead, ban the big black scary ones." And then it's gonna be like, "Well, that's sorry, sir, but what you have in your pocket is typically classed as an assault weapon as well."
How much force does it take to pull a trigger?
3 to 4 pounds.
3 to 4 pounds.
meters per second on the trigger.
My 1911's got a really hair trigger, so I'm not exactly sure.
But I got Biden approved jet fighters you can buy.
I mean, if you have a handgun, right, and you have 2 clips, say, right, and I'm about to assault you, and I don't have a weapon, right, like, I can run to you and make you shoot me and miss, right, and then pick up this rock and boom, hit you on the head. Like, see, we should ban rocks. You know what I mean? Because you can't really hit anything with a handgun unless you train, right? And then
That's
bullets cost
discrimination.
a lot of money. I don't know.
I mean, you
That's
showed up to a
discrimination,
rock
though.
fight with a gun. Of course, you're gonna lose.
The whole issue with gun control is like the government wants you to go to the range and learn to control your gun. So, you know, gun control is not taking guns, it's having control over guns for the individual.
I mean, you got to get close to use a handgun, but the guy, the gangbanger, the criminal, whoever that has a rifle can just one shot you from way far, much farther away. So handguns are kind of like, really powerful slingshots or something, right? Right? You're shooting these little rocks, right?
Better not be
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
like that.
I don't think you can kill a dinosaur.
Have you ever shot
Or
up
an
a
alien.
pair of 45 caliber pair of 1911?
No, I mean, how are we going to defend ourselves against aliens if we don't have the tools? You know what I mean?
You wear face masks. It scares them off.
I mean, can you kill an elephant with a 45? How many shots does it take, though, right? It was running at you, and you had to put it down and try to dodge it. Right? It's like, well, congratulations, you killed an elephant. All right, now kill this lion. All right, now kill the alien.
I don't think you phase it.
Just sneeze in his general direction. It worked. It worked with millions of people. So it should work with animals and aliens. Just sneeze.
Sneeze the cocoa at them. The cocoa 17.
Bioterror. Bioterror
Sneeze
their
up
asses back to their own planet.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of. Who manufactures this stuff anyway? Who's profiting off of these weapons anyway? Armies.
The military industrial complex.
The profit is the fear that they generate. It does a lot for people.
Progress. That's what it looks like, yeah? Looks like a gun.
What's the next boogeyman gonna be? Ideas?
I think it's Joe Biden posing in the Playboy as a woman.
I mean, nothing surprises people these days, right? I mean, the only thing that's left is a zombie apocalypse or an alien invasion. One that's going to happen first, though, right?
Maybe it's alien zombies during a meteor storm.
Call of Duty. Or
during
maybe
a meeting.
there's set the mood. Maybe there is a spaceship in Antarctica that was buried under the ice or something.
Our creators have come back to save us. To save us from ourselves.
Yeah, and to vaporize you.
Who knows which way they'll go?
What's that movie? Arrival.
Maybe they'll go both.
You seen Arrival? She wrote human.
Right.
She wrote human, right? You know, they were talking to aliens. She was trying to communicate to these aliens, right? and she wrote the word human and showed it to the alien, and I was like, the alien's gonna think that's your name. Like, it's like,
Assuming aliens can read. You know, most humans can't read, so why should an alien?
that's what I was saying. It's like, all right, that doesn't make it. Like, who wrote this? Man, you can't even write a proper alien movie. Come on, man. Where's Ridley Scott?
Yeah. Was that the one where they always met with him behind that like cloudy
Yep.
window or
Yep.
some shit?
Yep. They show you the Ouroboros symbol. I mean, that circle they keep showing you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I keep drawing the Ouroboros over and over again.
Yep.
That was a trippy movie. Weird.
And wear all these, hazmat suits because biological whatever from other planets, right, could kill us. Zombie, whatever. You look at what happened to Spider-Man. I mean, Venom, right? Venom, Was it Venom? Yeah, he came. He came on an asteroid, right? Venom.
Yeah, I believe the ooze,
blobby
so
thing.
the little thing came from an asteroid or something. Yeah.
Like in the X-Files, the black ooze.
Yep.
Yeah.
What it is? Goo, the black goo.
Who is that? Who is
And
that?
doesn't
That's your other mommy? There's your other mommy. Okay.
You're hot, Mike.
Looking at his ears. Cool.
Prometheus. David, the android.
Nah, I think in reality they will just do everything augmented reality. People will be so hung up in their phones that they will hold up their phone to everything they see, and then on their phone they will see the aliens come in.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Sounds like some ghosts. Some movies. Person picks up, you can only see the ghost using the VHR, VCR camera. You guys ever seen that? Some movies that show that, like when you use the camera, you see the entity. When you look at it with your eyes, you don't see anything.
Yeah, that'll bump cell phone sales for him as well. Quick, everyone, get your cell phones. It's the only way to see the aliens.
Yeah, you can only see it with 5G.
It's like with curvature. You got to turn around and close your eyes. Then you can see
Swear,
it.
I swear, these aliens are not Pokemons. It's not like Pokemon Go at all. Just go out and capture them.
You have to see it at the right frequency. You gotta tune in.
Yeah, it's just like with curvature. You gotta go to Narnia's closet. Then you'll see it.
What? Everyone who went out of the closet has to go back into the closet? Are you mad? Then we have to, relive the whole coming out of the closet again. No, thanks.
It's like it's like trying to put the cat back in the bag, right? Like kind of defeats the bag.
Hey,
The cat is out of the bag.
You guys, I just saw this funny meme on Facebook where it's like doxing globalists telling me where I live. Me. I already know where I live, idiot.
Fucking geniuses.
I know, it's like you imagine that, right? Like the globalists, you know. Hey, here's Crit's house. Dude, I already know what my house looks like. I live there, you know? Duh.
But what if this was your house? What if that only looks like your house, but it's actually this one? Wouldn't that be cool? Here, put on these glasses. Let me show you. You can only see it through the looking glass. Right? The looking glass. The phone.
I'm sitting
the
outside
telephone.
with my greyhound. That's why you heard me talking to him, Goofy.
Yeah, you were talking about his ears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dogs are the best.
He came outside after being terrorized last night, finally.
Oh, all the fireworks.
Yep, and we got another night of it tonight.
Oh, poor
Or a
Grey
week,
Dog.
2 weeks worth, actually, last week. That was all week long, people. And this weekend, the next week will be the same thing. People who took off next week, like me.
Yeah, it's a good thing you don't
Sure
live
give
down
'em-
here by the river, man. They've been popping off those Reds games fireworks like crazy down here in the city.
Should go get him some if you can find it, some CBN, some pet CBN, or even CBD could help him. But CBN would help him and make him sleep. Or if you got it, just give him a Xanax.
I'm about to throw the whole room right into an uproar. Has anybody heard about Bill Cosby?
Bill.
He's out.
He's what?
He's out of jail.
Happy Bill Cosby Day.
Doesn't surprise me.
Fucking piss me right off, man.
Why? Me too.
Well, come on.
Me too.
He did wrong. He did wrong. You know, there's
Did he?
no two ways about it. Well,
What
would
do
be
you
the
believe everything you see on TV?
I was just
not
gonna say,
every
don't believe everything you see on the TV. folks.
Just
Listen.
certain things that
No,
you
no,
decide
listen.
that are real or not?
Hold on. Can I answer here, lads? First off, I don't just go with what's on the media. You should know that. Secondly, Larry Lawton, one of the biggest jewel thieves in America, I watched like a 20-minute thing about it last night, like him talking about it, whether he thinks it was right or wrong. He got out because of the law. It wasn't because he should have been released. Like I guess something happened before this whole media shit where he got in trouble for it. Maybe people were paid off and it wasn't allowed to be used against him again. But it did come out again, and that's how he ended up in jail when we saw it all in the media. So through the appeals, that's how he got released. It wasn't because he was found innocent. It's because he paid out money earlier. They said they won't bring it up again, and they did. And that he appealed it all, and that's how he got himself out.
I don't trust those court systems as far as I could throw them anyway.
But like, if you think for 1 second, I don't think that at least a handful of those women were telling the truth, then sorry, I do. Look, it's an open secret, right? You think he didn't do anything? Okay, I guess he's fucking America's dad, right? He's a good guy.
No, but it could be more of like a scapegoat situation. And I'm not claiming to know all about this, but it's like easy to make a scapegoat when we know that there's probably a whole lot of other problems going on with like Hollywood and all that other stuff. Let's just focus on Bill Cosby so everyone gets distracted from the real issue. So it could be that, but I'm not making any claims here. It could also be a piece of crap, for all I know.
I might go along with that theory. If Bill Cosby was trying to expose the Illuminati or do something, I could see them setting him up and trying to shut him up and put him in prison for the rest of his life. But he was America's dad. He never fucking swore. I didn't trust that guy as far as I could see him.
They eat their own.
Yeah, and they
Oh,
make
it's like
deals.
LA,
They
man.
make deals with their own. You know, he can be like the smoke screen. The smoke might be hazardous for you, but behind it is maybe something worse.
Yeah, for all we know, this is something that Bill Cosby knew he was coming down the pipe his whole career, you know? You never know.
Most likely, it was the blackmail material they had on him most of his career.
I guess. I just know for sure there isn't going to be 30 women coming out saying I drugged them and messed with them in the future. You know, like, come on, man.
But you don't have the fame.
Come on, man. The
Well,
thing, I
what
don't
about
know what
like
the
Sandy
fuck the
Hook?
thing is,
What about
but
like
I am
Sandy
a
Hook
pebble in the
parents?
I am a pebble in the boot of tyranny and tyranny, so they don't like me. I talk about shit they don't want me talking about. I share information they don't want me sharing.
Yeah, but you don't have the weight of your words. You don't have the
Gravitas.
audience to convince.
Imagine this. You know, they give Neil deGrasse Tyson and the other science guy.
Bill Nye.
Maybe Cosby said, "No, I'm not up for that. You can find some other fool. I'm not going to lie." Then they just blackmail him. Oh, yeah, we know you touched a woman indecently back then.
Oh, that's a stretch, I think.
But that's what
I don't know,
that's the
but I
game they play.
That's how they
I
operate.
guess.
They do try to get blackmail material on everyone they work with. They did try to do this to my dad as well.
yeah, if you don't toe the line, then they just go, "Oh, we'll just wave this blackmail over your head until you do what we say." Not that hard.
I suppose it doesn't explain away all the people that came forward. It doesn't explain away why he wouldn't say, "Look, they wanted me to lie about Jupiter and going to Mars. I'm not doing it."
I'm
Like,
not saying he's innocent. I'm saying that
yeah.
even the bad guys, they use blackmail material on them to give themselves peace of mind that if he starts straying from the
Oh,
line they
yeah.
want him to pull, they can nudge him back on it.
I see. Yeah. Anyways, it's
the string pulls
I just
both
think
ways.
As far as
I
that
just
many people coming out, I mean, we've seen it time and time again where the crisis actors pour out. I mean, so I mean, I don't know why that's a big stretch.
Yeah, and if it's in the news, they want you to be focusing on it. It's a distraction type of thing. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, that's my stance.
I just think if he didn't go to jail and he did do it, and if he's out again and he did do it, he should basically be homeless, begging for his breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And if one of the victims is an actual victim, and I'm sure there are some, chooses to walk up to him and put two in his head, they should be free to do that because he actually did victimize them. Like, I'm
Hold
very
on. He's got to go through a trial. We don't want to become like the enemy. He's got to go through a trial. Otherwise, we're no better than they are.
Yeah, no, I'm saying he already
Otherwise,
he
you
already
just set
did.
the precedents to go around shooting people and then just after the fact say, "Oh, he did something bad."
Yeah, do you think that really fits the crime, that kind of punishment? I mean, I'm not saying he's innocent or I'm not saying what he did. It's just bad.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying is if I had it my way, people with those types of charges would never walk free again. You know, molesters, rapers, scumbags like that killed 20 people for no
charges?
reason whatsoever, just went around killing men, women, and children, gets caught. Yeah, why keep them alive in prison?
Just charges or
No, real, actual, like, well, fuck, how do you get charged for rape if you didn't rape nobody? Yeah, I know there's false accusations. I'm not saying false. I'm saying no about a doubt it. The guy did the shit he's accused of. Like, we
I
got a
agree.
Bernardo up here. I hate mentioning his name. Bernardo. He did atrocious things to three young girls. He's still alive, and his his co-partner in crime, she's walking free and she has kids now.
That's sick, man.
I want her rearrested in my country. We got an Asian guy that mutilated and cannibalized a young man on a Greyhound bus up here. He's walking around free with no record, no supervision, and a brand new name. That is fucked up shit.
That guy's walking free.
Who lets that happen though? Like the law, right?
That's right.
But shouldn't you be angry
They're
at
getting rid of.
those who failed their job and their duty?
I am, bro.
Yeah, but you know the people that get prosecuted according to the rules of society, and if they walk free, then the rules of society failed and not them, because that's
I know
after the
we
fact.
have a thing. We have a thing here. We have a thing here now called NCR, not criminally responsible. So technically, like hypothetically, sorry, I could go to the fucking corner store and kill 3 people, 5 people while I'm at the corner fucking store, and then somehow convince them that I saw fucking dragons and I thought it was the end of the world, and I could end up going free because I wasn't criminally responsible when I acted out and killed those 5 fucking people. Like that actually happened with a guy in Nova Scotia or New Brunswick. He shot 2 cops and 2 innocent people, and he's walking free because he was found not criminally responsible. That's another story here in Canada.
Oh, is he actually like something was wrong,
Well,
clinically insane? No.
Okay, I'll tell you about the guy who shot the 2 people and the 2 cops. He shows genuine remorse. There's tears in his eyes when he talks about it, okay? But the Asian guy, I've never even seen him on camera talking about what he did to the kid on the bus. Like, it's fucked up here, man. The guy just ran down a whole family in Toronto with a van. He was trying to use not criminally responsible, but they didn't buy that, so he's in jail.
Yeah. Well, I think these are all loopholes because I think they're trying to legalize and normalize things that shouldn't be, right? So I think this is all to kind of soften.
It also
Or,
smells
you know.
like how they generally the Hegelian dialectic, where they basically give you problems to cry about so that they can give you the solution. We need more
got it.
police. You
You
asked
got
for
it.
defunding the police, and look what happened. Now we need more police. We need
Yeah,
robocop.
this was all that mutilation on the
Drones.
bus happened way before these days with the defunding shit. What I'm saying is, like I was explaining, certain crimes they should never walk free. Like there was no doubt that Asian guy mutilated a young man on the bus. Arrest him, put him down. There's no why even do I want to pay 5 cents a year out of my taxes to keep that Asian guy alive? I don't.
Well, yeah, that's the whole that's the whole goal behind the prison industry, is to keep people in there as long as they can, because that's how they make money. That's how they get money from the government. As
Yeah,
long
but
as they're
now we
full.
have a cannibal walking free with no record here in Canada.
The prisons are also a means to drain the public of their finances through taking care of the criminals. When there are some criminals that should be taken care of, but like you say, mass murderer, eye for an eye. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. There's a lot of people in there that shouldn't be in there too. So there's that
Yeah,
part.
no, that's what I wasn't saying innocently or wrongly, unjustly accused and imprisoned people. I'm for innocent people being found innocent and released. They should have never been there in the first place. I'm saying there's no doubt it. Like Bernardo, he did it, man. That stupid bitch Homolka, I think their first victim was her sister.
Unless there was harm to property or person, I think they all should be let go.
3 people, Homolka and Paul, killed 3 young women. She's walking free. He's still in one of our prisons. She has kids now.
See, this is exactly why I'm always encouraging other people to buy firearms and keep themselves armed all the time, especially the people that are very shy of firearms and like, oh, guns, they make me scared and everything. And I'm like, No. You see, that's exactly, you're missing the point. That's exactly why I want you to have one, because you will use it properly.
Yeah.
If you're a good person and you're like that.
Anyways, I digress, gentlemen. One day at a time. You know, I'm doing what I can to try to make positive changes up here, but I'm only one voice. It only goes as far as the ears that hit it, right? So hopefully some of the things I'm saying will resonate with some people that can do some things for the better, for the homeless, for whatever. You know, until then, I do what I can, where I can, you know. I know it's a messed up world, but it's still a beautiful place. You guys make me laugh. You guys make me happy. You know, the ladies on here are very smart and intelligent, and
Big up,
one day at
Flatman.
a time. One day at a time.
Big up.
Don't let the world pull you down with their gravity.
Perfect, brother. Perfect.
Don't let the
You're less
gravity.
dense than their bullshit, so they won't pull you down.
And you know,
Don't let the
all those glowies and all those statists, they are so dense that even their airheads, they get pulled down harder than you.
Yeah, to the bottom of the ocean.
don't let the gravity of their propaganda pull you down. Eh?
Gee, you guys got me giggling. You're the best. Thanks. I love you all, man. Not in a gay way. I love you all.
We love you too.
Even if you were
Not that
gay,
there's
I'm
anything
at a
wrong with
safe
that.
distance.
Yeah, not that there's anything wrong with that. So yeah, still no bendy clouds or water here.
Then
It's
you
like
haven't had enough to drink yet.
It's like
That'll get things spinning too.
every police.
It might be morning where he is. Give him some time.
Every police station or courtroom I have ever been to in America or here, I get that feeling, you know, like Mason walking into a Freemasonic establishment, you know, like this is the enforcer. These are the enforcers. And I get that feeling like, oh, their badges.
I've been
Patches.
noticing. I look around a lot.
Sorry, I fucked
think-
up the last time I was in court. I had a cop on the stand for the first time in my fucking life. I had a chance to question a cop, and I didn't ask the right question. Or when I was on the stand, I guess I didn't make the right statement because at the end of it, the judge goes, I didn't hear any other speed other than 135, so here's your ticket. But if I would have said, you know, I was only doing 115 at the most, he would have heard something different, and I probably would have won the case.
Why you fucking call me puss?
You speak a different language.
Yeah, it's weird having a cop on the stand. I'm like, did you have me on radar? No. You know, I should have won, but I didn't fucking, you know. How fast did you get up to? I should have asked him that. What speed did you get up to catch up to me? So you did more than 130 to catch up to me, and just because of that, you think I was doing more than 130? Like I passed cars, and then it was a long time after when he pulled me over. It's not like he was right behind me. You know what I mean?
Were you a
And I
flat
don't
earther
think
back then?
I'm
Were
pretty
you a
sure
flat
I
earther
didn't
then?
get up to. I'm pretty sure I didn't get up to 130. But the point is, it was long after I passed 3 or 4 cars that were going slow in the slow lane. Like I was doing 110, 115. I caught up to them in the slow lane. I guess somebody knew one of them was an undercover cop or something. That's why they were going so slow, like doing 100 even or something. And I go around that, and then a long time later, he pulls up behind me and hits the lights. I'm like, what the fuck? I wasn't even doing like 105 when he was behind me.
Well, was this on the Autobahn?
the Queensway. Yeah, I wish, the fucking Autobahn.
Which highway is the speed limit 115?
It's
No, it's
probably
100
kilometers.
It's 100 clicks here in Canada, and they're talking about upping it to 120 because
kilometers. Yeah.
usually everybody does 130, 120.
At most, we got like what 75 here.
Wait,
Yeah,
are you
in
talking about
miles.
kilometers or miles per hour?
Yeah,
Kilometers
Canadian
or
kilometers.
miles.
It's Canada.
Yeah, 100
So
clicks.
that's a very different story.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying I wasn't really doing like I mean, I've had my one car over too. So like, he rolled up on me and picked me out of a crowd. It could have been any black 300 he thought was doing 130, like he didn't have me on radar. I should have won the fucking case.
He needed his quota.
Yeah, and the judge helped him. They probably
The
went for a beer
Brotherhood.
after. And it was just before Christmas too. I walked out of the court. I said to the cop, "Merry fucking Christmas."
Did he flip you off? Yeah, you
No,
too.
he had one of those like to the office now type teacher looks on his face,
I really want to bully you. You're lucky we're here and not up there.
First
I
you were
can't
running in the
stand when
hallway,
you-
now you're speeding on the highway.
I can't stand it when government officials let their emotions get the better of them. It's disgusting.
There are people, crazy people at that, right? Psychopaths.
It kind of balances itself out. I had Mom's Honda on the road last winter, and it snowed that night, and the bylaw came by and slapped a ticket on the window. They didn't see my handicap parking permit, which permits me to be on the street 24/7. So I was gonna go fight it, but I'm a stoner. I'm on island time. I never made it to the court to fight it. But when I went to get her sticker, I thought I'd have to pay. It's 40 and then it goes up to 60 if you don't pay it. I thought I'd have to pay it at the ministry, but it's not in the system, so.
Island time, would that be Bong Sao's island?
Yeah, like
Yes.
Jamaica,
Yes. Island time means whenever you show up.
Yeah, stoner. We're on a
So they
stoner
be here at
schedule.
2? Yeah. Island time would be 3:00, yeah. Or whenever you show up.
He got here right on.
Because on an island, it's so relaxing. You're just like time just disappears. It's like there's no such thing as time. Light, sun comes up, sun goes down. That's all.
If everybody else shows up for their court date later, then it's almost like everybody shows up on time.
Yeah. It's like my one buddy, he's on island time too. It could take him 3 hours to put his shoes on or call me and say he's coming over. 2 days later, he shows up,
Was it in the morning? Like when your case was called, was it one of the first ones in the morning or was it in the afternoon?
I think there was like 3 or 4 before, maybe.
Oh, yeah, in the morning?
Yeah, I had to be there at 9 a.m.
Yeah, you had a good chance to win that one.
Yeah, fuck.
Because the
I
judge
just
would have been,
fucked up, man.
team.
The judge said it himself. The only speed I heard was 130, so I'm sorry. Here you go.
Yeah. Wow, man, it's so dirty. Hey, didn't even give you a
I
chance.
know.
What a cunt.
Like, Your Honor, he didn't even have me on radar. Can't you knock it down to 110 and just excuse it? Because until you're doing in Canada, the laws on the road, if you're doing 15 over, you're good. As soon as you're 16 and more than 16 clicks over, they start thinking of pulling you over. And then one of the times my buddy and I got pulled over, we thought it was because we might have been doing 120, but he told us it was because the sticker was expired. And then after we were pulling away, we're like, how the fuck did he know I didn't have an up-to-date sticker? And they have this fucking thing now. It can scan so many plates a day, and it'll tell them if you're up to date or not. It's bullshit. Oh, he didn't pay his insurance last month. Let's pull him over. Woo woo.
Did
You
you
guys
ask the
think?
cop?
Go ahead.
Hello. I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say if you wonder, I was just wondering if you asked the cop when he pulled you over what the emergency was.
What's up, Pisa?
What's up, brother?
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
He's the
He
perfect
said he
guy.
had to do 130 to get behind me. He didn't have me on radar. He just pulls me over. I go, "What are you pulling me over for?" He goes, "I had to do 130 to catch up to you." Huh?
Right, but did you know, like, let's say, like, they're not really allowed to put their lights on unless there's an emergency. An emergency?
Fucking assholes. I'm writing a strongly worded letter to the mayor.
That'll do it. That'll fix them.
Put some gravity in it. Maybe he buys it.
I'll end it with refractionally yours, Mr. Chitoris. Our frickin' mayor, what a joke. He came out of the closet, I don't know how long ago. It's like, who cares, man? Are you helping us out? Are you doing something for the homeless? Excuse me. Are you doing something for the, women that are in bad situations and need help? And like, what are you doing to help the city? Who cares what you're doing in your, private life as long as you're not,
No,
doing
he
anything
was
silly.
promoting the gay bar.
I
He
know.
cares, and the
Fucking
tabloids
stupid.
care.
So stupid.
Yeah, anyone on that agenda that's in public office is like just paid for. You know what I mean?
It almost
Why
feels
are
like
you
they
paying?
think they're superstars now because they're in government.
Yeah, pride comes before a fall, though, man.
The path to leadership is through service in our language. I think it's a universal thing, right? That we all.
Yeah, I think that's the right path to right leadership.
No, the path to right leadership is being on time.
On island time. Living on island time.
Yeah, man. The island time shit's for the birds. Man. You tell everybody you're gonna be there at a certain time, yeah, if you tell me that you're gonna be somewhere at a certain time and you're not there, you just lost the star. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. You're roboting a bit, bro. But yeah.
Check 1, 2. You guys still there? I can't tell.
Yeah, you're
Internet's
supposed to
slow.
show up 5 to 10 minutes early
Yeah,
so
my
you are ready.
internet balloons right now.
You're roboting a bit, Issa.
That's right.
A lot now. Yeah, still there? Hello?
Yeah, check 1, 2. I just came back in to see if that helped.
Yep. Sounds good.
Right on.
Welcome, Isa.
Hey, what's happening?
What's happening?
Yeah, man.
Found any
Lot
curvature?
of interesting shit, huh?
You're still roboting pretty hard, he said.
I don't know. Are you, if
It sounds
If
like
you
you're
work
drunk though.
for China, then yes.
He's
Check
like,
one,
you're roboting still,
two.
brother. Yeah.
Am I better now?
No.
Nah. You still sound drunk.
I found the curve.
You found curve where? Where?
I found the curve.
Yeah.
It's the curvature ghost.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
ghost
if
of
you gotta be
curvature.
somewhere on time, yeah, you should be there on time.
The ghost of past curvature.
People call you guys Scrooge. I mean, anybody here doesn't celebrate Christmas?
My I don't. I try not to make too much of a big deal out of it, but my wife, she's, it's that she's got
Call
to
you a
get.
Scrooge?
Yeah, pretty much. She's got to get the kids some presents and stuff. But yeah, we keep it on the DL. We don't like decorate too crazy or anything.
Mom and I
Yeah.
still do. It's not so much a thing of I don't like. It's our chance to hang out with her grandkids, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really think it comes down to intention too. I mean, no matter what Christmas was put there for in the first place, you have your own intentions. I don't know, but I'm talking referring to the fact like that. Nimrod's birthday is December 25th.
So would it so would it be accurate to say that you're not celebrating Christmas, you're celebrating your family and the time you have together?
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What are you gonna do? Everybody's off anyway, and it's an opportunity to meet up. So yeah, I educate my son too, my family about it. Why we don't do it, but they also know it's an opportunity to hang out. I was thinking about Scrooge. You know what I mean? How they use that story, right, with the Christmas past and present and future to kind of scare people into celebrating the spirit of Christmas. The actual Santa Claus.
You guys want to know what Christmas means for me? A chance to hang my Punisher ornament on the tree. Check it out.
Yeah, I can't be bothered bringing trees into the house, man. It's like
See?
like
Ours is
with my-
fake. It's fake. It's a plastic
right,
one.
right. Even the plastic ones, like I think my dad still does it. I don't know, but
So, guys,
I
we
posted
have,
my Punisher ornament in the live stream.
guys, we have Black Demon joining us.
Ooh,
Welcome,
Black
Black
Demon.
Demon. What's up?
Cologne or something.
Hi.
Demon.
Hi, man. So, welcome to the server.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
And question: how did you find us?
I was just searching on Flat Earth Discord.
Cool.
And I saw you guys on some website.
Mm-hmm.
A website, yeah. So
And have
I
you
just
ever
clicked
talked
join.
to flat earthers before?
No.
No.
Like yeah, I know.
Okay.
I talked to like a lot of trolls though.
Sure. And yeah, what's your position? What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
I'm pretty much questioning.
Okay.
I'm trying to learn more about Flat Earth.
Awesome stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you landed on your feet, man. This is the best place to learn about flat Earth and globe Earth. We all been globers at one point, and then we decided to look
Yeah, me
into the
too.
topic. Okay, yeah.
But
So
now I'm not too convinced anymore. I'm questioning.
Have you heard of Flat Earth Society? You know about them? think those are the trolls you ran into.
So yeah, let me elaborate. Flat Earth Society, right, is the controlled opposition put in place to spread misinformation about the truth. Earth measures flat is observably flat and used practically as a flat level plane. So whenever somebody wants to do some research, they go onto Google, and one of the first hits will be the Flat Earth Society. People will go into their forums and read about the ridiculous claims they make. They claim that the Earth is a flat disk flying upwards, causing gravity. They claim that you can fall off an edge, right? They claim that Australia doesn't exist, and they tweet stuff like we have members all around the globe. So, of course, people will look at this and find it ridiculous, right? So do we. But the whole point of this hollow organization, because it is a hollow organization. I've never met anybody from the Flat Earth
Nope.
Society. But
None of us have.
the whole point of this organization is for you to confirm your bias, right? They put this image in your head of a globe Earth, and then they put this image in your head of this flying disc in space, right? So they want you to think that flat earthers are crazy science deniers, and the Flat Earth Society is just confirming this bias for you, that flat earthers are denying science, thinking that the Earth is a flat disk in space, which is ridiculous, denying Australia. This is just what they want. They want you to look at flat earthers as crazy science deniers, which they just teach you, right? They have taught you that this is what flat earthers are. But
Yeah.
coming here, right, and we tell you that the Flat Earth Society is just a bunch of globers, right, make you think that we think what they think, makes you wonder, right? Why does Google front these guys? Why do they want you to think that flat earthers are crazy? Maybe they're
Barack
hiding
Obama.
something.
Barack Obama.
Yeah, any search you put out there, especially on Google, you're gonna come. It's gonna be all negative. It's gonna be all anti-flat Earth, everything. And like
Yeah.
like they were saying, one of the top searches is gonna be the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah. I mean, like the whole internet is filled with a bunch of globe earthers. Like they're gonna try to troll. Yeah, they always troll like us flat earthers, you know.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
There you go. President of the United States endorses the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
You think NASA? Think NASA does too?
No.
You think NASA is the Flat Earth Society?
Are you asking me?
That's suspicious.
Asking everyone, but what do you think?
I don't know. That's what I'm here for. I'm trying to learn from you guys.
Yeah. Oh, we don't have a model.
If you have any
Just know
questions,
it's-
sure, go.
You
There
know the
might be a
radius of the
pop.
globe? Go ahead.
There might be a pop quiz later, so take notes.
You know how big the globe is? Like the radius? Do you remember? Like Demon? Black Demon?
Oh yeah. You're asking me. Okay. What was the question?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. The size of the globe, right? Do you remember how big it is? The radius?
I don't know. Tell me.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's what we're talking about. talking about the size of the globe or the curvature
Yeah,
that they're telling us
I've
to
seen like
stand on.
a bunch of people saying in this server like there is no curvature and stuff.
Well,
And I
that's what we're
myself
asking
personally never
about.
seen the curvature.
Have you
Definitely
have
no
you
curvature.
seen
Right.
any?
What is like what I'm saying is they're telling us that it's so big, right, that it looks flat. But then they're also telling us that it's not really that big. It has a radius of only 3,959 miles. That's how big it is. But then so they're telling us two different things. Okay, they're telling us that it's so big it looks flat, and then they give us a radius that they use for science and gravity, and they say this is how big it really is, right? You
Yes.
see the yep. You see the contradiction there.
Yep.
So there's a size to this globe ball, right? And that comes from, you know the size from radius. You know the radius by measuring the curvature, right?
Yep.
So if you measure the curvature, you can verify the radius. How did they get the radius if they did not measure the curvature? It was calculated by assuming something, right? So which one of these do you think they assumed? Like what was assumed here? Was anything measured?
Nothing.
You understand like what I'm saying? There's a basketball, right?
Yeah,
Sitting
yeah.
in the room, right? And we want to know the size of this basketball if it's too big for that rim that we just installed, right? So we
Yeah,
know the
yeah.
size of the rim, right? We know how the circumference of the rim, right? And now we want to know the size of the ball. So how can we do that? Without taking the ball and sticking in the rim, right? How can we know the exact size of the ball?
I guess we just add more balls.
No. How do we measure how big a sphere is? It's geometry.
I'm not too good at math.
Right. Okay. Who is? Yeah. But you understand what I'm saying to you? The curvature that should exist in the real world, right, doesn't exist. We're told that it's flat
Yeah.
because it's so big.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I understand of.
Right. And then when you want to get into the details, man, that's when you look at the radius. You know, all right. But the point is, there is no curvature observed here on Earth or anywhere from up there. Whatever they've shown us is either a fisheye lens or a photoshopped image, like Rob Simmons says, right? He's the guy that created the blue marble, famous picture that we all see.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's Photoshop because it has to be, because he's never been to space and he doesn't know what the globe looks like from space. So he had to take a bunch of flat images that were taken as high as possible, and then he had to wrap it around the ball.
Yeah, he's never seen the ball from space, but he has to imagine what it would look like and what we would expect it to look like, and then
Yeah.
give us that artist rendition.
These are his words that we're speaking.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Yeah, and that's him.
That's a soundbite of Robert Fitzsimmons that works for NASA, talking about him building the blue marble for your iPhone.
There's no real image of the whole Earth from space because maybe we were not smart enough to design cameras that can do that, or maybe who knows. But check out Mars. We're on Mars. Yay. And we got images from Mars. Yay.
Have we made the gentleman aware of the live stream voice text so he can see whatever we're posting for him?
Yeah, a hashtag live stream voice text. That's where we're posting the pictures. Just click on that room. so you can see what we're showing you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's fascinating, isn't it?
Yep.
You know, they sent up these jerseys for the Super Bowl this other time. I don't remember, but they sent jerseys up. I saw one of the astronauts playing a guitar from the ISS, right? They won't put a camera on a rocket when the rocket goes up so that we can see the Earth turn into a sphere as it goes up. All it's because of CGI. I think it's going to cost them too much money. Not as much as sending up jerseys, football jerseys for the Super Bowl, streaming a live broadcast from the ISS playing. But, you know, they could just do that one thing. They're so concerned about people, about us telling children that the Earth is not a ball. They're so concerned that they'd rather spend money sending up jerseys than putting a camera on. I mean, you know what I mean? Crazy. You know how much the budget is for NASA?
Maybe one of my fellow server friends knows the answer to this, but I think wasn't it something like $9,000 an ounce to get it up there?
You're right.
Like
What about
whatever it is,
jerseys?
it could be a mandolin or an
Right.
acoustic guitar. It costs the taxpayer $9,000 per ounce to get the guitar on the ISS. I think.
How much does it cost to stick a camera on the side of the rocket and teach us some real science that we can use? Probably way
You can't
less.
get, you're not allowed to get the full data or the whole video. It's not. It's all cut up for you so you can enjoy it.
Yeah. Like a movie, so you can enjoy it like a movie with your imagination. I know you want to see the real thing, but the real thing looks fake, right? Elon Musk, because we got better CGI than that, right? That's what Elon Musk said. He says you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, and we have better CGI than that.
Yeah, if you watch the Mars rover landing, it was real bad.
What's confounding you, dude? Is there anything in particular that's got you still on the fence, or something that makes something you're thinking about?
Oh yeah, I would like to know about how gravity works on flat Earth.
Of course.
Gravity force.
So I think you know how when you put a ball in the water, under the water, and you let it go, right? It shoots up to the surface of the water and then it rests on the water, right? Why do you think that is? Because there's air inside the ball, right?
Yeah,
Making
yeah.
it less denser than the water, causing it to want to go somewhere else, right? To rest up, because we used energy to pull it down into the water, and now it wants to. It's like a same thing when you lift the ball up into the air and you let it go. It wants to return to where it can rest. So when you let it go, it falls. Why do you think it falls?
Because the air.
It's the
It's in
air.
the air.
Yes, just like when it was under the water. Right? Now it's in the air, yeah, and it finds rest on the ground. Right? So once you understand that, you understand why things fall. Right? Question is now irrelevant. Right? Gravity is now not even.
Yeah,
it's not a problem anymore.
yeah. They need gravity only for the balls in space. everything works perfectly fine using just density and the medium. And if you look at physics today, and the problems with physics today, gravity doesn't work with experiments. It doesn't work with what we know to be true. So it's only an excuse to maintain the ball shape.
I see.
Because gravity, anyways, is undefined or unknown. It's a mystery on the globe model still, right?
No, but
like what it is, I don't know. I have no
right.
idea. Next question.
And nobody has ever observed gravity forming stuff into balls. Right?
Yeah. It's a theory in the globe model. But if
And
the Earth is not a ball,
very unnecessary.
yeah. But if the Earth is not a ball, then it's not even in the picture anymore. You know where I think that idea came from? I think it comes from the motion of the heavenly bodies. Question: what causes them to move is what they turned into gravity. Because it's the same on the globe model, heliocentric model. Gravity is the cause of motion inside that vacuum of space. It's because of gravity that things move. But if the Earth is not a ball and there's no curvature, then that question still remains. What causes the motions of the stars, the moon, and the sun? And I think the answer to that is what they're keeping away from us. Creator, maybe? A designer?
Give it away.
So this globe is more like a prison for your mind. Matrix. You've seen that? It is the
I would
world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth that you are a slave, Neo. Right? Go ahead.
I would just like to point him to the Operation Mockingbird performed by the CIA and this quote by William Casey, the CIA director. And I quote, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false."
It's the CIA.
Yep.
Control information always.
People are like drivers, okay? You and your mind, you and your brain and your body, you're the driver, right? But it's like you've been pushed over to the passenger side and someone else is driving. You know what I mean? If you believe something and you have to have faith in it and you can't verify that it's true, it's like you're not driving anymore, like someone else is driving.
Yeah.
And then where's he taking you?
I like that.
Go ahead.
Good analogy.
Yeah, very good, Wong.
I think I read it somewhere. That's also how they explain our mind, right? Like conscious and the unconscious, the ego, the super ego, and the ID. You know, one of these things is in control, right? The super ego keeps the beast mode and the God mode in control. This is how they explain it, right? This is how they when you're sleepwalking at night, right? You're not driving. Something is driving, right? This is how they developed hypnosis. You know, they found out that they can put you to sleep and drive your car, you know, with the trigger word.
Yep.
Trauma. You don't know him and he doesn't know you. And they live in your mind. They live in your mind.
Even just
How
with
much
even just with subconscious triggers, you can get people to do exactly what you want. If you watch Darren Brown, he does this a lot in his demonstrations.
Yep. Primed, right? It's all been primed. It's all been set up from school, TV, the news, wars, bills, taxes, mom and dad arguing all the time, dad getting all this has been preparing you, you know, your mind for the great hypnotist, to give you
The
your
long,
orders.
the long game is the part that gets me. Like, I mean, obviously, there's a power greater than we could understand that's probably in control of it all. But the long game, like where multi-generational type things that are going on, that some of these people aren't going to see that the things they're doing come to fruition. It's just it's just pretty crazy.
Yep. But I think in their lives they get their reward. Some of them regret it, I think, in the end, but who knows? Wasn't there? Anton LaVey, I think, out on his deathbed. What have I done? He said.
Yeah, his daughter's born again or whatever you want, however you want to word it. She's turned away from her father's ways and saw that there was nothing there.
Oh, that's good.
Anton really said that?
That's what I read. That's what the witnesses say, reports say. I forget where I read it.
Now, without going into like a direct like religious kind of question debate thing, I did want to ask the kind of, let's just say, the Christianly minded people in here. Do you not find the phrase "born again Christian" to be very paganistic sounding? And if so, why do you think that phrase is?
Well, if
Yeah,
if
you
I
mean
could,
hedonist? Right.
the way I see it is, I don't know. They're trying to say I've turned over another leaf. I've done a 180. I don't want to be the person I was before. Whether maybe she didn't say she's a born again Christian. I'm just saying she did turn away from her father's ways. She knows there's nothing there. She's not that person she once was. And her father, Anton, was like the high priest of the Satanic Church or something, and supposed to be like the one who started all. He wrote books about it. He's
But
got
what
some books that he wrote and shit.
like, I'm not talking about the LaVey family. I'm talking about the phrase
Born
and
again.
the very specific phrase that's used for
Can I answer
that
that?
purpose. Yeah, please go ahead.
Because when we're born, the first time we're born, right? We're it says we're born into sin. So there's something in us. We're born into sin, meaning that we're dead. We're dead to sin because sin exists in our bodies, right? We've already, if we die, we get the punishment and everything. But being born again is like the idea that you're reborn in the spirit, right? It's like repenting or changing the things that cause you to do bad, So Jesus and Nicodemus snuck over to ask him that question. And Jesus said, you have to be born again. He's like, well, how can I go back into my mother's womb and be born again? Was his question and he said, you're a teacher of the law and you don't understand what I'm saying. So it's like a spiritual, it's also called the renewing of the mind, But I also see this reborn again, like you said, heathenistic. Yeah, I see that everywhere. And it seems that the enlightening, like Mason was saying, when you get enlightened, that's being reborn.
transcending.
It
Oh, go
usually
ahead.
goes with the baptism as well.
Yeah,
Like they'll
it's
get baptized and then say, "I've been born again."
it's
Okay.
like in Catholicism, it's called like confirmation. It's basically, you know, your second baptism now that you're an adult and you can make that decision yourself. That's what I always got from it.
I think the Catholics kind of turn everything upside down. Like,
Oh yeah, I'm no longer Catholic at all.
So even though it comes with this sometimes a baptismal ritual, there's people could say they're born again, say, you know, I'm born again Christian because they turned away on their own without a baptism and all that, right? Like they don't want to steal money from their
well,
brother
the
or
idea
sister,
of
you know?
the idea is, you know how Jesus died and was buried, and then he came back to life. So the idea is that when you go into the water, right, you're going into the earth, and then when you come out of the water, like Jesus, you are now a new creation. So the guy that you were is what do you call it? Spiritually speaking, is dead. You know, the life that you lived, all the things that you did that caused, you know, a lot of wrong thing. That guy should be dead, and then this new thing that comes out of the water is a spiritual creation, a new creation, right? So the
And the
idea
old
is
you
that, right, and
washed
that if you,
away.
right, and now you are a living. That's what it's called, a living sacrifice, right? Meaning you live now for God instead of being dead in sin like before. So it's like being set free, right, or pardoned from jail for a crime. Instead of getting punished for the crime, someone took your place, and then you were released, like Barnabas. You know, is
I
it
like that
Barnabas?
analogy.
Right?
Thanks. That
It's
I like that.
deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's deep, but it does. If you look around at the other beliefs and cultures and religions, it seems like, yeah, to me, it seems like whoever the spirit of, you know, lying is trying to counterfeit the Creator's work. If the Bible is Creator you believe in. How the creator does things, and he counterfeits it, you know, tries to make it look like he is that creator. I don't know who the he is, you know, Satan, whoever the god of the Masons are, myth for so many names. I think the Pope worships that same god, you know, that one. God of the globe earth. I'm not talking about gravity though.
I'm just reading lunatics' comments. I don't know if it makes me more suspicious when they tell me they're religious. I guess I watch for the zealousy. Like, I don't like when somebody. I think of it as a relationship, a connection with the Bible when I read it, the scriptures. Not like there's a saying, going to church doesn't make you a good person, just like smoking pot doesn't make me a bad person. So, you know, I don't, you know, walk around looking at somebody that believes what they believe, but because they don't smoke weed, go, you suck, you know?
You're not quite getting my. I mean, you're sort of getting it, but
Yeah.
no, I'm not saying every person who believes in God is suspicious, or every person who
Yeah,
has a
yeah.
religion is suspicious. I'm saying people who are over the top with it, like, oh, you know, I used to do this, and I was, you know, I was, you know, they'll to tell you about all the terrible things that they used to do, but then they found God, and now they're saved, and you
Yeah.
know, like, and then they'll lot. I've even had people in here, like, some guy who said, like, you know, 6 months ago he was, you know, doing terrible, terrible things, like really actual bad things, like 6 months earlier. But now he found God, and he was on a pedestal above me, telling me how there's still hope for me someday.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that kind of shit. You know, fuck you.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you got a lot of work to do still, buddy. You know, you were like fucking raping somebody 6 months ago or whatever it was. You know.
Holy. You cut out.
No,
What
I
does
just
it, Lou? What does it mean to be religious? Like, what do you mean by more religious you are? Do you mean like the more fanatic?
yes,
Like, what do you mean
yeah,
by that?
yeah. People are more fanatic about it. I have suspicions about them. I think in a lot of times it's not always the case, but kind of like rich people who do philanthropy. You know, a lot of you know, when these guys are donating money to charities and stuff like that. You guys all know, like often that's to make them feel better about the bad things that they do. Well, that's the same thing with these. Uh, you guys were talking about born again Christians, and my first point was that every crackhead in prison is born again. So is every rapist in prison. So is every murderer. They use that as an excuse to you know, oh, now I'm better. I'm saved. I'm gonna
I
go to frickin'
guess I guess people
it's not
who
how.
smoke crack and get addicted to crack. I mean, I guess that's their rebirth,
Yeah. No, but
re-death. I don't think
people
that's.
people use as an excuse. They say they're
You
saved, then they go out and they do more shitty
know, when I
things.
became a flat earther, I felt like I was reborn. Like that's when I truly felt like I was born again.
But what he's saying
I
is
used to
they
think I
go
was
out,
born
they
again,
do the
believing
things
Earth was ball, but it was only when I found out it wasn't that I realized that God I used to believe in was probably not the
Can I just make a point as well?
same
Like,
God as
so can I
the
just make a
God
point just
that
to back
created
Lou
the
up?
Earth. Not as a ball.
To be fair to the Lou, to be fair to Lou Flatman can, if someone smokes weed, they do
What
literally suck. Shit, can you hear me?
2016?
Sorry, they what?
I'm 5 years
Yeah,
old. Isn't that awesome?
Bong can't hear anyone.
John Kimball,
Benjamin Button.
Bong, Batman.
Cool.
Can you hear
Yeah, I don't think
anybody?
Bong can hear anyone. Bong, can you hear anyone?
If he can't hear anybody, why is he doing that? That's fucking weird.
Yeah. Shall I disconnect him?
Go ahead
Go
with
ahead.
what you were going to say.
Well, he can just rejoin. It might just be a shitty connection. Because we can't get through to him, we can't tell him. So I will just disconnect him. There we are. Then he should be able to just reconnect. Yeah, so Flatman can. What I was saying is, in defense of Lou, if someone smokes weed, then they do literally suck.
Yeah.
Well, and inhale. I do inhale.
That's all it was.
Yeah,
But I think Lou is right.
Good thing I saw the humor in what you were saying and not what I saw.
Yeah.
A
Well, you know
typical
what's
Glover
crazy? Like,
reaction.
you know what the observation is? What's so crazy about all this is like, it's very simple, right? Like, so someone was doing something very bad, right? You know, and then guess what? They started doing good things and decided, I like this. That's all. That's, I mean, okay, yay, you know.
Yeah, I would like to just reiterate Lou's point that religion sometimes, or the forgiveness of Christ more specifically, gets used as a cop out to do bad things, and then you're just fine because you just believe in Christ again, and then you're forgiven again. Well, that's how they look at it or use it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think I can hold it. Yeah.
Mic check.
And like I said, it's not everybody, but I've seen it enough times to be suspicious when I see it.
I read your mail.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello?
John
Hello?
Kimball, we can hear you.
Thank you. Cool.
Batman returns.
Stupid phone. Sorry, man.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, I
I
don't
miss
think you could hear anyone, and so you're like accidentally rumpusing the entire room.
I missed everything, right? Yeah. Okay. I'll just wait. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. It's all good.
No, I missed what you guys saying. Sorry.
He just shared that everyone that smokes pot literally does suck.
Oh yeah. Oh, of course. You have to.
Look, Bong, if you're the only one talking, you don't get any responses back for like 2-3 minutes and nobody's talking over you, there's something wrong. You need to stop and find out if your mic's broken.
Yeah, it
Just
was
letting you know.
quiet for like a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. There's something wrong as soon as it's quiet for a minute.
So did anyone speak to that Flying Scotsman guy yesterday?
Yeah, many of us.
Wait, before we move on, what, isn't it like if you're smoking, you're just inhaling smoke? So technically, if you breathe, you also suck. If we're going by that.
All of humanity
I guess
sucks.
everybody's
Everyone
a
on
sucker.
Earth.
Yeah.
Suckers.
I'm sucking right now. Now I'm blowing. Now I'm sucking. Now I'm
Yeah.
blowing.
At any
Yo,
one
today is
time, you either
Independence.
suck or blow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to him, Crypto. I talked to him.
Okay.
That's just
That's
a
a false
guy that his
Just a second.
mind is filled by the. I saw him in Panda's jam server, so his mind was filled with that nonsense.
Brilliant.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think he was like the master of not understanding what you had to say. What you're like, just kind of thought he knew what you were saying, and then just because he had like, it sounded to me like he had a bunch of pre-scripted answers. If your question wasn't like fitting perfectly to the answer he had, he would just kind of make it fit anyway.
He's not new, okay? He took a break from here for a while. He's been in here a lot recently, but I don't know, maybe 6 months ago he was around for a while also, and I was getting really tired of him with that shit. Just like you said, pretending to not know what you're talking about or turning it into somehow meaning something else, straw manning. That's been his thing the whole time.
Yeah, it's like he comes in with his answer, right? Like his answer is yes, and if you ask him, "Hey, how are you doing?" and it doesn't fit, he'll be like, "Yes," he'll make it fit. Hey, what's your name? How you doing? Yes. What was his argument? That guy was talking about water, gas, or something like that. Solid. He's the guy that was asking about the solids, right? Why solids don't behave like gases or liquids.
I wonder why
Did
that
he
is.
say? Was he the one yesterday who said that isn't a gas or gases are solids if they're all cold enough?
Yeah, what different densities? Yeah, or something like that. I forget.
Yeah, he showed us a container with sulfur hexafluoride. Claimed that this was analogous to Earth.
Oh,
Then
you guys talking about the Flying Scotsman?
yeah, and then he said,
Oh.
"There's no objective reality." So
Oh, he's a
there you
selective
go.
solipsist.
Mm-hmm. So this is what you get. Your mind gets filled when you hang around these guys, right?
You should rename
I
him
think
to the Selective Scots. Yeah, the Selective Scotsman.
yeah, I
That's
think
a
he's a
pretty easy one to. Sorry, go on, mate.
no,
Well,
I said I think he's a
is it
long
objectively true that he's from Scotland? Even I mean, we should really.
No, he's not from Scotland. Sorry, someone else was it Ryan? Were you going to say something? No. Okay.
No, I was gonna
Yeah, that's
say
an easy. Yeah, go on, mate.
sorry, mate. I was gonna say that I think I've been studying his tactics, and I think he's a long game troll. He'll give all this conflicting evidence, and then he'll agree with some of the things and say he'll look into it, and then he'll just go right back.
Oh, I see. Yeah, interesting
He,
tactic.
yeah, he brings it then to the other guys, right? And then they will fill his mind why we are crazy and why it isn't correct and how the Earth is still a ball, right? And they showed him.
Well,
go ahead.
that's what I was going to address. Like the whole the Earth is still a ball thing. Well, if he doesn't believe in objective reality, then he cannot possibly believe that the Earth is objectively a ball. It's over at that point.
Science doesn't prove anything, bro.
That's fine. Then he can't believe in a ball.
Yeah,
There
Crypto,
is
you gave
no
up.
objective reality,
Well, if
then you
there's no
can't have an objective ball.
if there's
Can't
no
be the case.
if there's no objective reality, then we have to just go with what the masses agree with, don't we? I think is that why he does that?
Okay, but the majority of this room think the Earth is flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat, right?
At least in this room, yeah.
Okay.
He
I
could
think
not
Neil
let.
deGrasse Tyson says that too. I mean, they say it's locally flat, right? I mean, that's flat enough for me.
Didn't he say in the last few days? Didn't he? It's one of my favorite arguments. I love it when the Globers use it. But often they'll come around eventually saying, and when we start talking about how all we observe in our lifetime, all anybody's ever seen is flat, and they're like, well, if you lived, it's so big. If you lived on a globe, that's what you would expect to see, and they try to use the fact that we observe it as flat as proof of a globe. I think that's hilarious, and I think he did that a couple of days ago too.
Yeah, it's perfectly it's perfectly expectable that if you're on a globe, you wouldn't see anything of it, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
There's an easy way to destroy that one as well. You just say, well, if you're living on an enormous dinosaur, you would see it flat. Therefore, you're living on an enormous dinosaur.
Like a brontosaur?
Fucking
No,
brilliant.
more pterodactyl.
Oh, really?
Flying around in space, right?
Yeah, it looks flat. Therefore, you are on the wing of a pterodactyl.
Accelerating up and down.
Hold on, what's the flattest dinosaur? Is that probably across the wings of a pterodactyl, right? Is that why you brought that up?
I can't believe that you've never heard of the Flatosaurus Rex.
The Flatosaurus Rex. Cousin to the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
It's just literally like a pancake with 4 legs.
Longer arms.
I just got the neighbors just had a baby. I just got the little gaffer a blue Tyrannosaurus Rex stuffed animal for him.
Traitor.
And then you ran over it with the rear wheels of your car like 6 times to flatten it, right?
Well, no, I got him a blue one so he'll know that it's fake, right? It's not green like the real ones.
Like the real ones?
You know, the real fake ones, they were green, weren't they?
No.
I thought they were supposed to have feathers now.
Yeah,
They
that
were brown, dude.
all right, first off,
Like-
if you want to assume that dinosaurs were real, let's just make that leap.
They were the same color as crocodiles.
They have no way of knowing what pigments of any skin color or any feathers or any fur or anything could be. It's all just in their mind, and they'll tell you that. They have to imagine it.
Yeah.
Moto
fuck, when you
dragons
think
are
about it.
black.
Yeah, when
Isn't
you
that
think
awesome?
about it, T-Rexes were basically like great big crocodiles or alligators with like a bigger midsection and short arms, longer back legs. Wild. My favorite fake dinosaur was a saber-toothed tiger.
T-Rexes reproduce, though. I mean, do they do it or not? Like fish or something? Like
Well, they're
the
the
mom
most
lays the eggs
angriest
and-
because they can't pull their pud.
I mean, how do you get around the tail? Like, I don't know.
You know how
Silly looking thing.
You know how in nature, every time animals are trying to mate, the female is always trying to get away? Like, how the hell would the T-Rex pin her down with those arms?
I was just gonna say, how do you mount something with those arms?
With his jaws. Like the, oh yeah. It would be from the front. Oh, wait, there's a tail. So, standing, I guess, right? Standing
You
position.
can't even. He couldn't even get the lighter out of his pocket to light the candle for the dinner. Like,
I think they put the tails straight up into the air and then back together, like two trucks.
So so in this case, like female T-Rexes, they must have been really horny. They're just backing up into it instead of trying to run away like everything else.
Yeah.
the original
Tail.
twerkers,
Back
female
right
T-Rexes.
Now you know why they
What do you
died
do?
out.
What do you do? Stand your tail all the way up, like straight up? Like how do you get around the tail problem? It has to be front to front, like standing. But then the faces are in the way, so they gotta like shoulder, put their faces on, like they're hugging almost. If I would have asked these questions in school, right, my teacher would have probably got, all right, let's move on. Stop it, okay, stop it. We're moving on. It's like dinosaurs, bro. Oh my God, dinosaurs. What do you mean stop it?
I just posted an article in the Livestream voice text. This was from a couple of days ago in The Guardian in the UK, saying a real T-Rex goes on show in England. And then you read the article and it goes on to explain how it's not a real T-Rex. It's made from obsidian. and that T-Rex is a 66 million years old, again with a 66.
Yep. Whenever they're trying to give you a number or specifics on something that is completely unprovable, they always like to just use their symbolic geometry and numbers and stuff like that.
Check this one.
366, 911, blah blah blah, over and over and over again.
Right. I was reading an old science book that I found yesterday. Guess how many atoms are in a gram of atoms? How many atoms it takes to make up a gram? Okay,
666 trillion.
660 million billion.
So I'm close.
That's all?
That's all. That's how many atoms are in a gram of atoms. Again with the 66.
You
How
nailed
do you
it.
get them to stay on the scale?
That's a good question.
Holy fuck.
So I was
and
close.
That dinosaur is probably closer to 65,750,000. They just rounded it up to 66 million.
Yeah, I mean, who wants to say all that, right? $59,983,455. I mean, like 3 seconds.
But I guess at least we get to see when they've made stuff up. As soon as they start using the 66, they've just made it up.
Yeah, I mean, why not? 66,000. What are you guys going on about? Saying, oh my gosh, this is science.
I rode down to a little festival for a couple beers and dinner with my uncle on Friday night, and on the way back, he started talking about, or was it down on the way, whatever? On the way down there, I don't know how he got into it, but he started talking about how they say that Jesus died at 33 years old, and that and then there was another thing that was 33. He had like 2 33s in there. And he knows nothing about any of this stuff. I'm like, he just named like 3 things in like 3 sentences that had the number 33 in it. And I just kind of looked at him. I'm like, the more times you keep saying this 33 number, the more times I the more I have to like, I forget exactly how I said it, but I told him, I'm like, whenever you start hearing these 33s, it's bullshit. And I started saying it, that it's a Freemasonic number and it's symbolic, and he's just kind of rolling his eyes at me. But that's exactly it, though. Like, how nobody knows exactly the age Jesus was when he died. Nobody knows exactly the year he was born or the year he died. But they start throwing these 33s in there
because they want to taint it.
Well, just because there are 33, like, I don't know, bones in their spine or 30, you know what I mean? Doesn't mean like it makes it a Masonic number, right? I think they're using the number because they found it in nature. You know what I mean? Like how they use these numbers.
To explain to my uncle, I basically said it's like they just whenever they use these numbers to basically throw symbols to their other friends that are in the know, kind of like throwing up a gang sign. I said,
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Yeah, we here.
33 block, man.
We here. We up in here. We out here. Right? Like, what up?
We running this shit.
We out here in the streets. This is ours. Right? We the best. Yes, it is. Basketball players, jerseys, football players, jersey numbers. I mean, wow. Have fun with that, eh? '76.
Larry Bird was 33.
Scottie
What,
Pippen.
the basketball player?
Yeah.
Wasn't he like really short as well?
No, but he was white, so he looked smaller compared to a lot of them out there.
No, I'm pretty sure Larry Bird wasn't like 6'10". Like
No, he wasn't a giant either. He was, but he was over 6 foot. He wasn't short.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I'm 6'2". I would be taller than the average person, and a short ass on a basketball court.
Dude, that Trae Young guy, dude's a monster. He looks tiny on the court. He's my height. He's 6'1". Like,
So I was totally wrong about Larry Bird. Apparently, he was 2.06 meters tall, so he's much taller than I thought.
yeah, even the guys because so many of them are giants. Even the guys that you think are short, even the guys you think are short are tall.
Yeah.
I don't know. 2'6" that's about 6'9", isn't it? That's probably tall even for a basketballer, because the average height is about 6'7".
Yeah, well, like most teams are happy to have one 7 foot tall guy on the team.
Yeah.
Larry Bird was, man, he's a legend. He got skills. That guy could play. Talked a lot of shit, like old school, like real bad. Drank a lot of beer and won a lot of games, man. Funny. I like Larry Bird way better than Michael Jordan, way better than all these, what's his name that just died on the airplane? Kobe Bryant.
Oh shit! You thought police are coming to arrest me?
Uh-oh.
See, that's a globe. I take it back.
Excuse me, son. It's not okay to think the earth is flat.
It's not flat motionless. Please don't take me.
It's
I'm not
dangerous.
thinking that. I'm not thinking that, officer.
Do you hear that, Broad? In the it's the behind the curve one. It's dangerous to think the Earth is flat.
Dangerous. Yeah, they never elaborate, do they? It's just bad word. Don't do this thing. Done.
Dangerous like a terrorist, or
It's dangerous because
people die. I mean,
she didn't clarify. She just made the statement and then kept babbling on about. I'm sure some of you guys have seen this stupid thing.
It's
behind
every
the
time you
curve.
say the Earth is flat, a child in Asia dies.
It's dangerous because one of these days science is going to tell you something really important.
Fucking story.
You're just gonna deny it because you're a science denier. You're not going to believe them. That's what's dangerous about it. So it's like the boy who cried wolf. Maybe we should tell science to stop fucking crying wolf all the time.
It could also be personal. It could be dangerous to her and her livelihood if we are right.
Yeah, that is exactly what she is actually saying. Like, if you guys all don't believe in my cosmology, I don't have a job, and that's dangerous for me.
Yeah, I'll have to find something else to lie about.
But remember, Drace, you're just a complicated rock.
Aww.
You're made of iron and manganese.
Which was made in Wasn't that made in like exploding stars or something, according to her?
Yeah, some bullshit like that.
What the hell is a complicated rock, anyways?
The magic of star stuff.
What is that? Is that like a diamond, or what does that mean? Like complicated rock?
But
People are
aren't
rocks.
rocks are silicon based, correct? And we're carbon based. Where
Right.
did that? How? That's a big leap to make there.
Yeah.
How did that one happen?
Complicated rock. I think she meant to say sophisticated rock, right?
That
Maybe
interview when she's talking with that guy and she's saying that stuff and whatnot. Like there's an interview and I guess there's another sound bite too where she's repeating the same crap. But in the one interview, she talks about being passed around the party like an hors d'oeuvre.
Hey, what? How does she say it?
What?
She's like, why not have sex with lots of people? You only live once and this and that. Yeah.
What?
That's what Michelle Fowler said?
Yeah, she starts talking about how she sleeps with all the wrong people.
Yeah.
What?
She said that publicly?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a trip.
What is this, a biography or a...
She's like being interviewed.
Wasn't that the Bill Nye interview?
I don't recall.
No,
Michelle
it was
Fowler.
some
Michelle
other
Fowler.
guy.
Yeah, but wasn't
Yeah.
that what she was talking to? It was one of the science communicators, not she was speaking to.
It was like some interviewer guy. It was a glass room. People were walking all around on the outside of the room. I'm not sure what the gentleman's name was. He laughed like you could tell he was thinking, "What the hell are you doing here?"
Yeah, she looked like a basket case, dude. She looked
Yeah.
bad.
Oh. She's under the microscope. You know, everybody's watching her. She's angry.
That's why she sleeps with all the wrong people.
Her livelihood depends on it.
Like her face looks like an elephant stepped on it and then a baboon crapped on it. Why would you want to hit that thing? You know?
That hair, man. That some sexy ass hair for sure.
And after, if you were that desperate, maybe you got out after doing 3 years for knocking over a bank or something respectable, and you're really super horny, so you hit it, you know. Um, oh fuck!
To the
Now,
strip club. To the strip club. That's where guys go when they get out. Yeah.
yeah, I
They're
forgot.
gonna
what
go. They're not gonna be
forgot
looking at
the
Michelle
joke.
Fowler kind of girl. They're not
I
that
forgot,
horny.
I forgot the joke I was gonna make. Fuck.
Oh. Oh no. She looks like, you know, like a dud. Not attractive enough. Not not
Oh yeah, now I remember. You would sort of feel a little bit guilty because she's just so dense. It'd be like easy to get in her pants, you know? Like
yeah, that's what I mean. You know,
no challenge.
yeah. Dud. A dud. That's what I mean, right? A dud. Just sits there and doesn't work. You want to look at my rock collection? I've got a lot of rocks.
Wait, how are you making out that you think she's a dead fish already?
Listen to what she's saying. She's saying she's a complicated rock. Okay, like look at her eyes when she says that, right? Like,
Listen, she's crazy. Crazy chicks fuck. Like they go crazy.
no. No, nerds fuck.
Crazy nerd.
Yeah. Not her. She's not one of those. She's not one of us. No. He's something else, bro. Not a normal person.
She's like a female Don Pettit, and like he's probably a virgin still, or only slept with farm animals or something. I don't know.
He was a virgin until Michelle Thaler came around.
I think just like these sexkins in the Hollywood monarch people, I think that that's what I mean. Like there's no one there, right? It's like like having sex with a mannequin or something. It's like
Yeah, now I get what you're saying. Yeah,
rather beat off.
Blank up
Yeah,
in the
it's
head.
weird. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's almost like those sex parties at those, like Eyes Wide Shut type of thing. Nah, it's creepy. Just gonna go down to the strip club and make it rain. Look at some real chicks, some real. You know that women like lawyers, doctors go to Atlanta because there's a strip club there. One night they can make $10,000, $10 to $30,000, and they go there just to make a quick buck.
I've heard
people.
I've heard women at the male dance clubs are way crazier than like dudes watching the ladies. And here in the city I live in,
Wait a minute. You've heard that. You've never seen that? No?
I'm just about to tell you, dude. Listen,
How do you know
I've
about this?
dating this lady for quite a while, a few years. Anyways, one night I was working the door at one of the strip clubs on a Thursday was ladies' night, meaning there's guys on the stage. And guess who comes through the door? The chick I'm dating's sister. She was married to this guy named Alan. I'm like, oh, hi, Tammy. But I didn't, what I mean? Like anyways, women are crazy.
They're more organized than guys. Guys are
And
like, just throw
every
things
other night of the week when we're there and the ladies are on stage, we just walk in, order beer or pitcher and whatever, get a table dance if we want. Ladies' night, I think it was $35 door to get them in. They're paying like $35 to get in to watch guys do the helicopter on stage. I'm sure the lads probably
guys, right?
I've never had I've never been to a strip club or know one of a strip club around here that has like a ladies' night where they all of a sudden one night of the week they put men up there. But
yeah.
We kind of isolate them. Like we have like gay bars and straight ones, but the thing is like women typically they don't charge anything to get the women in the door because they go crazy, like they love that stuff.
Spend money.
The women patrons come in and they join along with the girls on stage, and all the guys love it. They start throwing money.
Yeah. Silly. But I bet the like say there's 5 dancers, 5 guys on stage that night. They probably get a cut of that door money,
I don't think performers get any money from the door. No, pretty sure.
Tips.
No, because it's man. Because it's the men, men always make more than women. Come on, man.
Not strippers. That's an exception. Strippers and porn stars, women make way more.
Plus, they've got to pay the guys with the elephant trunks in the trunks because they could be busy boning someone that night instead of on stage.
The reason why I said Atlanta,
Most male performers are gay anyway.
the reason why I mentioned Atlanta is because a lot of rappers were coming out of Atlanta, so these rappers would go to these strip clubs and just throw money, right, like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and yeah, it depends on the customers too. If you're throwing money at women, you're probably spending money at the bar too, right? Or on women or whatever it is you're there for with the boys. I should probably just throw money at women. Everybody has a price, no matter how respectable. Are you telling me I can make like 50,000 in one weekend if I go to Atlanta right now? Like, yep. Pole dancing is some kind of exercise. I don't know. People do, women.
Exotic dancer, not stripper. Exotic dancer.
Yeah. Doctors, lawyers, these kinds of people. Yeah. All depends on the customer, right? What they want. Human trafficking.
Check this, guys. Right? This call me paranoid, but I'm just going to put it out there. Right? Today, for the first time ever, I saw 2 different tube stations get evacuated for fire drills while I was on the tube. And you know how they like to do drills before stuff goes down. This is just my theory. Today's Sunday. Next Sunday, we've got the Euro final at Wembley in London. So avoid the trains and the tube next Sunday if you're in London. I mean, probably nothing, right? It's probably nothing. But I'm just saying it was awfully weird to see the tubes get evacuated today. I've never seen it before, and I saw 2 at once.
That the thing that's coming up, I think, to watch out for. Again, like you said, maybe nothing happens, but that cyber polygon thing is supposed to be happening on like the 9th, I think. And that's it's another simulation, just like that Event 201 thing. This is one where they're simulating like a hack basically of the internet. Like all the computers around the world are all going to get a virus or something. Like that's what they're simulating. So a pandemic, but for all of our electronics. And so watch out for that, because if that goes live, like 9/11 did, and Event 201 did, could be really bad.
Well, it happened in London with the 7/7 bombings. They ran a simulation the day before for that as well.
Right. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But like I say, yeah, the tubes were evacuated today. Never seen it before. 2 different ones. That was Fulham Broadway in Earl's Court. And then we've got this big event happening on the following Sunday, so in 7 days in London. So watch out. You know, it'd make perfect sense as well. Like the whole of the country watching the TV, watching maybe England in the final. You know, tuned into whatever's happening.
I don't think they'll repeat like what is it 7-7 or whatever. I don't think they'll repeat that.
No, but I mean, it could be something like that. Plus, we had the attack at Borough Market a couple of years ago, and that happened straight after the Champions League final. It's another big football game, one of the biggest football games in the world, actually. Directly after it, when everyone's watching TV, it happened in London. So.
I thought there was a pandemic going on.
Yeah, football's still okay. Soccer's fine. It doesn't get affected. Didn't you know that? Soccer, Formula One, no problem.
They're moving too fast. They're moving too fast for the virus to catch up.
Once you make over a certain amount of money, you're not susceptible.
They're just keeping us fed and entertained, basically, aren't they?
There's more truth in that statement than I can hear listening to the local whatever, at least a while back, not recently, they haven't been repeating it, but yeah, in the lower income areas, it was spreading quicker.
So being poor, right? The virus likes poor people, attack poor
And
people.
they even labeled a certain community too.
I mean, the community that is just as bright and as intelligent as white people, or however that goes.
Yeah, they're just as smart as white kids. Yeah. Come on, man.
Have you never heard of the ethnicity poor Americans?
Yeah. Well, recently, yeah, it's come up.
So this is a demographic you've never heard.
Yeah.
The other thing that really amazes me is how the virus is extremely deadly indoors, unless you're sitting down eating, in which case it's completely harmless.
Yeah. What a smart virus.
There's still a lot of places around the world where they're still taking it very seriously, but like around here where I live, like it's now been over a month, maybe it's almost closer to 2 months since mask mandates went away, and like I go out and it's very rare to see anybody with a mask, and nobody's even thinking about any pandemic anymore, for the most part. But that's just, like I said, I'm kind of in the suburbs. All I got to do is drive 10, 15 minutes, and I'm in a neighborhood where everybody's going to be wearing masks. So it's kind of weird like that.
I was on the tube yesterday, and there was two, like a gay couple in front of me, talking about how they want masks for another year. I wanted to scream.
That's so they can go out in public and not be ridiculed as much.
Or feel
You
shameful.
got politicians in both England and Australia, and I'm sure here in the United States too, like that have said that the masks will never go away. Like they want you to wear masks forever. Even if you're double, triple, quadruple vaccinated, it doesn't matter. They want you wearing a mask forever in some of these places.
That's a long time.
That's a fucking major fucking infringement right there, big time, in my opinion.
I mean, like we're in South Africa. We've got a bunch of South Africans here. It's a law that they made it a law not too long ago that you have to wear a mask alone in your car.
What?
Yeah, it's a law in South Africa that you have alone in your car with the windows rolled up. You have, or as long as the windows are rolled up, I think you can have it off. But to roll the windows down, you have to have it on.
Wow.
Have you guys seen any of those? Like the suit has the, you know how that you have the handkerchief in the pocket. The fucking the thing of the face diaper matches the fucking handkerchief.
Now it's like fashionable, eh?
Yeah, style, man.
Well, check this. I saw a guy on a packed tube take his mask off to sneeze. Like, honestly, it was full of people as well. Like, and I was like the only one not wearing a mask, so I couldn't really say anything. But he took
No,
his
that
mask
means
off
no.
to
You
sneeze,
were
man.
not wearing one, so you're the only one who had a
Look.
right to say anything. I'm sorry.
That
You
was
should
that
have
was the
spoke up. You.
that was the smart thing to do. Like if you would have like, who the hell is gonna sneeze into their mask like
Yeah, I know.
all over your face?
But it's the
That's a
purpose of the
natural
mask.
reaction, man.
Yeah.
Right, but it was a natural reaction to take it off because you're about to explode on your own face. I mean, it was. I don't
Fucking
think it was.
inside of your mask.
He wasn't
I mean, it
conscious of
would.
what he was doing,
I
right?
mean, in
That
a way, it would
sounds
make
very
sense.
nasty.
In a way, it would make
Explode on
sense,
his
right?
own
Because
face.
like you would have to put it back on your face at the like after you're done sneezing. So it's like, wait, I don't want to put this back on my face after I sneeze. It's gonna be all wet and sticky and all moist. I better just achoo outside my mask.
Right,
Yeah, I know, yeah.
right into your hand, right? Yeah.
It's
You know,
weird.
sorry.
That was it. I finished.
Oh, I was just going to say, I something that have been surprised by is when I ask people this specific question: do you think masks work? Do you think this mask works? And people give you all sorts of strange answers. I was just expecting people to just go, "Oh yeah, of course they work." But most people go, "Oh yeah, no, not really. I'm just doing it to make other people happy." Or they might say, "Yeah, they work until they're wet, and then you have to change them." But you get all of these like variety of answers, and I just find that interesting.
From my cousin, I was giving him shit about it, and he was like, "Well, it helps. It doesn't stop it, but at least it helps. It's at least some kind of barrier, you know." That's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, has he got any evidence for that?
No.
No, of course not. People never do. It's like they kind of, it's almost like people, they don't really believe it, but they internalize it somewhat in order to socially conform. You know, and I think that's why people have all of these different answers, because no one actually knows what's true. They're just conforming socially, and they're basically coming up with the answers that they think sound reasonably plausible in order to socially conform.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I see it.
Depends who you speak to. I think you're mostly right, but a lot of the boomers, you speak to them, and they'll give you a multitude of reasons that they've read in the papers or whatever. Like I saw a boomer a couple of weeks ago. He made this kid show his exemption badge on the train. I watched the whole thing. I was just thinking, you don't need to do anything for this guy, you know.
So how old was the kid?
I don't know. Kid was he had a school uniform on, so he was about 14, 15 or something.
I mean, that's child abuse, isn't it? It's actually child abuse, and actually that guy could get in serious trouble.
Yeah, they don't realize how much trouble they can get in, like, for this.
Yeah, because you absolutely cannot, for any reason, demand to see someone's medical papers or documents, and that exemption badge counts. So, I mean, yeah. If the kid was more savvy, he could have actually got quite a lot of money out of it.
I don't know. I've been waiting to see somebody, you know, like by now I'm sure plenty of people have been asked for proof of an exemption and stuff like that. And somebody should have a lawsuit. I'd like to see the results of that. But if there hasn't been any, then I think you're incorrect. Like apparently they're not enforcing it, even though it is against the law. And that means
Do you really think you'd get to hear about it if it was successful?
You might have to dig, but I'd like to hear somebody who's successfully sued over it. Yeah.
There's been one in the UK. A guy got 7K. And funnily enough, though, all the fines for not wearing a mask haven't been upheld in court. The one that has been upheld is the guy who got discriminated for not wearing a mask. He got a 7K payout. That was in the UK. I don't know which company it was against. But I got discriminated against. I got kicked out of a shop. And I tried to phone this solicitor, and they were too full with other people trying to put claims in for getting discriminated against to do anything. But yeah, I got kicked out of a store. I provided the badge. He said the badge doesn't matter because anyone can print it off from the internet. And the guy was wearing 2 masks, and he was just a nutter.
Isn't that kind of the point? Is that you have easy, accessible evidence, quote unquote?
He was a boomer. It was a tiny shop. His excuse was the shop was too small. And then he started asking me what my medical reasons are and stuff like that, And I wanted to try and do business with him.
Did
Yeah.
you tape any? Did you film any of that? Or
No, but what I did is I wrote a bad review on his site saying I got kicked out for not wearing a mask, and because I was a bit pissed off. And then he replied to the review saying I made it all up. He said it was a fictitious account of what happened.
Okay, well that's nice. You can just go back to the same shop, can't you? And just do it all.
Yeah, but at least he replied.
I'll go with you if you want.
Yeah, just walk back in there without a mask again and see what happens.
Yeah.
Bring buy a camera off eBay, like in fake glasses.
I've already got a pair. Yeah, but I wasn't wearing them at the time. Obviously, I don't wear them.
Mate, here's the plan. Here's the plan, because he won't recognise me. Tell me the address of the shop. I'll go in there, see what happens, and you can be filming from the outside.
Yeah, he's definitely going to kick you out. Because the guy was like proper pro mask. He was like full on boomer. This dude. It's a bookshop at Charing Cross. If you want to know the address, I can tell you it. Just go in with
Yeah, why not DM it to me? I'll I'll go in there. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. And if you want to put a claim in, you can do it. Yeah, he's definitely going to kick you out.
You guys should get like, I don't know, half a dozen people together to all go in at the same time.
I got threatened with arrest at a Canadian Tire on Coventry Road last summer because I wasn't masked, and because I needed the wrench, it was locked up. But the security guard came to confront me anyways because some asshole was poking his head in and out of the aisles watching me in the store. And there was an employee with no mask in there. Anyways, I put my shirt over my nose and said, okay, can you open it now and get me the wrench? Like, I look like you now. Come on. And I didn't even have to do that. He's no. And then he was getting more than 6 feet close to me, following me out. And then another bigger guy joined him. I was like, back the fuck up if you're so worried and this and that. And like, I gave them attitude big time. The big guy's like, you stop one more time, I'm going to arrest you. This is bullshit, man. Sorry, lads.
This whole time, I've said it a bunch of times. I've only had 2 places that I had to wear a mask. And one's actually one, because it's the lumberyard that's nearby here. That once in a while I have to stop in there and I'll have to put it on just because they're dicks about it. But Menards, we've talked about. I walked in there one time before the mask mandates ever came out. They were the first store to say that they were going to enforce it on their own. And I walked in there and without one, sure enough, they were like, you got to have a mask. And I just looked them right in the eye. I was like, I'm not wearing a mask. I'm going to go to Home Depot, your competitor, and buy from them instead, because they're not going to make me wear a mask. I told it and walked right out. You got to tell them, just walk out. Like, fine. And by the way, you've lost all of my business forever now. Like
his excuse for claiming to make the arrest, what he said, would be for trespassing. And I was just like, there's no fucking no trespassing signs up here. You're a fucking business. Like,
Nah, it's a
motherfucker.
lie. He can't arrest you.
If
Yeah, you
well,
can't
if
do
it's
that.
still a private company, once you've come, you weren't trespassing when you walked in, but once you were asked to leave, if you don't leave, you're trespassing.
And
But
then my
why
other
are
beef
you being
was
asked to
there's
leave
an
though?
employee. There was an employee behind the counter, and he made the hand gesture in front of my face, like telling me I should be wearing a mask. I'm like, I'm exempt. I don't wear one. And then he went about his business. It was like, what about that cocksucker, motherfuckers? You got a guy working there with no mask, but you're kicking out a customer that wants to give you his money. Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, you gotta hit him where it hurts. The money, like Lou said.
So what's happening
Pretty-
here now is they when you come from a country that is quote unquote flagged, right? You need to leave your credentials at the airport, and when you come back, then you need to go into forced quarantine. If you don't keep yourself in forced quarantine, then then the police will ring your house, and if you're not there, you get a fine of 400 euros. And if you're and this can go up to 20,000 euros.
They just charge a Canadian couple 20,000 Canadian dollars.
It's crazy, man. And on the other hand, they exempt in Germany. I think I've read something. They exempt people from that got the jab from the next lockdown. So they are like saying indirectly there is coming a new lockdown. So it's crazy, right? And if you have your jab, you'll be exempt of the lockdown. So
Well, I think I saw on the teleprompter at the bottom, climate change lockdowns coming.
Have you seen what's happening in Venezuela at the moment? If you're not vaccinated, you're allowed to the supermarket 4 hours a week in 2-hour sessions. If you're vaccinated, you can go anytime.
That's all I need. 2 hours. I don't need any more than that.
You get 4 hours a week, but it's like the supermarket, and it includes something else as well. Another store, I can't remember.
Yeah, we're gonna get blamed, guys. I mean, the guys, the people that don't give the jab to their childrens, and the people that don't want it, they're gonna get blamed in September, November.
Oh, that's the point.
Another division, right?
Yeah, they're kind of they've been loosening up for the summer, but wait till fall, and that's when flu season normally starts, and allergies again, and they're going to
Yeah.
start calling all of that Delta variant COVID and blame up. Yep.
They already said they were going to do all of this in Event 201. They already scripted all of this.
Correct.
I just wonder if people are going to comply anymore. I can't see anyone giving a shit anymore.
I wish you were right, but I see all these people out there who still wear the mask, still believe in variants and shit like that. And we were talking about this the other day. I think they can go to the Z variant. Here, I did Z just for you. They can go to the Z variant, and people will still be believing it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think a lot of people are only believing it because other people believe it, and now nobody believes it. So I think that
Okay, maybe not like truly believing it, but they'll still be going along
that
with
middle
it.
section, which is the majority of people, they are now realizing this is what.
But the thing is,
No, it's not though, because they're all vaccinated. In the UK, we've got like nearly 40 million people vaccinated, so they must believe it. It's going to take fucking butts.
And then they crossed this line,
see, the
right?
thing is,
Sorry. Go ahead.
I don't.
Well, yeah, short. They crossed this line, right? They took it. So they need to defend their own actions by any means now. when you cross that line, you can't go back and say, "Well, yeah, I was dumb, right? No." They need it for their own mental health, their health, their state of mental health,
Peace of mind.
to defend themselves why they took it. Right? They crossed that line.
No, I think you're being a bit too what's the words? Single faceted about this. A lot of people aren't getting it because they think it's a good idea. They're getting it for other reasons. So I have a friend who got it because he wanted to go on holiday with his wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said, I know this is all bollocks, but I'm just going to get the vaccine so I can go on holiday. So, and he has no problem at all admitting this is all bollocks. But he got vaccinated because he wants to go on holiday. I have another friend who basically told him his imam told him that it was a good idea. And then when he got the first one, he realized he'd made a mistake and he regretted it and didn't go and get the second. So I don't think it's all a simple case of you either believe the story or you don't. The other thing I would say, which is also kind of important, is that we don't know that those numbers are true. They're saying like 83% of people in the UK, adults in the UK, have had the vaccine. I don't
That's
believe
a good
that.
point. Well, I didn't believe that,
Like,
but when
and
I go to work,
let me just finish.
sorry.
And this is incongruent with how they are acting, because they've got like celebrities on the TV pushing it, and they've got all these people going, "Oh, please go and get it." That doesn't make sense if virtually everyone has had it.
Another example that I was trying to get in there too is like my uncle that I was just with the other day. He got the vaccine, and I give him shit for that all the time. Because, well, his wife believes in the shit. She's in the medical field, and it's like she's all pro-vax everything, and he was pretty sure that he would get a divorce if he didn't get the vax, but he doesn't want to take it.
Wow.
He thinks it's all bullshit, but he took it because he's afraid of a divorce.
Yeah.
I'd have just told her I got it and just not had it.
That's what I told him. That's what I told him. I'm like, and he was like, "Yeah, I probably could have done that, couldn't I?" I'm like, yeah,
There's
you
a
probably
third
could've.
option, gentlemen. Single again? Right on.
Yeah.
Just tell him till death.
Yeah, but if they both went on vacation with each other and he didn't have his papers, maybe she'd find out that way and get a divorce.
Oopsie, I lost them.
It's the most used reason for people to be vaccinated, so they can go to festivals and on vacation.
Yeah. No one cares about this shit. They just want the utility of having their freedom back.
So unbelievably weak-minded, man.
I'm not sure. I think a lot of people do want that, but there's still a lot of people that 100% believe this. Like, but you'd never associate with those people. Like, everyone I work with, and that's like just over 100 people, there's only 3 that I know of that haven't taken it. Everyone in my family's taken it. Everyone in my mates' families has taken it. It's like, it's just a select few that kind of like hang out and talk to each other. And then when someone knows you're a conspiracy guy, then they start making excuses for themselves. They go, "Well, I'm only taking it because of this or that," because they know you don't approve of it. Like, so I'm not so sure. A lot of people do buy it, I think, but there's also a lot of people that are taking it to go on holiday as well. So I don't know.
Well, the people who buy it are obviously thick as shit, so I don't really care what they have to think, like what they have to say.
They don't think anything, do they? If you wanted to know what they thought, just turn the TV on.
There's another option too, though. Like there's all that you've described, and then there are just the people that are negligent. People that eat whatever, do whatever without actually looking into it, never cooking for themselves. Like these people just go on to get on, and they don't really think about consequences. They just take the easiest path of resistance.
Your
Of least
friend's
resistance.
wife said, "Oh, sorry." Go
That
ahead.
was it, though.
Your friend's wife said, "I'll divorce you if you don't get the vax." That's pretty cruel and heartless. She's not a Capricorn by chance. And on the flip side, what if the husband said, "If you get vaccinated, I'm divorcing you"?
I've said that to my wife.
Where's the love?
Well, I'm not really going to divorce her, but I've told her if you get vaccinated, There's
Oh,
trouble.
sorry, I didn't know it was your wife. Where is the love?
No, it's talking about someone else. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's like when that aggression has been made, and you flip it and you realize actually how aggressive that is to say, if you don't do this or you do this thing, then there will be this serious consequence. That's actually incredibly aggressive.
Yeah. Tyrannical.
So, you must believe the mainstream and do what they say, or else there's a divorce. I mean, wow, what a fucking horrendous thing to say to your husband. What a
Then
bitch.
you better off being divorced without.
Yeah, maybe you should divorce that bitch.
Oh yeah,
Right.
no, that's the thing. Like, I mean,
Oh.
he's been saying my uncle has been saying that the marriage has been getting kind of rocky for a while here. Just the whole, because she's just so liberal and he's conservative, and they've been butting heads over all just the division that's been created over the last couple of years has made their relationship really uncomfortable too often, you know. And then this vaccine thing is another wedge that's just driving them further apart. And but you know, there's a lot of money on the line too in a divorce. You know, you've been together a long time. You got kids. You got, you know, like a lot of property to split up and shit like that. Like they're pretty well off. So I mean, like it's, you know, he doesn't want to have to go through all that.
Yeah.
Divorce.
Remember, guys, they're
destroyer, man.
injectables. You know, a manufactured product in a syringe, an injectable. Could be anything.
Yeah, I've got a friend who used to work in a vaccine lab like years ago, and he says basically they don't even check like even 1% of them anyway. So even if they functioned exactly as they said, they don't check virtually any of them anyway. So, like, and there's all these other problems that he went through, and I've forgotten most of them, but yeah, it's there's so many issues with this. It's ridiculous.
What do you think to this idea that they've injected a lot of people with the placebo? So, if the vaccine does start killing people, a lot of vaccinated people will survive because they've been injected with a placebo, and therefore they can never blame the vaccine. They can blame the unvaccinated people.
Yeah, I've been
If
thinking
that-
that for a while, like wondering how much of what they were giving out in the very beginning, like I think the very first rounds were probably almost entirely all placebo. You know, because they didn't want you know, the first 1,000 people to get the vax to all come back and talk about negative effects, right?
I saw
Fucking
a
evil
video
cunts.
showing that the people that were vaccinated earliest, they seem to be the ones that were having this magnetic thing going on with their arm. Seemed to happen more often with the people that got the first rollout of the vaccines. So who knows?
Yeah.
It's a placebo or
Oh, trials. That's what those are called. Man. Tests. Trials. Yeah, you're supposed to test it on animals first, like mice and.
Oh, you tested on the guys working in the pharmaceutical industry and the politics first. Every batch.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, they give them to all the politicians and all the medical workers right away, and if they give them placebos, now that helps them to back it up and push it. Like, no, I took it, I was fine. It's safe. Everybody should take it. Oh, you had negative effects. Well, that's rare. That's rare. It's still the benefits outweigh the risks. You know, that's all the shit that they've had it all worked out. They know how to play us.
Well, they're not playing us.
I mean,
we're talking about how they're playing us.
Yeah,
but those people are idiots. You can fool them with anything. Like like they believe the mainstream media. Like you can fool them with anything.
It's the same people that believe the world is a ball.
Yeah, but no, you want to convince. You want to make sure that you're convincing your authority figures first, right? So you go after like celebrities, politicians, and medical workers. Like, get them first.
Right.
Get them on
But those
board.
people are also idiots who believe the mainstream. Like it's, do you know what I mean? Like I don't know how to put this more bluntly. Like these people are all morons. You don't need a good story to convince them of anything.
Wasn't it just a bunch of staged like PR events with the public figures anyway, like fake syringes and shit?
Angelina Jolie is an actress. I don't think she needs a placebo. She can. She's an Academy Award winning.
She can act her way out.
Yeah.
What I'm finding difficult is that once you've had the vaccine, right? Once someone's had it, there's no debate or discussion anymore because what they've done is permanent. You can't change the mind. There's no point changing the mind. There's no point talking about it. It's in their body for the rest of their lives.
Right.
It's not like you can change the mind and they're going to see it differently. They've done it now, and that's millions of people. So you've just got to stay quiet about it.
I think that's a
Right.
really good point, for those that are on the fence about the whole thing. There's no going back.
Right. And this is what I was saying, right? When they cross that line, and now what, right? You can talk to the people that crossed that line, but they already crossed the line. So they're not going to backtrack and say, yeah, you're right. No, they're going to say, yeah, I need it for my vacation. Who cares? So they're going to make up any excuse for their actions. Any excuse.
Yeah,
It's an
justify.
unbelievable
That's
argument.
exactly what happened at this place that this person that I work with, he has like a helper, and she's young. She goes and gets this thing, and then she says, "Hey, did you get the thing?" And I'm like, "No, not me," And she's like, "Oh, I got it." And I was like, "Oh, but I mean, it's cool. I mean, you'll be all right." I didn't even mean to say you'll be all right because it's everything I'm saying is just making it worse. And she's like, "Well,
You'll be.
I
You'll
only did
be
it,
all right means you might not be all right when you said that. It's like, what do you mean you'll be all right? I
I don't think
mean,
anyone.
I
I don't think
mean, never
anyone who
mind, never
gets the
mind.
vaccine is damned to hell, are they? Is that the case? That you're damned to hell and you're never going to see the light? I don't know.
No, whatever it is, like I just know I didn't want any part of it. So when someone ask me if I have it, I'm like, oh, and then they're like, well, I did it. I'm like, well, I mean, okay,
Let the
congrats.
discrimination begin. Right?
But the reaction to my reaction was what I'm like talking about, because she was just making those excuses you guys were talking about, like, oh, we don't even know if this thing is a thing. Like they say, even if you get it, you still have it for us. Like I don't really know what's going on. Like I just did it, just to, be able to walk around with no mask or anything. Blah blah blah.
Yeah,
And I'm just like, that's a shitty thing to do, just to walk around and be free. Permanently do something that you don't really know about. That's all I'm saying.
you see,
Okay, I get it now. Wait,
seen all the
but
stories of the crazy reactions and the people still tell you go and get the vax.
yeah, but you still got to wear a mask. I think eventually people who get get it. The masks, I mean, still gonna have to wear it. I think that's where it's gonna end up.
For like the people who've already got the vax, and it just completely
Mic check.
justify to themselves. You can't convince them otherwise. I'm
Yeah.
saying you've seen the crazy news stories of just horrible reactions, and the people
Yeah,
are
we hear
sitting
you,
there
bro.
dying in hospital, and they're still like, I still recommend you go out and get your vax as soon as possible. Just
For
totally
sure, thank you.
stupid shit. It's like
I've heard people say those reactions mean that it's working. How fucking stupid is that? When you have a really terrible reaction from the vaccine, it means it's working. That's good.
Kind of like,
I
kind of
think
like
I'm
that,
dying,
kind of like
bro.
that,
It's
kind of like
working.
that dandruff shampoo that tingles on your skull. Like that's how you know it's working.
Yeah,
Like, no, bro, I feel like I'm gonna die, bro. Like, no, that's how you know it's working.
Yeah,
What?
People who actually died, did it work extra well for them?
Hey, that's how you know it's really working.
Like
I
all the
wasn't,
people
I
at my
wasn't,
work
I wasn't sick
sharing
before.
stories about the shakes and things. Like it's so stupid.
I wasn't sick before, so I took your medicine. Now I'm feeling sick, and that's a good sign because that's how we know it's working.
Right.
I thought it was.
That's
I
how
thought it
you
was
know it's working.
getting
Oh
sick.
man, it's so sad when you just
Right. You can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat. See, the same logic applies, right? Same logic. You can tell you're sick because you feel so healthy. Same logic.
Somebody brought up the discrimination. This is funny too. My uncle, he's also my boss, so he goes out and does the bids. He was telling me the other day he had an estimate to do for some Indian guy that he went and showed up, and the guy showed up at the door, answered the door wearing 2 masks, and wouldn't and made sure to stay 6 feet away and wouldn't shake his hand. And my boss goes, "Oh, I'm double vaxxed," and the guy's like, "So am I." And so, and
Double master.
yeah, and,
High five, bro.
So
Nice mask.
so my uncle he did the bid, but then he tells me, he's like, but then I tacked on an extra $5,000, and then so I started laughing. I was like, you mask tax, and he was like, "Yep," and and then he went on to tell me that anybody who has like a BLM or one of those "In This House We Believe" signs, or and or any of that, like he automatically tacks on an extra $5,000 for any of them.
Because why not, right? They're gonna pay it anyways, these suckers.
I think it's awesome.
2 masks. I think I'll charge him 10 grand. You think you'll go for it? Yeah, he's wearing 2 masks.
Here's the thing. Like, for some reason, in these liberal neighborhoods too, they're always trying to fucking like Jew you out of some of what they owe you. Like, so we don't even want to work on their house. We don't want to work in their neighborhood. Fuck them. So that's the tax they get.
Yep.
We expect that they're going to try to withhold 5,000, so we just tack on an extra 5,000.
Opportunity knocks.
I'm fine with it being a liberal tax, to be honest. Just
yeah, that's basically what it is.
Well, I'm totally fine with that. Because if they weren't such gigantic assholes, then I wouldn't feel this way about them anyway. So they kind of deserve it.
Yep.
Can you imagine your entire existence is trying to control how other people act, behave, and think? And this is literally how these people are. They want to make sure that you are controlled by them. A bunch of fucking dickheads.
Yeah.
Might as well just off themselves. I do mean that sincerely. They might as well just not exist. What is the point of your existence if that's what it's for?
I agree with you.
Sure, I'm guilty of a hate crime now.
Me too. Yeah. We all are. That's why we're here.
It's just busybodies, man. They got nothing better to devote their mind to.
The point of their existence is to give you a challenge.
I don't want their challenge.
I mean the challenge of having to deal with their bullshit.
Yeah,
there's plenty of bullshit to deal with anyway. Like, life is already challenging without these cunts making it worse.
Yeah. It's even worse than that. They're in your homes. I mean, they're in your head. From the day you're born.
Hey, Bong, you might find this really amusing. Hey, what's up? You might find this really amusing. So somehow YouTube decided to recommend a video to me. And I guess this is like not new, like 3+ years ago, maybe more than that. But it's a conspiracy parody, and it's called I don't know if it's a parody because it's not new. Like I was saying, I didn't spend a lot of time in it, but it's called "Birds Aren't Real." They think everything is the government spy drone, all the birds.
Yep,
like-
that's a conspiracy they try to put onto us too.
It's a, but they say it's a parody. They tell you.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You post the link. You got the link.
Yeah, let me
The-
find it on my
well,
YouTube
the-
history.
I got
The thing
recommended.
is they really do have not necessarily like the whole all pigeons are government drones kind of joke, but
Yeah, I was exaggerating. Thank you, Luke, for mentioning that.
yeah, but no, they they literally have like drone like grasshoppers and dragonflies and shit that
Oh
they can
yeah,
use.
dragonflies. Yeah. I've got a video I watched on that. It's really super short. But yeah, I'm looking at my history, guys. Give me a second. Hopefully, I'll be able to find it.
You guys, I totally thought she was talking about like pigeons, like birds.
Well, no, they were. That's what they were referring to was pigeons, actually. So.
Fire pigeons.
Yeah, that's been
Okay.
a meme for a few years about like
Like the thing is,
all pigeons
like
are government
8 years
drones.
ago.
because I was talking about the other day, like I wanted to get homing pigeons, and it's just funny. Like what? Government pigeons? Oh my goodness!
Yeah, they have drones though. They
Okay,
do
here
have
we go.
drones
I think
that look. That
Yeah, that I do believe. That I can
now
believe.
here's the one about the dragonfly drone, and I'll keep looking for the other one. It's probably just down a little bit. So here's that. Posting it. Bink.
drones are scary, man. Like drones are
No
scary to
doubt.
me.
From the 70s. Imagine how good those dragonflies are now.
Wow,
Dude,
no
right?
way.
Right?
I remember
Okay, here we
catching
go.
those things as a kid.
Oh wait.
I
Find the
remember
best.
many times as a kid looking at like if we went tubing down the river or something, a dragonfly lands on your tube and just staring at it up close, like just looking at how machine-like they seem to be, and that they're like the perfect insect to use if you're gonna make a drone.
Bro, like I would catch these things like a little when I was a little kid, they were like all around the grass, and I would just dive down and just catch one. And there would be like blue ones, red ones, and like different colored. I was like crazy fascinated about catching them. They were all around my yard.
I clicked on that video and then this video.
You know what? There's
showed up.
actually sorry, Bong. There's actually a documentary length video on the whole silliness of the birds aren't real, and I'm trying to find that. I don't know.
For everyone who is afraid of government birds, go feed your birds in your local area and do it on a regular basis.
Well,
And
see, they kind of half admit. Oh, sorry.
And near your home.
They kind of half admit that it's a parody, though. That's the thing. Oh, here we go. I found it.
Don't feed the birds. Don't feed the birds. You'll mess up the
right.
circuitry. Do your citizen's duty and change the batteries.
No, you got to make them work for you. So when a stranger comes into your area, the birds will reply.
You know, the pigeons recharge themselves by landing on the wires, right? Like, that's
that's why our energy bill goes up every time.
I was going to ask if they eat seed or like if they drink oil, but you've just answered that question.
Yeah, they nest on smart meters.
I do have a silly joke that's kind of a question. Why are there no headache tablets in the jungle? Any ideas?
Because they have no service.
No.
Is it something about clubbing a woman over the head?
No.
No. Okay, never mind. No, I don't know then.
It's because the paracetamol.
Sorry, it flew right past my head, bro.
The parrots eat them all, right? Paracetamol.
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 What's the biggest
Americans
drawback
don't know what
in the
that
jungle?
is. Yeah.
What's the biggest drawback in the jungle?
I don't know.
An elephant's foreskin. There you go.
That's rank.
That was cringe, bro.
Sorry.
So yeah, that documentary, I only watched a few minutes of it. I couldn't take it. It was just too ridiculous to me.
What about all the pigeons that me and my dad shot? We ate them and they were good. Back in on the islands,
Bro, I was a messed up. Me and my brother, we had a BB gun and we were shooting targets out in our backyard, and he accidentally had shot a hummingbird.
Accidentally shot a hummingbird with a BB gun?
He
That's not
like he
cool.
was shooting the target, but the
hummingbird
hummingbird
moved
went
right in front of
right
him.
behind, and it flew right past the paper, and it got the hummingbird, bro.
That is some insane dumb luck. Like, there's no.
That was it was crazy. And then me, I decided to shoot a pigeon, and that thing went spiraling down like an airplane.
Did you eat the pigeon?
Bro,
Did you eat the pigeon?
I felt bad, and I buried it.
I'm just wondering why you killed it. You probably ate it, right?
Oh no, dude, I was messed up, bro. I just like what I don't know why. I just decided to just shoot it, bro. Like I was messed up, man. It was not cool. I felt bad. Like I prayed for the pigeon.
Good job.
And then I buried it,
not
bro.
to do that anymore.
Yeah, no, I didn't, dude. I didn't ever try to decide to, bro. That's why I go around. Like I felt so bad. Like I go and bird watch, man. And I collect feathers, and I just.
There you go.
I guess that's why I started like bird watching. I don't know, really. I just recently started bird watching, but like I to be honest, bro, I wanted to cry for the pigeon. Like my brother was there, and I didn't want to cry in front of him. I had to be the older brother and be like, look at what I just did. But I was the fucking dumbass, bro. Like I felt bad.
Birds,
bad,
man. Birds are awesome. Birds are like one of the smartest creatures. Intelligent.
I think my brother felt bad
animals.
for hitting the hummingbird, and I had to do something to make him not feel. I don't know. I felt like I had to do something to not make him feel bad. Does that make sense?
Oh.
Yeah, you're trying. Yeah, of course, man. Birds can fly, and they're smart.
Yeah, I can't be on board in any way, shape, or form that birds are fake because they're not really specific in their point. It's really redonkulous. If you guys watch a minute or two of each one of those videos, it's just redonkulous.
And all the lack of all the wiring and stuff in the turkey and the chickens.
I'm happy to say that there is one alleged conspiracy that I can't contend with. I can't. There may be one or two more, but this is definitely one.
Like
Not
the
to
globe.
say that. Not to say I don't think they exist, like the robot drone birds, but not the way these people are doing it.
Right, but how about this one? Right, birds are real, but globes are fake. I mean, that's a better, right? That
Have you
sounds
seen
better.
the Have you seen the alleged organic videos of birds being frozen in the sky?
Yeah, I've seen those.
And I do say very allegedly because we all know what people can do with video nowadays. So it's like, really cool story, but that's a little much. That's a little much.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know what videos you're talking about, but a lot of like hawks and eagles, like these, those birds can just sit up there riding the currents, just sitting in one place.
no, that's not what I'm talking
long
about.
time.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm
No,
talking about like somebody hit a pause button.
Yeah, they just freeze in the sky. It's weird. Like, I mean, I don't know what to think of it, if anything at all, but it's very strange, yeah.
Yeah.
Hologram?
It's really interesting. Like, are we in the Matrix? But
Well,
you know, I can't
hologram?
just watch a video and then be like, okay, I believe it. Not on this
You have
one.
to be really stoned to believe it.
Maybe.
Okay. Well,
But there has been
that's
some
probably
really
not.
I think I know what you're
there
talking
has
about.
been some really weird.
Oh, sorry.
Stuff in the
Are
sky.
are you talking about where the bird appears to just have his wings out and just be floating
Yes,
there? Yeah.
like somebody pressed a pause button and
Yeah.
everything else is, you know, moving around and
Yeah.
yeah. And I
That's the
believe
frame rate.
somebody
That's the frame rate of the camera matching the flapping speed of the wings of the bird. So it looks like
Interesting.
it's stationary.
Yeah, that's interesting.
well, yeah, so in what I think of automatically is it can be repeated. So nobody, I guess, really cares
Oh,
about I guess I could watch a debunk video. I didn't think of that.
no, he said, yeah, it's true because the frame rate, right, like 30 frames per 28 frames per second, um, it helps to make things look smoother, right? But if you increase the frame rate, then you know things start getting choppy. So what he's saying is whatever frame what the camera was shooting at, right? It was synchronized with the the wings, right? So the camera only picked up one, you know, whenever it returned back to, you know, it didn't pick up the
You know what
wings
that
when it
sounds
came up,
like?
you know. Yep.
That sounds exactly like what the guy said when Dave Weiss was interviewing him. Um, and of course I would forget right now.
Yep.
What were you saying about the frames per?
The frame rate makes it look smoother, like the lower the frame rate, like right. So the lower the frame, if you go even lower, it'll
Oh
make it
yeah, he
look
was
like
saying
the
that
old
that's just
school.
like he
Right.
was saying like ISS stuff, like all of that is mishaps because of the frame rate, and it's cameras work different. That's what he said.
You ever seen where I saw like a YouTube video where there was like a helicopter hovering like in a stadium, and the guy filming the frame rate being that it was taking the video was matching the speed of
Yeah.
the propellers. So the helicopter, even though you can hear it, hear that it's
Looked like it
running,
was just
it looks
look,
like the props are sitting still.
yeah, like it's floating in the air. Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Here it is. I found it.
Nice. It's not a matrix. Thank you, Drace.
But if you look in the eyes of the bird, you can see he's eyeing the camera. So, you know, he's watching you.
Yeah.
But the way the birds synchronize their movements, like that is still in like all of the birds in one area could just be doing what they're doing. Some could be on, one ledge. Others could be like somewhere else eating or drinking in some tree. And then at a single moment, they all just fucking dive into this formation at the same time. Like, what is that about?
It kind of depends. Sometimes birds go into the formation because there are insects in the air, and sometimes it's a flock of birds actually having a school for the new young birds to learn to fly formation so they can migrate without incident. At least that's what I was told.
I get that, but I'm saying like at a moment's notice, like nothing's had like from my apartment in Brooklyn when I in my childhood home.
Do you have
They used to
fly
like
ants? You know the queen ants that fly out at one time a year?
Yeah, okay, but it's not like that though. What I'm saying is like I could be feeding. Say it's like I don't know, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and they're like pigeons on my ledge, right? And so I'm putting bread out there. They're eating it up. It's like a whole bunch of them. Then all of a sudden, them at the same time will just dive off of the windowsill. But it's not just them, it's all of the birds in the area that just at this same exact moment decide to start
Yeah,
flying at the same time. Like,
I
and
think
this
there's
happens
a.
every day.
I think they have a sense. You know how they migrate. You know how we're told that they migrate by some kind of sense, the magnetic field. I think that might be what they're reacting to.
Okay, I guess we're migrating to them. Yeah, that is interesting, like how they just do that. Like, okay, they do that. How? You know what I mean?
Oh, right. So I think animals also their senses range is a lot higher, or maybe lower than ours. Like dogs can hear a lot higher frequency. Canaries, you know, those canaries that they put in caves so they can smell
Yeah,
the
they have
poisonous
hyper
gas. Right.
senses, don't they?
Right. They have yeah. They have and all animals do, and I think birds are special in that.
How do you know what position you are in the formation? Or are you, as a bird, always assigned to a specific place
I,
in that
I th-
formation? Like,
yeah.
what's
I think
happening?
there's a high. I think there's a hive mind happening there. Swarm theory. You know, when you think about swarm
I
theory, you
think
know, when
they have a sense
there's
because
a
they can always definitely sense when somebody's coming, right? They can sense that somebody's like around them with that like when you're a certain distance, right? That bird can already sense, okay, this person's like they're looking at me and and that's why when you see them like move their head, the way they move their head, right? They're like, huh. They're like trying to figure out what the people or what they're doing around them, right?
What?
So
Kind of in
when they flock,
Oh,
when
they
because
they say that
birds of a
kind of in
feather
a
flock
robotic
together, right?
way.
What?
they
The
say that
robotic way, huh,
Ja.
Lou?
the way that they
Ja,
move their
mag.
head, the way that they move their head around like
Nee,
that, they
geen
say
lolly.
that that's because how they got their
Like
eyes on
a
the side.
camera on a
Nee, je mag geen
tripod.
lolly. Je mag
They
geen
The
got the
thing
lolly.
is,
Dat
eyes
is
on
the
the
gek.
thing,
sides of their heads, so they have
what's
to
funny is
in
that
order
I
to.
have a
Een
tick.
toetje kan ik voor je
My
pakken. Een Danootje of
wow,
zo.
my
All right,
Tourette's.
hold
Nee.
Like
on,
I
wait,
have
wait,
a
wait.
tick.
oh my god.
Hold on, Roger. Hold
I'm
on, Roger. You're
Oh,
hot
sorry.
micing Roger.
Sorry.
Hey, I got something to
Go ahead,
say for
brother.
Enoch's tick
Wait,
real quick. Uh,
let him finish first. Let him finish.
I wanted to.
I'm not.
We found
What?
somebody for him.
Sometimes I just give up. Go ahead.
I'm not. So I get people that stare at me on the trolley station, man, because when they see me, the way that my head moves, it moves like a bird, and I
Your head moves
whistle.
like a bird.
I'm not kidding, bro. Like, if
Yeah.
you guys come to my live stream on TikTok, like, come and see. Like, people, they make fun of me, bro. Like, they're like, "What are you doing? Why you look so weird? Why are you doing that?" And I have to stop my head from doing it, like, because people they're like, "Why the heck are you doing that?" It's something that's involuntary that I can't stop, but I do have other ticks that prevent me from doing it.
I
You
get what
know?
you mean. I've seen that before. Yeah, I kind of just, I don't know why
No,
people can't.
I don't look like that, okay? I don't
No, not like that. Because that's what I'm
Nah, not
picturing.
like that.
Because
That is too that bro, that is way too fun. I'm talking about like you might want to think of a pigeon sitting down like and you're just looking at it and it's like looking right back at you, trying to figure you out. Kind of that, but not. Don't think of the long neck. I mean, I do have a long neck, but shit,
Uh,
It's just making it look
uh,
even
let,
worse. I don't look
Have you
like that.
guys
I promise.
have you guys
What?
seen those drones? Have you guys seen those drones? Like there's like heaps of them, right? But there's an algorithm that controls these drones, right? So that they can perform these things just like birds, like just like the swarm, the swarm that you see the school of fish when they're being chased, how they ball up and form, and birds do the same thing. So I think I think it's a sense or maybe a hive mind thing, like because these drones can do exactly the same thing, but more precision. Man, crazy.
Okay, a little bit like that, a little bit, yeah.
More like a
But
pigeon than a chicken. All right.
More like a pigeon than a chicken, yes, bro.
it's
I'll
called
admit my
swarm
chick kind of.
theory, Elijah. It's called swarm theory. Yeah, I think. Let me look for a link.
It's kind of funny. Like that is pretty funny. I look more like a dinosaur than anything, dude.
Hey, these swarms of birds that you guys are showing also. I have a quick question, like if anybody knows.
Swarm
Like,
Say
intelligence.
something to Enoch
when
real
they're
quick.
well,
Now,
hold on. When they're really tight like that, like you see where it's really
What?
dense and it's like the sky's blacked out pretty much. Does anybody know? Do they ever like collide and bounce off of each other, bump each other, or do they like just fly in tight formations all without ever colliding and shit? Because like they're moving in different directions and stuff. Like it's
That's why I
they,
said it's like a
they
hive
don't
mind,
collide.
right?
That's really amazing what they do.
Yeah. See, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's me. What?
and and they've developed some kind of algorithm so that they can drones can do this. Have you guys seen the videos? The drones working together.
Yeah.
China,
Wait,
China
wait a
used it.
second. Wait a second. When this guy just
China
made
used
that noise that sounded like an animal, didn't it sound kind of like the alien from 1979? Sigourney Weaver's Alien movie. Didn't the alien make a noise kind of like that?
Yeah.
That one? Are you guys?
Yes, that.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's
it's more
me.
like a ticking, right? Like a clicking, like a
Something
click,
scary is creeping up behind you.
like a
Yeah, that's
crocodile.
me. I'm the predator guy. Like, think of me as a human velociraptor. Ooh.
So, like
so we found it.
mixed with a pigeon.
Yeah, mixed. Well, I only do that head bobbing thing that like when I have a tick attack. Uh-oh.
Yeah, careful with that on the subway. Somebody might try to change the batteries in you.
Yeah, right? What? Ooh-wee.
You should dress as an alien
My
for Halloween.
ticks actually, because of my echolalia, it mimics the birds, it mimics animals, it mimics like things that I hear.
So now that whistle that you just did, we found a girl yesterday. When she hears that, right? She says something about Polly want a cracker because she's got this weird tick. So what we're gonna do is get her in here. So when you whistle, she says that, and it should trigger you guys back and forth. That's our theory. We just found this last
Like
night.
a Winslow or some shit.
Yeah, no, like my ticks will get triggered, bro. Wow, and like it'll talk with her ticks. Wow.
We'll get 1 million views. Flat Earth.
Ooh-wee.
The fuck? You telling me you can't control this? They're ticks.
No, I
just
can't,
happen?
bro. I can't. Uh-oh.
Shut up.
But Sally's father never gets the chance as he's unfortunately killed.
Like I can I like because I heard you laughing, like my body's like reacting to what you to your what spaghettios. I have to mute myself sometimes, bro, because every time you guys are talking, like my ticks are reacting. Like I think my family thinks I'm talking to myself, or they think I'm like talking to you guys sometimes, but a lot of the time like I'm muted. So it's like I'm the only one that knows that I'm talking to myself. It really is my tics talking, but yeah, it's like I'm talking to myself.
Yeah,
It's fine.
I'm always talking
She,
to myself.
when
Yeah,
she
I
hears
stay on mute all the time and yell at the
like
TV.
that, when the girl hears like that, she does all these things. So we said we're gonna try to hook you guys up live. So you
Are
do
your
that
tics
sound, it will trigger her to go off, and that should trigger you to go off on something.
are your
Pretty much,
tics
yeah.
ever talking on TikTok?
That's why he's on there.
Yes, they do.
You said talking, right? Are your tics ever talking, right? T-O.
Yes, I understood the yes.
TikToking. Yeah, man, be careful with TikTok. They like,
Yeah, bro, there's a lot of haters on there, man.
yeah, get off TikTok. It's useless anyway. It's full of weird stuff.
My stream was banned because these kids got on my stream and they started making fun of me. So I was like, oh, you guys want to make somebody that's disabled and you guys want to talk shit, and they got real serious. Oh, well, we didn't. And I was like, well, maybe you should have started like asking me a question, and then instead of sitting there trying to make fun of me and copying my tics, and then they were like, oh, well, have a nice day. They were so fake as shit, bro. They left, cut off the stream, came to my live, and then reported my stream, and then I was banned for a whole week.
Hey, just remember, so you just use the word disabled in a way that's correct, I suppose, but just remember, like, this is more than likely a neurological problem that you have that's causing this. And your body doesn't have the ability to heal itself neurologically if you have sugar in your diet or too many carbohydrates
Or
in your
taking a
diet,
bunch
too
of
much
pills.
carbohydrate in your diet. So the point is, you got to stop eating sugar, man. You got to really cut it out. You're going to get the shakes. Your body will shake because you've been physically addicted to sugar your entire life, just kind of like how I was up to a certain point in time in my life. And your hands will literally shake just a little bit once you go 48 hours or 72 hours without eating sugar. Stick to just fats and proteins and water.
Yeah, I barely like. I do try to ease up on my sugar, bro. Like I do watch my sugar intake.
Yeah, but it's got to be more than that. Like it's not about easing up. You have to cut it out entirely and keep it out. Otherwise, this problem you have, it's only going to get worse, and I don't know what it's going to turn into. But I'm just saying, it's the only way you can do it.
Well, the thing is, you like it's like cut. It's like I don't want to stop doing something cold turkey, right? I have to
No, you do. You do. Yes, you do. Don't be afraid of that. Anybody telling you otherwise is just bullshitting you. Yeah, you got to go to a butcher shop. Just go find a place to get some nice grass-fed beef. Find a nice place to get some nice eggs. Try to get eggs that are fed that come from chickens that are fed bugs instead of grains, because that way you won't end up with a omega-6 fatty acid. Too much of that in your diet, omega-6 fatty acids, because the grains that they feed these chickens a lot of times are full of omega-6 fatty acids. They accumulate inside the chicken. They accumulate inside the egg, and then you end up eating too many omega-6 fatty acids. So try to find some nice, just not grain-fed chicken eggs, and get some steak, get some fat. Don't be afraid to throw salt on it. Try to get used to drinking herbal tea instead of whatever. You can still use stevia and monk fruit extract to sweeten your tea or sweeten your coffee. But you just gotta cut all the bread out. You gotta cut all the starchy vegetables out. You gotta cut all the fruit out. Just fruit is pretty much nothing but sugar. You're gonna wake up many mornings feeling like you want to scream and hit your head against the wall because you're going through sugar withdrawals. You got to do it.
I'm hearing you, bro. It's like I know exactly what you're saying too. It's like I can feel my body like laughing inside. And it's weird too. Like I've been fasting. Today I haven't eaten anything. I've been drinking water. I did the same thing yesterday. Mm.
Hey,
if you can get good control of that, you might be able to do voiceover work.
Yeah, here's the thing with having tics. If this is real, right? Like you still,
if
you're conscious that you're doing it when you're
Wow.
doing it, right?
What's that? What?
You're conscious that you're doing it while you're doing it, right?
Oh yes, I know I'm conscious and I know it's happening.
So you could, if it's not for show, you could mute your mic for the tick and then unmute again, right?
I've been muting, yes, and unmuting this entire time.
I have tics. It's just in my head, like.
The thing is also, like, as I'm pressing this, I have another mic. Well, not another mic. I have a button on my mic where I can just press. Uh-oh. So that I don't have
Is there a
to.
chance we're actually just talking to a really good parrot, somebody's well-trained African gray is on the mic with us?
I mean, if you're trying to insult me.
We were talking about birds, right? And his tics do lean towards that way. So yeah, that's why I think that's why his tics sound like that. And plus, he likes birds.
He's a superhero. He's Birdman.
I like tigers.
Harvey Birdman.
I mean, I could understand, like, because you ever heard of the Biscuit Hero, right?
Not really.
Yeah, she's from England. She's another lady that has Tourette syndrome, and she beats her chest. What? Uh-oh. And she says biscuit a lot of the times. What? Ooh-wee. See, I was watching other people that also had Tourette syndrome, and not all of us have the like what people would think is like an like I don't know how to explain it. Like they see it one way and think it's like the same thing over and over and over and over and over, but they don't actually understand what it means. I mean, like it seems to me like you understand because you understand it's a neurological condition, which it is. You're absolutely correct. And all of this is involuntary. Ooh.
No, you got a good start with fasting. Just make sure to avoid grains. Make sure to avoid any kind of bread, whether gluten free or not. Make sure to avoid sugar, fruit.
Right.
So eat tuna salad.
In Matthews, right? Because the only way to exercise this demon is by fasting, right? Because I'm very into reading the Bible, and I do believe that there's. I believe in demons, angels, and stuff like that. No.
Yeah, it wouldn't just be fasting though, because there's a good chance that you're actually suffering from a essential nutrient deficiency, which means that it's a nutrient your body cannot manufacture itself, which means that if it's not in the food you're eating, you're just not going to get it. So fasting, it helps cutting down inflammation, helps with a lot of things, even helps, with your cells repair and everything. But you still need the essential nutrients that you might be missing. And
Right. I'm
it's
just
hard to
used
get
to
bioavailable
the same
forms
way
because
that I,
supplements. Well, if it's a mineral, just keep in mind that red meat, the minerals that are in red meat, are the most bioavailable of any source, more so than any other food, any other whole food, or any other supplement.
Corn? Are you
So,
talking
I mean,
about
I
so
corn?
can
remember, it's
understand if you
quality
think
over
that I can.
quantity. It's not like you want to put a whole bunch of a mineral in your stomach and then
No,
only
fuck you,
absorb
bro.
a small amount. You
Hold on,
want to
hold
put
on.
a small amount in you, but absorb all of it. It's not what you
I
eat;
I
it's what you
understand that you
absorb.
think.
Yo, everything has fucking corn
Yo,
in it, bro. Everything has
I
fucking corn in it.
I understand that you think that I completely I completely stopped eating meat. I haven't. I mean, I did say that I'm trying to become vegan, right? But I didn't completely cut out meat. I do eat meat.
Fastest man
Um,
is vegan. Everybody's vegan, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here, let me ask you this: do you actually honestly want this Tourette syndrome to go away? Yes or no?
God asked me if I wanted it to go away, and I was born with it, and I said no, I don't want it to go away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bro,
Whatever
you're
then.
just accepting defeat at that point. That's some beta male mentality. No fucking cap, bro. You need to
I'm
start being a
just,
man. You need to start being a
you
man.
know what? You know
If
what,
you
bro?
want to eat
I'm
meat,
learning
bro,
to live with it.
but you don't
Okay.
have to, dude. Take shrooms.
Wow.
Shrooms will literally
Look,
rewire
bro,
your
there are
brain. My
other
friend, he
people
had
also
Tourette's.
living
He
with
took
it,
like
bro.
3.5 grams of shrooms. He didn't have Tourette's after. So it's up to you if you want to make the choice. Also, make sure you eat a healthy dietary supplement. Like, you're saying don't cut out meat. It's okay to have a fucking steak every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to have a fucking steak once in a while. But, there's Waybolic protein. You can literally get a protein shake and get, like, your protein you need for the day, bro. So there's no reason to harm or hold yourself back from success if you know how to achieve success, correct?
Well, the thing is, it's funny that you're sitting here assuming so many. I do take a protein shake, bro.
Okay, bro, that's what I'm saying. So you got to keep grinding, bro. If you're coming here and talking to us, then you got to understand that you already understand what you need to do in order to be successful and make yourself healthy.
Does the protein shake have sugar listed in the ingredients?
I get it from GMC. What?
Are you talking about the Waybolic one? Which one you talking about? Because the Waybolic, bro, that should be hitting no kizzy. I be taking that joint in the morning with a little coke, bro. Oh my god.
I have never.
Look,
Yeah, I
bro,
don't.
I don't
I've
do
never.
drugs, man.
I've
Like,
never had to take any of these supplements, right? Because they're supplements. I mean, because they're supplements, right? I've never needed to take any. These guys that go to the gym, they put on muscle. Military guys do it. I don't. Like you don't need to do that. Like you
coming
said,
in here,
get some
bro,
good meat.
don't
You know what I
suggest
mean?
like doing shrooms and doing coke, man. Like, especially someone like me, bro. Like, I don't like that shit, bro. Like, I can take some health
Get
advice. I don't mind, but
look your body. Like your body doesn't crave, right? Some kind of protein powder. Like that's not what your tongue salivates for, right?
Yeah.
Your body is trying to tell you what it needs.
Yo, telling y'all right now, the best way to succeed is by treating your body as if it were a temple. You have to keep your psychology in check, your fucking physiological body in check, because you got to realize that we live in somewhat of a simulation.
we don't live in a fucking program, bro. Okay.
I have so much evidence otherwise.
Let's keep the
Fuck
games
off
of
with that fucking
semantics down to a
look, man.
minimum. Like, let's just not
I
have
was
games
just
of
talking to some
semantics.
dude over at the beach saying that this is nothing but a like this is a pro. Man, get the hell out of here, bro.
Yeah, it's not a simulation, man.
Yeah, you have to define simulation first, but let's not even bother doing that. Let's just go to the next subject.
We also have Grenade Head in that chat. Maybe we can talk to him. He's VZ verified.
Grenade Head. Hey, what's up, man? What's up, Grenade Head? Welcome to the server.
Hey, I'm cutting grass right now. I can't talk.
It's all
I'm
good.
just in. That's
It's all
all.
good, man. It's all good, man. Yeah,
I
I'm
got my
good.
headphones on. I got my noise
Yeah,
canceling headphones on, and I'm listening to you guys talk. That's all.
yeah. Chime in when you feel
You got
like
that
it. Yeah, when you hear
that
something.
ambient sounds.
Yeah, it's
Just
just
That's how
using
I mow my
grenades to
lawn
take care of
too.
the gopher.
Whoever's whistling, stop that shit. It's a high pitch. It's hurting my ears.
Okay,
He
so
has
I mute my
Tourette's.
mic,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. Just mute. We're not talking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually Tourette's, so please refrain from that type of comments.
For real, please.
If it bothers you specifically, you can turn down his individual volume. But that was Usimi
I think
Sofri. How
I
about we
think he
talk
did
to him
say
real
that to
bit?
trigger me though, specifically.
Don't worry
Seriously.
about it. Let's just talk to him about the Earth and
Fuck!
see what he thinks about the Earth.
I mean, obviously the Earth is fucking flat, dude. Like what? Is that
Great.
even a question, dude?
And how did you come up with that conclusion?
I bet you
Okay, so
can't talk
basically,
without saying fuck in the next 1 minute.
I got into a plane, all right? My friends and I, he has a plane license, he can fly. We were up right around, I'd say like 5 miles up into the air, and I was looking over the horizon, and I was like, that isn't definite. And the sun, right, in Alaska during the winter season, they have this effect where three suns appear. And in the mottos that the earth is flat, it would show that there are three suns. And therefore, I just believe the earth is flat, bro. And also, I've been reading a lot about 0 point energy, and I found this shit on the SR-22 Blackhawk, where it has like this reoccurring field, magnetic field, behind it. And so it's basically, to me, it seems like they are abusing the population and using them for oil. And they're also polluting the oceans with oil for the depopulation events that are going to occur soon.
What?
I'm just saying, you're all fucked. We're all fucked.
Yeah, especially you in the head.
It was
Oh
1
yeah,
minute and 7 seconds.
I was not a multi-billion-dollar fucking company polluting the ocean with oil yesterday and today and the past fucking 2 months, have
So
I?
there are three suns. So you and your friend went up in a plane towards the North Pole. You saw three suns, and that's how you know the Earth is flat.
I could tell you many ways how I know the Earth is flat, bro. Gravity is not.
No,
If the
no,
Earth,
it's
if
0
the
point
Earth was
energy.
curved,
0 point.
if the Earth was curved, right?
Please don't
Sorry, I just
scream
had to
like
mute
a
him for a
baby.
little bit. Yeah. Sorry
And I
about
mean,
that,
I do
Enoch.
things
Ignore this
involuntary.
asshole. Yeah. Don't worry about this guy. Just so Usimi, how long you been here on this server? You have detention as a role. You've got like 10 seconds to answer. I'm just gonna ban you, mate. 3, 2.
Might win AFK, man. Don't ban him yet.
Nah, I'm just gonna mute him.
Yeah, how many fucking things did he jump to there? Like 3 suns, and then the
I think he was in like a
SR-71, and then
multiverse.
the oceans and magnetic fields, and
And then they use people for oil.
Hey
Yeah, he
guys,
said,
that guy, I think he's the very first flat earther that's actually part of the Flat Earth Society.
yeah, probably.
He's saying we're all part of some program.
It seems like
Nanu, nanu.
he took a like a fucking snippet of every major conspiracy and just made a fucking cake.
Put it all together, yeah, like a
Yeah.
collage.
Yeah, like all the like fucking wackiest beliefs.
Darn, I
I'm
wish I
surprised
had
you
missed
didn't put the birds in there as well, the fake government birds.
Wish I didn't miss that. Darn it.
It was so
He
sunny.
mentioned everything but
Guys, I
the
have
robot
evidence
bird,
behind
the
what I'm
drone
saying,
bird.
though. So if you look up, there's this document on YouTube. It's an hour and a half.
Oh my gosh.
Point
Can
energy.
you just chill, bro? I don't want to mute you, man.
Too many.
Wait for a good spot, all right? You know, just wait for a good spot, man. Don't just.
Yeah, like the middle of the night when most people are asleep.
Yo,
Yeah,
man,
no.
this guy. I'm not. No, you know what? Never mind. Let's just let it go. Let it happen. I'm gonna say let it happen. Let it happen.
I think I dealt with like 3 trolls yesterday as best as I could. I can't do it anymore. I think I need some rest. So I'm like, oh my gosh.
I want you guys to handle. You guys can handle this,
I'm all spent, man. You guys,
bro.
I'm about to fall asleep.
You blew it all on Flying Scotsman, didn't you, man? Kimball?
Yeah.
Careful, there
I
might
don't
be
even
trolls in your
remember.
dreams.
They all sound the same now, you know. It's like, damn.
I never saw somebody that would like stay so long to continue being bludgeoned about the head and neck. Like Flying Scotsman just.
Oh, wait,
stayed
are we
on,
talking about my head and
continuing-
my neck right now?
Continue gets fucking smashed.
The Flying
Wow.
Scotsman, yeah.
Oh no, it was Platypus that you were speaking to earlier.
Oh, Platypus. Oh, God,
Oh yeah.
there's another
I was
one
listening on the live stream.
Platypus needs to
all
get
your,
whipped.
energy there.
Yeah. Every time.
Oh, yeah, on
Exactly.
Platypus again.
Exactly. I wasted a lot of energy on him, man, and yeah. So I just ban him.
Why is it
Come
always
on,
the
you
same theme with Globers that they don't recognize any issues with 9/11? You know, it's like they never have these I don't know, these stepping stones towards flat Earth. They've missed all of them.
Yeah, the younger one. That's why. Like most of the ones that come here, they're younger generation, so
Yeah.
they don't care. Yeah, they missed it maybe.
No, but there's older ones and they missed it too. So where
Yeah.
were those ones? They just
Yeah.
ignored it. Well, just
It's
ignore all
like
that.
variety.
It's
It's different tiers of belts, you know. Sorry, Sonny, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind also if you're older, like, I mean, 9/11 happened shortly, like right after I got out of high school. After the fact, you got to keep in mind, like, we don't know what they've really been teaching kids in school about 9/11 or how much they've indoctrinated them with, this is what happened or this is the truth. But whatever it is, it's working. Whatever it is they've been telling them, it's been working.
Well, I mean, the most.
Well, when I was in middle school when 9/11 happened, when I went to school, they didn't really talk about it as like, because I saw it in the morning. Like, it was all over the news. It cut off, like, because I was watching some Christian program, and they cut off the program and put it on the news, and I was watching it. This plane run into the buildings, and I remember my dad bringing me into the car and just taking me off to school. He turned off the TV actually and just brought me straight to school. But they didn't really talk about it. The kids, when we left the school, we all started like, "Hey man, did you hear about the news?" And like, we didn't really talk about it. Like, the teachers didn't really talk about it at all.
Boy, we were all kind of dumb back then. I saw it. My girlfriend's like, "Hey, look at this. Watch this." So I'm like, "Oh my God, it must have been the terrorists." Then I saw the buildings fall, and I'm like, "What kind of freaking plane was that?"
Even in Iceland, everyone in my school got pulled out of their class when it happened, and we were made to watch TV.
What the thing the event?
9/11.
Just like they made everybody watch the moon landing.
Made to watch it.
Oh my god! They're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, and they made
You're
everyone
supposed to
watch
call
the
your parents.
Challenger explode.
They're supposed to call their parents. School's supposed to, or something, or turn off the TV. You're not supposed
I'm like,
to traumatize you.
I'm like, what? Planes never hit a building before? Wait a second, I had to look that shit up. I'm like, I never ever heard of a building falling
That's
down.
Imagine how it would make people feel if they made a space shuttle hit the building.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect. They could have just brought it. They could have brought in the
doubly
aliens
traumatic.
right then. They could have said, "Look, the freaking aliens shot the freaking shuttle down. It ran into the." They should have just included them all. What's wrong with them?
I honestly didn't know how to register the whole thing.
Yeah, we'll get that one in our 20 years. Like powers that be, greatest hits. All their false flags.
Top 10, right?
Yeah.
It'll be the
Oh,
numpty
man.
clip of the future. That'll be the numpty clips. Look at this one, folks. People used to think this could actually happen.
How many people remember loose change? I think that kicked off a lot of thinking for a lot of people.
I remember where I was exactly when 9/11 happened. But I'm younger than the person who said they had just gotten out of high school, so my story's a little different.
Yeah, you whippersnappers.
Not that much younger than him. I'm going to guess that means Lou is 37?
Oh, you're close.
Didn't they find a photo of what's his name, George Bush, with like 2 little airplanes and like the Jenga towers at his feet, and whatever that guy's name is, who was the sex child trafficking dude, that is one of his mansions.
Bill Clinton in a dress also. Those were blackmail.
That's hilarious.
I always laugh when people bring up Bush when talking about 9/11 like he had any part in that. I'm fairly confident that Bush wouldn't
laugh.
A fucking slinky going down a set of stairs.
Yeah, I
When
guess
they
you
made
could
that
just-
joke in Family Guy, I'm like, that's so unrealistic. There's no way
I
that
guess
guy
you
could
could-
ever get a slinky to work.
Oh, go by Family Guy as a reference. That's a good idea. Just like you do with the Globe. Yeah, Bushes didn't own the freaking security company, did they? Huh.
It was his cousin, wasn't it?
That was somebody
First
else.
of all, okay, now hold on. For clarification,
Oh.
before my next question, what security company?
Security company.
Dude,
And then
do
there's
your own fucking research.
yeah, you know,
Glover.
because I'm going to ask you where you got that, and you're not going to be able to post anything.
No, you're just an
That's
idiot.
exactly what happened. So let's move on.
Oh my
I don't care, man.
gosh,
You fucking- you
platypus,
think
god
Bill
damn.
No,
and Seven
you move
fell
on,
from
Glover.
one
Bring your globe
structural-
proof. You're an
structural
idiot.
failure.
Who keeps giving you back silver and value? Shit. You keep asking for these back, I'm gonna fucking permaban you, dude. Alright? I don't give a shit.
I actually didn't ask them for them back. The person who
Okay.
unbanned me put
Okay,
them back on
okay.
me.
That's
Battle
Okay.
Mod did.
Alright, I'm just gonna keep taking it off. He can yell at me.
I vote for demotion.
I know. I'll let Battlemouth yell at me. Hey,
Platypus
don't
is
tell
trying
Battlemouth.
so hard to fit in amongst the elite of this server, and
Oh my god.
people like you
That's funny.
knock them down.
Hey man, the roles should be consummate. They should be equal to the proof provided. There's something unbalanced about this scene right here. Can someone
Bong
tell me
still
what
doesn't
proof-
have Bong still
Platypus?
doesn't have Spartan roll.
What proof did you bring, Platypus, for the globe?
I think evidence would be a more appropriate term here.
Evidence is synonym for proof.
Doi.
Negative. That is
So
not
that's your
true.
proof. That's your proof.
No, there's a difference between evidence and proof. Big time. So you find a guy in an alleyway dead, and next to him
Yeah.
is an
No, I
open.
just showed that you are wrong. Just look up synonyms for proof and know that you're lying out of your ass to the audience.
Yeah. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. So, audience, there it is right there. Definition of proof. Synonyms. Yeah.
All right, what's the definition for evidence?
We're not giving you your freaking answers,
Right,
bro.
I know. Here, I'll go grab
Yeah,
it for you real quick.
you're.
Merriam-Webster.
Oh, finally. Good job.
Somebody mute this motherfucker.
You want me to mute him? I'll mute him.
Yeah, mute him.
All right, Platypus. Talk to you later, bro.
Are you guys just bullying him?
Yes? Why?
Yes, you guys are. You know you guys are.
Asking for it.
You guys
That's
should
what
leave
I
him
do.
alone, bro.
That's not even bullying.
Whenever I see Platypus here talking, I'm bullying him. Yes.
If it's anybody, you should go after So Free.
Nobody's bullying him, only Bong.
Mhm. I'll talk to Mike about Platypus.
Yeah, we could have a group meeting about that. That'd be great. Everybody ping Mike about Platypus. Mike
some
gets
support.
I'm starting to think you guys are just racist against platypus.
You're racist.
Is it because he's an animal?
No platypi here.
Because he's a liar. He's
Is it because
dishonest.
At a certain point, without globe proof, you just need to shut up. If you bring globe proof, then that's a different story. Or at least if you're
I'm sorry,
interesting
platypus.
or
I can't help
funny.
you now. I can't
But
help you
you're
now.
not in-
He
you're not
brought up
interesting.
the globe thingy. You're on your own now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. No, Platypus is getting unmuted. Platypus.
Okay.
Okay. I don't care where you want to draw the attention. Look at your definition and the one directly above for proof. The one for proof. Something presented in support of the truth or accuracy of a claim. How is that really different from specifically something legally submitted to a tribunal for to ascertain the truth of a matter? They both use testimony as synonyms.
Well, how would you use it in the courtroom? Exhibit A. Evidence.
And anyway, Platypus, numpty, here's the information that you can't look up yourself. Marvin P. Bush, the president's younger brother, was a principal in the company called Securicom that provided security for the World Trade Center, United Airlines, and Dulles International Airport. Was backed by Kuwam, a Kuwaiti American investment firm on whose board Marvin Burns also served.
But where's the...
According to the present CEO, Barry McDaniel, the company had an ongoing contract to handle security at the World Trade Center up to the day the buildings fell down. Dumb shit.
So you're saying B, right? You're saying B, right? You're saying that something that furnishes proof, right? Are you talking about testimony? Are you saying that when an astronaut says the Earth is globe, are you saying that that is evidence? Is that what you're saying? testimony. When the news says it, it's proof.
Does Platypus know he's unmuted? He's just trying
Probably
to keep
not.
it that way. He's just trying not to
Who
draw
cares?
attention to himself so he
Who
doesn't get
cares?
muted again.
Honestly, lunatic. Just who cares about platypus? Too much attention's to platypus.
Well, we're talking about what he brought up.
Yeah,
he's wanting to know if he knows he can talk again.
Trying to defend the narrative. I wonder if Platypus is part of some kind of operation, because he's in IT. So I don't know. Maybe not.
Are you saying
Too
he's
dumb.
programmed?
No, he's too dumb. I'm not calling you dumb, Platypus.
Too
I'm just
dumb?
saying, man. You
Never
what you
call
believe in
someone
is
dumb.
dumb.
That's rude, bro. You don't know he could be the most
Dumb,
intelligent man on the earth.
dummy. No, it can't be. You know what dumb means? That means without. Dumb means
We've talked to him
without.
enough to know he's not the most intelligent man on
Right.
earth. Okay,
Without
that's not a
senses. Right.
Wow.
So if you're not using your senses, right, then you are. That's what the word dumb means. Senseless. So when you look at something and it appears flat, and you say, "Oh, I don't trust my senses," then you're saying your eyes are dumb. Yeah. I don't feel the earth moving, but
Yeah, but if you guys don't believe, I'm gonna come over here to the Flat Earth server and just hang out there because I don't believe you.
Wow. Shit. Uh-oh. Fuck off.
does he always? Where else does Platypus hang out when he's not hanging out here? Is it Gym Pandas or
Uh-oh.
Platypus? Which globe community are you from?
Our society. Uh-oh. Who? I just wanted to.
Like,
Uh-oh, let it go. Let it go. Let it
Xanax.
go.
Yeah, Enoch, try to mute your mic when someone is asking someone else a question.
For sure, my bad. I was trying to. Uh-oh.
All good.
Oh, good, man. I'd rather listen to your ticks than Platypus. So,
yeah,
no worries.
I just want to hear the awkward silence of him not responding.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just. Like, I really try to sit here and try to really be quiet when somebody's talking, and it's really difficult.
Yeah, I don't mind your takes. It's just
Yo, so
if you
my
hear
friend
someone
said,
sorry.
my friend said about flat Earth is like, if I go to the beach, right, and I'm on the beach, how come I can't just see the ocean infinitely?
Because you're too close to the plane. That's creating the horizon that things disappear into. If you go a little higher, yeah. If you go higher, you'll see more. How high can you go before you can see everything, right? You're gonna see through clouds. You're gonna see through stuff in the air.
It's
You'd
more
have
than
to
that
go.
too. Light only attenuates so far, so like the
Yeah.
light has to reach your eye.
Yeah, I can give you a practical example of this. If you ever stood on a mountain and watched other mountains in the distance, the mountains that are more or further away from you are more faded, and that's diffusion. So light cannot pass forever through the medium. It would diffuse into the air and be invisible to you.
You think, see, like lovers think they can see forever because when they look up in the sky, right, there's no plane, right, obstructing their view. They have to imagine that they're looking millions of light years or billions of light years into the past, right? That's why they think they should be able to see forever. But when you look across the plane, you're not thinking of a plane, you're thinking of a ball. Therefore, you're not applying the way things disappear into the horizon on a plane, right? You're thinking you're on a ball that's spinning. It's not the same. It doesn't work.
But see, the fact of reason why believe that we are on a sphere is because if you look at our neutrons, our atoms, like it looks like a sphere, right? So like you can see that if
You
I'm
can't
trying
look
to
at
touch
the
you, I
atoms as
can't
neutrons.
really touch you, right? So since our bot like so it goes to this whole theory of the Big Bang theory, right? Like we are all just programmed, right? Everything's
Yeah.
just a program.
Yeah. Installed into your brain in school on TV.
Right, that the earth is a globe because our bodies are made out of atoms, billions of
I
atoms.
think it's
So
balls all the way down, balls all the way
therefore
up.
everybody else is made out of atoms as well. Therefore the world must be made out of atoms. Therefore everything must be a sphere, right?
The divine shape.
That's what Killer Priest said. He said, "Cause the orange and the apple, they round." Your head, your head is round.
and,
Your
and
head,
and gravity exists when the apple falls from the tree.
your head is round.
Right? What? That's like the same thing as the coconut falling from the tree.
Well, according to Einstein, the apple is not falling from the tree. You're accelerating up to hit the apple.
Relatively speaking, right? Relatively.
Yeah, according to Einstein, all things that are falling are basically stationary, and the Earth is
Gotta hit
expanding in
those.
all directions.
Why can't we see forever? Like, who came up with that?
Sorry.
NASA? I was like, NASA? Well, NASA did come up with the boats
Just
over the
really
curve
think
thing.
about that question. Really think hard about that question. Why can't we see forever?
Yeah, I'll tell you why they think that, because they've been told they can look up into the sky that they're seeing millions and millions of light years. So they don't understand. They've missed the boat. Oh, I can see millions of light years when I look up in the sky. How come I can't see forever on a freaking planet Earth?
Yeah.
Well, let me see, Beavis. Let's
Yeah.
go look.
Yeah, let's look at relative humidity and how that affects visibility. When relative humidity is 100%, you have fog and you don't see shit.
Man, I used to think, like, when I look at the stars, I used to think that star is no longer there because that light has traveled billions of light years and that star has probably died a long time ago. But I am just now seeing the light that left 4 billion years ago. It's freaking amazing.
I'm looking back in time when I'm looking at the stars over there.
It used to blow my mind, dude. I used to be like, what's going on? I'm seeing something that's 4 billion years old.
Hey,
How
if
do
you
I
think
wrap
about
my
it, it's
mind
not that
around that?
different. It's not that different from the stories they used to tell us, right? You know, they used to be the souls of our dead ancestors that died a long time ago.
Exactly. It's like, what's the difference? Yeah. Yeah.
Why you see that every day?
Yeah. Because
All
it
you have
was
to do is put your
shining.
finger in the air and yell science.
Yeah.
But if that light is dead, Why we see every day?
Because the light that left it 4 billion years ago was
When
still traveling through space, and it's just now hitting our eyes. That's what they
yeah,
say.
but when we'll stop to see that thing?
When so when it blew up and disappeared, when that light, so that's in probably like, I don't know, a couple million, billion,
I mean,
depending on how old the star was. So we're probably not going to see it end its
can we
light
test
because
that?
nope. That's what I'm saying.
Why?
Exactly right. Can we test it? And then
We can write a book now for the test and see what will happen in 4.5 million years later, and maybe somebody will write and say, "Look, these guys started, and now we're finishing the calculation."
man, when I was a Glober, I tried to explain that to my dad, right? It's like, Dad, did you know that it takes 8 minutes for the sunlight to get here? That if the sun were to like disappear, we wouldn't know for 8 minutes? And my dad looked at me in a confused way, like, what? No, that doesn't make sense. It's instant. I was like, no, Dad, light has to travel to the vacuum of space. And then take big lobies, like arguing about the speed of light and how light works. I was totally wrong. But my dad, I think, was half right. Instant. Eight minutes. It's all we have, 8 minutes.
To where?
to escape the Earth and flee to another solar system, right?
We have more sun.
Sir, we just received the signal that the sun has disappeared. We have 8 minutes to evacuate Earth.